Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1. He woke up. In any other scenario, or if he were any other person, there would be nothing to it. Most people closed their eyes and opened them back up 5 to 6 hours later, like puppets controlled by unseen threads. He was not like most people. Most people didn't die bleeding out with blurred eyes and a sickly frame, only to wake up at an indescribable later time. Pale gray eyes stared at the wooden beams above his head for what felt like ages, but his keen mind broke it down to only 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 56 seconds. Though his instincts screamed at him to roll off what his back told him was a futon and explore his new surroundings, all he wanted to do was just nothing. He was exhausted, beyond tired, and he hoped it had ended, but hope was a lie. He knew that more than most. Yet, here he was again, staring at a ceiling, knowing this was as real as anything. With his experience with genjutsu, it would take Kami himself to deceive his senses. If left to himself, he would have languished there for however long, but as the sun slowly crept into his room, chasing away the comforting darkness and shadows, he heard a soft knock on what he assumed was a door. A second later, the door slid aside, and a soft and demure voice called out, "Jiki-san." He stayed still, wishing the voice away, yet it called out again, softly, this time with more urgency. "The family head would be displeased if he knew you're still in bed." This time, the voice had a touch of fear and pain. Physical pain. He raised himself up on one soft arm, idly noticing the little to no musculature, and looked at the black-haired woman standing at the entrance to his room. With a slow blink and another glance, he reassessed her from a woman to a teen, judging by her still soft cheeks, lack of any wrinkles, and the brightness of her eyes. She was garbed in a black one-piece gown with a white cloth upon it. Her head remained bowed as he quietly observed her. With slow and unfamiliar movements, he got to his feet. The transition from a 5'8" lethal physique bred for war to a 3 feet toddling mass of soft flesh and poor motor control would have taken any other person months. But he had it down by the 10th second after getting up and on his 7th step towards the teen. He went from jerky, uncoordinated movements to a refined, smooth pace, and his bare feet barely made a sound on the wooden floor. He stopped directly in front of her bowed head and whispered, "I'm up." She brought her head up and gave him a soft and familiar smile that reminded him of his mother, a smile that radiated immense love and kindness, a smile he smothered and laid to rest for the sake of peace. Something must have shown in his expression, as the teen flinched back. Then followed an unfamiliar routine. He was led out of the house and to a bathroom. Stepping into the bathtub filled with water, he stared at a familiar face with unfamiliar features. The paradoxes of the statement forced him to narrow his eyes, showing his trademark lines below his gray eyes. Bone-white hair fell down his head in waves and tickled his ears while masking his implacable visage of pure apathy. The maid rolled up her sleeves before taking up a pail of water and dumping it above his head. He felt sensations he'd never imagined he'd ever feel again. The rest of the bath was a blur, culminating with the maid toweling him and dressing him in a white hakama and a matching black and white checkered kimono, while his feet were clad in finely textured wooden geta. He ignored the unfamiliar sensation of being dressed and stoically listened to the maid's incessant prattling. He learned that he was a member of the Gojo clan, and today was his 4th birthday, which meant he would be meeting the clan head. His elder cousin had also left earlier for Jujutsu High for his 2nd year. The walk to the clan head was more sedate and quiet, with the maid sending him nervous glances. He ignored them and followed her, a step behind and to the side. They stepped out of the house and walked on well-paved cobblestones that led from his house, which he realized was on the outskirts of the clan compound, to the inner compound. He ignored the stares from his black-haired clan members and the occasional white-haired member as they reached the house in the center, a traditional house that felt more like a fortress than a home. The closer they got, the more wooden his maid's posture, walking steps, and features became. They stood in front of the door for seconds before she mustered the courage to finally knock. She barely touched the doors before they opened slowly. She stopped there and gave him a look that was equal parts fear, begging, and desperation. He stared into her eyes, gray into black, and tried to decipher what she was screaming at him with her eyes. His efforts proved futile, so he did the only thing he hoped would ease her. He slipped his little pale hand into her rougher palms before giving it a slight squeeze. Her resulting grip was instinctual. He gave her a soft nod before heading in. The door closed shut behind him, leaving him trapped in a dark house. His eyes slowly adapted to the darkness as he patiently waited. The dark was not an enemy. It was as comforting as a mother's touch. He was born in it, molded by it. Half his life was spent in it. He had no fear of it. He took soft steps as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, sliding his feet while leaving his arms folded in the kimono. It took him a minute to reach the end of the hallway, where the door swung open and led him into a cavernous room with tatami mats spread out at the end. He let his eyes fall into a half-lidded gaze instead of blinking, as the harshness of the room's sudden light requested of him. The room was ringed by bronze statues, each depicting a man sitting in Seiza with extreme features ranging from maniacal smiles to wrathful expressions. All held prayer beads and looked at the person in the middle. Even from his distance, he felt something malicious from the man seated in the middle. Not necessarily chakra, but an aura that permeated the surroundings and choked him in a way that almost made him stagger. His wide eyes and hitched breath were his only show of emotion at the suffocating aura. The elderly man opened his eyes and stared at him before nodding at a mat directly placed in front of him. He replied with his own nod before walking to it and sitting with his legs tucked and his hands placed palm flat on his lap. The elder closed his eyes once more, giving him the opportunity to study his features. Skin so pale, he must have never felt the sun in decades, yet bearing musculature that spoke of a fighter, with a black kimono that looked as though they were tailored for him as he sat, bearing nary a wrinkle. His glance shifted to the statues surrounding them, cataloging their features. He had barely started on the third before the man's eyes opened once more, and he gave him a look that drew his complete attention. Gojo Jiki, his voice came out raspy and rough. Do you want to be a sorcerer? Chapter 2, Cursed Encounter. The conversation that followed the question shaped the next 2 years of his life. He stepped out of the house with a shallow idea of curses, cursed techniques, the 3 great clans, his family, and his place in it. It also gave him an idea of why his maid was so scared of him walking in. His mother died while giving birth to him, and his father, a mediocre sorcerer by the clan head's standard and rather spiteful man, named him Jiki on the spot, for his birth brought about her death. His next 4 years before his awakening were spent being taken care of by his maid, Aiko. The black-haired teen had practically raised him from birth like her own child and feared for the choices that would be laid before him as a direct descendant of Michizane Sugawara and a member of the Gojo clan. The clan head's clear lack of interest in him after his decision dropped his standings in the clan by a fair amount. But he had no interest in being part of such a life again. This world was as close to having peace as he ever imagined compared to his last. He saw no reason to stand at the forefront anymore. His elder cousin, bearing the weight of the clan's once-in-a-century dojutsu and the burdens that came with it, brought memories of his own time as clan heir. Memories he would rather have left forgotten on that broken world. He spent the next 2 years in his clan's library and learned so much about this new world. He had assumed the elemental nations and this earth were similar, but after a glance at the world map, the wars fought, the histories told, and the alliances formed, he was certain now that he was nowhere near the elemental nations. The easy access to technology that he had, even in his apparent isolationist clan, was more than even the top heads in the hidden villages ever received. He spent his days on mundane things, trying to live a life he never had the opportunity to live. From paintings in the morning with Aiko, to working on his writing and calligraphy alone in the library among clan mates that had little to no love for him. Yet, he didn't care for it. Any other child would have craved the attention of family, perhaps that was the old bastard's plan when he set all this into motion. But not Itachi. He didn't deserve the love of a new family. Not after he slaughtered his last for the sake of peace. Not after what he had done in the Umbu in the guise of orders from commanders. No, Itachi saw Northwest reason to get close to this new family, and the distance most of them kept suited him and made it all the better. The only light in his dark world of apathy, angst, and horrible memories was Aiko. Where most clan members had shut him out and moved on with their lives, Aiko stuck even closer to him. His first painting was of her smile as she helped bathe him. And like all things Itachi had tried his hand at, it was as perfect as it could be. The dark of her hair was wrapped in a bun under a white cloth, the strands that escaped at the sides and moved with the soft early morning breeze. Her hands were covered in foam as she washed his white locks while whispering sweet nothings to him. The radiant glow of a woman that was happy and loved what she did, bright smile she only showed to him when they were together. After his first work, she took it and with tears in her eyes, hugged him so tight she would have broken his spine if she kept it up any longer. The next day, he woke up with an aisle, canvas with ultra-smooth, fine, and coarse brushes lining the aisles, and a beautiful number of colors on the side, courtesy of the clan head himself. He was confused, and for the first time in a long time, he was forced to reassess the old man's opinion of him. Didn't he despise him for wanting to live a mundane life? For the death of his daughter? It took him his second painting, which was of the bronze figures he saw in the mansion, to disappear the following morning from his aisle, only to reappear once more on the doors of that forbidding house for him to realize his mistake. He had automatically assumed the clan head was much like the Uchiha clan elders, who would try to shape and mold the younger ones into what they wanted. Who cared more about bloodlines, cursed ability, status, and martial prowess than what other skills a child would have to offer. He knew most clans were like that considering his forays into the clan library, but it just occurred to him that he never even gave his clan leader a chance. The slip-up was a show of his humanity. Inasmuch as the Uchiha clan elders and Konoha tried to make him perfect, he wasn't. He was as human as everyone else. The thought brought a smile to his face. A smile that was covered in a bright flash a second later by what appeared to be his maid with what he learned was a camera. She gave him an even brighter smile than he believed he could ever possess before skipping out of his workshop. Days later, he started hearing the whispers once more. The accursed words that brought so much suffering to his past life. Genius, prodigy. The side glances that he got from his clan members changed from apathy to interest. How many 5-year-old children could recreate the beautiful images and finely detailed artworks he produced so easily? At the end of the day, he was able to get past it as despite the similarities in the words, the context differed. Here nobody was praising his genius for finding the perfect angle to slit a man's jugular and carotid in a single stroke. He was not called a prodigy here for learning how to modify and draw explosive tags on the spot. No. He was praised for the mundane art of painting. His art was usually visceral. Images burnt into his brain. A curse and blessing of the Sharingan, a past life filled with enough horror to break lesser men. He was given a small building in the compound and to the side of his building to display his art, from paintings of the blood-stained beautiful grasses of Kusagakyur, to the withering heavy snow and eternal winters of Yukigakyur. He painted island villages from the elemental nations, where the sun, for some reason, rose once in 2 years. To the liminal and fluid nature of the various summoning realms. The unending skies and immutable mountains of the home of the hawks. To the everlasting darkness of the home of the crows and the albino red-eyed matriarch that perched on a dead tree. If he was going to bring back anything from his cursed origins, it was going to be the beauty of the places he saw during his years of wandering with the Akatsuki. His years of mundanity and bliss ended with a simple question that led to a future he could not have calculated or considered. A fickle chance, fate, horrid luck. At the age of 6, after a long day of working on his calligraphy, he looked up at his maid, Aiko-chan, and made a request that would change the course of his life. Born of the memories of jumping from cafe to cafe with Sasuke as children during festivals. I want to go to a cafe, he whispered in his soft voice. Aiko-san looked at him for a second before giving a soft smile and acquiescing. I'll see what can be done, young master. A week later, he woke up, followed his regular routine, and when it was time to be dressed, instead of his regular yukatas, hakama, and haori, he was dressed in a baggy black long-sleeve shirt and white shorts that stopped before his knees, while his hair was tied into a bun at the back with only a few stubborn strands escaping it. His feet were clad in black slides as he stared at his maid with uncertainty. She noted his surprise with a smile and announced to him, "The clan head has agreed to your request." He gave a soft nod as he followed her from their house to the main gates of their compound. A compound he had spent the last 2 years in. They were met by a man in a black suit and a soft frown as he gestured at them into a matching black car. Seated inside as the car drove past the isolated clan compound and into the city, he realized the reason for his change of clothes. Not a single person was dressed formally like the rest of the clan, and dressing like that would have drawn attention in a way that some part of him that spent decades in the shadows wince. As they stepped out and walked into a cafe, his head was on a swivel. Looking at everything and anything. It was one thing to see the pictures, and it was another thing to live it. Tokyo was easily 5 times more populated than any hidden village he knew about. And this was just a single city in a country that housed tens of them. His sightseeing was cut short as he started to notice them. Most of them were little malformed-looking creatures stuck on some specific humans. He saw a bigger one that stayed on a building. Twice as big as a horse, skin an uncanny blue, 4 arms that sank into the stone like a hot knife through butter, and a multitude of eyes that lined its back and seemed focused on him. It watched them walk into the cafe, without moving from the spot. Aiko-san didn't seem to notice the creature, blissfully unaware as she pointed at everything that was on display. From boy bands on billboards to clothes and more. The strange and quiet man dressed in black gave it a side glance before leading them into the cafe. It was at their 5th location that it all changed. They stayed in a queue for minutes waiting to be served, a type of strange variation of dango that Aiko-chan promised was heavenly. Their driver and escort had his head on a swivel with a heavy frown on his face since their 4th stop and excused himself after a short conversation with Aiko. It was this overload of this new experience that had him lower his guard and let something slip past. It started off as a spike of what he knew to be cursed energy from close by, before a blue blurred figure was a step away from him. Then someone clothed in black with wide and terrified eyes stepped in front of him and pushed him to the side before disappearing in a blur. It took him a second to realize what happened. For his immense intellect to parse through the details of what felt like a split second. For the first time in this new life, he felt something. Something that broke his facade of apathy, as he noted the thick texture of freshly spilled blood that soaked his white hair and splashed on his right cheek. He stared at the broken and unmoving form that lay crumpled and bleeding at the side of a building. At the Polaroid picture that slipped out of the cloth to sink in the blood split. A picture bearing a white-haired boy with a soft smile. Itachi had been angry in his past life. Angry at the situation that forced him to slaughter his clan. Angry that he was forced to work with some of the most horrible people he knew, all for the sake of his village. Angry at the path he forced his little Ototo on. But he had never known hate. Yet the moment he felt it, he knew it for what it was. There was something about the purity of it, where mind, body, and soul focused on one emotion. Aligned and in sync. Where you knew at that point in time, nothing could stop you from ending something. Even Cammy would come down begging on folded knees, and you would still accomplish what you wanted to do. The world could crumble and be damned. All 30 million souls in the city could be snuffed out as a result, and you would feel nothing other than the desire to complete a purpose. He knew hate for the first time in 2 lifetimes. It was almost like a dam had broken in him. He felt that hate flow through him, it called out like an old friend. Following long-forgotten pathways before leading up to his eyes, the clarity of vision that came with the feeling burnt the image of the crumpled form in black and white into his spinning pupil as it split and multiplied from 1 to 3, before folding on itself into another shape, in a rapid procession that most would have missed. He looked at the curse staring at him with its multiple eyes, an arm stretched out to grab him, and its skin splitting vertically in the middle of its face to reveal a carnivorous maw. Heedless of the shouting and the movements of the masses by this intrusion into their worldview. This break in the pattern of their scripted lives. He said a single word that left his throat raw. A word, a sentence, a promise, an order, a command that he expected the world to roll over to accomplish. With blood trailing down his left eye, he said, "Die." Chapter 3. The jutsu was familiar. His ocular abilities erased the need for any hand signs, and it sprang into existence like an unwanted child finally shown love for the first time. Amaterasu was a beautiful jutsu. Effective at both attack and defense, at his peak, if he so desired, he could have rendered almost anything to ash in seconds. Yet he was not at his peak, not even anywhere close. It was that and the fact that whatever rank the cursed creature was, it was smart. Or had enough instincts to mimic it. It went from an arm outstretched, to jumping back the moment the black flames began to blossom. He had aimed for the head, yet its reflective flinch back at the activation of a curse technique saved its life. It went from a sure kill to an obvious drawn-out fight. The heavenly illumination blossomed on its right hand and black flames spread along its blue skin like liquid fire. His sheer hatred for the creature fueled its unending fire. It let out an unholy screech while sending out its other 3 arms in a bid to crush him. He felt the noticeable loss in his cursed energy, enough to make him stagger back at the cost of the technique and shut his left eye immediately. Even in his former life, it was not a technique he used lightly, and never at the beginning of a fight. It was a hammer of kami, meant to destroy any hope of victory. The predictive nature of the Sharingan saved him. Where he had barely noticed the curse move as a blur, this time he saw the grotesque fist move for his head. He tilted his head back and allowed his body to follow, almost falling flat backward before previously unused core muscles stopped him halfway and whipped him back up after the curse had withdrawn its fist. He twisted to the side to dodge one massive fist the size of his torso, cursed energy moving through his body and reinforcing both muscles, bones, and nerves. With his familiarity with chakra reinforcement, he took to it like a fish in water. He took a step to the side to dodge an overhead blow that cratered the ground and sent shrapnel at him and dust into the surrounding. A simple cursed energy-enhanced leap back took him out of the cover of the dust. He had barely gotten to his feet before a tail swipe flew out from the dust cloud. The curse was using one of the best techniques at hand in fighting an inexperienced Sharingan user by sheer dumb luck. The dust covered the movement of the tail long enough for him to be unable to react fast enough to dodge. For all his proficiency with chakra reinforcement, this was a body using the technique for the first time, young, malleable, and soft. It could not bear the strain of heavy reinforcement. Especially with his use of Amaterasu. 6 seconds into the fight and he could already feel the ache in his muscles, the creak in his bones, and the strain on his brain, forcing a mental acuity he could not keep up with. The blow hit him like a ton of bricks, slamming into his midriff and folding him along the width of the tail. He could hear his ribs creak at the blow, idly noticing one snap, but this was not going to be the end. He held onto the tail and followed the momentum of the attack before releasing it midair. High above the sky, he stared at it for a second. The dust cloud was dissipating. The creature had lost a hand and was in the process of losing another while the flames climbed up to its neck. It kept thrashing and rolling on the floor in a futile attempt at putting out the flames. But the black flames stuck close to it, its ever-hungry flames consuming and growing. Slower than if he had consciously nurtured it, yet faster than any natural flame had a right to. His blood-soaked hair whipped around him, pulled out of its carefully crafted bun due to the short yet intense high-speed combat. He fell back towards the creature, ready to risk it all. His left eye was open once more, another Amaterasu on its way before an oversized axe slammed into the creature fast and hard enough to send out a shockwave and sent it flying into a car with guts and visceral spilling out. He was caught mid-air by a calloused hand that folded his small body into a ball as he felt the impact of the person slamming into the pavement at bone-rattling speed, even with reinforcement. He looked up at his savior and noted the young face stuck in an empty scowl of the driver. The suited man kept his focus on the curse, watching it crawl out of the wreckage of the car. Its unholy screech unabated as the black fire consumed more of it. The stench of burning meat was familiar to a man that spent half his life in war. The driver seemed surprised at the sight before acknowledging that it won't be moving to him. When his eyes met Itachi's, he almost dropped him at the sight of his eyes. Itachi shrugged a bit, and he was let down to stagger for a second, while the driver kept a hand on his shoulder to stabilize him. He sensed the second person and turned his head to look behind him. Mao Mao, you Gojo sure are breeding terrifying monsters this generation. Takumi-san bill is definitely going up, the light blue-haired woman said with a soft smile and squinted eyes as she walked up to them, axe on her shoulder. The edges of her long black skirt were splattered with blood. The driver's grip on his shoulders intensified. What terrifying eyes on such a beautifully crafted face. How would you like to model and make us some money, eh? He kept up his stare as the woman dropped to a squat to stare at him with a big smile on her face, ignoring the driver beside him. A gasp for breath broke his focus on her as his Sharingan flicked to the crumpled form of Aoki. He made to stagger towards her in shock before a blur went past him to the maid and checked up on her. He had thought her dead. The sheer relief that single gasp of breath brought him could not be put into words. A soft smile had begun to break out before he heard the damning words. She's not likely to survive such wounds. The blue-haired woman pronounced after looking at Aiko. She turned to the driver, we are barely 20 minutes from the Gojo clan, correct? The driver agreed with a nod, an even deeper frown on his face as he had an idea of where she was going with her questions. I'm only barely good enough to stem her wounds with my reverse cursed technique. We take her there, and Takumi-san should be able to dash. The clan leader won't be bothered to break his isolation, just to tend to a maid, not even off the bloodline. The blue-haired woman made to say something before he interrupted. He would not lose her, anybody but her. He won't lose that one person he had grown to finally care for once more. He will, he stated with certainty. His soft voice broke into the conversation. They both stared at him, so he continued. Sharingan blazing in an uncontrolled spin and his voice cracked this time. He could not say what it was that caused it, anger, sadness, joy, fear. He was uncertain. He had gone through more emotions today alone than he had in the past 2 years. I will make him, he said it with the certainty of a man who knew the sun would rise every day. The blue-haired woman gave him a smile that, for some reason, he could tell was more genuine. The sound of sirens in the background broke the moment as the driver made a decision, sweeping him off his feet and moving swiftly to their car which looked remarkably untouched despite the destruction that surrounded them. He barely glanced at the ashes that were all that remained of the curse before he was deposited in the back seat, and the blue-haired woman followed him in. The drive back to the compound was a blur. The driver rode like a man possessed, swapping lanes and breaking speed limits that he knew for certain would have consequences. Yet he couldn't bring himself to care, not when Aiko's head rested on his lap and grew colder with every passing second. Their arrival at the clan gates was announced with a kick that blew off the car door. The blue-haired woman took Aiko out and matched up the stairs into the compound, him and the driver following behind. The driver made to carry him once more, but he refused, instead staggering beside him. Formally dressed clan members walked by and stared with varying degrees of surprise and sadness. It must not be a new scene. People walking into the clan compound hurt and broken from the monsters they went to hunt and rid the world of. A couple stepped in to help as they headed towards the manor in the middle of the clan, only to find a white-haired teenager standing at the door. Startling bright blue eyes stared at him, and out of reflex, he sent the minuscule cursed energy he had left into his own eyes. The flinch he got as a response was unexpected, and the bright smile that followed after was even more so. The teen made to speak before the door suddenly swung open behind him. He shut his mouth with a reluctant frown and an exaggerated pout, before stepping aside. He knew who he was even without a word spoken between them. Gojo Satoru. Clan heir, sole inheritor of the clan dojutsu, and all-round prodigy. He walked past him and stepped into the building as fast as his broken body would let him. This time there was none of the ceremony and fascination that surrounded his first visit. The moment he stumbled into the room, he immediately collapsed on the futon spread out opposite the old man. Blazing, swirling Sharingan set in an exhausted face clashed with neutralized set in a face that might as well be formed from granite. Heal her, he grasped out. His tone was commanding, certain, sure, pleading. You're hurt for someone that went to peer at the outside world, the monotone voice replied while his eyes stayed stuck on his red spinning ones. I'm not the one bleeding out and dying right this moment, old man, he let out in a grunt so against his nature, so unfamiliar to him, he nearly recoiled back. The old man said nothing and stared at him. He was about to crack before he finally spoke, so are you, he continued after an uncomfortable silence, yet you somehow managed to use your cursed energy to brace yourself in an act of curse energy manipulation I would never have expected from a child of 6, and I don't need the 6 eyes to see that. This time a raised eyebrow broke the uncaring facade. I can't lose her, he whispered out. That is no reason why should I bother with a mundane instead of focusing on you. The serenity in his words and his lack of hurriedness almost brought him to anger once more, but this time he held his emotions in check. Despite what he looked like, he was not a child. He was not prone to emotional outbursts even in his past life as a child, so something else must be fraying his nerves, causing him to lash out. Cutting the flow of cursed energy to his eyes and reducing his usage to nearly nothing, he stared at the clan head in silence. The words could not form. What reason could he give a sorcerer at the pinnacle of the world to bother with a mundane woman that he cared nothing for? The old man knew nothing of her radiant smiles or her boisterous personality. He knew not of the way she made sure to check up on him twice a night to make sure he was okay. How she always sneaked in sweets for him during his lunches after she discovered his sweet tooth. No, an appeal to emotions won't work here. The clan head was not necessarily wicked or cruel. He was just unfeeling toward the mundane. How many dead and dying people had he seen? Why should he care about one more? What was one more death of a mundane made to the hundreds of people that died every day? He knew the kind of experience that led to that thought process. He was intimately familiar with it. Yet he could not accept it here. Not when he finally found a reason to be happy. His nails dug deep grooves in his thighs as he looked at the clan head. His resolve solidified. He knew what it would come down to despite his efforts to convince himself otherwise. He was ready to sell his life once more. Ready to put everything on the line on the altar of sacrifice just for the opportunity of seeing a loved one spared a terrible fate. The old man saw the resolve in his steel-gray eyes and gave a sharp smile. He was asked a question that they both knew had only a single answer. Do you want to be a sorcerer? Chapter 4. The kid is a monster in the making. He observed with a big grin, while he spectated his little cousin fight from 500 feet up. A borderline relentless machine in combat. A kidney shot landed on the instructor like a cannon. A kick to the side of the knee had black-haired man stumble out of his guard. He watched as the little figure pirouetted on his feet and slammed a small fist into his instructor hard enough and with enough reinforcement to blow the man backward. The middle-aged man clad in a traditional-style kimono flipped and landed on his feet, only to look up and see a kick whipping towards his face. He raised a guard fast enough to stop it, but the little monster pivoted with the aid of the arm he used to block, to unleash another kick midair that sneaked past the instructor's guard and went for his head. The instructor tucked his head and raised a shoulder up in time to suffer a dislocation instead of a fractured skull. Using the single grip on his leg, the instructor spun on his feet before slamming the kid on the floor, hard enough to crack the solid slab of stone they fought on. The follow-up foot slam was dodged as the kid instinctively rolled to the right, to dodge a blow that cratered what was left of the floor of the arena. It was little things like that that tripped him up. That made the clan head hide in the shadows of the building to spectate the fight of a 7-year-old child. That forced the old monsters of the Gojo clan to monitor the fight, that made the other big clans send spies just for the sake of the child. The mutated six eyes that the clan had grown obsessed with over the past year. While its perception was not on the scale of the six eyes, it had proven to be more versatile. Case in point the predictive ability he seemed to display at odd moments. Jiki flipped to his feet and dodged a haymaker that was aimed at his head before it was even made, spinning to the back of the instructor in one fluid movement. He buried his elbow just below the rib cage, fracturing already sore ribs before slamming his foot into the back of the instructor and using the force of the attack to flip further back. Another thing about the kid was the sheer speed he displayed and what Satoru had taken to call killer's instinct. At this age, other clan kids were still being taught how to actually hit an opponent. Where other people hesitated or flinched unconsciously. The kid never did. He skipped that part of hand-to-hand training and moved straight to combat. The predictive abilities of his eyes coupled with his speed made him hit hard and fast. Which was fortunate cause for all his skill in cursed energy reinforcement. You can't reinforce a glad cup to be as durable as a diamond. He took the few hits that managed to get past his defense stoically and made sure to reply them with a vengeance. The 3 black tomo in his red eyes spun slowly as he sank into a crouch, his body shaking from the effort it took to sustain such reinforcement and the toll of the fight. In the eyes of the 15 visible clan members watching the fight, the kid must have seemed as tranquil as the seas themselves. But the 6 eyes laid bare the truth. The kid could not continue any further, yet the clan leader didn't call it to a halt. Despite his hands gripping each other behind his back tightly enough to crush granite. His face was a mask of aloofness. He had still not figured out the clan leader's love for the kid. Most people couldn't tell. He hid it well enough with the way he seemed to ignore the kid before he woke his eyes. The way he pushed him into such grueling training even as a child must have seemed callous to most. Coupled with the choice he gave him in order to save his maid. But Satoru knew better. Satoru saw better. A scared maid stood to the side, he knew her. At least was familiar enough with her over the past 6 months to say so. Her trembling was more obvious, the fear and worry in her eyes. In the half-aborted movements to Jiki, she made whenever he was hit. Yet she was even more powerless. To change anything. To do anything. The only reason she was even allowed this deep into the clan compound was because of Jiji. On her own, she was powerless. He stood above them all and contemplated the concept of power. On one side stood a man with enough power to end it, yet could not for duty shacked him. On another side was a woman with no power to truly do anything, change anything. What was life without the power to live it how you want? And what was the use of power if it couldn't be applied however one wanted? Satoru wanted to be free. Free of his clan. Free of the pesky higher-ups. Free to truly do whatever he wanted. It was one of the reasons he aimed to be the strongest. Yet what use was the title of strongest if he couldn't even do what he wanted? It was at this moment he came to a conclusion that would make him a menace to the higher-ups in the Jiu-Jitsu society for years to come. If he was to be the strongest, then was going to take advantage of that title. If the old man wasn't going to do anything, well, with the clasp of his hand, he flexes his cursed energy in a variation of his curse technique, blue, to eliminate the distance between himself and the kid. He appears beside the kid without a sound, yet the brat lashes out with a sloppy kick at his side. Nothing like his precise attacks from minutes ago. His foot stops an inch away from his spleen due to his application of Limitless, and he grabs the kid by the scruff of his shirt, holding him up. This has gone on for long enough. With a wide grin on his face, he teleports once more, appearing beside the maid before grabbing her by her waist. "I'm taking my cousin on a vacation, see you guys later." He laughs at the shocked looks on the clan members watching the fight, the frown on the face of the old monsters in the shadows, and the inconspicuous smile on the clan head's face. Before he teleports once more. Tatsumi POV. He walked out of the shadows leisurely, ignoring the surprised greetings and bows from the members that saw him. A quick hand sign sent his fellow hidden spectators ahead of him. Satoru's entrance still had them agitated, but he anticipated it in fact. After all, he would have been senile if he couldn't sense his own grandson's cursed energy from a paltry 500 feet up. It has been 6 months since the appearance of the eye that the clan has taken to call the Sharingan. A mutated replica of the 6 eyes. 6 months since the other clans had been trying to know more about the boy. Walking down the paved road to his manor, he considered the eye. 3 black tomo in a sea of red. There had been mentions of another form, the form that brought about the black flames. That burnt a semi-grade 1 cursed spirit to nothing in seconds. Yet the boy had refused to show them once more, citing blindness from overuse of the technique. How he knew about the blindness was not certain, but they had concluded it was instinctual. In the same way most people used cursed techniques. His musings ended as he got into his manor. Taking a side door, he traveled down a rarely used hidden stairway to end up in a chamber deep beneath the clan grounds. The chamber was barely lit, with shadows that seemed to move the more you looked. There were 7 seats in a circle, carved of the bedrock that surrounded them. 6 were already occupied, leaving the 7th one in the middle for him. He claimed it with a lazy stride, seating in a leisurely posture with his face resting in his palm. His second palm tapped his armrest lightly, and that was the cue to start. "He's progressing fast," an elder cloaked in a yellow yukata started, "faster than Satoru, and even better mannered," said another voice. The statement brought silence to the chamber. He knew it would come up. For all Satoru's obvious power, he was a hard person for the elders that rigidly held on to the old traditions to like. Even more so when he started testing the rules. Tugging at his leash like a dog seeking to know how far they would let him. Unfortunately for them, the length of the leash was way longer than they liked. The teen was bound to be the next clan head with those eyes of his. A calm alternative must have been a heaven sent for the more traditional members of the clan. The Zenin clan sent another envoy to talk about hunting territories. He disappeared during the recess and was caught creeping towards Jiki's house by Satoru, another voice stated in an attempt to move the meeting on. He let out an unnoticed sigh and wondered how long the meeting would last after the conversation restarted once more. He had a painting that had not yet been unwrapped in his bedroom waiting for him. Satoru POV. "So what do you do for fun, brat?" The kid briefly glanced at him before replying and staring back at a couple taking pictures beside a billboard. "Painting," the kid said with a soft voice. The contrast between both of them was ridiculous and uncanny. For all their similarities in features, their attitude and mannerism couldn't be further apart. He removed his glasses and stared at the sky in mirth with the back of his palm on his forehead. Was this how people saw him? His wide grin was straining at this point. They were in a park in the middle of Tokyo. He held a soda in his other hand while Jiki sipped from his cup of tea with his 2 hands in a traditional manner, while the scarred maid stood behind him and observed their interaction with a smile. They had continued the original exploration that was planned for him over 6 months ago. This time it was free of curses. The location of the maid near death was avoided and ignored, and they ended up here as the day got darker. The passage of cars, technology, and the clothes people wore seemed to hold the kid's interest more than he did. They had been at it for hours now, him asking questions. Questions that were answered with single words. "Do you see 360? He was shocked and quiet for a moment. Not because of the question in itself. After all, it was an easy one and one that had been noted down already. This was the first initiative the kid had taken all day. Pale gray eyes stared into his eerie blue. There was no fear, disgust, or inferiority in those eyes while they stared into his. He reminded him almost of Geto at that moment. Even the clan head had some level of greed when he looked him in the eye. Yet there was none from Jiki. He sat back up. Are we talking about our eyes now? His renewed interest in the conversation was replied to with a shrug that had the kid staring at people again. He was about to lose him. With an exaggerated sigh, he finally replied, yeah sure, when my eyes are active. Do you have a blind spot at the back of your neck? Your thoracic vertebrae to be exact. The question was not one he had gotten before, which made him actually activate his eyes to be sure. A shake of his head had the kid in an obvious thinking posture. What do you live for, Satoru-san? He raised a well-manicured brow in surprise at the rapid change of topic. I've heard of your goal to be the most powerful sorcerer in the world. With those eyes, it's more possible than not. Black and red eyes stared into eerie blue. But power for the sake of power. He looked at the kid again and had to reassess him. He had always seemed more mature for his age. Yet he was not the first genius. Satoru had been like him once. Genius. Aloof, quiet and withdrawn. Yet never this philosophical. With a soft frown he looked back at the kid and wondered how different things would have been if they were born together. They could have changed the world by now. Look around you, he gesticulated to the gathered people walking around. What do you think most of Jujutsu society think of them? The kid's reply was a frown. He had not expected a reply anyway. It was a rhetorical question. Subhuman, he spat out the word with annoyance and disgust. Simply because of lack of power. A lack of ability. With a soft shake of his head he continued, they forget that compared to people like me. Like you, they are the same. Yet that is not my biggest grudge with the society. It's the corruption. The very foundation of the Jujutsu society is flawed. You asked why I wanted to be the strongest. It is to have the power to make change and affect it. Single-handedly if I have to. He finished his rant with a deep breath. He had never expected to have this conversation, let alone with a kid. When he looked back at Jiki, he noticed a soft smile on his face and his eyes had reverted back to their dull gray. I've seen the consequences of unchecked power, Satoru-san, yet considering your motivations I don't think you'll go down that road. Those words gave him more comfort than he had to admit. Chapter 5. He was 6.5 when he got a ludicrous gift. His pale gray eyes went from the black eye wrap in his hands to the grinning face of Satoru. You're aware of the fact that I can't see past this, yes? His white-haired cousin's smile only got wilder. Before pointing a thumb at his own eye wrap. Common brat, try it on. We might discover a new part of your dojutsu. He gave a heavy sigh and tried his best to ignore the soft laugh Aiko let out behind him. If only he was born with the Byakugan. Then maybe, just maybe he could have given his whimsical cousin what he desired. Recalling old texts he had read from even older Uchiha outposts during his days as a missing nin. The obscure texts gave vague descriptions of a progenitor of both eyes. Giving the Uchiha and Hyuga a shared ancestry. Common kid, try it on. With another sigh, he gently wrapped it around his eyes, before sending a minuscule amount of cursed energy to his ears and nose. His attempts on forming rudimentary cursed energy pulses in a bastardized version of what chakra sensors did had hit a stalemate at just a meter away from him. The solution to the particular problem eluded him, for now. Yet even without his sight and complete chakra pulse, he knew his cousin's grin must have gotten bigger. The things he did for his family. Ghetto POV. Cursed spirits were like maggots. Slippery and always at the edges of your vision. Willfully ignored by the mundane till it was impossible for them to. He walked down an alley filled with the heavy tang of excessively spilled blood. The splashes on the walls of the too slim alley painted a grotesque picture that he felt oddly at home in. The hungry gnawing of teeth tearing through supple flesh in the dark was like a buzzsaw at a mill, but like everything that had to do with curses, mundanes were oblivious to it as they walked past the alley. Their disbelief a shield. Their lack of knowledge, an armor. His steps were unfortunately louder than he intended as he was stuck within his thoughts. A mistake that he would not abide a second time. The multi-limbed monstrosity snapped its neck back in a maneuver that would have killed any living thing, before letting out a screech that would have forced lesser men to run. He stared at it with boredom on his face as it jumped from the corpse it was feeding on. Hopping from wall to wall. In the tight confines of the alley he won't be able to summon his preferred curses. But against this juvenile, he doubted he'd need them. He let out a disgusted sigh at himself. What should have been an easy task was about to be dragged out. The cursed spirit must have sensed something cause it suddenly jumped even higher and disappeared above the alley. Yet he knew it was not gone yet. Just waiting. He had been hunting cursed spirits since he was 10. The only thing more alluring to cursed spirits other than special grace cursed objects were jujutsu sorcerers. The rabid desire to increase their cursed energy and metamorphosis into something greater than their ilk was like a hunger in them. An intense unquenchable thirst only matched by their hatred. Most jujitsu sorcerers had a rudimentary way of sensing cursed energy. It was mostly vague and could not accurately be trusted, especially in places where death or blood had been shed in copious amounts. It interfered with the ability to pinpoint others' cursed energy. So he waited, in the middle of the alley. Patience trained from years scouting cursed spirits. Stilling his outward motions, while his muscles were coiled beneath his baggy blue jujitsu high school uniform. A shift from above, the subtle clack of claws on brick behind him, and his nerves fired. He spun on his feet with an arm outstretched and repeated a mantra he has hated since he realized his cursed technique. Exorcise. Absorb. The lunging cursed spirits deconstructed before him. Its fanged maw set in a featureless face screeched at him with its hands outstretched, as a bubble of blue cursed energy deconstructed and forced it into a small orb before dropping on his palm. He looked at the orb in disgust. The condensed essence of a cursed being. A putrid blue that seemed to infect everything around it. He shoved it into his mouth, ignoring the familiar taste of a dirty rag used to clean up shit and vomit. It scrapped past his tongue and blissfully went down his gullet. He held the wall as he forced himself to stop the urge to vomit that viciously rose up. But this was not the first. It was hardly even the worst. Wiping the side of his mouth, he stood up straight. For all his hatred for his cursed technique, it was what made him stand shoulder to shoulder with Satoru, the strength he wielded. A phone call drew his attention away from the desecrated body a few meters behind him. He tucked his hand into his pocket before flipping the phone to his ear. Geto here. Geto-san, you've been assigned to a scouting job. 2 sorcerers have been missing for the past 2 days, Utaheim-san and Mei-san. He raised an eyebrow at that. Utaheim was a second grade, and not a particularly strong one in his books. But Mei was no slouch. A first-grade sorcerer with the ability and experience to back it up. The man on the phone continued. Your team is being dispatched, meet us at Hamamatsu District. The old manor in the forest. Larry-san would be with me. But I've called Satoru-san and he has promised to be there. Grunting an affirmation at the overly formal handler, he shut the phone and started heading to the bus station, hands in his pocket and back in a lazy slouch. Hamamatsu should be a stop away. Maybe this time he would get there before Satoru. The thought brought a soft smile to his face. 30 minutes later and he was walking up a broken cobblestone path that led deep into the forest. His cursed spirits had scouted ahead and informed him that there were only 2 people present. As well as a massive manor that radiated so much cursed energy he felt it from this far off. Bypassing the broken gate and getting to the front of the mansion, he was greeted by the presence of the glasses-wearing, corporate-dressed handler who gave a short bow, and a lazy glance and wave from Shoko who stayed stuck on her phone typing. Giving his own lazy wave back, he asked after a brief glance around for Satoru. He's not here yet, is he? He directed the question at Shoko, yet the handler replied. Gojo-san informed me he would be a little late as he was already preoccupied before I called. The reply drew a crease on his brow. A familiar soft sound of displaced air draws his attention and ends what he is about to say. Shoko and the handler remained oblivious to what happened. But he knew. He was familiar enough with Satoru's means of transportation to know he had arrived. What confused him were the amount of steps that came up the stairs. The confusion deepened when he saw 2 Satoru climb up the stairs, and for a moment he considered if he made a mistake swallowing that particular cursed spirit, before he realized the second person was way shorter than Satoru. The white-haired kid had his hair tied up in a bun similar to his with a few strands falling to the side of his face, while a black wrap covered his eyes. He wore a black long-sleeved sweatshirt, with a watching colored short as well as a pair of brown ghetto sandals. Satoru had a wide grin on his face as they all stared at the duo in surprise and confusion. What the fuck, was Shoko's eloquent opening. Her tired eyes finally left her phone to stare at the white-haired duo. When did the bastard multiply? Satoru's only reply was to grin even wider, with a hand on the kid's head. This is the new and improved Satoru 2.0. You all should say your hellos. The kid let out a sigh before shaking Gojo's hand off and smoothly transitioning into a formal bow. My name is Gojo Jiki, nice to meet you. At the mention of his name, he could see the tumblers click in Shoko and the handler's head. He had heard of the kid too, of course. For the title of once-in-a-lifetime genius, the Gojo seemed to breed them like rabbits. His rumored mutated 6 eyes were supposed to be the icing on the cake. Shoko pocketed her phone and walked up to the kid, introducing herself with a smile. I'm Shoko Larry, nice to meet you, she offered with a handshake, which the kid took with a soft smile of his own. Not to break up the moment, but we've 2 sorcerers missing and presumably dead in that scary manor over there. He ignored Shoko's glare and the whispered trash that accompanied it and focused on the kid who turned his head to face him. He had heard the kid's eyes were different from the 6 eyes. So how the hell did he manage to maneuver so easily with his eyes blindfolded? Mao, leave it to you to spoil all my fun. Satoru walked forward and stretched. Let me give you a peek behind a real technique, Jiki-kun. He turned his head behind him as he spoke. Before focusing on the building once more. The glow of his eyes gave him an idea of what he was about to do. It wasn't exactly a technique. More of a subtle application of Satoru's limitless. With a hand sign, he formed a blue sphere above the building. A second later he could feel the building shudder and tremor as old rain-beaten planks, windows, and bricks were broken apart and sucked up by a sudden gravitational force. The demolition of the building was fast. With the destruction of its barrier, the cursed spirit would be forced to face them in direct combat. He took a step back and prepared for the creation of a portal. The broken building stayed midair for a second before dropping along with a screaming occupant. Yutaheim. He considered the drop and the angle of her fall and deemed it an acceptable outcome. Moving to arrest her fall would leave him unable to act when the curse finally made its move. Shoko and the handler would not be fast enough to catch her. He didn't factor in the little white-haired missile that blurred past him fast enough to almost trigger his reflexive summoning of a special-grade curse. JIKI-POV. He had not expected to do much today. It was one of his rare rest days when he finger-painted with Aiko as his muse and assistant. But they had gone from preparing his paint to licking ice cream on the streets of Tokyo where he had spent the past couple of hours reacquainting himself on how to maneuver without sight to teleporting to a haunted house. When the call came in, he had requested to join. It felt like the perfect time to see actual jujitsu sorcery at work. Satoru was all too happy to comply, gladly talking about his teammates. Shoko and Geto. Shoko distinctly reminded him of a teammate he had during his Umbu days. But her technique, while important, was not something that interested him much. Geto's curse manipulation, on the other hand. Their introduction was quick and to the point, especially when the person he guessed was Geto from his voice highlighted the fact that they were here to save people. Then there was Satoru's subsequent destruction of the house and the scream that drew his attention. He moved. Instinctively. Cursed energy-enhanced muscle sent him blitzing past Geto and the still-shocked Shoko. The speed at which he moved loosed his eye wrap and he activated his Sharingan with barely any thought. A leap left the cobblestone cracked and sent him soaring into the air. Flipping midair, he landed in a crouch on a falling part of the wall that held pictures of an old couple holding each other. With his Sharingan doing the heavy work of calculating the angles of the falling building, he jumped off his perch, twisting midair in a feat to match any trained acrobat. He avoided debris mid-fall, and skipped off bricks barely bigger than a palm before catching the much larger woman in a bridal carry. The fall was easier and he angled for the area where he calculated the least amount of debris to fall. His reinforced feet slammed hard into the ground as he tucked his knee and braced as stone, wooden frames, and a huge slab of the wall fell around him, his position on the ground the sole exception. He had barely taken in the surprise and growing red blush on the woman's face with his single revealed eye before he felt the ground shake beneath him. A mud-colored hand broke out of the ground, pulling up its full body from beneath the earth. The accompanying roar from the curse's lipless maw sent his hair blasting back. He could feel his eye reacting to the new threat. The three tomo shifting and reforming into his Manjiko. A reflexive Amaterasu was halfway formed before an even greater monstrosity ripped the earth apart from beneath the monster. A white and green maggot-like curse that bit it in half. A hand on his shoulder stopped him from burning the two monsters to nothing. I'm not sure Geto would like you burning his pet all that much, accepting Satoru's warning for what it was. He turned his head to look at Geto. So this was curse manipulation. The earring-wearing teen looked at him with a raised brow and his body instinctively set in a stance. He had noticed the spinning of his Mangi-iko had that effect on people. Didn't think I'd be seeing you again so soon, kid. The familiar voice sent his eyes to a particular rubble where a familiar beautiful blue-haired woman sat with a soft smile on her face, as well as an umbrella that covered her head. Mei-san. Chapter 6. Following the aftermath of the past day and the standing invitation from Mei to come visit, Jiki followed his cousin and his classmates back to Jujutsu High. Which led to where he was now. With his awareness and Sharingan, he finally had greater control over the immense cursed energy that seemed to rage just beneath his skin, opening doors he had feared locked since his arrival. For all his prodigious talent in the shinobi arts, where he truly flourished was in the use of genjutsu. Imposing your own reality of the world upon others, with both brute force and guile. His Manji-iko established that with the formation of his Tsukuyomi. Yet where genjutsu took as much effort as breathing for him in his past life, in this new world he had to fight tooth and nail for every inch of progress. His problem boiled down to one thing. Cursed energy. Heated voices drew his eyes down to the court. He observed the white and black-haired duo as they argued their varying points about the weak, the strong, and their place in society on the basketball court from the stands while Shoko braided his hair from behind him. He understood Geto's point about looking out for the weak. After all, he had slaughtered his clan to protect the hidden leaf. Ninshu was created to protect and understand each other before it was corrupted into ninjutsu. Yet he also understood where Satoru was coming from. Why should the strong be forced with the responsibility of protecting the weak? Why give yourself an obvious shackle and handicap? With a shrug, he ignored the brewing argument and went back to his contemplations and experiment. Genjutsu was applied by sending chakra through one of the five senses and then hijacking the nervous system with the aid of the chakra pathways that sent chakra through the body. The Uchiha focused on visual genjutsu as a result of their blessed eyes. Yet unlike his clansmen, Itachi had a broader view of genjutsu. He was proficient in the usage of all five senses to entrap a target. Yet even he could not claim to be unbiased. The Sharingan made a difficult task borderline simple. Sending chakra through the opponent's eyes with the aid of the Sharingan was as easy as breathing and as subtle as a fish moving through water. In the elemental nations, shinobi knew that crossing eyes with an Uchiha was enough reason to try and flush out their chakra systems. The really good ones did it in a second, but for most, they never even had the chance to make an attempt. In this new world, genjutsu was not a known art, yet it was even harder to apply it. This was simply due to the nature of cursed energy itself, where chakra flowed in stable pathways that made ninjutsu and genjutsu easy to apply and manipulate. Cursed energy was volatile and arbitrary. As an energy source that came from negative emotions, it was capricious in its flow. The instability of cursed energy acted as a constant flush, therefore any cursed energy sent into another was disrupted by the opponent's cursed energy in a second. His contemplation was broken by the gym door sliding open, introducing the broad features of the principle of Jujutsu High. His frown berated the teenagers and forced them to cringe before he even said a word. "How long are you going to keep fooling around, you brats, and where is Shoko?" "Hiya," was Shoko's unenthusiastic response along with a wave. The broad-shouldered man sent brown eyes up to the stands, which widened in surprise as they met his spinning black and red. "Jiki-kun, I was not aware you were present," he sent an accusing finger at Satoru, which led the man's attention back to his wayward student. "You're aware that this is a high school, are you not, Satoru?" Satoru turned his head to the side and scratched it with an abashed expression on his face. With a heavy sigh, the principal continued, "Be that as it may, the higher-ups have assigned the two of you on a mission." A direct request from Tengen-sama. With a side glance at Shoko, he added in a softer voice, "Yet I don't think anything stops Shoko from joining you." "I'm sure they can handle it," she said with a wave while standing up. "Someone has to be responsible for the kid while Satoru is away." With a heavy shrug, he turned around and continued, "Come with me then, Satoru, Geto. We've more to talk about." With a quick wave, Satoru and Geto quickly put on their blue shirt jackets and followed him out. "Come on then, Jiki, let me introduce you to Nanami-san." He stood up in one smooth movement and followed behind her. He had an idea of how to go about working with genjutsu. All that remained was actually applying it. As for Satoru and Geto, they were strong, so he had no reason to worry about whatever clandestine mission the higher-ups had planned for them. XXXX. According to your instructors, you've been progressing fast. The old man sat with legs folded in a meditation pose in his dim cavern and faced him with his eyes closed. He gave a single nod of affirmation before the old man continued. "And yet we still don't know what your innate technique is." Opening his eyes to stare at Jiki with a placid and uncaring look, he continued, "For all your immense talent, blessed eyes, and potential, you're not compete till you've acquired your innate technique." He sat quietly and thought about his recent problem. His innate technique. He should have unlocked it by now, and yet he was still seen to be lacking. Few would say it to his face, and none other than the elders would acknowledge it. Yet, it gave reason for dissent among clan members who didn't like the apparent favoritism shown to him. He was not oblivious to the clan politics being played. He was aware of the two sides of the conflict, yet he was loath to play that game with them. He had played it once, and what did it bring him other than loss, misery, and regret? "I'm aware," he let out in his soft voice, "I feel I'm somewhat close to it, clan head. It should not be an issue for long, I won't disappoint you." "I know you won't, child," he agreed before standing up and walking to the edge of the room where a pot of tea and its accompanying cups lay, with the obligatory scolding done with. He walked back to him with a tray of tea and biscuits. "Tell me, how goes your painting of the sunset from the top of Mount Takao?" The old man said with a soft smile. Letting out his own smile for the first time that day, he shifted from his more formal Seiza position to a cross-leg position and started talking about one of the few things that really drew his interest in this new world while he took a cup of tea from the old man. "I've found the perfect color of blue for XXXX. The moment Shoko called him that Satoru and Geto were set to return and requested his aid in throwing a surprise welcome-back party, he contacted Aiko and requested a trip to Jujutsu High. He didn't have anything to do for the day. He was homeschooled in preparation for his Jujutsu High acceptance, and with his intellect, learning the advanced science had not been difficult, although he had no interest in furthering it. He had proved to his instructors he would have no reason to continue under their tutelage, thereby freeing up his schedule greatly. He had even heard whispers of him enrolling into Jujutsu High early, yet that was all they were, rumors. Their drive ended at the bottom of the long stairs that led to Jujutsu High. Aiko stepped out from the passenger seat and opened his door. He stepped out, and with a parting nod at the driver he turned around and started climbing, hand in hand with Aiko to her secret delight. By the time they had gotten to the top of the stairs, there were drops of sweat on his face. He cursed his infantile legs as they finally passed through the red gates of Jujutsu High. He felt the slimy feel of a barrier as he stepped past the gate. It was a feeling he was not sure he was ever going to get used to. His eyes saw the threads of cursed energy that reinforced the barrier and led further into the earth, Tengen-sama's work. He had not officially met the oldest jujitsu sorcerer yet, and he was not in a hurry to meet him. The man had lived for over 500 years, what was a couple more to him? Yet he had heard enough. Enough to know that he was the pillar that upheld the secrecy of jujitsu and curses. Shoko met them at the gate, rounding up her texting before flipping the phone and walking towards them. Beside her were the opposing frowning and smiling visages of Kento Nanami and Hibara Yu. "They're almost here," Shoko started as she walked closer to them. With a quick ruffle of his hair, she led them deeper into the school and to the gym. XXXX. He was on the ladder hanging balloons over the gym door when the sound and an accompanying flare of cursed energy hit. A loud boom that sent shockwaves as far back as the gym. An attack, inside the school. Were his first thought. Impossible. He dropped to the floor as he felt even more cursed energy fluctuate, a cursed energy he was familiar with. He didn't even need to exercise his rudimentary sensor abilities to tell the owner. Satoru. To his surprise, Nanami was already halfway through the door by the time he landed. He had underestimated the blonde-haired teen. He had not let the shock of the incident faze him while Hibara and Shoko were still frozen in surprise. Pushing them out of his mind, he was only a step behind Nanami. With cursed energy reinforcement, he blurred past him. His smaller physique lent him more maneuverability, his immense pool of cursed energy, and his precise manipulation granted him a boost in speed that left Nanami as an indistinct visage behind him. Satoru was hurt. He could feel it in the way his cursed energy recoiled and fluctuated, and yet he was still fighting. Fighting something that his senses could not pick up. He was barely a minute away from Satoru when he felt his cursed energy disappear. Impossible. Satoru was the strongest. With a reinforced leap, he vaulted over the manor that covered his sight from the last location where he felt Satoru's cursed energy. Desolation. That was all his eyes could see. The area was a mess of debris, blood, and a body. Where lines of houses once stood, now there was nothing but rubble, with an elevated platform that held up a body. A body surrounded by fly heads. Common cursed spirits that were no danger of their own. So why was a body beneath them? A body that his eyes told him was still, perforated heart buried in a torso bearing a large gash that had torn past the pectoral muscles, ripping aside layers of muscle, fat, and bone to split a torso in two. A body that had a gaping stab wound in the weak side at the top of the skull. A body that his rudimentary sensor abilities told him was leaking cursed energy while some amount of cursed energy lingered. A dead body, he had to admit after trying to deny the inevitable for so long. A dead body that looked so much like him. A hoarse voice called out a name as he stared at the body. Satoru. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. A hitched breath and an aborted movement to grasp at his cousin was all he remembered as he stared at the body for longer than he knew was wise, especially when the killer was still out there. Red eyes imprinted the image of white hair soaked in blood into his brain. The original shock had swiftly turned to horror, and horror to rage, rage to wrath, and wrath to cold apathy. He would have time to grieve. That time was not now. Detaching and suppressing his emotions behind the doors he learned to form during his time in Black Ops. He analyzed the bleeding form on the ground. A loud explosion of sound and pressure shook the earth, drew his attention from Satoru for what felt like the first time in days. The continuous explosions and vibrations forced him to tear his eyes from the body and turn towards the inner parts of the school. With a stomp of his feet, he moved, leaving the body behind for Nanami and whoever came after to deal with. Geto's cursed energy acted as a beacon to his location. A location he knew his cousin's killer was present in. He had blood to reap. XXXX. He's too late to stop the first swing of the sword. He could only watch. His eyes caught the blur of steel as it cleaves through Geto's chest at insane speed. The splash of blood covers his attacker's view for a split second, yet he swings the blade a second time. Knowing the perfect angle to cut and eviscerate him. He's not too late this time. He bursts into the falling corridor and stomps on the falling blade, a katana, he notes, with his left leg, diverting it and forcing it into the wooden floor. With a twist of his hips, he spins and slams his right shin into the surprised man's face, hard enough to crack skull and pulp brain, sending him rocketing back out of the falling corridor and into the ruin that used to be the tombs of the sky corridor. With one swift movement, he picks up Geto and leaps out. Landing a few meters away from the collapsing structure. Huh, what is this? The little monster is present too, waving off dust. The muscular man walks out of a hole in the building he was buried in. Cracking his neck as he eyes him up. He scrutinizes his cousin's killer with cold, empty eyes. Black hair and eyes, a scar at the lip, approximately 6 foot tall with a physique that screamed unbridled strength. Durable enough to take a hit without flinching. No cursed energy emission or residual. Feet are spread out in a casual way that seems languid. He remembers the speed that almost bisected Geto into two. The resilience that allowed him to survive a reinforced kick to the head and a trip through multiple buildings without a scratch and comes to a conclusion. Close combat against him would be suboptimal. A glance back at Geto's bleeding form reinforces that fact. Yet he didn't have a choice. A quiet one. Or does that have something to do with the dead body of your cousin you passed? Hate. Blazing red eyes met placid black set in a face with a sharp smile that was all teeth. He sent his cursed energy through them. Few genjutsu were as good as the one in his right eye. And he had enough hate to fuel this with sheer brute force. Tsukuyomi. He felt his eye split and morph into its Manji-Iko form. Visceral illusions at the tip of his tongue. The cursed energy slipped into the men, and when it found nothing to hang on to, it leaked back out of the men faster than it slipped in. No cursed energy instead of absolute control. How? He accepts the impossibility of the situation, adapts and moves on, still looking for a weakness to exploit. With a step forward, the men continued, unaware of how easily this fight could have ended. I'm not here for you, brat, move aside. You killed him, didn't you? He didn't realize he had spoken till the men gave him a surprised look. It had not sounded like his voice. That tone, devoid of all inflection. When last had he been heavy with such anger that he was forced to shut down his emotional responses? Shuzuyu's death. Revenge then, the surprise transitioned into amusement, valid as any reason I guess. With a shrug the man moved. He was forced to admit he had underestimated the scarred man's speed. With a blink of his eyes his vision was covered by a forearm. Fortunately, the man had also underestimated his eyes. The Sharingan predicted an opponent's movement by reading the flow of chakra/cursed energy and the subtle twitches in muscles and body language. The man's lack of cursed energy made it harder to predict his movements, but not impossible. He saw the lariat coming, but even with his vaunted speed and reinforcement, it took all he had to dive beneath the outstretched forearm. Rolling to his feet he spun and unleashed a left hook into his opponent's back, but the man had stopped his own momentum with a disgustingly powerful feat of strength and resilience. Slamming his feet hard enough into the ground to crater it, he twisted his hips and lashed out with a kick of his own. The two attacks hit simultaneously. Where his blow sent the scared man staggering a step back, the kick sent him flying back in an ironic reversal of what happened barely a minute ago. Idly noting the bruised rib, he flips mid-air and lands, then lashed out with an instinctive kick that forced the men to block in surprise. He had gotten too close too fast. This close, he moves into his opponent's guard, burying two cursed energy-enhanced blows into his left kidney, before sending a knee strike at his groin. The man takes the hit stoically with a grin, before using well-muscled thighs to block his knee. Transitioning into another style that was better suited for how close they were, the man sent an elbow at his head. He raised his forearms to block, ready to bear the attack, before it hits him like one of Lady Tsunade's blows. But this time it sends him skidding backwards toward the remains of the corridor where a sword hilt stuck out of a wooden floorboard with heavily bruised and fractured forearms. The strength of the first attack was not a fluke. The man is slower to react as he expected him to go flying, but he had learned from the first attack. This time he sent cursed energy into the ground to anchor himself. Blocking another attack like that would render him useless, he idly takes note of his shaking hands. He forces his hands to stop. Pain is an illusion, locking it up in that deep hole in his psyche. He would have time to feel it. After he left his opponent choking on his own blood. His attacks had enlightened him on the sheer resilience of the man's physique. Since hand to hand is out, he reaches out and grasps hold of the hilt, drawing the sword and holding it two-handed. He goes through the hundreds of sword forms in his head and finally settles on one. His left shoulder ahead blocking the view of the sword, stance low and his lead foot bent while the back foot was outstretched. Sending his cursed energy into the sword, he releases a heavy breath and settles into the stance. Dance of the Mad Four-Armed God. Form 9. His opponent looked at him with a tilt of his head before blurring forward again and an even wider smile. A blurred kick is deflected with the side of the blade faster than his opponent expected. Form 7. With his opponent off balance for the first time, he takes a step forward, blade singing in his arms. He swings down aiming to cut the leg at the knee. A palm sends the sword to the side leaving only a shallow gash on the thigh. His foe had recovered. Form 4. He deflects a blow that sends a crack down the blade and bruises his wrist, and pirouettes around the follow-up elbow strike, moving to his opponent's back before swinging the blade into his neck. The man in another disgusting feat of strength and flexibility twisted his neck fast enough to grab the blade by his teeth before biting down. Enamel against steel should have been no competition even with reinforcement. Steel broke. He skipped back and noted his now shortened blade. A Tonto style then. This time he doesn't think as much. He shifts his form into one he was very familiar with. Leaf-style Willow. Form 1. XXXX. Against his cousin's killer. There was no time to think. No time to plan. Against his inhuman speed, the only tools at his disposal were his eyes, instincts, and the broken blade in his hand. The fight was a whirlwind. His opponent's movements too unpredictable for him to use a Martaresu. His attack pattern relentless. His stamina even after going through 2 previous battles seemed untouched, and even with his eyes on his opponent, all he could do was react. A blow snuck past his guard before burying itself into his rib. The pain of the originally cracked tube breaking from the impact fueled his resolve to bury the blade into the overextended arm in a desperate bid at cutting the forearm. His exertions forced only a wince from his foe as inhuman muscles flexed and stopped the blade from going in further than an inch while gripping it in the same moment. He released it and rolled backwards, dodging a kick that would have sent his head off. He had started flagging. For all his immense cursed energy, his body was just too young. Unlike chakra, cursed energy was too volatile. It was not as suitable for a still-developing child to stress. He looked into his opponent's eyes and the bright grin on his murderous face as he ducked under a fist and lashed out with a kick to his diaphragm that sent him into the air. He realized something. The men enjoyed the fight. The thrill. The pressure of a life lived on the knife edge. The bloodlust. The opportunity to indulge in combat for the sake of it, and for a second he saw a familiar blue-skinned man in his place. It resolved back into the black hair and black eyes of his opponent with a blink of his eye. The kick had propelled him into the immense tree that lay at the center of the Tombs of the Sky corridor. And the man had dug his hand into the tree to keep himself aloof. This was the first true respite he got since he stopped Geto from going the same way as Satoru, and that was all he needed to slow down his perception enough to think. For the first time, the man was stationary. Unmoving. Amaterasu could end this immediately. He considered it for all of 0.2 seconds before discarding it. The man had leverage in a platform. With his reflex and speed, he could dodge the black fire before it finished emerging. What he needed to do was draw him close. With a glance at the man's serene breathing pattern, he had to admit what he had suspected earlier. The man was holding back. He had seen his cousin's body. 2 different blade wounds. One on his head and the one that almost split him in half. None of them came from his discarded katana. One of the 2 mystery blade was what pierced Limitless, especially with his lack of innate cursed energy. The how was ambiguous, but the capacity for it existed. And yet when he looked at the men he didn't see a single weapon, other than the purple segmented cursed spirit with a baby's face that lay coiled around his torso. Enhanced perception and a precognitive sight, those are what your eyes offer, are they not? He looked down upon him as he spoke, yet you're hamstrung by a body too young and too weak to keep up. If you were maybe 10 years older, maybe this would have been a challenge. Releasing his grip on the tree, he landed on one of the thick knots of ropes that bound the tree and stared down at him with a tilt of his head and a knowing smile that reeked of arrogance. Yet I have to admit you're skilled. More skilled than jujitsu sorcerers 5 times your age. For all his bloodlust, the man was more analytical than he expected. He had to buy time, both for reinforcements and for his own risky plan. He never thought it'd come to this. He had naively believed that he would never be truly challenged in this new world. He was wrong. He had not trained as hard as he could. He had forgotten that to protect what you want in any world, you needed strength. Now he was forced to make a choice he would rather not, yet he knew he would anyway. All he needed was to catch his breath and start twisting his cursed energy into what he desired. Immense strength, resilience, speed, and reflexes at the cost of your cursed energy. How is that? With a raised brow, that man considered his question. You're really a child, aren't you? To be unaware of a heavenly restriction. With the way you fought, I could have mistaken you for something else. A groan and movement a few meters behind him drew both their attention to the limp form of Geto forcing himself to his feet. He watched as the amusement and interest bled from the men into a soft frown that sent a chill down his spine. I don't suppose you'll just close your eyes and let me go, would you? His flat-eyed stare was all the reply the man needed. With another crack of his neck, he continued. Would rather not kill a kid barely older than mine, but you're not giving me much of a choice. An arm or a leg then? With what you've shown so far, I'm sure you'll make do. With a soft smile and his arms spread out he continued, my name is Toji. Toji Fushiguro. Don't forget the name of the men you're supposed to have your revenge on, you little monster. A blood-speckled whisper came from behind him. A whisper that saved him from losing an arm. A whisper that let him know the side of his body to protect. The cursed spirit. That was the only reason he looked to his right the moment Toji disappeared from his sight. The sheer speed the men had displayed earlier was ridiculous. But this was inconceivable. Without being able to read his cursed energy even before he moved, for the first time in both lives, his perception failed him. Appearing mid-air in front of him while drawing a one-edged broadsword with a fur hilt from the purple curse's mouth, Toji let out a bastardized Lado swing that aimed for his shoulder. He felt his cursed energy dip to dangerous degrees. Now. The broadsword was slowed down by the manifestation of a red spectral clavicle and scapula that formed above him. The swing only stopped after parting through 3 red ribs before halting a few meters from his actual shoulder. The dispersed force of the strike turned the area beneath them into a crater, sending him to his knees and blowing the struggling form of Geto and the collapsed buildings away. He could not say who was more surprised as he stared into shocked black eyes and could see his own expression reflected in them. He could feel the dip in his cursed energy, even as naked muscles formed around the skeleton torso that protected him instinctively. With the drain from his Susanoo, he knew he only had enough in reserve for one last strike. The gambit had paid off. Toji was stuck midair with no leverage for his immense speed. With a whisper, he unshackled his hold on the black flames, Amaterasu. He only had a spare second to watch the flames spring up on Toji before his vision blurred with a spike of excruciating pain that traveled from his eyes to his brain before he was finally sent crashing into the ground head first. Yet his hearing was clear enough to hear Toji's howl of pain before he was sucked into the empty embrace of unconsciousness. Chapter 8. He was alive, how? The clash of blades and the splash of blood on stone forced him to blink his blurry eyes. He could feel himself bleed out, feel his lips grow cold as his life-giving blood leaked out of his body at a slow and steady pace. He forced himself to think through muddy thoughts. What did he last remember? A sharp grin on a scarred lip, black hair, a baby-faced cursed spirit spitting out a sword, then a shock of white hair. Satoru? The thought brought a degree of comfort till he remembered the conversation that led him to this point, bleeding out and hallucinating. Why were you here? Why? Ah, you mean that. I killed Gojo Satoru. Was it a lie? He tried to force his broken body up, to help in holding off the monster. His body failed him. He could barely twitch. Was this how he died? Face down while someone else fought to protect him. A finger twitched as the sound of blades clashing and concrete shattering moved closer to him. Was this how he was going to stand at the top with Satoru? He'd promised him they would be the strongest jujutsu sorcerers. If Satoru was dead, then he would make sure to take the bastard that killed him down with him. This time he moved more than a finger. He spread his bruised palm flat on the ground and forced his body up with more grit than he remembered ever having. Ignoring the excruciating pain that came with his defiance, he finally raised his head up and watched the impossible. His savior was a little over 4 foot tall. White hair held in a bun like his and blood-red eyes. Jiki, how? The kid deflected a blow that sent shock waves through the broken corridor, dodged stomps that cracked concrete, and retaliated with the smooth confidence of a killer. A monster. He had heard the rumors. But watching the 4-foot-tall kid flip over an outstretched fist before swinging his sword and scoring a slash on the monster's forehead, then using that same fist as leverage to jump backward, all in one smooth movement sent a cold chill down his spine. His sight blurred once more, and when he managed to blink it clear he found himself leaning against broken debris with Jiki's back to him. The way he stood lightly and slightly hunched over broken ribs let him know he had missed the last couple of seconds. They were talking now, and he barely heard the name Toji. The sorcerer killer. He wanted to bark out a laugh. The sorcerer killer. The Zenin clan lost hound. Of course, who else would have taken a mercenary contract like that and done this to them? He needed to get up. If he did nothing, Jiki was going to die. He knew that for a certain. Pushing himself off the debris, he went to a knee and drew what little ember of cursed energy he had left and fed it his anger, his shame, his hate, and he watched it spark into a bonfire. When he looked up ready to sell his life dearly for Jiki, the sorcerer killer moved. He only had time for a warning before he was blasted backward after a flash of red and white. The screams wrenched him out of blissful unconsciousness. He came to once again, this time in the arms of a 4-armed scaled curse spirit in a turtle position, Oniken. With a tap of his hand, the curse unfolded and dropped him on the floor, where he held onto it for balance. When he regained his balance, the scream had stopped, and he looked up to see the sorcerer killer was looking down at one of his arms on the ground as it got buried in black flames. He was wide-eyed, gritted blood-speckled teeth, and with one hand on the stump of his forearm trying to hold back the blood that gushed out from the field amputation. Yet even with that, Geto knew it would if the men decided to turn on him, he would die. Simple as that. Ignoring him and the grade 2 cursed spirit beside him, the man stared at the fallen form of Jiki, still wrapped in the rapidly fading form of a red-colored torso for a second before leaving in a blur of black. Letting out a heavy breath, he staggered forward with the aid of the cursed spirit beside him, sparing a simple glance at the fur-hilt sword the man had left behind, before kneeling to access Jiki. The armored torso had dissipated completely without a steady source of cursed energy to fuel it, and his body lay cold, yet he heard the short jerking breath of someone holding on to his life. A glance at his face turned his blood to ice. Jiki's eyes were white. Pure white, with barely a circle distinguishing the whites and the pupil with blood tracks running down his eyes. He refused to consider what it might mean, making his summon lift the boy gently, and in bridal carry, they stumbled out of the tombs of the star corridor. XXXX. JIKIPOV. He woke up to darkness. Long ingrained habits override the instincts to jerk up. He counted to 10 first, and when he was certain he was awake and not dreaming, he spread out his senses. His skin felt the soft grip of cotton that wrapped around his eyes as well as the one clothing him and an even thicker piece that covered him from his toes to his chest. He also noted a light pressure on his thighs. His nose picked out the sharp scent of antiseptics, industrial-grade cleaners, and dried blood along with a slight tang of zunda and cream kikifuku. His ears distinguished 3 heartbeats, his steady cadence, an erratic beating heart belonging to the person resting ahead on his legs and the slow heartbeat walking farther away pushing what he assumed was a trolley. His physical senses told him he was most likely on a hospital bed, the smell of zunda and cream kikifuku brought to mind Satoru. But that was impossible, Satoru was dead. The forever fresh image of his cousin lying dead with multiple stab wounds in his throat, head, and chest forced an unconscious spasm. He sat up with force and braced himself a second later for pain. He sat waiting and waiting for the pain to hit, and after 5 seconds he had to admit that for some reason he couldn't feel it. "Jiki." A surprised voice called out. A voice he had grown to know and care for. Impossible. He was dead. His 3 Tomo Sharingan had noted the unmoving chest as his heart lay still inside a broken chest cavity. His eyes couldn't lie to him, they won't. Frantic hands reached up and ripped off the bandage around his eyes. When he opened it anew, he could barely see the blurred form ahead of him. Blind. He was blind. 2 lifetimes and 1 affliction. He could feel the hysteria form in his guts. Blindness. His composure broke. He could feel his hands reflexively scratching for his eyes once more. Why? Why did he always have to lose something? Why did he always have to make sacrifices? Had he not tried his best, what more could be asked of him? Soft hands gripped his thin wrists and stopped them from scratching his eyes out. "Jiki, I'm here." This time the voice was lacking the previous surprise and held a soft firmness that forced his hysterical breathing to subside, yet he could not believe it. "It's me, Jiki, big brother Satoru is here. I'm all right and you will be too." The statement was punctuated by one hand leaving his wrist and dragging his head closer, letting their foreheads touch. The familiar movement calmed him, and this close, his sight allowed him to see the blurred form of blood-streaked white hair and luminescent blue eyes. And for the second time in 2 lifetimes, Jiki let himself cry, holding onto Satoru in a death grip as tears streaked down his face. XXXX. The tearful reunion was broken by the click of the door opening ahead of them, and like clockwork, Jiki could feel his walls form up again, slower than usual, but by the time the 2 footsteps stopped at the foot of his bed, his face had a placid facade of apathy. The only sign of what happened barely seconds ago was the tear tracks lining his face. "Heard you guys talking while we were outside, decided to give you guys the chance to hash things out a bit." He noted the voice as Shoko's. A soft ruffle of hair and jerk of motion that he swiftly categorized as a nod, came from the next person, who he guessed was Geto. "How are you feeling, Suguru-san?" he asked politely as he turned his face to the man he last remembered was halfway dead. "Better than you, kid." There was something about the voice that triggered him the wrong way. Was it the intonation? The hollow tone behind the words? The false casualness? He was not sure, but he was certain something was wrong. A blur of motion and a muted shout let him know Shoko had smacked Geto at the back of his head. The action brought a soft smile to his face. Maybe he was the one ascribing thoughts to where there was none. What about the men? Toji Fushiguro. Those words killed every sound in the room. His ears picked up the sudden increase in heartbeat and palpitations from Geto and Satoru. He could feel Satoru's grip on his hand tighten for a second before it relaxed. "He escaped," was the simple answer he got from Satoru. He stared back at Satoru with empty white eyes, waiting for something more than that. This time it was Geto who finally spoke up and broke the silence. "After you blacked out, he cut off the hand your technique caught, then he just up and left." He gave a forced casual shrug that Jiki noted from the sound of clothes ruffling at shoulder height. "Satoru woke up and found you half dead, and he's been by your side since, while we've looked around for him with not much luck." He was still alive then. His mask of placidity almost broke a second time. Toji had lost a hand, but he had aimed for his head. Amaterasu's manifestation was immediate, and he was too close to dodge. He should have caught the black embers on his face first, yet somehow the monster had managed to dodge back while still being fast enough to cut off the hand before the flames spread. Yeri, perceiving the mood sink even lower, clapped her hands loud enough to drag the 3 of them out of their funk. "In other news, we've got good news and bad news for you, Jiki-kun." With that said, she walked over to the other side of the bed before pulling out a chair and sitting beside him. "What do you want to hear first?" He noted the sudden cheer in her voice. With a tilt of his head, he picked the good news. "You can regain your sight." The word sent his back ramrod straight, before he relaxed back into the bed. Silent as a doorbell. Not even Lady Tsunade could have promised him that. The curse of the Manji-iko lay in the eyes deteriorating the more it was used. In this case, it had happened faster than he anticipated, which he attributed to cursed energy and his age as well as the simultaneous usage of Amaterasu and Susanoo. The only cure for the blindness that followed was the implantation of another eye, while simultaneously depriving the other person of sight. "How?" His voice came out a whisper. "Reverse curse technique," came the cheerful reply. I got confirmation on scanning your eyes through Satoru briefly going over to the Gojo clan and kindly requesting for you after they took you from ghetto. He interpreted that to mean Satoru leveled 1 or 2 buildings and forced them to give him up. He could understand their position. They believed the Sharingan was a mutation of the Six Eyes. Insight into it might prove insight into the Six Eyes. Letting that kind of information outside the clan must have felt heretical. He would have to try to smooth out ruffled feathers whenever he got back to the clan. The pathways that lead from your brain to your eyes are heavily degraded. Most likely due to a sudden and heavy surge of cursed energy. Luckily for you, there are few things the reversed curse technique can't do, healing your eyes is not one. Especially in the hands of the most talented reverse curse sorcerer Japan has seen in the past century. She bragged easily. With a quick ruffle of his head, she stood up and started heading out. The bad news is that, even with my help it won't be easy. Your eyes are unique. The pathways are different, with entire sections seemingly made out of cursed energy. But with Satoru's Six Eyes manipulating cursed energy while I heal, it won't be impossible. She grabbed Satoru and dragged him off him, while Geto came around to pull the struggling Satoru's other arm. We'll give you the chance to rest. Plus you've another guest who has not left your side for the past week. As they stepped out of the room, someone else stepped in. The heavy tang of salt and water as well as rough breathing gave him an idea of who stepped in. With a soft smile, he looked towards her crying form and called out softly, Aiko. She ran for him before slamming into him hard while gripping him tightly. He ignored her disheveled appearance considering he couldn't see much of it and hugged her back just as fiercely. Chapter 9. He woke up face down in a pool of drool and his own blood staining the futon. He tried lifting himself up and almost stumbled at the action. He shrugged off the cloth that had been spread over him and raised an eyebrow as he looked down at the stump of his arm. The memory of the fight came back easily to him. He remembered stumbling to an apartment, before dropping right at the entrance. How did he end up on a child-sized futon? He looked up and saw the sleeping form of his son tucked into a blanket and lying on a chair overlooking him. Megumi. Please take care of Megumi. That memory, the voice cracked something in him. Looking at the kid reminded him of the little monster he fought. He let out a sharp grin as he immersed himself in that memory. The pain of his missing arm seemed to disappear as he let himself go. What he would have given to continue that fight. He had noticed the white-haired boy's technique get crisper. His blows flowed smoother even as his body tired. It had felt like he was sharpening a steel blade that had let itself rust. The drip of blood passing through a roughly applied tourniquet drew his attention back to the present. It was the work of a split second to clench his muscles tight, seamlessly stopping the blood flow to the arm. A quiet shuffle and an ineligible murmur drew his attention back to Megumi. They were about the same age, he noted, judging by the height, maybe a year or two difference. He would be giving him up to the Zenin clan soon. Please take care of Megumi. He shook his head in a futile attempt at forgetting that particular memory. He smoothly transitioned to his feet and walked out of the room. He was not certain of that choice again. The Gojo clan had made a monster of the kid, and while he had never given much thought about he was certain she would not have approved of his choice. Please take care of Megumi. Now, he was even more sure of that. He walked past a sleeping face that bore so much resemblance to hers and unintentionally sped up his walk out of the room. If anyone was going to make a monster of his son, shouldn't be him. This was why he stayed away. He couldn't bear being reminded of her every second, every day. Yet when he was at his lowest, this was where his legs brought him to, and the kid had replaced his original bandage of a ripped shirt, even if his was messily applied. He stepped into the kitchen of the apartment. Turning on the tap, he stuck his head under and allowed the water to wash away the grime that had settled on his face overnight. A side door opened, and he spun around in preparation but was met with the surprised face of Tsumaki as she stared down his one-handed, bruised, and battered form. He faced her with a smile and smoothly moved the kitchen knife he had swiped behind himself. Where's your mother, Tsumaki-chan? XXXX. AIKO. Despite what the majority of the people who came across Jiki in recent times thought. He had no issues with being blind. Other than an initial and short-lived distaste of it. Ever since his eye wrap had become a semi-permanent feature of his. He had seemed to pick up on moving without sight just as well as he did even with access to his eyes. She watched attentively as he smoothly maneuvered around a table that he somehow knew to be there, picked up a paintbrush he knew to be a darker shade of red, and splashed it along his canvas. His furious strokes might have been mistaken as him putting his anger at his condition into his art, but one single look at his unchanging expression that still managed to bear a soft smile put that motion to rest. He dropped the red brush and picked up a blue-colored one, before returning his focus on his painting. She placed the cup of tea she'd made in the kitchen beside his brushes, and he grabbed it, took a sip, and dropped the cup back on the tray in one smooth movement. The two additional maids and guards that had been assigned to them ever since his run-in with the sorcerer killer stared at the impossible scene in front of them with a gobsmacked expression while she forced herself to hold in a laugh. She looked back at his canvas, focusing on the rapidly forming images of two people who had similar features. One in a black and red robe, the other in a blue and white as they clashed with a backdrop of red and black that she suspected were eyes. She felt the laughter die in her throat. The image managed to provoke a feeling of grief, pain, and sadness in her, and this was it just halfway done. She looked down on his white hair and soft smile as he continued with his masterful strokes. In another life, he would have painted all he wanted. They would have shared tea, cookies, and sweets as she praised him for his beautiful paintings before rushing him off to have his bath and rinse the paint out of his hair. Unfortunately, this was not that life. The phantom pain that she felt in her right rib disabused her of that fantasy. He was no longer only the sweet boy who kissed her on her cheek or held her hands when she felt down. The clan had seen what he could do, what he could become, and they made every effort to forge him into becoming their blade. His recent injury only slowed them down as they allowed him the chance to rest and recover, pending when he was healed completely. All this was because of her. If only she had the grace to die that day, maybe dash. Her thoughts were cut short as she felt a soft and slightly calloused paint-stained hand slip into hers. She shook her head and glanced around, noting the envious gazes the new maid sent her way, the apathetic one the guard replied her with, before finally looking down at him. He stared up at her with a soft smile on his face. He had noticed her turbulent emotions and stopped his painting to soothe her. Aiko. He spoke with a leading question. She shook her head before realizing he was still temporarily blind. He gave a sudden smile as if he somehow knew what she did. I'm okay, Jiki-kun, sorry for distracting you, she replied with a subservient nod. His reply was cut off as his head snapped to the entrance of the outside gazebo they rested in. A few seconds later a man dressed in the more traditional style of the clan climbed the stairs. With a glance at them and a deferential nod at Jiki, he spoke. Miss Yuri is here to see you. With a swift nod of his head, Jiki turned around to put his tools back in order, but she stopped him when he was about to start washing the paint off the brush. Leave it to us, Jiki-san. She gave him a firm nod, before gesturing to the two other maids. While they both had years on her age-wise, she had served Jiki since he was born and few would dare pull rank on her when Jiki had favored her so heavily. Especially when it was an open secret the clan leader called on her about his progress. She stayed behind as Jiki and the guard walked towards the main clan compound. As they walked away, she felt him grow even more distant. His movements smoothed out and the walls formed once again. She could not help him there, in the battles he would face. But she could always make sure he had a comfortable home to get back to, a place where he wouldn't have to be one of the next clan head candidates and simply be her little Jiki. With that last comforting thought, she stiffened her back and turned back to the two maids, directing them to clean up his outdoor studio. XXXX. Shoko. Letting out a heavy sigh, she breathed out and stopped her cursed energy from reconstructing itself from negative to positive. She took her hands off Jiki's head before letting out a heavy yawn and stretching her back. Jiki took it as an invitation to sit up, his bone-white hair falling down his shoulders, giving him a soft and fragile look. She almost stretched her hand to pull on his cute little cheeks before stopping herself. She remembered the damage his fight with the sorcerer killer did to the tomb corridor. Jiki was no fragile child to be cuddled and pampered. He was usually a bastion of stoic apathy most of the time, so very unlike his cousin. A strand of hair fell over his face, and he puffed up his cheeks to blow them away, revealing gray-white eyes. She let out a short giggle at the scene before walking behind him to help him pack it up in the bun he preferred, although she realized his hair was getting too much to keep it tied up for long. Improvements? She asked, ignoring his cute frown. He turned to face her before looking around the room that had been assigned to them. Some colors, he said, slowly stepping down from the bed he had been resting for the past 2 hours. The brown of the floorboard, the white glare of the bulbs, and the soft brown of your hair. He finished looking at her. The charmer, she let out a soft smile before finally giving in to the urge and pulling his cheeks. If you're done then, Yuri-sama, her smile swiftly adjusted into a frown at the kimono-clad men who stepped up to them. She knew of the 4 others who stood guard outside, waiting for the slightest threat from her. They wouldn't have tried this if Satoru was here. They would not have even dared come anywhere close, but alas, Satoru was busy chasing the tracks of the sorcerer killer while a thoroughly disillusioned Suguru had up and gone rogue. Letting out another heavy sigh, she noted she had been sighing more often than usual. Bring out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. She started to walk back out. Jiki only needed 3 more sessions, and she was sure he was going to return to being the child that made the other clans worry so much about what the Gojos were feeding their children. Unfortunately, he had proven inept at the reversed curse energy technique just like his cousin had originally, which was of course certainly in no way her fault, not a chance. Thanks a lot, Shoko-san. She waved him off and continued walking out, before remembering the gift she brought him. Here, take this. She rummaged in her pocket for a second before finding and tossing him the small package. Suguru sent it over. A thank you gift for saving his life back then. The throw started to go off course before he snapped his hand out and grabbed the package midair, without even looking. She ignored the uncanny spatial awareness and athletic feat that she was certain was above hers before hustling out of the room even faster. She was not sure how Jiki would take the news of Sugura's deeds, and she would rather not be the one to tell him. Let his cousin face the drama, what she would give to watch it with popcorn in hand. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. If you want to read 3 chapters ahead, check out my Patreon. Freddy SZN Patreon. XXXX. He could not say how it began. Where the care and love he had accumulated in this life began. No, that was a lie. Looking to his side, the smiling and clapping bright-eyed form of Aiko dispelled that notion. He knew the catalyst for this change. He had lived his past life surrounded by expectations and responsibilities and ended it reviled, hated, and alone. The knowledge of how he helped end the war was left to a single person. He begins this new life surrounded by family. He spots Satoru slamming the conical birthday party hat on the blonde head of Nanami. Friends. Another glance to the side, and he spots Shoko bearing a smile while pursuing Yudahime and looking surprisingly less tired than usual. Mei sat under the shade, drink in hand, and stared back at him with a half-lidded gaze and a soft smile. All this was because of her. She was the one that pulled him out of his torpor. Stayed by him during the few nights when that particular deed came back to haunt him. She was the one that made him truly embrace this new life he had been offered. He thought back to how the day started before he found himself surrounded by family and friends in a random park in Tokyo. XXXX. He had just finished washing himself. After denying Aiko's aid for the 7th time after she tried to help him, she finally took the hint and left him to himself. Then she suddenly came back to help him a few times, stating his newfound disability, but he had disabused her of the notion that his lacking sight suddenly made him useless. Stepping out of the bathtub, he stretched his hand and took the towel from its stands, drying his hair and body. He forced his hair into its bun and idly noted its increased weight. He would either have to cut it soon or change the way he carried it. Going to the clothes he knew were spread out, he swiftly touched the 2 fabrics and noted Aiko had spread out 2 different styles. One was a formal-style kimono with a matching haori and a different-styled hakama. The other was a more casual oversized shirt and shorts. It was not a difficult pick. He stepped out in the oversized top and shorts and noted Aiko must have been waiting outside for him, wrap in hand as well as a small box. His eyes had been getting better ever since he started the reversed curse technique healing sessions, but he still covered it up on Shoko's orders. The eyes were still sensitive, and stressing them would render all the work she had put in useless. Shoko-san has set up a new location for your last treatment. So it was not going to be in the clan compound, he mused while putting on the matching black earrings Geto had gotten him. That was not surprising. The clan had grown very protective in a very stifling way ever since his injury, and outsiders like Shoko had borne the brunt of it. Where will we be going? He started to walk out as he asked, heading towards the door of his modest-sized building with preternatural awareness of his surroundings. The door was opened by someone his senses had noted was the driver, with his sharp-edged curse energy residual, as well as his steady heartbeat and the light scent of apples. Shiba Park in Minato City, Tokyo. A park. He noted the absence of his other maids and extra guard and realized this must have been planned, especially if they had also gotten the clan head's approval, and they were not just sneaking out. The car was opened by the driver, and he made his way in, before shifting further in and giving Aiko the chance to sit beside him. He was curious still. As soon as she was seated and the driver had moved to his seat, he continued, "Is there any special reason why the final treatment is being done in a park?" He could not see her, but he could hear the way her neck turned to face him. "Today is the 9th of June, she answered like that made any difference. Okay. He knew she kept her head staring at him with what he assumed was a puzzled look on her face. The same puzzled look he was certain was mirrored on his. She snapped her head forward and ignored his leading question, which was even more surprising than anything that had happened today. Giving up and letting the mystery remain what it was, he closed his eyes and let his head rest back, allowing himself to sink into the blissful nothingness that was sleep. XXXX. They walked into the park hand in hand. He could hear the joyful shouts of children as they ran around, as well as the heavier steps that were always behind them. Parents, he deduced. As they walked further into the park, he realized they were moving towards a more isolated location. The sounds from the park gradually shifted from dogs barking, children's laughter and nervous parents fiddling with heightened heartbeats, to the sound of birds chirping, leaves ruffling, and the soft whistle-like sound of the wind passage. A flex of his cursed energy noted only one person ahead as well as his driver a few meters away. Farther than he expected. Hiya Jiki, ready to finally lose those eye wraps. The person he had sensed shouted as soon as they got close, Shoko then. So this was not some elaborate attempt at an attack or kidnapping. He let his tense shoulders relax before giving her a formal bow. Shoko-san. I'll be forever grateful for your aid. On, my cute and formal little Jiki-kun. How the hell did you and that bastard Satoru come from the same family? The change in tone brought a smile to his face. He was directed to lay down on a blanket-covered portion of the grass, and with Shoko's hand on his head, he felt her go to work. He objectively noted Satoru's absence once more with a soft frown. Something had been going on for the past few months. Something bad, something relating to Geto. Yet they were intent on keeping him in the dark for some reason. With those thoughts in mind, he felt Shoko's positive cursed energy flow into him. It never seemed to stop surprising him how similar to chakra it felt, especially compared to negative cursed energy. He could feel it travel through pathways before stopping on his eyes and sinking into them. They stayed like that for close to an hour, and Jiki could feel his optic nerves connect and strengthen. Feel the great blots of nothingness that covered his vision most of the time gradually clear up. And with a great sigh from Shoko, he knew she was done. Rising gently, he moved to remove the eye wraps that were surprisingly not taken off this time around, but he felt Aiko's slightly calloused arms stop him with more strength than he expected. Relinquishing his grip, he felt her hands move to the eye wrap and gently loosen it. The immediate spike of multiple cursed energy signatures around him sent his instincts into fight or flight. Were they hiding behind a barrier to ambush them? He immediately shifted his eyes from its dull gray form to its three eyes Tomo. The sudden clarity of vision nearly brought tears to his eyes. The sight of Satoru, Mei, Nanami, and Yutaheim with bright smiles on their faces with a big cake in the middle did. Happy birthday, Jiki. This image was something he knew he would never forget. The purity of the memory would forever remain untarnished thanks to his blessed eyes. Aiko dragged him by his hand and forced him into the festivities. XXXX. How's the new eyes, Jiki-kun? He looked up just as Satoru plucked down beside him and rested an arm around his shoulder. This close to his cousin, he realized this was the first time they were meeting in over a month. His eyes noted the dark circles under the teen eerie blue eyes, as well as the flushing of his cheeks that indicated his intoxication. Satoru had been very busy since he was acknowledged as a special grade sorcerer, and the burden of those expectations seemed to weigh heavily on his slim shoulders, especially with the disappearance of Geto. What VE you been up to, you look tired, he countered. Mau, traveling around and putting the more pesky curses down, Satoru answered with a comical flex of his arm. Knowing him, he probably decimated them with red while he watched them flail against Limitless with a grin on his face. His cousin's first option in combat hardly ever came down to close quarters. I heard about that, how's that been? Boring mostly, Satoru answered before lying down on the grass. Jiki gave a glance at the grass before joining him to watch the skies. Few real special grade curses to actually prove a challenge, it's been mostly hordes of weaker second or first grade curses. With the rare rogue sorcerer. Rogue sorcerers? He asked with an amused voice. The name brought back memories of his time as a missing nin. For all his early education under the clan and his tutors, a lot of deeper details seemed left out. The heavenly restriction of the sorcerer killer was one. Now rogue sorcerers. If he was a less trustworthy person, he would assume the clan was keeping details away from him, but objectively he knew it was one of the things he was expected to learn when he got to Jujutsu High. Mostly self-taught sorcerers, sorcerers that follow the old ways of master and apprentice, or sorcerers that refuse to join the Jujutsu Society. The higher-ups deem them rogue and generally blacklist them from a lot of opportunities frequently offered to sorcerers. He gave a thought to the situation. Blacklisting an entire group of sorcerers would only force them to go dark, purposely creating an underworld community of Jujutsu sorcerers. He wanted to call it stupid, but he also had to admit he had little to no knowledge of the wider world. Why are you filling my cute little Jiki's head with such dreary topics on his own birthday? Mei-san interjected. He had not even heard the blue-haired woman's movement, despite the way she always seemed to saunter around. He's going to be the next big bad special grade sorcerer like his big cousin. I'm only getting him ready, Satoru answered with a fake pout. Special grade. A weird and vague system of ranking that the Jujutsu Society seemed to have. A grade system that went beyond just the people but cursed objects, cursed tools, and the cursed weapons they fought with. Starting from grade 4 to grade 1. Then there were the special grades. From the little he had been taught, they were not necessarily the strongest. They were just built differently, their abilities scaled outside the more rigid structure of Jujutsu grading, and all of them seemed to possess a spark. A spark that always preceded them, a spark that made them better than most, a spark that spoke of greatness. A spark that he supposedly possessed from birth. Something he didn't care much for, he had to admit. It's lonely at the top, you know, Satoru finished in a more subdued tone. He looked at his cousin and changed his mind on the spot as he remembered the particular conversation they had a few months ago. He might not care for it, but his cousin seemed determined to change the way the clans and Jujutsu Society worked in general. He reminded him of another idealistic cousin he had in another life. A cousin he failed in the end. It was going to be different this time, he promised himself. He was not going to fail, not again. He didn't know what prompted him to speak the words. What made power sink and reverberate into them as the words left his lips. Why those words forced the world to stop for a moment, but he said it anyway. With all the conviction formed from 2 lives of struggle and bloodshed, he made a promise. You won't be for long. The moment he uttered them, the world seemed to hold its breath. He could feel multiple eyes snap to their location. Chirping birds went silent, while summer winds stopped stirring up the grass. The clouds stood suddenly stagnant and refused to continue their unearthly voyage among the sky. Eerie blue eyes stared into sinister red, and at that moment they knew that come rain or high water, come disaster or tragedy, neither of them would ever have to face it alone, ever again. Never felt the world bend and fold over for a binding vow like that. May broke the moment with a focused stare that she aimed at him from her usual serene facade. If it was anyone else I would have laughed in their face and awaited their funeral, kid or not. But he's not just anyone, is he? Satoru broke in and he looked to the side and realized everyone was looking at them with wide eyes. Satoru continued heedless of the ridiculous look everyone was giving them. Mad with laughter and joy, even the heavy feeling that seemed to weigh so heavy on him seemed to have disappeared. He is my little cousin. With all the commotion happening around him, he only had one real thought in his head: what the hell was a binding vow? Note: Jiki's birthday was generated by a QQ reader. Mike held Gabriel, June 9th. Finally done with the prologue arc. Seat tight. Chapter 11. 6 years was a lot of time to grow, Jiki realized in hindsight, as he looked down at the broken figure of his latest challenger. His perception of time and ability per age group had always been heavily skewed, considering how fast he developed in both lives. As a child, he had always been weighed down with responsibilities, forced to develop faster and mature quicker than his peers. This was the culmination of that experience. Sweat slowly slid down his back, forcing his long bone-white hair to stick to his clothes. Spreading out his preternatural spatial awareness, he took note of the way they looked at him, even as he stood above the broken body of the supposedly strongest Gojo of his generation. He let his eyes wander back to the older teen. There was nothing notable about him other than his white hair and green eyes, which signaled his bloodline was as pure as it could be without him being Satoru. If this was the caliber of sorcerers the Gojo clan was producing recently, he could see why his awakening was so celebrated. Acknowledgement to where it's due, the older teen had been the most resilient he had fought so far, with fiery green eyes that spoke of some kind of grudge against him. He could not, for the life of him, care, although Aiko had taken to giving him dossiers on the noteworthy clan members, and he recalled the older teen used to be something of a genius before his awakening. Envy. Envy-fueled tenacity had pushed the older teen to last for so long against cursed energy-enhanced strikes that broke bones and sundered flesh. The teen had stood indomitable. Jiki could give him that if nothing else. 6 years ago, he would not have gotten past his fourth opponent. That was how horrible his stamina used to be. He would have struggled to land a real deliberating hit if he had ever managed to get this far. He would have left the spar with bruises and fractured bones. Now, the only bruises on his form were on his knuckles from trying to break past his defense. Any other challenger? The aged voice of old man Tatsumi, the former clan head, called out. Jiki sent roving scarlet eyes out to see who would take up the challenge. Most turned away before he got to them. A few met his placid stare with furious eyes. He noted they were the people more allied with the traditionalists from Aiko's reports. It seemed like his consistent success was grating on them. Was it because he had been vocal in his support for Satoru, despite their obvious desire to prop him against his cousin? Had they really believed he would allow himself to be a puppet for them, fighting their narrow-minded shadow battles as a sacrificial pawn? He mused as he stared back at them. He'd had enough of that to last him 10 lifetimes. I will exchange instructions with Junior Jiki if he'll have me, an older voice called out. His eyes moved to the side, and he stared down the older man who decided to take up the challenge. Gojo Tanaka was one of Satoru's generation. At 24 years old, he was believed to be one of the most talented people born of the clan in recent times. His mastery of the inherited limitless technique was notable, even without the accompanying 6 eyes, and was unmatched by few save for the elders. Old man Tatsumi gave him a look, waiting for him to approve or reject. With a 10-year age gap, he had the right to approve or disapprove of a spar against the older man. Going into this fight, he and everyone watching understood he was going to be disadvantaged, especially with the restrictions the clan had set on his usage of Amaterasu. Yet this particular sparring ground was called the Segura Blood Furnace for a reason. Named after the great ancestor, and for that reason, spars here were bloody, rarely turned down without bringing great dishonor, and death was never a surprising result. The supposed goal was to sharpen the younger generation in times of peace, and the heavily weathered platform was supposedly over 1,000 years old. To win 9 fights simultaneously had only been done once. Aiko noted that Satoru had walked out that day laughing at the broken form of the opponents he left behind. That was the day that truly cemented his cousin's place as the greatest sorcerer in the clan. Jiki had won 8 fights so far, and he knew if he wanted to make sure his vow to Satoru was upheld, he would have to stand side by side with him. Matching his record here was just going to be the first step. He sent his scarlet gaze down to the particular man waiting for him. His short white hair framed a strong and chiseled jaw, with a heavy-set brow and light blue eyes. His rugged features were set on the bulky frame of someone who was used to taking hits and dishing them out in return. With his classical features of a Gojo, and his derivative of the same limitless technique as Satoru, Jiki was certain he had been groomed as Satoru's replacement in case his cousin ever fell. Jiki tensed his muscles all at once, holding the stance for 5 seconds before releasing them back and enjoying the short euphoria that passed through him at the lessened tension on his body. Shrugging off the already sweat-soaked Yukuda, he allowed it to bunch up at his waist as the sparring gi he tied on his waist held it. Exposing a physique that had no business resting on a 14-year-old boy, he spread out his leg into the familiar form of the four-winged crow kata stance with one arm forward that called for his opponent. Come. His opponent sent him a sharp smile before quickly moving to his feet and walking up to the stage with a sense of swagger and confidence that bordered on arrogance. Jiki stared him down, knowing this for what it was, a setup. It was a plan to reduce his standing in the clan, and he was certain his opponents before now had all been curated to tire him out, reduce his cursed energy output, and then send in someone he would struggle with. He had been prepared for it and sprung the trap carelessly after he decided to undergo his forging. He had a plan of his own after all, and it all hinged on a technique that required little cursed energy and immense control. Immense control that he had refined and focused on over the past 6 years. Begin. The spar started with a blistering pace. His opponent ran at him full tilt before lashing out with a low kick aimed at his legs to cripple. His eyes predicted it for what it truly was, a feint. So he ignored it and leaned back to dodge the real attack, an uppercut that went for his jaw. Noting his ability to predict and dodge, the older man immediately transitioned from strikes to grabs. Moving closer and taking hold of his arm. Jiki moved even closer, planting a foot on his opponent's front knee, putting a stop to the forward motion. Before whipping out with another kick to the man's side. A kick that stopped 6 inches away from his ribs by the man's application of the limitless technique. He forced his sweat-slicked arm out of his opponent's grip just as a palm strike was thrown at his chest, a palm strike he dodged by spinning around it and burying 2 solid blows into the man's rib and leg, both of which were stopped by limitless. The man was slow and careless, Jiki observed as he ducked past another wide blow and a desperate grab at his hair forcing him to twist his neck to the side. His false infinity festered an unwarranted pride in him that made him ignore the use of blocks and dodges and focus solely on heavy blows and feints. Their plan was simplistic. He was notably the fastest in the clan, factor in the way his eyes could predict his opponents, and he was easily faster than Satoru even. So they had tired him out with consecutive fights, then set him up against a bruiser. Jiki had to admit that he never had much expectation about hitting the older man. His blows and attacks were probing to see just how good his limitless actually was. A limitless he found wanting. When he had gotten all the data he needed, he jumped back. Despite the way he paced himself, he had never been built for endurance. In his past life and this. After 8 consecutive fights, he was undeniably tired, and his heavy breaths were noticed, judging by the even sharper grin the men sent his way. Tired already. He ignored the older man's taunt and allowed him his false confidence. His usage of the neutral form of limitless was good, very good in fact, especially without the aid of the 6 eyes. But it was not perfect. There was only so much space his limitless could divide without the superhuman perception granted by the 6 eyes. Which meant there was only so much force his seemingly invulnerable barrier could disperse and slow down before something got past. He relaxed his form, sinking his cursed energy into his body in a way that he had not done often. He felt his cursed energy snake past skin and blood, to reinforce his muscles and tendons, the way it streaked around his bones and nerves soothed him, bracing them against what was to come. He had enhanced his physical form in a way that few could match, yet that was just in preparation for his actual plan. The men walked towards him casually. Content in his belief that without his Manji-Iko, he could not break past limitless. So Jiki sank into an even lower stance, bracing himself against the ground. The older man's reply at his turtling up was a charge and another telegraphed-wide haymaker aimed to bash his head in. This focused, his Sharingan predicted the movement and he ducked under the blow with little effort. In one smooth movement, he sent his left foot forward and felt the force of the step crack the sparring ground, before twisting his hips and putting all his coiled momentum from his legs to his bruised knuckles inside the single most impressive punch he had ever thrown in this life. The blow landed on the flawed infinity between them, stopping short a few inches away from his chest. His opponent's reply was a grin down at him. The pinpoint explosion of cursed energy that landed at the exact same second the blow landed changed everything. He could feel the monstrous force of the blow hit the limitless space between him and his opponent, sense the way the flawed limitless struggled to divide space continuously till it just couldn't anymore. The moment limitless had a limit to how much space it could divide. It broke. The recoil hit Jiki, but he was braced for it. He was forced to take only a step back, further cratering the ground while his hair was blasted back by the wind. His opponent had no option but to take the remaining half of the dispersed force of the enhanced blow to his chest with his eyes wide. The conical force that blasted out of the blow decimated and destroyed everything in its. The arena was obliterated from a few inches away from him, and only the hastily deployed barrier of old man Tatsumi had stopped the spectators from becoming a casualty of his feat of strength. He let out a heavy breath and straightened his posture before watching the result of his work. The building the spar was occurring in was missing a full section, having caved inwardly, while a full half of the arena itself was nothing but sand and debris. A slight trembling from his limbs drew his attention down to his right fist. It was not perfect, he muttered to himself as his right hand shook with pain from torn muscles and strained bones. Even with the reinforcement he applied, the enhanced strength technique he used required a level of conditioning that he never bothered with. His hair finally settled in the wind, before falling and spreading out his back. He looked back up and noted the fear and horror that the spectators looked back at him with. He let his eyes search and found the broken and still form half buried into the wall, and he felt nothing. Winner, Jiki, old man Tatsumi noted with a bored tone and barely perceptible smile on his straight visage. His unruffled form stood out against the multitude of people that were coated with dust. Jiki sent a respectful nod his way before turning his gaze towards the elder's seat. They were the only other people fully spared from the damage he caused. Where the majority of them had a respectful or thoughtful look on their face. One older woman, in particular, sent him a hate-filled glare. He shrugged the look off and started walking off the cracked platform. He had wiped out one clan before. If he was forced to once more, maybe Satoru would even celebrate it. XXXX. Knock, knock. Jiki, come in and take a seat, he called out as he kept on serving the tea that he just finished making. The door opened, and Jiki walked in. He was losing the soft features that came with childhood, Tatsumi noted. Truly growing into his mother's sharper features. White long hair flowed down his back in a ponytail and a tranquil look. If he was not present, he would have found it hard to believe he was the same person who had shaken the foundations of the clan barely 12 hours ago. He was dressed in a baggy long-sleeve sweater that covered his newly bandaged right hand and a matching pair of black shorts, with a pair of black slides he left at the door. Following behind him was the soft black-haired and amber-eyed form of his maid-turned-seneschal. Few would dare treat her like a true maid in the clan, despite how she made sure to wear the black and white maid outfit every day. It was what she carried in her hands that interested him. You managed to finish it then? He asked as he finally sat down opposite the kid, before taking a cup and sipping his own tea. The night before the forging, forgive me for not bringing it earlier. Enough with the overly formal pleasantries, brat, he said as he dropped his teacup and looked at the now smiling young teen. I'm no longer the clan head, we don't have to bother with that facade. I assume Aiko is the one carrying it because of your hand. The boy's smile slowly transitioned into a frown as he brought up the arm to stare at it. It's temporary, the technique still needs a bit of work. The slight movement made his arm tremble for a moment, and his frown deepened before smoothing out into his regular look. Another technique the boy had created in his off time, it was a technique that let Jiki display a strength of arms even he found it hard to wrap his head around. At this rate, the boy would be showing his teachers new ways to apply cursed energy by the time he started Jujutsu High. I'll give Shoko a call B-. He cleared his throat and gave the brat the stink eye before speaking. You would go to her, even when I'm here. Unfortunately, I do not have any more 6-year-olds to offer up as payment for your specific brand of healing. He almost broke the cup in his hand at the accusing tone the boy lashed him with. He instead gave him a flat look that forced the normally calm teen to look away and focus back on his tea. Puberty. If he was being honest, he didn't blame the brat. I do not regret it, you know, he replied as he lessened his grip on the teacup, before giving a glance at the frozen woman behind Jiki. If we had to do it over again, I would make the same offer. And I know you will accept it once more. Hate me for that if you will. He returned to taking a sip of his tea. He did not blame the brat for holding a grudge for this long. For all his maturity, what did he know of leadership, of watching his storied bloodline degenerate? Watching a clan that was known to be descended from Michizane Sugawara himself suddenly decline in a generation with only one pillar to prop it up. He had seen the chance to add another pillar, and today had proven him right beyond any reasonable doubt. If by some chance something befell Satoru, Jiki would be a solid replacement. Whatever comes after that would be the burden of whoever was the new clan head. He hoped one day the boy would understand that. Tatsumi-san, a soft voice suddenly spoke up, cracking the built-up tension, your package. He looked back up and noted this was the first time the girl had ever taken the initiative in a discussion, and to interject when the mood was so low just to draw attention from Jiki. She wilted as she met his gaze, suddenly shrinking back behind the brat. In other news, Elder Kahori has requested you be punished for destroying a sacred heirloom of the clan, he said, shifting the conversation away from choices made in the past. A huff and an uncharacteristic chuckle from the kid finally broke the tension. Any relation to the recently deceased Tanaka-san? He was her grandson, Tatsumi noted with an approving nod. The kid might not have liked it much, but he had a firmer grasp of clan politics. More than Satoru had ever bothered to learn or pick up. I should be expecting some form of retaliation then. She wouldn't dare, not while I'm around, and not while Satoru is still the clan head. And the punishment? The kid asked while picking up his tea, with his left hand. Tatsumi noted. 2 days of seclusion. It'll give you the chance to contemplate your part in the death of a loyal member of that clan, he stated with an exaggerated wave. They all knew that it was no real punishment, even the facade of it was only possible because Satoru had traveled out of the country. By your will then. The brat took his last sip of tea before placing it back on the table and standing up. Collecting the package from Aiko, he balanced it on a single hand before passing it on to him. With a deferential nod, he spun about on his feet and walked out, the maid trailing behind him as an ever-constant shadow. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. One of the startling similarities between his past life and this was the people's love for hot baths. He was never one for vanity, but after spending 2 days in solitary confinement, the opportunity to soak in the hot bath was as heavenly as they come. For the first time in years, he allowed Aiko to join him, although restricting her access to getting the grime out of his hair and soaking it in copious amounts of shampoo and soap. So you think I should cut it? He asked in lieu of starting a conversation. His question was met with uncharacteristic silence, and he forced his eyes open to look up at her. Her short black hair was let down to her shoulders, while her wolf-like amber eyes seemed duller than usual, with stress lines vaguely like his lining her face. Aiko, he called out once more, gently this time, snapping her out of whatever fugue held her attention. Are you all right? She briefly shook her head in an attempt to physically disperse her thoughts before seeming to realize what the motion meant, then rapidly transitioning into a nod that brought a chuckle to his lips. Sorry for spacing out, Jiki-san. What is wrong? He asked again, this time sitting up and turning to face her, letting the lower half of his body remain hidden in the fog of mist and water that covered his private bathhouse. Nothing serious, Jiki-san. I'm just a bit tired. He noted the lie for what it was but ignored it, turned back, and sank into the water after giving her hand a tight squeeze that brought back memories of the first time he woke up as Gojo Jiki. When she was more comfortable and ready, she would open up to him, and he'd be there to listen whenever she wanted to speak. I was asking about my hair, do you think I should cut it? Even he wasn't sure why he left it to grow out so much. But if he had to guess, it was because Aiko enjoyed braiding it back for him whenever she had the chance. It looks really good on you, Jiki-san. But I saw your last match and your opponent's attempt to grab at it. If he managed to get it, I don't want to think about what might have happened. He considered her words. His last fight against Tanaka was one of the things that reminded him of the danger of letting it grow out. There were plenty of advantages and few real disadvantages to cutting it. Knock knock. They both turned their heads to look at the door. Come in, he called out as he sensed the cursed energy of the person who knocked. The brown-haired figure of one of his newer maids came in with a deferential bow. Your ride is ready, Jiki-san, and we've called ahead to let Shoko-san know we're on our way. Okay, he replied succinctly, and she gave out another bow before shuffling backward and closing the sliding door. He glanced up and saw the look Aiko sent the maid. He had originally planned on sending them off after his recovery, but Aiko had disagreed, citing their aid in taking care of the household and allowing her to focus on his person. He had not seen fit to argue it. With a sigh, he forced his way out of the calming hot water, ignoring Aiko's brief squeak of shock, in amusement. She passed him a towel which he quickly used to wrap around himself while forcing out the water in his hair. At this rate, he might just go ahead and cut it. Drying the hair out, his right hand briefly spasmed, and it took all his 20-plus years of training as a shinobi to stop himself from letting go of the hairdryer. Despite how smooth he wished to be, Aiko saw through the deception and moved forward to help him, forcing it out of his unwilling grip. She stood behind him and started drying the hair. His eyes trailed back down to his scarred right hand, it had never healed completely. In between his pride stopping him from receiving help from old man Tatsumi in his immediate seclusion, the hand had been left unattended to, and it was only his inhuman fortitude and his immense control of his body that stopped it from getting any worse. His hair done with, they moved to his dressing, swiftly picking out another black sweatshirt and shorts combo, ignoring the pointed stare Aiko was sending to the more formal style yukata. With that done, they left the room, taking the short walk to the car. XXXX. The car stopped just outside a medium-sized hospital deep in Osaka. During the drive, he noted the lack of any real cursed spirit worth the name, the fact that there wasn't a single one to be seen around the hospital itself, despite how it should be a breeding ground for them, told him that either Shoko had not slacked in her training, which was highly unbelievable, or most likely she had strong-armed someone from Jujutsu High to do it. He stepped out of the car, ignoring the looks and stares he got for his long white hair, and walked into the hospital, Aiko trailing behind him. Sending his senses and cursed energy out in a pulse, he picked up her location along with a visitor's own that brought a smile to his face. He knew who exactly she strong-armed now. Taking the short walk, he sent a simple genjutsu at the nurses who tried to either talk to him or stop him from walking even deeper into the hospital. So far, his genjutsu had proven to only work effectively on non-sorcerers or the few that were immensely weak-willed, and even then it wasn't for long. The rough flow of cursed energy inevitably broke the hold the genjutsu had. The secret to it was following the flow the same way a ship followed straight behind massive waves to avoid capsizing, and people with less cursed energy generally had smoother flow. His reworking of chakra techniques was going at a steady pace. At this point, he realized it was a marathon, not a race, and was okay with it. His walk ended up with them directly at a door with a small placard indicating her office with her name on it. He gave it a quick knock, ignoring the rapid movement and chuckles from one of the two people inside. Opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Shoko halfway out of her chair into the window, intent on throwing out the half butt of the cigarette she held in her hand, while Satoru sat on a chair on wheels, moving about with a carton of juice to his lips and a wide grin. "Jiki-kun. You miniature bastard." The simultaneous cries created a smile on his face. "I heard you got past your forging with a bang," Satoru began, spinning his chair to face him. "Sorry I wasn't around, there was a hunger deity that was giving the higher-ups some problems." "It's okay, Satoru, it was nothing much." "Nothing much," he says, just after drawing attention from half of the Jujitsu Society. "Goddamn brat," Shoko barked out as she leisurely walked back to her seat to continue her smoking. "Are you allowed to smoke in a hospital, Shoko-san?" he asked, playing up his innocence and ignorance. "Doesn't matter, you brat, next time don't just barge in," she replied, waving away the smoke. Trust Shoko to be rebellious, then decide to follow up on one of the most challenging and serious occupations he had seen in this life and his past. Turning his head to his grinning cousin, he spoke. "Why are you here though? Thought you would have come to see me at least after your trip." "Mao Mao, our primary doctor resigned. The principal asked me to offer the cushy gig up to. And I've told you I'm not interested." Satoru bulldozed past her interruptions and continued, "The great and beautiful Shoko Yeri," he finished by spinning the chair and pointing towards the thoroughly unimpressed visage of Shoko. "Too dangerous, I like my present job already and $120,000 a year. When am I starting?" The whiplash of a conversation forced a laugh from behind him, and the weight of 3 gazes fell on the thoroughly surprised and frozen form of Aiko. "Aiko-chan," Satoru called out before spinning his chair past Jiki in a feat of skill and athleticism that Jiki was certain was impossible. "Heard you've been taking your best care of my precious Jiki-kun." He tuned out her reply and then walked towards the table where Shoko sat behind. As he got closer, his hands picked that moment to spasm out of his control, and the motion drew her eyes like a moth to fire. "You hurt yourself a lot for a brat that is not even of age to attend Jujitsu High yet." He gave her a shrug in reply before sitting opposite her and stretching his hands over the table for her to grasp. He could feel the way her cursed energy slipped into his hands the moment she held his. She sent it scanning and categorizing his injuries and widened her eyes with each passing second. "Did you try punching a wall or something? All the bones from your knuckles to your forearm have some degree of fracture. The only reason they didn't break is because of the way you braced your muscles to hold everything in check." "I was trying out a new technique," was his nonchalant reply. "The technique that killed Tanaka." He turned his head at Satoru's intrusion into the conversation. He had an uncharacteristic frown on his face, as he looked at his injured arm with his eye wrap off and his eyes focused on the hand. "Don't worry about it," he told his elder cousin. "The only reason it worked was because of his lack of the 6 eyes." Satoru's reply was a dismissive humph before focusing even harder on him. "I worry less about what it would do to me than its effect on your body. There's a seriously unhealthy amount of stress on your body. On the upside, if you grow old enough, your physique would be better built for it," he finished off with a soft smile at Jiki. "What do you mean if?" Shoko butted in as she finished with the healing. "The little brat is just as stubborn as you. I doubt you have an enemy strong enough to put either of you down or even have the means to pull it off." "But he can," Satoru cut in. It took him a second longer to figure out who Satoru was talking about. Toji Fushiguro. The rumored sorcerer killer had only been seen a few times ever since the assassination of the plasma vessel. Every time Satoru had hunted down the news of his appearance, it always ended up with him finding the dead body of whoever Toji's original target was. The Scarred Man was truly living up to the Invisible Man title. "He's never bothered coming after us since then. I don't think we should be worried about him." Jiki tried to defuse the situation, even though he knew the probability was always present. "You're right," Satoru walked up to him and ruffled his white locks. "I'm also supposed to let the principal know of your approval." He nodded to Shoko. "Be right back." A split second later, and he was gone. Jiki noted Satoru had gotten so much faster with his teleportation. "I'll be taking my leave too," he let Shoko know as he walked out. His only reply was a lazy wave. "What do you think about an early lunch, Aiko?" Her distant eyes took a split second to refocus on him before she smiled back. Her follow-up nod was enough of a response for him. XXXX. They sat under a shade just outside the restaurant. It felt so nice, he realized. The outside world, that is. He had spent so much time stuck in the clan grounds he had forgotten his plans of truly exploring the world. He still had a year left until he was supposed to enroll at Jujitsu High. He looked up from his drink and saw Aiko staring listlessly into her unopened can of soda and untouched lunch. Maybe waiting for her to come to him about it wasn't the best plan, he realized with a frown. What's wrong, Aiko? The firmness of his voice drew her attention immediately. With wide eyes staring at him, she automatically tried to deflect the question. The sun was. Your behavior has nothing to do with the sun, Aiko, he replied softly this time, giving her a questioning look. He had thrown the life rope, and it was her choice to grab onto it. It took her a couple of minutes, which he was comfortable resting in before she replied to him. What do you know about where I come from, Jiki-san? She asked rhetorically, but he realized with a surprising pain in his chest, too little. She continued before he could dwell on it too much. I come from a small village in the Tohoku area in northern Japan, in the Iwate prefecture. It was a boring life, a nice one, but deep in the countryside, nothing interesting ever seemed to truly happen. Till something did. Her tone got darker toward the end and drew Jiki's attention more. A special gray spirit was born. I can't remember much, but I remember it took the help of the former clan head of the Gojo clan and the late Mikoto-san to chase it off. She finished with a soft smile and an affirming nod at him, your mother. He went rigid with shock at the revelation. The name brought memories of a kind yet strong and loving woman, hair of black and heart of gold. The memories were tainted with the image of her back to him as she sat in Saiza while he plunged a sword into it. Aiko retired her gaze back to the untouched soda in her hands, continuing her story. My family was saved early enough, yet our farm was destroyed. I was given up to Mikoto-san, both as payment for the aid rendered and because they were not sure they would be able to raise me well. Mikoto-san gladly accepted me, and that is how I ended up here, although I never lost contact with my birth parents. Aiko's surprising loyalty towards him in particular suddenly made much sense. She must have left the village very young, before moving into the Gojo clan. Yet, it didn't answer the current problem. She glanced up at him before looking down once more. For the past 2 weeks, I've been unable to reach them, and I fear they have fallen sick. I considered requesting a short time away from Satoru-san, but... Okay, he interjected, looking straight at her. Was this truly what she had spent so long thinking about, he quietly mused. But who will take care of, he noted the way she seemed to forget he had other maids now and interjected again. Simple, I'll be coming with you, he stated flatly without giving her a chance to discourage him. He was already looking to stretch his legs a bit, and this was a good chance to do so. With a sharp nod at him, she quickly rushed to her feet, citing the need to use the bathroom. He kept quiet about how he could see the tears forming already and gave her the space she needed to herself. XXXX. A bus drove them through rolling fields of green. Even in Konoha, the famed village hidden in the leaves, he had never seen such a beautiful expanse of chest-high grass that seemed so natural yet perfectly groomed. The closest comparison he could make was the village hidden in the grass, Kusagakure. But even those grasses were generally fertilized by the amount of blood spilled on them, as the place was notable for all the clandestine activities around its borders. This is the last stop, the driver called out as the bus slowed to a halt. Aiko had not lied about it, the village was truly out in the sticks. He followed behind her and stepped off the bus. The feeling that struck him the moment his feet hit the ground sent his cursed energy igniting around his body as he sent scarlet roving eyes in search of the danger. All his eyes could see were rolling fields with groups of widely spaced houses further ahead and a looming mountain range mixed with a forest that spread out in a semicircle around the village. Is everything all right? Aiko called out the moment she noticed how tense he was. Forcing himself to relax, he nodded and followed behind her as she walked towards the village. Could he have imagined that immense feeling of grief? He considered as he walked behind her. Note, dropped an interesting Easter bunny in this chapter. Interested to see if anybody gets it. It's going to be revealed in the next chapter anyway. Chapter 13. The village had gotten weird recently, Fumi noted with a brief glance at a shadow at the edge of her vision. Nobara held her by the hand and dragged her along with the bull-headed stubbornness she knew and loved the other girl for. Another jerk of movement at the corner of her eyes drew her attention and made her shrink further into her turtleneck sweater as they walked toward the park. The shadows had grown darker, recently nightfall came faster than usual and lasted even longer. Their normally weird neighbors had grown even weirder. It seemed like every day their uncanny smiles and laser-focused attention on her and Nobara seemed to grow by the day. The few people in the village she and Nobara had deemed the normal ones had grown erratic and irrational, case in point why they were going to the park. The suddenly empty park with only 4 boys and moving shadows, she realized with surprise. The moment they crossed the threshold to the park, the 4 playing boys snapped their heads to them all at once. The inhuman nature of the movement forced her to hide behind Nobara. Nobara, unknowing or maybe uncaring of the why, stood straight, arms folded, and stared down the 4 bigger boys. They all shared the plain brown hair and black eyes of countryside folks. They were also kids who had been avoiding them ever since the last time Nobara beat them up for pranking her. Over the last few weeks, they had grown bolder, angrier, more wrathful, with more spite in them than their skinny frames could seemingly hold. Which one of you took Fumi-chan's shoe? Nobara asked with all the authority her 13-year-old frame could muster. The four boys looked at them with an eerie and glassy stare that revolted her. You're not going to answer, huh? She barked out while rolling up the sleeves of her shirt and walking forward. Fumi made to grasp at her clothes to stop her, but the bigger girl was too fast. Squaring up to face the biggest boy, she asked one more time, her voice low with anger. If you don't tell me who took Fumi-chan's shoe, I'm going to break your ugly nose in. The boy remained quiet and still, while his eerie eyes started twitching. His breath got harder. The whole scene finally got to Nobara, and she took an unconscious step back, the same moment the boy's hand snapped forward to grab her. Her scream was cut short as a sudden monstrous presence pressed down on the area. The air felt heavy, she realized as she struggled to draw in a single breath, while her limbs suddenly lay paralyzed. What are you doing, boy? Those 5 simple words cut through the pressure like a knife, and she could suddenly breathe once more. Hands on her knees and hair over her head, she forced as much air as she could into her lungs before forcing herself to look up once more. A long white-haired teen held the bully by his arm a few inches away from Nobara's wide eyes. She had not even seen him move. He held onto the increasingly clear-eyed and shocked boy's arm with a sweatshirt-covered arm while his face was tilted to the side, not even looking at the altercation. He just stopped. Fumi allowed her eyes to follow his and saw he was looking at the mountain range that surrounded their village. The same mountain range old Granny Kyujisake warned them from entering. For some reason, the sight of it this time in the fading sunlight sent a chill down her spine, and she could feel her limbs getting heavy once more. I'm certain there's something going on in your village now, Aiko-san. Do you think I should call Satoru? The white-haired older teen's voice cut through the pressure once more as he turned his head away from the mountain and faced them for the first time. The sight of red orbs slowly spinning in a sea of black shocked her out of her frozen state. If you deem it important, Jiki-kun, came the response from a woman walking up to them with 2 bags in her hands and an exasperated look on her face. The black hair and amber eyes drew her attention once more. She knew that look. Aiko-chan. Nobara shouted excitedly before recovering from the past few seconds like they never happened and springing up to run at the older woman. Fumi's wide eyes went from the smiling Aiko to the confused older brown-haired bully, the white-haired teen who had a contemplative expression on his face as he looked at the boy in his grasp, and finally, the mountain range that suddenly seemed normal once more and wondered if she was the only sane person here. XXXX. Ever since he stepped foot into the town, he could tell something was off. It wasn't just the brief spike of cursed energy that he felt at first. It was the atmosphere of the village. He had been to a few villages like this before. Villages on the outskirts of major towns and cities. Villages that still stuck hard to centuries-old traditions and beliefs. Beliefs they molded and that molded them in turn. In this small village, he felt it more keenly than ever. His presence in the village seemed to have stirred something. The few people they had seen either stared at them with caution or heavy mistrust. Even the seemingly familiar form of Aiko didn't seem to be enough to break that air. Yet for the animosity he had experienced, it all had the tinge of mundane dislike. Till now. The scene they had stumbled upon while heading toward Aiko's family house changed everything. He could feel the twisted cursed energy in the boy, he could almost taste the putrid flavor of grief, desire, and hate. Whatever had sunk its claws into the boy seemed to have done it without any real care or finesse. It had seemingly puppeted his form and used the body as a node to control the 3 others. His eyes wandered to the side and the overbearing presence of the mountain seemed to loom no matter where you were in the village. A rapid movement drew his attention as he looked to the side and at the girl with her brown hair stuck into 2 ponytails. She gave him a nervous glance once more before catching his eyes and snapping it forward once more. Aiko had taken to walking ahead, drawing the attention of the other brown-haired girl, instead of allowing her to pester him with questions about his hair. It left him stuck behind with the more quiet kid. The girl had seemed perpetually nervous and shy in the few minutes he had known her, and it took him a split second to remember her name. Fumi, right? He asked as he walked beside her, while she fidgeted with her arms and gave him an unsure nod. For some reason, he found himself leading conversations in this new life more than he liked. But he liked the thought of taking the long walk to Aiko's house beside a nervous wreck even less. He glanced at her clothes and noted the different quality compared to the other rougher fabrics and clothes he had seen on others so far. Been in town for long? Not really, came her reply a few seconds later, and after another glance at him, she continued, my dad took us to Tokyo after I was born, but after my mom, she stuttered for a second before bravely soldiering on, we came back, and we've been here ever since. This village had a way of drawing back the people that escaped it, he noticed with a frown. Sorry for your loss, I don't suppose you know someone with an even better knowledge of the village? He asked. Granny Kyujisake knows, the girl suddenly spoke up with a bright cheer. She has been here the longest, almost as long as Granny Kamiko. She also makes the best sweets and tells us scary stories of the mountain god to scare us away from the range. A mountain god? He sent another quick glance at the range once more. He doubted it. He had not heard of any actual deity so far, and he was not sure of their presence in this new world. He also had to admit he had not actually started his studies officially, so the probability he was missing something was there. Granny Kuchisake then, that was where he was going to get better information on the village. "We are here," Aiko stated as they got to the end of the street. They stopped at a small single-story building with a farm or small garden, he reassessed, just to the side of it. "All right, big sis Aiko, I'll let Grandma know you're here," the other girl with a lighter shade of brown hair called out. "I still have a score to settle with those 4 bastards," she added, slamming her fists together. "I would advise against that," he said as he walked up to them. He had dispersed the cursed energy in the boys by sending his into the boy that acted as a node for the technique. But he was not certain it had completely lost whatever control it had over him. Her cheeks turned red as she looked at him. She gave him a single nod before grabbing onto her friend and running off. He looked back at their retreating figure in surprise. Had he said something wrong? Looking back at Aiko, she had a knowing smile on her face as she looked back at him. "What did I do?" "Nothing, Jiki-kun. Other than being yourself," she stated before turning around and walking up the stairs to press the doorbell. She had been happy since they got here, he noted. Happy enough that he had noticed she smiled more often. The fact that he had something to do with it made him feel a tingle in his chest. Ding dong. The bell only had to ring once before he heard a footstep walk towards the door. It opened up to reveal a small older woman with shrunken features and an ominous smile. "Miss Kimiko?" Aiko questioned in surprise as she saw the woman. The woman's disquieting smile grew wider as she saw Aiko. "Aiko-chan. We've been waiting for you for a while now." The older woman looked behind her and met his gray gaze with an annoyed frown. "We didn't expect you to bring a guest along." The more she spoke, the more certain Jiki was that something was horribly wrong. She had planned for Aiko's return despite how spontaneous it was, yet she had not predicted him. He sent a pulse of cursed energy out and noted hers were of an average size but even darker in texture. He had learned to taste the different flavors of cursed energy, and hers was a malevolent shade that was bolstered by another. "We?" Aiko asked, still surprised. "I've been checking up on and taking care of your parents while they've been sick, but since you're here, I'll leave you to it," the old woman said before walking out without giving Jiki another glance. They entered the house to see it was remarkably clean and well taken care of. They finally met Aiko's parents in the living room where they sat, looking at the television with unseeing eyes. "Father. Mother." Aiko called out as she walked towards them. There was no movement from either of them, and Aiko rushed towards them with tears in her eyes. Once again Jiki found himself out of his element and was not sure what to do, so he stood at the threshold and watched his favorite person in the world cry. XXXX. Sun rays filtered into his bedroom as the next day began, and he forced himself awake from another dream that featured a blue-eyed and white-haired Mikoto. He had still not come to terms with the revelation and had locked up the thought of it for another time. Slipping out of his bed, he made a few stretches to work out the kinks in his muscles. It was the work of a few minutes to take a quick shower and dress up in a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts. He walked downstairs knowing Aiko was already up, and judging by the way she was talking and cleaning up her parents, she might have never given herself the chance to rest. Instead of breaking her concentration, he continued his walk and stepped out of the house. Something was wrong with this village, and he was going to find out what it was. He stood under the early morning sun before taking a breath and coiling his cursed energy in a feat of control impossible for most people. A split second later, he sent it out in a wide pulse that exploded with him at the epicenter. Most of the cursed energy he picked up had the sense of an unawakened human, but a few of them had a slight tang of what he was dubbing corruption to them. Yet, he couldn't run around breaking down doors on mere suspicion. A second later he finally felt Nobara's own. It was surprisingly more active than anybody would have expected from a kid in the back ends of nowhere. But he knew the activity for what it was. Cursed technique usage. Fumi told him that the person who would have the best idea of the village was a Granny Kuchisake. It was not a big stretch of the imagination to think Nobara stayed with her grandmother. With a destination in mind now, he moved. A blur later he was jumping from roof to roof. Slipping past the few people who decided to look up and ignoring the remaining. This was the first time he had gone roof hopping in years, but he had not lost the feel for it. His run took him further away from the village and closer to the mountain range. This close, he could see the house he was running to. It had the old architecture that spoke of an old clan that refused to completely let go of its roots, even in modern-day Japan. This high up, he was able to see further past the forest that bordered the house, and his attention was drawn to the giant straw doll that stood alone in the midst of old and broken-down buildings. The straw figure was weighted down by steel chains wrapped with cursed seals, as well as giant nails that anchored it further into the ground. He ignored it and continued his run to the mansion. There would be time to investigate the strange structure later. The moment he landed in the compound in a crouch, his instinct sent out a signal to his brain like he had touched a live wire. A split second later and 4 cursed energy-enhanced projectiles came at him from the 4 cardinal points with a solid boom of the sound barrier breaking in their wake. The projectiles moved at such speed that he knew a single solid hit would render him dead. His gray eyes instinctively split and morphed into its 3-tomo form. With the aid of its enhanced perception and slowed cognition, he saw the projectiles with better clarity. Spikes. 4 cursed energy-enhanced barbs of pain and agony. He spun to the side just as the first one got to him, dodging the implement of murder, and watched how it blew past him, before carving a trench through the forest that demarcated the house from the mountain range. The second one was directly behind the first, and instead of dodging, he flicked his feet up with as much reinforcement as his leg could take, kicking the projectile up. The third one forced him to tilt to the side, even as it tore a small gash in his side before it continued on its journey into the forest. His eyes calculated the speed the fourth one was moving at, and he knew he could not dodge it. Not this close. Instead, he spread out his hand and arrested the motion of the falling second spike before spinning his body on the spot and swinging it in an arc that deflected the last spike into the sky and towards the mountain range. The force of the blow sent a vibration up his hands, and he could feel it lose feeling for a few seconds. The force of the last spike slamming into the mountain range sent an explosion through it and forced a small, localized rock slide. TCH, stubborn Gojo brat refused to die. The grumpy voice forced his eyes back to the house just as it opened, and an old woman stepped out. Her hunched form was being aided by a walking stick, while her formerly brown hair had lost its luster and turned a gray-white held in a ponytail. Yet her brown eyes had lost none of their spark. He remembered the quote, "Beware an old man in a profession where men usually die young." A quote that held water in both his past life and unsurprisingly in this one too. He stood with the spike in his hand and prepared to launch back at the woman before a familiar brown-haired petite girl burst out behind the older woman and turned to face her with a scolding wag of her hand. "Stop it, Grandma, that is the boy that came over with big sister Aiko." This was the Grandma Kujisaki then. He smoothly transitioned from a throw and instead buried the spike into the earth and twitched his palms to see the damage. Fortunately, motion and sensation slowly returned to the hand. Oh, shocking. How could I have known that with such a shock of white hair coming at us like a missile? The older woman called out with a dry tone and an exaggerated look of surprise. She was definitely not fooling anybody with that. "I knew you forgot." Nobara reached out and hugged her with a smile. Jiki was forced to look back at them and reassess his opinion of the girl and her innocence. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. They sat around a table with 3 chairs and 3 cups of tea. Jiki ignored the glare the old woman was giving him, while Nobara vibrated in her chair with the hyperactive energy of a teen. Focusing his gaze on the interior decoration of the house, he noted his earlier assumption about the house was correct. It was at least over 200 years old, with wooden floorboards that had been replaced and old statues dotting the house. The table they sat around had the bearing of age, even though it was pristine and well taken care of. The cups had nearly imperceptible scratches formed from long use. The moment he dropped his cup after taking his last sip, the older woman spoke. "So what are you doing here, kid? This region is off-limits to your clan." That was news to him. He blinked back at her, his features passive. Satoru had not told him anything about this when he let him know he was traveling here. Unless it was information Oldman Tatsumi forgot to pass on. After giving it another thought, he realized the older man probably passed it on, and Satoru just didn't care. Showing naivety or ignorance never helped anybody and would set him on the back foot against the already hostile woman, so he ignored her question and asked one of his own instead. "Something is going on in your village, what is it?" "That's none of your business, brat." It became mine the moment Aiko was forced to come back here to take care of her comatose parents. He fired back with more anger than he expected. "The Ito family was affected as well," the older woman asked, suddenly tired and losing all the fire and vinegar that seemed to fuel her. But her words were a confirmation that she knew what was going on. "I told you that already, Grandma," Nobara spoke from her place on the table, looking at the older woman with a concerned gaze. "I see." The older woman had a faraway look in her eyes. Before she finally stood up, grabbed her cane, and walked out of the house. "Forgive her, her memory is not what it used to be," Nobara started as they both watched the older woman walk toward the forest. "According to the villagers, a few years ago, something happened. Something she won't tell me anything about. But what everyone knows is that it was caused by a man and a woman. Both with white hair," she finished, giving a glance at his. "So whatever happened here occurred just before he was born." He didn't like mysteries in general, and this particular one seemed to be growing even more complex with the more people he spoke to about it. "Anyway, how long are you staying for?" "We don't generally get visitors around here," she asked while parting her hair to the side in what he noted was a bashful gesture. "We've not decided yet," he answered with a shrug before standing up to follow the older woman, heedless of the disappointed look on the younger girl's face. It took him less than a second to pick up her tracks and start following just behind. Her footsteps took her from the clearing and further into the forest. He stopped at the border of the forest. This close, he could feel the heavy and malevolent cursed energy that was tinged by great amounts of desire and grief. He took a solid breath before plunging in. His first step into the forest was 2 times heavier than it should be. The second was 3 times as heavy, he noted with a frown as his feet sank into the soft earth by an inch, and he felt the pressure weigh heavier on him. Looking at the footprint of the older woman, he noted that hers remained constant throughout. So whatever was applying the pressure was purposely restricting him from entering. For a second, he considered if he was about to enter a domain. He had never actually witnessed one, and the only person he knew with access to one spent most of his time at Jujutsu High. Shrugging away the thought but keeping it at the back of his mind, he let his cursed energy flow from the pit in his core and felt it sink in and reinforce his more fragile frame. 50 meters in, and he already had an idea of where the older woman was heading to. On his journey over, there was only a single noteworthy structure here, and it was not exactly a stretch of the imagination to figure out that was where she was heading to. A few more meters in, he could see the clearing vaguely ahead of him and stopped. The pressure had also gotten worse, he noted with an annoyed frown. If he took another step toward it, the pressure weighing down on him would slow him down more than he was ready to accept, especially in a combat situation. "I'm surprised you even managed to make it this far, brat," the older woman called out without looking back from her position ahead. "Then again, you managed to deflect my maximum hairpin, so I guess you're not just a random brat heh." He turned his eyes at her before moving them to the huge structure she stood in front of. It was a straw doll, as he accurately noted before. Its features are lost to time and weather. The details got clearer this close. The chain that held it bound was rusted and corroded. The spikes that held the statue down were originally 8, he judged by the holes in the ground. Now all that remained was 3. The paper talismans on the statue looked faded and torn. The longer he stayed this close, the more time he had to acclimate to the pressure weighing on him. He felt himself forcing air down his lungs as he looked at the woman's unaffected back as she stood in front of the structure, while he struggled. "If you knew what was here, you wouldn't have dared get this close," she continued before turning her head back to give him a grim smile. "Then again, you Gojo have always overestimated yourselves. Leave, boy. I'll come find you." He gave her a flat stare and in an unfamiliar show of brashness, he held his ground until the sudden creaking of the chain and a snap sent him ankle-deep into the ground. In the space of a heartbeat, he jumped back, fully cratering the ground, while giving the older woman and the statue one last look before retreating. The farther he got away from the straw doll, the more the pressure seemed to fall off him, till he was out of the forest completely. He considered waiting for the old woman indoors but thought against it. Noon was close, and he had still not spoken to Aiko. Instead of roof-hopping, he started walking towards the house, uncaring of the eerie stares he received. Halfway to the building Aiko's parents called home, he met the older woman, Old Woman Kimiko. She stood in the middle of the pathway seemingly waiting for him. Unlike when he was with Aiko, the woman didn't care to hide her feelings about him. "What are you doing here?" He ignored the question and sent his cursed energy into his eyes, activating his Sharingan once more. Staring down at the woman once more, he noted a familiar cursed energy wrapped around hers. The closest approximation he had was the silky and mutable nature of a spider's webs, sunk deep into an aged frame. The same cursed energy he felt back in the forest. He glanced around and realized the street was suddenly empty. Priming his cursed energy once more, he allowed himself to settle into a loose stance. It was all coming together slowly now, but he had an idea of what was going on. The clues had been vague, and the stories distorted. But his title of a once-in-a-generation prodigy was not just because he was a better killer than most. Matching his silence and half-lidded stare with an ever-increasing snarl on her face, she moved to speak once more before a spike of cursed energy coming from the forest silenced her. This time with his senses on full alert and his Sharingan active, he picked the thread linking the woman back to the forest. The woman's previously furious appearance seemed to mellow out, giving him a lazy look that matched his own and a smile that reminded him of a cat. She spun on her heels and walked off without a word. He watched her walk away with jerky movements and followed her steps with an increasing frown, till she turned the corner. Continuing his walk down to the house with more haste than he began, he burst into the house preparing for the worst, only to meet the red-eyed and surprised figure of Aiko carrying a plate of food. "I wanted to get you breakfast, but I was not aware of when you left," she started with a guilty expression on her face. Even in a time like this with her world falling around her, she still tried to serve him. "It's all right, Aiko," he replied to her, tone soft. "I just went for a walk." Her eyes drifted down to his midriff, and she spotted the bloody gash where Old Woman Kijisake's spike almost tore through his side. Rushing to his side in one smooth movement, she dropped the plate and food and maneuvered him into the closest chair while ignoring his complaints that she shouldn't bother. Removing his shirt with smooth familiarity, she went to her bags before bringing out a first aid box, cleaning up the cut, and bandaging it. "It was just a flesh wound, you know," he told her while poking at the bandage he was sure was bound tighter than needed. "That is not enough reason to walk about with an open injury. What if it gets infected?" She looked down on him with an imperious tilt of her head. The unseriousness of the moment had them burst into laughter. Aiko laughed for a few long seconds before he suddenly heard the laugh transition into hiccups and sobs. Moving to his feet, he held her tight in a hug and wrapped her around himself. For the first time, he realized they were almost the same height. "It's all right, Aiko. I'll get them out of there and put a stop to what is happening," he promised her with certainty, lacing his tone. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep in his hands, and it took him the work of a minute to lift her up, climb the stairs, and place her in the bedroom they were supposed to share. Her bed was still untouched as she never had the chance to sleep in it since she spent the past 24 hours taking care of her parents. Her sudden exhaustion was understandable. This was the first chance he had to really check out Aiko's parents, and he took it. He stood in front of their open-eyed comatose forms and opened his senses completely. A deeper look at them formed a frown on his face once more. The same web-like structure of cursed energy he found in old woman Kimiko was also spread around their body. From the way their cursed energy was diluted and drawn out, he assumed it was a variation of the same technique. But instead of controlling or puppeteering their bodies, it seemed to drain them of something. If he were to guess, he'd say their innate life force in order to bolster something else. So where was it going to, the statue? XXXX. Knock, knock. His attention was broken from observing the comatose couple as he snapped his head to the door. The sound of footsteps coming down the stairs forced his eyes back up to see Aiko walking down as she rubbed her eyes awake. "I know someone is awake in there, don't keep an old woman waiting." The annoyed voice of the old hag Kujisake forced him to frown even harder. Aiko rushed to the door suddenly wide awake, opening the door to the woman. She rushed up and buried the woman in a full hug. "Granny Kujisake. It's okay, kid, Granny Kujisake is here now." "Where are they?" He sat up and stretched his stiff body to the cracks and pops of bones and joints. The old woman's eyes snapped to him, and he stared her down with uncaring eyes before tilting his head at the comatose couple on the chair. She broke off the hug from Aiko before walking up to the old couple and grabbing them by their hands and closing her eyes. Her heavy sigh seemed to confirm her fears, and she staggered back to her feet with Aiko's aid. "I always knew it would come back to torment us. I just never thought we would be alive to suffer it, you know," the old woman started, with a faraway look in her eyes even as Aiko guided her to a chair to sit. "What are you talking about?" Aiko asked with a sudden fearful expression. The old woman was silent, staring back at the couple with unseeing brown eyes. "A mistake," she began. "Our blood-soaked and cursed history. We were desperate enough to serve her as a deity for centuries when one of the vengeful spirits held Japan in a tight and even bloodier grip. She feasted and grew off our pain and blood for centuries. Can you imagine what centuries of that would create?" The image that was beginning to form was one he was finding himself increasingly hard to imagine. Centuries passed, and her power both protected and leashed us to her will. It took long enough, but one day even we got tired of the sacrifices we had to make and decided to put an end to it. At least some of us did, she finished with a harsh laugh that was all pain and zero humor. Some of us had grown so reliant on her, so used to that control that they couldn't accept the thought of losing that rigid structure of their life. She kept quiet after that, seemingly lost in thought. "What happened, Granny?" Aiko broke her thought, with her hand held tight in front of her. "We asked for help," she said simply, before sinking back into bitter memories. "Even with help, we were not powerful enough to be certain of a sure kill, so we managed to seal and bind her instead through trickery. The seal would have lasted another generation before it started to weaken if not for that bitch." The sudden vitriol from the woman shocked him, but his only response was a raised brow. He had an idea of who she was talking about after all. "Old woman Kimiko," he stated. "Kimiko," she agreed with a nod. "She argued against the binding, and I was stupid enough to think my old friend was more concerned about our safety than her true hidden loyalty to her. So she botched it?" Aiko asked as she sat herself down on shaky knees. "What do my parents have to do with this?" Not at first, she didn't. The sealing ritual went off without a hitch, as few people knew what had planned to happen. I had hoped with her sealed, maybe just maybe our future generations would have a chance for a life without her corruptive touch lingering. It clicked in his head. That's why almost all the other older people in town have a technique slowly awakening on them, but not the younger children, he spoke, looking at her with his Sharingan active. Now that he knew what to look for, he could see the same web-like structure around the woman. "That was why you were able to be in her presence so easily." "Yes," she agreed easily, even as she stared back at his Sharingan unnerved. "But I saw the same thing on the kids that tried to bully Nobara." "What?" The woman suddenly stood up, her strength seemingly returned. "That's impossible. She's not free yet." His flat-eyed, apathetic stare was his only reply. "That bitch, Kimiko. She must have found another way past the seal," the older woman growled out in anger. "She had been her most subservient follower before we managed to seal her." "And my parents?" Aiko interjected once more. "I was not certain earlier, but I am now. Kimiko must have found some way to get past the weakened seal, and it must have used that chance to reactivate its implanted technique on the people weak enough to be unable to resist. Why was Kimiko happy Aiko was back then? He asked, suspicion heavy in his tone. Why else? The older woman answered with a sardonic tone in her voice. To return things back to the way they were. Cold sweat went down his back as he remembered the way the particular technique on Aiko's parents worked. Instead of simply manipulating their body, whatever this cursed spirit was, it was sucking out their life force instead. A variation of its original technique. The cursed spirit is trying to break free and incarnate, he stated as he sent searching eyes back at the older woman, hoping she would prove him wrong for the first time. Her steady grim nod was enough reason for him to curse his intellect. A centuries-old cursed spirit. He could not even imagine how much more powerful she had grown, with the villagers as her farm, for them to struggle to seal her instead of killing her on the spot. What was its name? He asked with a deep breath as he prepared himself. Special grade cursed spirit, Jorogumo, the old woman whispered the name in a low tone and wary eyes that searched the darkness. Yet, for all her whispering, the name had a certain metaphysical weight to it that hung in the air, seemingly stifling, while phantom clacking of archaic feet on the wooden floorboard rang out. The mere mention of the name was enough to draw its attention to them. A special grade. I'll have to call Satoru, he said as he gave the scared Aiko a glance. Jiki won't let his pride stop. A shout tore through a ragged throat as it echoed out from farther away from them. Emerge from darkness blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. A sharp spike of cursed energy followed the words, as he felt cursed energy manifest and spread out above them. Old woman Kyujise quickly stumbled to her feet with the aid of her walking stick before rushing out of the front door in haste. In a blur of movement, Jiki was on the roof of the story building, watching as a miasma of black curse technique spread out from just above them, down to the edges of even his prodigious vision. The whole town then, he mused. What was that? He asked as the older woman finally made her way out to watch the end process of the technique activation. A veil. A well-formed one too. Kimiko must be in a hurry. I've to put a stop to her madness before she ends us all. With a nod of his head in agreement, he looked at the door just as Aiko stepped out with hurried movements. There's no service, she called out, waving the phone at him. His eyes picked up the image of a red bar. It's a specialized veil then, the older woman called out while looking at the technique completion. The question is, why would she even bother with one? Specialized veil, he asked idly as he tried to pick up old woman Kimiko's cursed energy. But since the release of the veil, he had been picking up multiple cursed energy signatures moving toward them. People or cursed spirits. Assailants. He turned his attention from the incoming people, back to Granny Kyujise as she replied. A specialized kind of barrier. Its activation sacrifices flexibility for more restrictions. He had an idea of who the barrier would be restricting after hearing that, but it was not like him to act on just maybes, and without a solid plan and concrete evidence. Watch Aiko, he called out as he turned towards the long pathway they had taken into the small village. With a flex of his cursed energy, he went bounding off toward the boundary between the veil and the outer world. In a straight line, heedless of the obstacles in his way, he ran at full tilt. Jumping over houses, roof running, and finally blitzing down the long stretch of walkway that led to the bus stop they had dropped. He finally came to a full stop in front of the veil by skidding across the ground and slowing his intense momentum. The moment he got to the barrier and pressed his hands around it. It repulsed him and forced him a few steps back. That confirmed it. He was the one the barrier was specialized against. The question was why. With a single step back to brace himself, he cocked a fist back, ready to put some real force into it. A shuffle of footsteps behind him, and he turned casually to regard the owners. An older man, maybe 50 years old. With brown hair and eyes. A heavy physique with sun-darkened skin indicated heavy labor on a farm. He was dressed in simple night clothes with empty blank eyes that struggled to follow his movements. Just behind the man was a woman, dressed in similar night clothes but with a darker shade of brown hair. Couples. He had passed a couple of smaller buildings not far from here. They moved to him with slow shuffling at first, before the shuffle transitioned to a jog that suddenly picked up speed as they charged towards him with synchronized and frantic movements that made him peer deeper at their being. The familiar look of a sticky, thread-like substance that wrapped and entangled the very essence of their being made it clear who was really in control. The special grade curse was somehow puppeteering their figures even from behind her seal. With his attention on them, they continued charging at him with reckless abandon, all the while without making a single sound, other than the meaty sound of bare feet slapping against the ground. He met the first one and dodged its wild lunge. Swiftly moving on to the woman, while ignoring the random flailing men behind him trying to get back to his feet. The curse's control was not perfect then, he noted. Must be an effect of the seal, even weakened, it was not something that just anyone would mess with. He sent a very mundane palm strike into the charging woman's tummy, then an elbow to the side of the head the moment she fell over to knock her out. He stood above her fallen form and noted that while they might be controlled, the technique didn't suddenly make them more than they already were. It had simply turned a placid old couple into rabid humans. Without looking, he tilted his head to the side and dodged the blow thrown at the back of his head. It had finally recovered enough to control the older man's limbs, and it only took it 3 seconds, he noted. Suboptimal. With a swift movement, he goes low and sweeps the man off his feet. A split second later he joins them in midair and slams the heel of his feet into the side of his slightly balding head. The man drops like a sack of bricks, his previous rabid features shift back as he sinks into the oblivion that is unconsciousness. The shuffle of multiple footsteps forces his eyes up, and he bears witness to over a dozen shambling older men and women. This was a futile attempt at stopping him. He knew it. Whatever was controlling the villagers knew this also, so why even bother? Another loud snap filled with cursed energy blew through the village and he almost dismissed it, till his brain dredged up a memory and he deduced it for what it was. The first time he heard that particular sound. A chain snapping. The chain around the straw statue. The cursed spirit. With that realization came clarity. This was all a distraction. Ignoring the slapping of bare feet on concrete as the rabid men and women ran to him with eerie abandon, he charted the optimal pathway back to the forest. He was not certain he could beat a centuries-old cursed spirit, but he knew all he had to do was make a big enough mess and Satoru was sure to notice even with the barrier up. A smile came easy to him this time. With a running start at the lead charging men, he jumped and buried his foot into the face of the empty-eyed men, using it as a platform to leap over the masses of mundane men and women, and onto the roof of a close-by building. For a second he considered what would have happened if he was facing actual jujitsu sorcerers instead of elderly men and women, and had to fight a shiver down. The technique was borderline insidious. Finally turning his attention away from the horde beneath him, he started moving toward the forest that demarcated the mountain range from the village. XXXX. She had rushed back to the boundary, where her greatest act of sacrifice was achieved. Where she committed a deed that would have put her name in the history books with the likes of Arashi Toma, the men who split and sealed the special grade curse, Sukuna. If she cared for it. Sparing only a glance at her house, she didn't bother to step in. The cracked glasses and shattered walls were enough to let her know that Kimiko had gone for Nobara. Unfortunately, after the monstrous Gojo clan brat had broken through her strongest seal trap, it must not have taken her much to break through the weakened seal formation that she never had the time to reinforce. The thought of her granddaughter in the hands of that woman was enough anger to fuel her walk. She barged into the forest and almost recoiled at the feeling of Jorogumo's touch on her soul once more. Aiko stepped in just after her and flinched. The beautiful but scarred amber-eyed girl had escaped the worst of the monster's touch and technique as a child. But the few minutes Jorogumo was semi-released 14 years ago was enough for her touch to linger on the child. She remembered how the brat had forced his way into her presence with the bravery of the ignorant. A splitting image of the last time 2 other Gojos broke in with the manipulation of Kimiko and almost destroyed the seal that held Jorogumo. Brushing a stray branch out of her sight, she powered forward with anger-induced momentum and stumbled on an overgrown root. It was only the quick action of Aiko that saved her from planting her face into the ground. A flitting glance and she saw the way the poor girl was holding up. Much better than Chiyo expected if she was completely honest. The girl had grown into her own person now. Even the scars had done little to detract from her beauty and resilience. She was almost certain that the scar was somehow the white-haired brat's fault. The moment they broke into the clearing that housed the sealed and bounded straw doll, she drew in a sharp breath. For chains had snapped, while only a single nail held the straw doll to the ground. The seals that should have suppressed Jorogumo's awareness were all burnt up and she could almost feel the 8 eyes of the malevolent cursed spirit peer deep into her very being. The seals could not have degraded this fast. Not when she had made sure to check up on it just that morning. The reason this horror was happening was in front of her. Over 30 villagers knelt before the straw doll in a wide overlapping circle and with their heads to the ground in an act of worship. Even with their head bowed, she could recognize most of them as the older villagers who had experienced Jorogumo's touch. The younger people there were as a result of her failure for not noticing how much Kimiko had weakened it. Nobara's presence here was an even greater show of her failure as a protector and more importantly, as a grandmother. Luckily the Itos were not there, at least not after they had bound their forms to the bed before leaving. The mastermind of this atrocity stood in the shadow of the giant straw doll and watched her walk up with a mad and delighted smile on her face. Even after 3 decades of knowing Kimiko, she never would have expected her to be this mad. Sharp brown eyes buried in a weathered face filled with fury stared down the uncaring visage of the other woman. Why? She rasped out at the older woman, while Aiko stood behind her with a horrified look as she watched men and women she knew as children get the very essence of their being sucked out to reinforce the creature sealed in the straw doll. Even with her lack of innate technique, the cursed energy flowing in a web-like pattern linking the bowed figures to the straw doll was very visible due to the sheer density of the energy present. She focused her attention on the other woman and continued, "We were finally free of that monster, so why? Why are you trying so hard to put us back under our feet? The other woman tilted her head at her and gave her a toothless smile before replying. Because she is mother. You might have forgotten, but her silks comforted us, her carcass guided us, and under her wings were we nurtured and protected. You used to know that Kuchisake. What happened to you? Protected. The woman known as Granny Kuchisake spat out the question as she took a step forward. Her silks strangled us, while her caresses held us bound to centuries of slavery. We had no choice but to leave with fear every night, in fear of who she might take the next morning. We were nothing but cattle. You asked what changed. Clarity. She barked out, her anger giving her strength as she took another step toward the other woman. Losing children to a capricious deity and knowing that I'll also lose grandchildren disabused me of the thought of any more worship. Letting out a tired breath, she looked at the uncaring visage of her former best friend. You would have understood that if you ever loved someone other than her. Those were the words that finally broke through the stoic and uncaring visage of her old friend. Don't you dare speak of her like you know her. Like you didn't betray her and trap her for decades. Of course, I know her, Granny Kuchisake replied back, as a tired, sad, and regretful smile spread out on her lips. After all, I used to be her favorite. With those final words as a spark, the other woman's visage contorted into a mask of anger and jealousy. Reversed cursed technique, call of the anguished fallen. Kimiko barked out as she pressed her hands together to form an ox hand sign. The fingers on her right hand were vertical, with the fingers on her left hand intersecting it halfway horizontally. Kuchisake watched as 4 skeletons crawled and forced their way out of the earth's grip with bone-tipped hands and uncaring savagery. They dug their way up with the vengeful and accursed fallen. Kimiko's innate technique was nothing special by itself. It had been formed after multiple generations of her bloodline's servitude and worship to Jorogumo and was simply the act of sacrificing people to the cursed spirit and taking a shred of their cursed energy for herself. The reversed curse technique was where the threat was. Using positive and negative cursed energy, she brought back people that had been sacrificed to Jorogumo in a mockery of half-life with the positive cursed energy, and with the negative cursed energy she empowered their forms with false muscle and heavy reinforced bones to do battle for her sake. That was why she chose this place for them to face each other. This was where the shrine housing the false deity they worshipped used to be. This was the location for some of the most horrific sacrifices Japan had ever witnessed. This was where 2 young girls grew up on the knees of the monster as her favorite shrine maidens. This was where 2 best friends would have their last and final bout. The creaking of the chains as another link was on the verge of snapping made her sigh. With a wave for Aiko to step back, she held her walking cane tight before throwing the stick up. Mid-air, the single walking stick split apart and separated into multiple thin shards that floated to surround her. Spikes. The last shrine maidens faced each other on the unhallowed grounds of a false deity under a full moon with the bodies of unwilling supplicants as a backdrop. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. With a flex of her will and cursed energy, she sent the first of 6 thin spikes at Kimiko. With another flex of will, the remaining 5 lowered to hover around her, distracting Kimiko's attention from Aiko's movement toward the fallen form of Nobara. The spike blurred towards the older woman but lacked the supersonic speed it could have gotten from the hairpin technique. One of the incarnated fallen charged forward heedless of the depressions it left in the earth with its very step and jumped in defense of the woman, taking the first spike straight through its unarmored eyes. Kimiko was forced to drop to her knees as she forced her hand into an inverted bowl-shaped seal, in order to control the remaining incarnations better. One incarnation stayed behind to protect the frail woman, while the remaining 2 charged at her with heavy stomps that indicated their immense frames. The last one, which still had her attention, struggled back to its feet, she noted with an annoyed frown. If they didn't have any real weak points, the best way to immobilize them would be to disrupt their cursed energy completely. With a snap of her finger and a flex of cursed energy, the spike she had buried into the incarnation multiplied and destroyed the body from inside out, with the remaining shards bursting out of the body and impaling the other incarnation protecting Kimiko. What? The other woman cried out in shock as she stumbled back from her kneeling position and fell on her ass. Kujisaki sent a scathing look at the former shrine maiden before speaking. Where you've spent your past decades plotting Jorogumo's release, I've spent mine preparing for the day she might break out. The first of the 2 incarnations that charged towards her finally came in range, and she forced her attention back to them. She stretched forth and pointed 2 fingers at the charging incarnation before swinging down the fingers with a sharp jerk of her wrists. 2 thin spikes fell from the sky. One buried itself into the back of the incarnation's knee, forcing it to the floor, while the second buried itself into the joint of the outstretched arm and forced it into the ground. Trapped. The second one jumped over the body of the first in a lunge, and she forced aged and weakened knees to duck under the creature. The moment she tried to get back on her feet, her knee seized as arthritis reared its ugly head. She only had the chance to stare at the recovered incantation, even as it twisted and turned back at her, before a heavy and knotted tree branch slammed into its face. Aiko had a fierce expression on her face as the heavy branch cracked on the armored faceplate of the incarnation. A second later Kujisaki finally found her feet and forced herself up, palming a small needle from her pocket and slamming it into the disoriented incarnation. It didn't have the length, and they were too close for her cursed energy to generate any real force, so she had to cheat. Cursed technique, hairpin. The following explosion of force pierced the incarnation and sent its broken form flying further into the trees. Sending her attention back to the trapped incarnation, a flex of her will had it dead as well. She forced her eyes to look at Aiko, only to see the younger woman had picked Nobara back up from where she had dropped her, with shaking limbs. How is she do dash? Snap. She blinked and she was on her knees. Blurry eyes stared at the unconscious forms of Aiko and Nobara in confusion. How? What happened? Tisk. The sound shot through the clearing like a bomb. No. She thought even as she forced her suddenly stiff and rigid neck to turn to the side. Every movement was a struggle, till she finally beheld her once more. No. The straw statue fell slowly like gravity had lost some power over it, even as a pale white hand snuck its way out of it. The remaining people lying in supplication were visibly drained of their last essence at accelerated rates before finally collapsing into bones and withered flesh. No. Kami, please no. She raged, she begged, and she prayed to uncaring gods. Multiple ton chains fell around the doll, broken and crushed. Not again. A pale bone-white hand emerged first before an inhumanly beautiful body followed. Kujisaki watched with wide eyes as the statuesque figure emerged. Pitch black hair framing the porcelain features of an oval-shaped face. She had a beautiful little upturned nose, with black eyes and 6 red dots just above her eyes. A kimono lay wrapped around her just slightly ruffled from her decades-long entrapment and loose around the shoulders, exposing delicate and sensual collarbones and cleavage. She could have been mistaken for beautiful if not for the madness that lay in her eyes. The pressure she carelessly exhibited suppressed everything in her vicinity, sending a flare out in an empty sea and proving she was the one above all. The moon hung low, casting long shadows that crept through the forest. A chilling wind whispered through the desolate and broken trees from the previous battles and carried with it an eerie silence broken only by distant, haunting echoes. The clouds passing the moon added a spectral glow to the scene, revealing glimpses of forgotten corners and decaying facades. A sense of foreboding settled in the air as if unseen eyes watched from the darkness, and every step she took echoed with the weight of impending doom, as Jorigamo stepped out of her seal. Her first act was a glance at the kneeling Kimiko, her second was sending a backhand slap with her dainty hand. A backhand slap that cracked and splintered the old woman's head, sending skull fragments and brains to the floor with the force of a cannon. You took too long, you ugly vapid fool. The voice was in contrast to the words. Her voice had the oily and silky texture a salesman would have done anything to obtain, while the words were as vulgar and rough as any street tough around the corner. The headless form of Kimiko dropped to the floor bonelessly. Headless of the damage she had just received. At least her death was painless, Kujisaki noted even as she tried to stumble and force her way to her feet. 2 decades and you could only barely nudge the doors loose, this is why you were never my favorite. The utterly unfeeling tone of the voice sent shivers down Kujisaki's spine. She knew what was coming next, and like clockwork, the cursed spirit's eyes snapped to her struggling figure and brightened considerably. My cute little Chio, the cursed spirit called out with a tilt of her head and a smile that was all teeth. Chio. A name that few people dared call her. What a nice vacation you gave me, the delusional spirit continued, heedless of what she had truly done, or most likely uncaring. Those pitch-black eyes roved around to the fallen form of Nobara and Aiko and widened considerably, and you even brought me snacks, how sweet of you. A blink later and Jorigomo's kimono-clad form was above them. Pink tongue left her mouth to gently caress her blood-red lips as she reached for the fallen duo. Kujisaki made to move the remaining 2 spikes hovering just above them, even if she knew she was too late. Even if she knew 2 was not nearly enough to face the capricious cursed spirit Kimiko had released in a stupid act of servitude that saw her rewarded with a bashed skull. A slipper-clad foot appeared from nowhere, pressing its sole into the surprised porcelain visage of Jorigomo before blasting her back in a pinpoint explosion of force. The cursed spirit was sent back, blowing past the desiccated figures of the villagers and tumbling head over heels into the forest. Kujisaki finally felt the pressure on her lessen enough to force herself up to face the person who saved her grandchild for the second time. The Gojo brat. His long white hair settled around him, just as he dropped into a protective crouch around Nobara and Aiko. Sinister crimson eyes stared into the forest that Jorigomo had stumbled into, and Kimiko sent a sharp glance at the eyes. Last she heard the Gojo brat with the 6 eyes had eerie blue eyes, not red and black eyes that screamed malevolence on an apathetic visage. She had noted it the first time but had ignored it, thinking it was her age obfuscating her sight. Now, this close to the eyes themselves she knew they were as real as her hands and legs. Since when did the Gojo clan create another monster? She forced her attention away from the child and focused it back on the forest. She would have to reconnect with the jujitsu world if only to avoid surprises like this. That was if they somehow managed to survive this unholy mess. The brat had not moved from his spot above the fallen forms, even as his eyes were focused on the forest. She's coming, he called out, his voice soft as a child, even with a tone that was emotionless and empty. Kyujisake idly noted how similar he was to Joragumo, with words that never really seemed to match the tone. She focused on the path Joragumo traced into the forest, realizing that for some reason, she could not see the cursed spirit that the kid pointed out with certainty. Ascribing it to a feature of his eyes, she focused her concentration on her 2 remaining spikes instead. The sound of branches cracking and breaking finally got to her, and she turned tired eyes to where Joragumo stepped out from. Even after taking a hit that had trembled the very air they breathed, head-on, her porcelain features had shown no sign of damage. Whatever injury she suffered had recovered swiftly, with just barely a dip in her immense cursed energy pool to acknowledge the weight of the strike. A single observatory glance at Joragumo was enough for the child to admit. I cannot kill her, he noted without any real fear or emotion in his tone. At least I cannot risk using Amaterasu long enough to burn through her regeneration. She noted the name of the goddess. Was he truly haughty enough to name his curse technique after a god? Can we seal her? He asked. She won't fall for the same trick twice, Kyujisake answered, her voice raspy and rough compared to the boy. Reinforcement. Maybe, she acknowledged even as Joragumo fully stepped out of the forest, her full attention on the long-haired boy. Kujisaki knew what that look entailed. Hopefully, the monstrous and unfathomable curse energy Joragumo let out was enough to trigger old failsafes the higher-ups at Jujutsu headquarters set up. What a technique, the cursed spirit called out as she stopped a few meters away from them. Either Jujutsu sorcerers have suddenly grown stronger in just a couple of decades, or you, my beautiful child, scarlet lips were glossed over a pink tongue, while her black eyes held a hungry and predatory look, you're something different. What do you want? The kid called out in a detached tone. His stance was loose and flexible as he eased up from his crouch to stand straight. Buying time. She thought. Originally. I just wanted to reclaim what my beautiful Chio kept me away from, the Joragumo said, her tone matching the brat's own even if her features said something different. Now. I have to admit I'm somewhat curious about you, child. And what beautiful eyes you possess. Joragumo moved with the final word, swinging her arms in a wide arc. For all the years she had known the cursed spirit, she had never actually seen her fight. So what attack would hit from that far? A forceful push to the side sent her crashing to the ground headfirst. She jerked her head up in time to see the brat run forward, before jumping. His body twisted mid-air and parallel to the ground as he made a twist mid-air with a sharp jerk of motion before landing in a roll that he smoothly recovered from. What? Was the only thought on her head before the sound of collapsing trees forced her attention to the edges of the clearing. All the trees at the edge of the clearing had been split horizontally at a sharp angle. She had not even seen the attack. XXXX. The cursed spirit's smile widened at his maneuver. He had only escaped the attack thanks to the perception that came with the 3-tomo form of the Sharingan. The thin and nearly imperceptible thread had snapped out faster than he expected, and this close, the pressure the cursed spirit seemed to exert slowed him. Was this just pure cursed energy, or was it a technique? The way the trees collapsed behind him made him even more certain of dodging the threads and indicated their sharpness. The shock on the older woman's face when he sent her to the ground almost cracked his serene features with a smile. The cursed spirit swung out another arm and he had to refocus to calculate and track the trajectories of the threads. 60 meters away. 5 threads for 5 fingers. Unequal speed is attributed to the length derived per finger. Slower than the first attack due to the already covered distance giving it less time to gather speed and momentum. The cursed spirit swung her other arm vertically, sending another wave, a slower but not less deadly set of threads coming at him faster than the human eye could see. 45 meters. He jumped and spun mid-air over the first set. Twisting his body sideways as soon as he landed, he evaded the third while in continuous motion, and with a flex of cursed energy, he slammed his feet into the earth, sending up cursed energy-reinforced earth that barely diverted the rest by inches. 30 meters. In all this, he had never stopped running towards the seemingly unbothered cursed spirit, neither had he slowed down for even a split second. In defiance of the immense pressure the cursed spirit radiated, he was running at her fast enough to make progress. 20 meters. The cursed spirit was a mid to long-range fighter, so all he had to do was get close enough. It had only shown 2 techniques so far, none of which was applicable to a close-quarters engagement. The first was its ability to puppet people, something that was powerful enough to work even while imprisoned in a seal. The second was the thin and nearly invisible threads that were fast enough to cut and sever everything they passed through. 10 meters. Finally, he got into close combat range when a sharp spider-like limb with a deadly scythe-like pincer slipped out the back of the kimono aiming for his head. He swiftly dropped to his knees in a heartbeat, his momentum carried him speeding beneath the spider limb. The only victim of the scything limb was his waist-long hair. He slid past the amused cursed spirit before slapping his left palm hard enough to stop his slide. Using his core muscles, he lifted his body with the single hand as a fulcrum and spun midair to deliver a devastating blow to its unguarded back. Multiple spider-like limbs suddenly sprung out from its back and stopped his kick dead. So he was wrong about her close combat capabilities. She twisted her neck back to look at him as he recovered to his feet. So feisty, makes me want to eat you up. He ignored the sultry tone and moved closer, throwing a quick punch and kick combo that the spider-like limbs maneuvered and blocked successfully. And what beautiful hair that was, the cursed spirit continued with a surprising but honest sad frown on its face. It lashed out with another spider limb that tore his shoulder open as he barely dodged back. Its hidden spider limbs were faster than its actual body, he noted even as he found his feet. Aura, is my cursed energy getting in your way? The cursed spirit asked with a kind smile. Let me help out a bit there. Then there was nothing. His eyes widened in shock at the seeming impossibility. It had condensed its cursed energy from the previous volcano into something that could barely be called a candle. What the hell was he fighting? He sensed a flare of cursed energy from above, and he jumped even further back out of range. A heartbeat later, two spikes came down like the hammer of God, breaking the sound barrier in a solid boom of force before burying themselves into the cursed spirit and pinning it down to the ground in an X shape. Aura, what are you doing, Chiyokuen? The cursed spirit called out with a smile as she twisted to face the old woman, heedless of the spike that was embedded halfway into her. Her immense cursed energy immediately cushioned against the damage of the blow and healed her in the same second. His eyes noted barely a dip in her cursed energy. He already knew it would be hard to deal any real blow, considering how fast it healed his enhanced kick to its face. But this was simply something else. Not even Satoru could boast of this much cursed energy, even with the six eyes optimizing his control. So this was why they could not kill it the first time. It would be nearly impossible to tire it out and make it exhaust its cursed energy. That left you with a cursed spirit that simply refused to die. With a forceful jerk, it ripped its way out of the spiked implement and started walking towards the older woman, towards Aiko. With an uncharacteristic snarl on his face, heedless to the possible consequences of using his cursed energy with the second stage of his Sharingan, he increased its supply to his eyes, to the intense sensation of his three tomo fusing and reforming into his Mangekyo. The cursed spirit felt a change within him and started to turn back to react to this new variable. But it was never the fastest, and with the increased perception that came with the final stage of the Sharingan, it was even slower to his sight. He slowly closed his left eye, raised his right hand, and let it curl, with two fingers straightened. He focused on the technique and felt it blossom. A meteor. Boom. An explosion overhead. His eyes snapped up, and the technique dissipated before it could even finish forming. Something had hit the barrier and broken through it from outside. Reinforcements. They were greeted to the sight of two falling forms. Two cursed spirits. His eyes enlightened him with unasked for clarity. This fight was about to turn into something else. Something far more brutal than he expected. Aiko. He ignored Juragumo for the first time since he laid scarlet eyes on her and ran instead, coming to a stop where the old woman Kujisaki had found her feet and she stood before the fallen duo of Nobara and Aiko. The curses slammed into the ground with thunderous force, uprooting the few trees that remained standing and imprinting a crater in the ground. Huh, what dares intrude on my hunt? Juragumo called out with an annoyed frown on her face for the first time. A gray hand stretched out of the dust that had been thrown up in the fall, and with a lazy wave, the dust was blown away and dispersed, revealing the forms of the two cursed spirits. The one that dispersed it was a humanoid cursed spirit just like Juragumo. Its pale gray figure was covered in a black outfit with a yellow-black spotted cape around its shoulders. Its back was hunched over, and it held its hands over a black cane. It raised its single cycloptic eye to observe them before it finally settled on Juragumo. Its lips slowly spread out in a black-toothed smile. And another one is born, it spoke, with its interest resting solely on its fellow humanoid cursed spirit. What is your name, newborn? It asked in a grandfatherly tone. Even Jiki could see the way Juragumo's eyebrow raised in disbelief at the cursed spirit's patronizing tone. Another special grade. He heard old woman Kujise call out behind him, with dread deep in her voice. You've to run, kid. Her voice lacked the usual hard tone he had characterized her with. He could almost hear her plead as her voice broke. Take Aiko, Nobara, and get out of here now the barrier is down. He sent a single glance back at her, and she met his scarlet eyes with dread-clouded brown. Newborn. Juragumo asked with a sharp smile as she looked the two cursed spirits over. That is no newborn, Jogo, the second cursed spirit called out as it rested a single palm on the shorter and hunched over cursed shoulder. He said called out, but it let out ineligible words that managed to translate into something eligible in his head, a technique. The second one was much larger than the first, standing at over 6 feet at least. It was bone white with black marks raking around its form. Its left hand was hidden behind a stitched-over white cloth, while its head was a faceplate with branches for eyes. Aura, even if I was a newborn cursed spirit, has time changed so much that two bugs like you would casually wander into this spider's web? Juragumo called out with an insidious tone lacing every word. Ha, you would give insult even without knowing our objective, the shorter curse called out in anger. Jorogumo gave out an exaggerated sigh before shrugging delicate-looking shoulders. Speak then, let me know if this intrusion is worth my dance with my beautiful white-haired partner. She sent a glance at him that he would have called seductive if it wasn't coming from a centuries-old monster. With a more weary glance at her, the short cursed spirit spoke. I have been gathering up cursed spirits to change things in this world. Boring. So you would wage war then, unleashing another night parade? Jorogumo interjected in a bored tone. She did not even allow him to finish his sentence. It didn't work the first 2 times it was done, why should I bother now when the caliber of curses and humans are so much lower? Why should I bother when I could have it all for myself? Jiki ignored the byplay and sent another glance back at old woman Kujisaki. If I could take one down at immense loss to my cursed energy. Who would you say is the most dangerous? His words seemed to shake off some of the fear she had, and she gave him a calculating look before answering easily. Jorogumo. If she intended, we'd be all dead now. I thought as much. He could not see a certain way of killing Jorogumo considering the unfathomable depths of her curse energy. With 2 other special grades as comparison, he knew they were not a match. Not even together. He was not sure even Amaterasu would overcome her regeneration in time. Against her, the fight would boil down to how fast she could regenerate versus how fast Amaterasu can kill her. He did not like their odds of living long enough to celebrate that victory. The other 2 special grades were different. He could see the limit to their cursed energy. Even with their large reserves, he was certain that killing them wasn't an impossibility. Killing them after what he planned to do was the problem. Yet he didn't have a choice. Twisting his cursed energy into what he wanted, he pressed his 2 hands together in a tight grip and called out in a whisper. Susanoo. Chapter 17, Chapter 17. The skeletal spine of the tempestuous god of valor materialized and overlaid over his with a clack of cursed energy. The accompanying ribcage followed, just as the sheer amount of cursed energy he was exhibiting forced Jogo and the other unnamed spirit to jump back. Jorogumo turned her head to him. The other special grade curses long forgotten behind her as she beheld him call God. The spine elongated and formed a plated skull above him, while a clavicle and scapula manifested, with the accompanying 4 skeletal arms growing out with empty palms grasping for something. Jorogumo stared in a mixture of rapturous joy and surprise, even as she stretched out a hand as if to touch him from a distance. His cursed energy dipped further. Naked muscles formed and enhanced by cursed energy grew out in a sudden macabre display, spreading over hardened bones and giving bulk to a hollow frame. What are you? Old woman Kujisake whispered in shock as she watched his Susanoo manifest. The heavy armor of a warborn god manifested, spreading out and covering muscle-clad fingers with a gauntlet formed of cursed energy, before metastasizing to cover the four-armed form of his Susanoo in protection that rivaled anything a god could fathom. He could feel the pressure build up at the back of his eyes. After his healing under Shoko, he underwent long practices to know his new limits with this new source of energy. The Tengu-fanged mask of his Susanoo snapped erupted from behind the skull to snap shut above him. In the same instant, the heavy sake bottle that held the Tatsuka sword formed in his secondary right hand, and the mercurial form of the Yata mirror manifested in his primary left hand and gave unrivaled protection to that side. He let out a heavy breath and touched his dry cheeks. There was no bleed-through, so his older body could successfully withstand the strain of the Susanoo. Even if cursed energy was not optimal for its usage. But this was not a complete one. Not a full manifestation of what he could be. He could almost taste it. The complete Susanoo. A feat he could not accomplish in his past life because of his sickly physique. But now, all he had to do was push for it a bit. He shook off the temptation easily and focused his gaze on the main threat. What is this child? Jorogumo called out with rapturous glee. What VE you brought me? He stared back at her and replied to her. Your end. Sword of Tatsuka. The liquid and ethereal form of the snake-cutting sword sprang out of the sake jar at the call of its name. It molded itself to fit the empty primary right hand of the Susanoo. Impossible. That blade has been lost for multiple millennia, Jorogumo said even as she took a step back for the first time. Glee and fear fought for supremacy on her face. He swung low. That single swing cleaved through the air. The infinitely razor-sharp blade cut in a wide arc, slicing effortlessly through trees and vegetation. The forest trembled as the force of the blow created a shockwave, causing the destruction to ripple through the forest as nature succumbed to the power of the sword. A heartbeat later, there was an entire section of the forest that was wiped clean as well as a mountain range that was split in half horizontally. He looked down at the split and surging torso of the cursed spirit, Jorogumo even as she stared back at him. Her composure completely broken. Black eyes rolled in her sockets as her facial expression finally settled on one emotion. Fear. This is not the end, he promised her. For it truly wasn't. Her hands quickly slapped together as her unfathomable cursed energy exploded out in a wave of force. Her lost lower half started to grow back out. Slower than usual as residuals of the blade of Tatsuka clung to her frame. But that was not her focus, he realized with trepidation, just a side effect. With a twist of her hand, she locked her fingers and spread them outward. Palms snapping out facing him. The hand sign formed a complicated spider web. Domain Expa. He reversed the blade and plunged it down tip first, burying it in her torso in one sharp movement. The red dots that lay above her brows slowly forced themselves open to reveal pitch-black orbs, that closed back a second later as the essence of her being was drawn into the ethereal sword. Ha! She barked out in laughter. The fear that was on her face dispersed into a soft smile. You beautiful and blessed thing. I'll be watching you grow. With those last words, she was sucked completely into the sake jar. A stab of pain came a second later, and he let go of the technique. The armor-clad form of the Susanoo slowly lost its heavy god-forged armor as his cursed energy dip stagnated. The heavy armor dissipated, followed slowly by the muscle deterioration and the skeleto. A blur, and the one-eyed figure of the other special grade was in front of him with his palms stretched and a grim look on his face. Cursed technique, disaster flames. The sudden point-blank explosion of fire and energy hit him but was blocked and dispersed alongside the weakened rib cage of his Susanoo. The following shockwave blew him out of the Susanoo. With a simple act of skill, he forced his body to flip midair and land feet first before skidding the rest of the way back. You are no ordinary human. I don't know what you are, the cursed spirit walked forward with a frown on its face. But I know I can't let you live. Not if we want a world where cursed spirits reign supreme. He ignored the words. It was supposed to be dead. That was what the mountain-cleaving slash was truly for. His eye spotted a weird seed-like structure that emerged from the ground with an opening in front. The other cursed spirit was still inside with its single arm pressed elbow deep into the structure. They went underground then. With that acknowledgement, he straightened up to his feet and cracked his neck to the side. 1 down, 2 to go. The volcano head cursed spirit formed a hand seal and 4 insect-like miniature curses with red-colored butts and sharp forward-facing stingers sprung out from the top of his head and formed around him. They looked like an unholy mixture of a beetle, a dragonfly, and a mosquito. Cursed technique, ember insects. They shot forward like supercharged arrows, and he slammed his foot into the ground in response. The upturned rocks rocketed into the pathway of the miniature cursed spirit, and everything went up in an explosion of fire. Jiki planted his feet into the ground before blurring forward and into the flames. With a sudden explosion of force, he sped through before the cursed fires could burn him and came out of the other end with a hand cocked back to the surprised face of the cursed spirit. He snapped his fingers together, locking them in a knife shape, before plunging them deep into the cycloptic eyes of the cursed spirit. Ahhh, with a piercing cry of pain, the cursed spirit lashed out blindly with a fire-covered arm that Jiki diverted upward, before retaliating with a kick to the side that sent the cursed spirit back. Jiki braced himself and made to follow before giant roots burst out of the ground like a spears, aimed at his vital organs and forcing him to backtrack. He moved his scarlet eyes to the source of the roots. The other special grade. For some reason, it just stayed in the structure and watched them fight. Its only interruption so far had been this spear of roots. You bastard. He looked up in time to dodge an axe kick that planted into the ground hard enough to crater it. He skipped to the side predicting another blow, only for the cursed spirit to let out a black-toothed smile. Its cycloptic eyes had recovered even if it had a tinge of red at the edges. Jiki looked down at where he was about to land and his eyes pierced through the group to see the trap. There was a volcano-like protrusion slowly forming underground and forcing its way out. He skipped lightly on the ground before jumping further back. A split second later it erupted. The explosion of fire blocked his vision for a second, and the curse burst out of the fire to bury a fire-clad fist that folded him over. It was learning from him. He realized with a raised brow. The following blow was diverted to the side by his forearm even as he dodged another disaster fire strike. The cursed spirit's technique made him realize something he had thought he lost in his rebirth. Ever since he regained his memories, he had behaved like he was still in the elemental nations. He had treated cursed energy purely like chakra for so long, trying to mold it into his previous life's techniques. While his method had proven applicable in some, like reinforcement and his activation of the Sharingan, it had proven borderline impossible, as indicated by his struggle with Genjutsu and his inability to perform a single ninjutsu. Another straight palm at his head was deflected, and a second later the heat of intense fire blasting out of the palm dried the sweat that had formed on his face. Yet he kept his unblinking eyes on the cursed spirit. He watched the way its curse energy ebbed and flowed even without any hand signs. Ducking under a spinning kick, he lashed out with his leg to deflect the second kick downwards. With his feet stomping down hard on the cursed spirit's leg, the technique it had sent down the leg blasted out fire from its feet, with his own feet pressing down on the cursed spirits. Innate techniques were not often created manually after all. He had known that even with the bare-bones knowledge the clan had fed him in preparation for Jujutsu High. They were already carved into the brain and were simply triggered. In the same way, the knowledge of each person's Mangekyo was carved into the brain and soul of every Uchiha that unlocked it. The cursed spirit was forced to bear the brunt of the technique blowback as Jiki jumped back a heartbeat later as the ground within 10 feet erupted from the inverse volcanic explosion of the technique. But unlike Limitless, fire was not just a technique. It was a naturally occurring phenomenon. There was still a process it went through. A process the cursed technique followed. A process he was deeply familiar with. Force. Pressure. Intent. All he had to do was go back to the roots of ninjutsu before it was bastardized and weaponized by the first Uchiha. All he had to do was go back to the concept of ninshu. Ninshu was originally created to give people a better understanding of chakra, themselves, and other people. The cursed spirit knowingly or unknowingly made use of that same principle. Using cursed energy, it instinctively applied ninshu and forged an intrinsic connection between itself and the concept of fire that created it. Jiki could feel his Sharingan spinning wildly in his sockets as he tried to pick up the cursed spirit in the ash and smoke that surrounded him. He was only half present in this fight as the consuming elation of enlightenment felt like it was burning a scorched pathway through his brain. The sudden flying kick from his left almost caught him off guard, but he spun on the spot and dodged the kick by a hair's breadth. Before sending out a knee that was countered with a palm strike midair. A palm strike that scorched the cloth and skin off his knee. Yet the force of the knee strike was enough to send the cursed spirit rocketing into the smoke. Even the sensation of fire burning his skin fueled his enlightenment. To stay still in combat was to die. So he moved. Instead of connecting to people, the cursed spirit held tight to the concept of fire. Fire was both a primal force and transformative energy. Fire was hungry, consuming, and purifying. Fire was the driving force of the cycle of destruction and rebirth. Fire was also the easiest element to connect to as it reached for you just as much as you reached for it. Hoping to scorch you just as much as you hoped to wield it to your ends. Like all Uchiha, he knew fire. He met the cursed spirit halfway as they clashed once more. A human fist found its way buried into the gray-white throat of the cursed inhuman facsimile of flesh. Just as the ground Jiki stood on erupted flames blasted out, an attack he dodged easily. It was losing its previous calm edge and growing feral. Had it truly never faced a real opponent? Fire. Immolation. Combustion. All it needed was the spark to bring it to life. With that thought in mind, Jiki kicked the cursed spirit back to create distance and raised up a trembling hand, before stilling it with a force of will. He closed his eyes as he formed a single-hand tiger seal. A hand sign to mold his cursed energy into a facsimile of what he wanted, the knowledge of how to bring the technique to work employing combustion, and finally, the intent to burn. The coming-of-age technique came to him with clarity. Even with his eyes closed, he could pick up on the way the cursed spirit ran through the smoke and waited for it. The moment it was in front of him, he snapped his eyes open and activated the technique with a flex of will. Cursed technique, fire style, great fireball. The sudden explosion of fire and light brought the world into startling clarity as the technique bloomed in front of him. The cyclopean red-eyed visage of the cursed spirit widened in shock, even as it spread out a hand towards the great fireball. The detonation of the technique destroyed everything in front of him, combustion even as the fire spread outwards seeking what to further burn and destroy immolation. He let out a shaky breath as his body trembled from the stress he had put it through. Finally, the smoke cleared off, and he could see his opponent once more. The cursed spirit was unsurprisingly alive. He noted with a soft chuckle. Its right hand has been reduced to nothing. Its clothes had been burnt, its gray flesh was cracked and broken. Yet it still stood. How? It asked Jiki, even as its voice cracked. The great fireball was not the greatest fire-style technique, but still it should have been dead after taking it headfirst, but somehow it had survived even that. With a tilt of his head, Jiki noted that it must have had some innate resistance to fire. Yet right now, its cursed energy was exhausted and as low as his. It took a wide-eyed threatening step towards him, as the cracked flesh fell off, and its skin regenerated slowly. Jiki's ears picked up the sudden displacement of air from behind, and his soft smile widened into a sharp and uncharacteristic grin, even as the cursed spirit looked behind him with a frown. He could feel eyes trail his injuries from behind before a soft familiar voice called out in the wake of the displacement. Its usually jovial tone had the intensity of cold death, and for the first time, Jiki felt like he was not alone again. I'll kill you. Chapter 18. He sent searching eyes back, and once more malevolent scarlet eyes locked into eerie blue. Satoru walked up to him and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Are you all right? He gave a shrug and a smile before replying, a bit burnt, bruised, and cut. But majorly exhausted. And that was the truth. He was no longer the 6-year-old kid who struggled to even survive against the sorcerer killer. None of the injuries he had gotten so far were life-threatening. No real broken bones, and he made sure he was never slow enough to take Jogo's disaster flames head-on. The only real injury he noted was the laceration from his left chest to his shoulder. He glanced at it. Throughout the fight, he had instinctively held the muscle tight in a feat of long-practiced control. Yet, it still bled freely. His only notable injury was a glancing blow from an amused Jorogumo. That she also had access to a domain just made it that much more insidious. This was his second foe that had not taken him seriously, and they had paid the price for it. They had ignored the threat he could pose simply because of his age. In his previous life where children as young as 6 could be sent to the war front, nobody would have dared make that mistake. But this world was soft. Only 2 world wars in a century, compared to the 4 they had in less than 50 years. Yet wasn't this exactly what he had hoped to build? He shook his head, breaking off the wild tangent his mind had begun to follow, daring to dredge up past hopes and dreams. Satoru replied to him with a nod before turning his attention back to the regenerated curse. An unregistered special grade. Who are you? The curse asked while turning the screw at the side of its head. Anger and annoyance at being ignored. Jiki noted it down as an emotional tick. This time a smile crept up on Satoru's face, and his normal boisterous exterior appeared once more but tinged with something dark. Something malicious. I'm the strongest, he stated with all the certainty of a man that had known his fate from the moment he was born. A man whose birth shifted the aisle on which this world spun. The cursed spirit gave him a confused look even as Satoru continued before turning his eyes to where the giant straw figure used to rest. And no, you were not the one to actually stress my cute little Jiki-kun after all. Satoru gave him a very obvious once-over before continuing, you're weak. Satoru turned away from the surprised and rapidly boiling visage of the cursed spirit. He gave a brief look at the second curse that hadn't moved an inch, to the open-mouthed form of Granny Kujisake and the wide-eyed forms of Aiko and Nobara. When had they woken up? He questioned idly. He had been so focused on the threats before him that he had missed their recovery. It was another special grade. Jiki gave out another shrug. A shrug that stretched his wounded shoulder, he realized with a wince. Special grade cursed spirit, Jorogumo. Satoru asked with a raised brow. Considering the speed Satoru got here with and taken alongside the fact he didn't come over with the eye wrap on, Satoru most likely had an idea of what he was coming to face. So Jiki nodded in reply. Mao, I was really gearing up to face her, you know. Satoru continued with an exaggerated pout. Completely unbothered about the cursed spirit that was rapidly boiling just as its diminished cursed energy seemed to rapidly increase. The higher-ups already had their panties in a bind, after all her cursed energy could be felt back at Jujutsu High all the way from here. Can you believe the moment she was released, the number of cursed spirits in Japan alone nearly multiplied? Really? He asked in surprise. Really, Satoru continued with an exaggerated hand movement depicting the way the cursed energy flowed out. How come I didn't see a single cursed spirit in the village? Because I killed them all before they managed to feed off her cursed energy, brat, the rough voice of old woman Kujisaki called out, drawing their attention back to her. Anyway, she was a registered special grade and we had some idea of her capability, so where is she right now? Satoru finally continued. I sealed her, Jiki answered plainly, stifling the desire to shrug. You seal dash. Cursed technique, disaster flames. Satoru ducked and spun on the spot, like he had been waiting for the moment for days. Dodging the overstretched gray hand before burying 2 fingers deep into the wide-eyed cursed spirit's chest. The sheer speed of the moment made it certain that Jiki was the only one who saw what actually happened. Satoru whispered a sentence. His previous jovial tone drained to nothing, and his soft voice carried the cold chill of the dead. Cursed technique reversal, red. The explosive output of the reverse curse technique activating point blank in front of the special grade burned a hole through it. A hole that extended outwards to carve a new pathway into the forest. The shockwave of force came next. It exploded and blew everything in the surroundings away. With a flex of his cursed energy, Jiki anchored himself to the ground and kept his footing, before raising a hand to block out the dust. When he raised his head once more, the special grade was nowhere to be seen. But Satoru was still looking down the pathway his reverse curse technique had carved through the forest. Waving off the dust, he looked to Satoru and asked, still alive? Surprisingly, Satoru admitted with a curious tilt of his head. I guess it's not a special grade for nothing. The flare of cursed energy that indicated the activation of a technique drew his eyes to where the seemingly docile special grade curse was. It had finally decided to move then. He could not hear the words this far away, but its effects were clear. Within the entire clearing, a wide flower bed suddenly grew out. The soft sound of summer breeze blowing through the flowers, the sweet smell of pollinated flowers, With a directed disruption of his cursed energy, the sensation disappeared just as fast as it came. Genjutsu. Jiki realized with wide eyes. And one that was insidious enough to get past a sorcerer's innate resistance to it. How? 2 lifetimes of well-honed instinct screamed danger, so he turned. His Sharingan enhanced his perception, slowing the world down for him alone. 5 cursed energy-enhanced roots speared forward. He ducked under his, and Satoru recovered fast enough to slap the one that came for him to the side. The remaining 3 overshot and went behind them. Behind them. He spun around, dread in his bones and his eyes shifting into their Manjiiko form, heedless of the risk as Amaterasu, the heavenly illumination of a god, sprang out and destroyed one root. Ignoring the spike of pain that came with the usage, he turned immediately, and the next second the black fire sprang up on another root, but even with that, he was still too slow. Too slow to stop the last root. The last root heading for Nobara. Old woman Kujisaki sent trembling knees up and stepped in the way. A valiant effort to save her grandchild. A wasted effort. It speared through the weakened frame of the elderly woman, bursting out her back with her internal organs following before its sharp end buried itself into the unmoving girl. He blinked away the prediction. Spears of roots shot out from where the cursed spirit was standing. 5 cursed energy-enhanced spiked stakes for the 5 people alive in the clearing. His cursed energy was running low, but he still had enough in him to try it. Locking his 10 fingers together, he raised up the 2 index fingers to his lips, before twisting his cursed energy into what he wanted and breathing out. Cursed technique, fire style, great flame technique. He expelled a large stream of flames from his mouth that progressively widened as it shot forward like a long-range portable flamethrower. Fire against wood was only ever going to have one result. The spreading barrier of cursed energy-derived flames scorched and burnt down the 5 roots with an unmatched hunger before they could gather up speed in time to become the threat he saw. His cursed energy ran dry a few seconds later, and he was forced to stop and hunch over to cough out the smoke that had managed to form in his lungs. Using AB rank fire-style jutsu barely 10 minutes after he managed to re-engineer ninjutsu on this world was not the smartest thing, he had to admit, even as he felt Satoru's hand on his back, slapping it gently. He looked up to see Satoru staring at him with an increasingly bright smile. "You've discovered your innate technique," Satoru exclaimed. All the concern about his previously injured state was gone in the heat of the moment. The anger and curiosity at the special grade cursed spirit transformed into joy. This was the Satoru he was more familiar with. "Not exactly," Jiki finally spoke as he managed to clear his lungs. To the raised questioning brow of Satoru. "I copied the cursed spirit's technique." "An innate technique that copies other techniques?" Satoru asked, with a hand on his chin. The 2 special grade cursed spirits forgotten behind him. Jiki was not certain it was that either. The way he molded his cursed energy was something different from just copying a technique. He had a feeling this was replicable. It won't be easy, but he knew it was possible. But the concept of ninjutsu or its originator ninshu was not known nor common here. Explaining it would be time-consuming, and they didn't have the time for it. Plus, he knew how worried Satoru had been about his lack of innate curse technique. So he shrugged in response, suppressing the wince that shot through him. "What about the curses?" he asked as he sent out searching eyes. "They've been gone for a while," Satoru answered as he walked off to see Aiko, Nobara, and old woman Kujisaki. 2 special grade curses teaming up and working together is rare, but not exactly unheard of. They were here to recruit Juragumo. "Huh," that stopped Satoru short. "Really?" "Really," Jiki answered. "Huh. That won't have gone well for them." Juragumo was a noted cannibal. She didn't exactly care where she got the cursed energy from. That was one of the reasons she was so feared in the Heian era. In other notes Satoru looked back at him as he continued walking. "The higher-ups are going to want to see you. This is not just about you being a prodigy. You managed to seal a centuries-old cursed spirit. What should I expect? A marriage contract at least." Old woman Kujisaki broke into the conversation once more as they neared, even if her focus was on pressing her palm on both Aiko and Nobara's head. The old woman knew reverse curse healing. So why didn't the spiteful bag of anger and annoyance heal the gash she tore into him? Then her words clicked again in his head. "A marriage contract?" he asked with a barely notable tremble in his voice that was definitely caused by the smoke that got into his lungs. "Mau, don't mind her, this is not the Meiji period. Forceful arranged marriage is no longer all that common." Jiki's hopes were raised a bit before the older woman opened her mouth once more. "You forget they also tried to marry you off in a stupid attempt to artificially breed new 6-eyed brats, and only the fact that you were the next clan head stopped that in its tracks." Satoru scratched his head in embarrassment. "It's all in the past anyway. Don't worry about it." For the first time, Satoru's words didn't bring him any comfort. "This is the first official meeting in regards to the ungraded jujitsu sorcerer, Gojo Jiki." Jiki stood in between 6 equally spaced traditional wooden slides. Behind them were the moving cogs and wheels of the jujitsu world. The people that decided who lived and who died in this world. He stood easily, giving a lazy look to the seal-etched wooden slides. Not even his eyes could peer through them. Here he was wasting time instead of continuing his vacation in Aiko's village now that it had been cleansed. Satoru better keep to his words and teleport him back after this. Needing a distraction, he turned his attention to his clothes. The white kimono and matching black half-hand haori he wore over it fit him snugly, he had to admit. The more traditional wear for some reason reminded him of older times. This was reinforced by the scene. This was not the first time he was meeting a group of higher-ups in a clandestine location. Exorcised his first curse at age 6, the first voice called out. Unlocked a mutation of the 6 eyes, another one acknowledged. Fought and survived the hyper-lethal class, sorcerer killer, another one added. Hyper-lethal. Did they just make up a new classification for a singleman? He could not say why they didn't just classify him as special grade. But considering the prejudice of the higher-ups, he would guess it was the man's lack of cursed energy. It must have hurt them to even admit that he was a threat to the vast majority of them. Committed unsanctioned investigation on the registered special grade spirit, Jorogumo, another one called out. This time hostility laced this person's tone, and Jiki raised an unimpressed brow at it. Accomplice in the death of over 30 men and women, another voice continued, tone cold and unfeeling. Fought against the special grade curse, Jorogumo and sealed her, this one was more approving. Allegedly. The hostile voice added. He let out a sigh that drew all attention to him. You've heard of her, you felt her cursed energy, tasted the sheer malice and desire she held in her frame, even from afar while clad in your protection. If she was roaming about Japan, we wouldn't be here talking about me, he stated for the first time. His tone curt and non-argumentative, simply factual. Disrespectful. Truly a gojo, the hostile voice finally said after a short 5-second break where they all shuffled behind their barriers. He guessed not even their overinflated sense of worth and pride could blind them to what he had done. With the aid of the mutated 6 eyes, with noted abilities widely varying from the original 6 eyes, the cold and detached voice continued from where they stopped. Jiki stood still and uncaring. He had made his point. He might not care for being psychoanalyzed to his face, but he wouldn't allow them to discredit him for no reason. According to the multiple eyewitness reports, names were mentioned with each activation of the techniques. Divine names. Deific names. Gods, a new voice called out in amusement. Heretical, the hostile voice spoke up once more, glee lacing the tone. Amaterasu, an unquenching black fire, one noted. Susanoo, a faux manifestation of a god, another one noted. Yet, the names have been backed up by the ability. And we all felt it, didn't we? The first voice finally spoke up again. Once more, they were quiet. But this time, it lasted longer, and it perked his curiosity. What exactly had they felt? Sealed the special grade curse, Jorogumo with the blade of Tatsuka. A deific grade weapon that had been lost for almost 2 millennia, the cold voice noted once more. The voice was clinical, neither approving like the first nor truly hostile like the fourth. It just made statements. But this time, it held something like interest in its tone. How did this come to be? He shrugged in reply. This had gotten tedious again, but he was not one to break formality. I don't know, he said, the truth and a lie. He did not know how they lost their own Tatsuka no Tsurugi, but his own was brought along from another life, where he challenged its protector, the chief summons of the elusive bearded dragons, in a bid to counter what Orochimaru had done to his little brother. Lie, one voice noted. True, another one countered. I tire of this, a new voice spoke up, bearing the weight of age in its tone, the grinding of millennia. Verdict, it asked. All were silent for 10 long minutes while he stood like a statue. Special grade status approved, the hostile voice finally announced for the group, with gritted teeth that he could hear even from behind its barrier. Special grade sorcerer, Gojo Jiki, you're hereby mandated to join one of the jujitsu schools in Japan here. Absence or renegading on this is not advised, the aged voice spoke up once more. I officially welcome you to the world of jujitsu, child. May you be one of the pillars that hold it up high. Chapter 19, Chapter 19. He stepped out of the oppressive room with an easy cadence in his pace, despite how annoying he had found the atmosphere. It was something he was admittedly used to, stoicism born of discipline had led him through multiple such meetings. Ignoring the unfamiliar way the more traditional Haori flowed with his stride, he turned the corner to see the waiting forms of Satoru, Yutaheim, Mei, and an unfamiliar man bearing blonde hair and green eyes with something as rare as a pure white stallion running about metropolitan Tokyo, a thick heavy beard. The 4 of them were seated on 2 long benches in the traditionally styled hallway, with the benches resting on both sides. He doubled his pace and strode to meet them. He came to an easy stop before a grinning Satoru and returned his older cousin's grin with a softer smile. How was it? Satoru asked after a quick ruffle of his hair as soon as he sat down beside him. He waved the hand off and moved to his seat before replying. More exhausting than facing the sorcerer killer. Only you would say that. Mei cut in with a smile. He looked at her again and had to wonder about her age. Even 7 years after the first time he met her, she hadn't aged a day physically. Despite the woman's flirtatious nature and strange interest in him, he had never given her much thought. Now gray eyes picked up the way her clothes hung tightly to her physique, highlighting her figure in a way that drew his eyes like nothing else did. A thick thigh lay over the other as she sat in a lounging posture opposite him with all the grace of a curious cat. She eyed him back with her single exposed eye and a growing smile before he forced his eyes away and shrugged off the unfamiliar feeling, purposely ignoring the way her eyes lit up. It brought to mind memories of Izumi. Memories he had been suppressing with all he had for as long as he could remember. But puberty had a way of shaking things loose. He had lost control over himself more times in the past few months than he had done in the past 7 years. It was only the conviction formed of another lifetime of war that helped him focus as much as he had. Finally designated me a grade, Jiki spoke up again in an attempt to distract himself even as he moved his eyes from Mei to the blonde-haired foreigner. Oh, they did. Any guess at what it is? Satoru replied with glee while rubbing his hands together with a mischievous smile. Nobody is stupid enough to take you up on that bet, Satoru. Even if the other clans tried to hinder his promotion in fear of the Gojo accumulating more power, it would be impossible to shackle Jiki. Not after the Juragumo incident. Mei replied with a smile. Another special grade then. The man finally spoke up. His voice was rough, and his Japanese was accented with something rougher. Yes, Jiki replied with an easy nod as he focused completely on the stranger. His gray eyes transitioned smoothly into the three-tomo form of the Sharingan, and the man flinched for a split second, so fast it would have been missed by almost any other person. But he was not any other person, was he? The man had little curse energy, at least with respect to the monsters like Satoru and Mei. If Jiki was going to guess, he would have pegged him for a grade 2 or 3 sorcerer. The man stayed silent for a second before he introduced himself. The name is Ivanov Boris. The man started, and it took him a split second to place the name. He was only vaguely familiar with the world outside Japan, but the guttural tone and intonation cleared whatever doubt he had. The man was Russian. A nation, if his borderline photogenic memory was correct, one that was just as treacherous as the land of snow. What sort of monsters would such lands create? If you've been classified as a special grade, then my coming here was somewhat of a waste, the man admitted with a frown. Oh. My original intention was to invite you to our prestigious school of Zagavori. But if you've managed to attain the special grade rank already, I don't think they will be letting you go anytime soon. Jiki gave a nod of acknowledgement. He had never given much thought to how sorcery worked outside Japan. He remembered Satoru saying sorcerers and cursed spirits were more common and stronger in Japan than in other countries, but never the why. Apologies, but I was mandated to attend a school in Japan here. I'm guessing that's why you guys are here. He looked at the smirking form of Mei and the smiling and straight-backed form of Yutahime. Somewhat, Mei agreed easily. You're a special grade now. The 4th and youngest special grade in recent history, achieving the rank even faster than Satoru. The higher-ups would do anything to have you under their thumb, which leads us here. Gakuganji sent Yutahime ahead to invite you to Kyoto Jujutsu High, which is the sister school to the one in Tokyo here. Yutahime smoothly continued from where Mei stopped. It is also the most prestigious school in Japan, sitting on the foundational, sacred, and blessed land of Kyoto. I'm sure a child of your talents would be happy to be fostered in the best school in the world. Jiki sent searching eyes to the side and witnessed the wide grin that was plastered on Satoru's face. Mao, are you really trying to steal my cute little Jiki-kun from right under my nose? Of course we are, Mei agreed easily with an even larger smirk to match Satoru's grin. The higher-ups promised at least 5 million yen if I managed to convince him over. Anything to get him away from your horrible influence. So what do you say, Jiki-kun? I don't care, he answered without much thought into the surprised glance from the 3 people present. Yet somehow Satoru's grin got even wider. Of course, Satoru was the only one here with an actual idea of his thought process, wasn't he? I'm still 14 for a few months, which means I've till I'm 15 to make a real choice, he added as he transitioned to his feet. Till then. He let out a shrug. I plan on continuing my vacation. He finished with a pointed stare at Satoru that was answered with a laugh. A split second later he felt space-time twist around him as Satoru clasped his hands together, and then he was gone. XXXX. Do you think he's coming back? She asked big sister Aiko even as she wrung her hands nervously on the walk to Fumi's place. Soon I hope, Aiko replied to her with a basket in hand and a soft smile for her. The past few days had been strange. Her grandmother had always told her vague stories of past eras and her role in taking over when she was gone. Yet the scale of what had happened was not something she had ever considered possible. Even a glance around showed how much the village had changed. How much the landscape had shifted and rearranged because of him. The mountain range that had been there for centuries before she was born had been cut off mid-height in a feat that she had not thought possible. She remembered the thrill of the moment. The intense sensation of fear and rapturous joy she had felt the moment she woke up. The moment she heard him call God. The moment he sundered and rearranged the world around her village just because he could. She tried her best to ignore the empty houses they walked past. She had seen the remains of the denizens before the fight had gotten so chaotic. The mummified and desiccated forms still kept her up at night sometimes. Jujitsu. She had asked her grandmother about learning more with motivation stemming from what she had experienced. Her grandmother's only reply was for her to wait till Jujitsu high. She forcefully shifted her thoughts back to better things. Like Jiki, she admitted with a blush on her face that was thankfully hidden by her hair bangs. He had looked barely older than her when they first met. His white locks framed a soft face with sad gray eyes. Features that made him seem so fragile. Trying to reconcile the image with the short-haired intense teen that cut a mountain range in half was almost ridiculous. Maybe he would teach her to do the same. Speak of the devil, and there he was, she realized with an even brighter blush. He walked down the road giving a lazy and apathetic glance at the surrounding empty houses before sighting them. Even this far off she could sense something off about him. Something different. Especially now that she had seen beyond the facade that was his bored mask. Those lazy glances were his eyes picking up on almost everything and categorizing them, she realized with hindsight. He was dressed in a white yukata and a black one-handed haori over it, with ghetto sandals on his feet. It was a very distinct image from the sweatshirt and shorts-clad teen that walked into the village a week ago. Jiki. She called out in a wave before he got to them. How have you been, Nobara? He asked with a smile that sent her flustering again, which forced Aiko to answer for her. God damn it. She was Nobara Kyujisake. Lion of the village and granddaughter of the old terror, she was never shy. We've been helping the village recover and settle back into the way things used to be over the past 2 days you've been away. Considering they were aware of Joragumo, it has not been all that difficult, although Aiko gave a look at the empty houses before continuing. It has not been the easiest either. We've lost some people and scars like that don't come off quickly. Jiki answered with a subdued nod as he stared at the houses with an empty expression that reeked of apathy. But this close to him, she could see the way his hand, covered by the black haori, was clenched tight. Where did you go to? She finally found her words and butted into the conversation, changing the gloomy topic. Oh, I was summoned by the higher-ups about Joragumo's sealing. Even the sheer mention of her name sent chills down Nobara's spine, and she only had bare memories of the woman. Joragumo. A blurry figure that faced the manifestation of a god head-on without fear. That is all she managed to piece together days later. What about you? Seems like I caught you guys halfway to somewhere. We're visiting Fumi, Nobara replied. She had finally found her voice back, she realized in that moment. And Aiko had kept quiet to allow her to lead the conversation this time. Mind if I walk with you? Sure, she agreed easily even as she started telling him about everything he had missed over the last 2 days. XXXX. She could feel his cursed energy the moment he appeared in the town. That dense, borderline malevolent cursed energy. It was not any bigger than it originally was, even if it was already above average. No, where it differed was the texture of his cursed energy. If cursed energy was the combined negative feelings found in humans, his own seemed otherworldly and drenched in so much blood and regret. The texture of cursed energy you would find on a man 6 times his age with enough regrets to drown the world. The sheer maliciousness of it would have put her off if she didn't know the boy himself. That was honestly the real reason why she had attacked him the moment she saw him the first time. Her clear dislike of his clan aside. He suddenly disengaged from walking with Nobara and Aiko, and she had a feeling she knew why he had suddenly changed direction and started heading her way. Ruminating back on his cursed energy, there was something insidious beneath his usual curse energy. A touch of something even more malevolent swimming beneath his curse energy. Like a shark in a pool of blood, ever hungry and yet surrounded by enough. She supposed it had something to do with how he sealed Joragumo. So she busied herself with preparing tea for 2 and her signature cookies while still making sure his tea was bitter, without milk or sugar. It won't do for the spiteful old woman character she loved so much to be broken by a sweet tea. Her cackling was interrupted by a knock on the door, so she straightened up, schooled her visage into its perpetually angry mask, and picked up her cane. The door was opened, and the now short-haired brat greeted her with a polite half-bow. Old hag. Monstrous brat. With the formalities done with, she led him back to the kitchen where their waiting cup of tea sat. He dragged out her chair, and she sat gently before he slid it back and turned to his own seat. He sat down with a grace that she envied, but for people like them, getting old was fortunate enough already, so she was used to the brief bout of that particular emotion. He sat and took a sip of his tea, swallowing the no doubt bitter tea without even a twitch on his regular placid visage. TCH, the unflappable bastard. Her attempt at needling him was seemingly a waste. Oh well, she had the whole of his vacation to continue their fun game. I'm guessing you came here to ask about your mother, she started, the question rhetorical. How did you know? It wasn't that hard to figure out. She left here with Aiko in her hands, and you come back, hand to hand with Aiko. More importantly, you look so much like her. The kid turned his eyes to his tea. Was that a crack in his facade? Even if it was, she couldn't find it in her to wrench that particular one open. So she continued talking. She was a fair one, the lass was. Old woman Kujisaki reminisced about the woman with a mixture of a frown and smile. Soft features like yours, with the matching little stress marks. The major differences between you two were her bright smiles. But growing up in a clan like the Gojo, I guess she was the exception. I'm not certain about her technique, but I know it had something to do with sealing curses before transforming them into something else. She came here with the old clan head while chasing after it. She knew about the special grade curse spirit, he asked. Of course she did. Despite the higher-ups' effort to contain and destroy news about her, Juragumo was a notable figure in the Hein era and just before her sealing. So what happened? The kid asked at the edge of his seat. What happened to Gojo Mikoto here? This time she released a tired sigh in response to the question. It was one of those old memories she preferred being stuck in the back of her mind. At times like this, she cursed her imminent dementia for not taking away the harder memories. Kimiko tricked them. I don't know the details as I was too late by then. What I do know is that after they had partially unsealed her and realized what they had done, your mother did something to reseal the cursed spirit. Something she never recovered from. A few months later, I heard she died giving birth to a child. I had not given it much thought other than mourning her death. For her child to come back and seal Juragumo, seemingly with a permanent measure, fate sure has a sense of humor. She allowed a bitter laugh to slip out and watched the kid blink back wet eyes. Fate definitely had a morbid sense of humor, she decided, forcing herself to her feet and taking the used cups with her, giving the kid some alone time. Chapter 20. In his opinion, his dislike for sorcery and the supernatural, in general, was very valid. Some people's first experience with curses and jujitsu originally starts in a classroom, if he had to guess. His first real experience with one started with what he learned later down the line was a grade 1 curse spirit. Where are you? The oscillating childlike voice called out, even as the heavy thud of meat and bone colliding with a wall sounded out above him. He sent searching eyes up, only to watch as the body slowly slid down from where it had impacted. The monster had flung the body with so much force that the face was a mess of bone and flesh, with an eye that fell and rolled to where he was hiding. A familiar brown eye. He lay crouched on the floor with his palm tight around his mouth, strangling his screams shut. Searching eyes were drawn back to the body as it continued its slow slide down before settling on the ground. The man, at least he thought it was a man, was dressed in a three-piece black suit that had not survived its encounter with the multi-head monstrosity. Sunlight flashed in from the window, exposing a gold and diamond ring band on the man's finger. A ring bearing the kanji for king. So that was where Boss Ag ended up. Fitting for a man who grew his reputation from bashing in people's heads. The irony of it all. I told you to leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Why didn't you? The monster continued to the ghastly crunching of its monstrous limb slamming into another unfortunate person's chest. This was his fault. The thought almost made a deranged laugh squeeze past his lips. He was the one who had suggested they sweat the man out, instead of the regular Yakuza method of beating him up till he finally paid up his debt. He was a once-in-a-lifetime genius, the intellectual brainpiece that was the brawn of their organization. He had finished high school by 12 years old and college by 16. So why hadn't he listened to his instincts' warnings when he felt a dark miasma building up in the man? He had lived so long ignoring the weird quirks and little monsters he had seen hanging off people's shoulders for so long, he had almost started to believe it was a selective hallucination. Boom, boom, boom. Gunshots, he thought with hope blossoming in his chest. Considering the strict gun laws in Japan, most fights were settled using fists, baseball bats, and long knives. Big Bro Shinobu was the only one who carried a gun around. He struggled up from his position hiding behind a couch only to see the monstrosity had one arm wrapped around the Yakuza's head. The burly man was held at arm's length even as he continued to shoot at the monster at point-blank range. The bullets barely formed wounds that were quickly plugged back up. The older man's eyes found him from where he just stood. The usually fierce and arrogant man's face was squeezed into what he never expected to see on such a man's face. His eyes had tears already forming in them. While his screams were strangled by a monstrous finger down his throat. The moment the gun clicked empty. Whatever fear was in his eyes magnified as he finally found his voice getting past the digit. Hell dash. Shinichi ducked back into cover, a second before the loud squelch of the monster's hand closed with force over the enclosed head. Half of the gang was ripped apart, and their organs and guts had been used to redecorate the simple house they found themselves in. The two toughest men he knew, Boss Ag and Big Bro Shinobu, were also dead. He knew he was dead, there was no surviving whatever this was. The door to the house opened, and he heard a child's voice call out nonchalantly. Hey Dad, this is the place. It's a pretty big one, isn't it? An older voice called out. The voice was followed by steps. Heavy steps that forced the wooden ground they stepped on to creak and groan. Why don't you try taking this one on by yourself? Brat. There are easier ways to kill me if you want me dead, you overly muscled ape. Came a younger dismissive voice. He crawled to the side to peep behind his barricade. He wasn't certain who these crazy people were, talking and bantering like they were not stepping on the blood-soaked and gut-strewn floor created by his dead comrades. But he'll be fucked to hell and back if he doesn't take this God-given chance for what it was. Huh, you're one lazy brat, aren't you? He finally looked around and saw the two intruders. A younger boy with black hair and dark eyes and an older man with strikingly similar features. When I was your age, I was already out there taking risks. What's your excuse, brat? Shinichi sent a calculating glance at the duo. The kid wasn't anything special, but the man was muscular and tall with a scar at the edge of his lips. His sheer presence reeked of violence, highlighted by the tight muscle shirt he had on. Every twitch, every shuffle screamed of restrained violence. A musculature that strained against will. Yet, in the end, the man was human. He would die to the creature all the same, but Shinichi was sure he would give him the head start he needed to run. Tossing the kid at the monster should give him an additional 3 seconds at least. He shifted his glance to the multi-limbed monstrosity and realized it had frozen the instant the duo walked in. With limbs that seemed to tremble. What? Was it suddenly scared? Impossible. The monster had ripped through 7 of some of the most hardened men he had known for over 5 years. Men who had dipped their toes into violence for the better half of their lives. It had torn them apart with the ease of a child plucking the wings off a fly. A twitch, and he refocused on the monster. It was at least the size of 3 men and was forced to hunch over in the apartment due to its sheer height. It was a massive being with putrid yellow skin the color of infected pus and shaped like a traditional sumo wrestler. It stood upright on 4 massive arms the size of a fridge that held up the disgustingly obese frame with ease. Its upper half was a mess of fat with 3 faces seemingly screaming and stuck in a frame of pain. The wife and daughter. It had dropped to the ground using all its 6 limbs to grip the ground as the duo continued to ignore it to argue among themselves. Shinichi knew that stance. He had watched enough American football with his brothers. It was a running tackle stance, aimed solely at the still bantering man and boy duo. I've really been lackadaisical with your training, back then dash. Lackadaisical. The kid interrupted the men with a raised eyebrow. You abandoned me at the top of Mount Kumatori a week ago and expected me to make it back in 2 days. I was back home in 26 hours. I would have made it back in 12 hours, the men replied with a smirk. We're not all muscle-bound freaks of. The monster moved. It had finally had enough of the utter disregard the duo had treated it with for the past few seconds. Its sheer movement splintered the ground it was on as it channeled its strength into its huge limbs, propelling it forward. And Shinichi was in the perfect position to take advantage of it. A split second later, the monster was missing, and the duo were still standing there relaxed. Nature like you. Shinichi wiped his eyes and looked at the scene again. What had happened? He had not even blinked, so what the heck did he just miss? They stood as they had always been, with the older man looking down at the boy as the kid argued his point. He realized a heartbeat later, there was a change. The man's hand was outstretched behind him. But how? He had not even seen the men move. By the way, I'm not going to have a running battle in the town with you. You could have just killed it here. The sound of debris falling from the opposite wall drew his attention, and he looked and saw a hole in the wall. A hole the size of a car that was fresh enough that he could still see the wiring in the walls sparking at their sudden disconnection and exposure. He knew what had occurred. He was smart enough to place the dots. A missing monster. An outstretched arm and a hole in the wall. It was not hard to solve that particular mystery. What turned everything on its head was the how. It was impossible. Then again, who was he to say what was actually impossible and not? He had just seen a monster be born of a depressed madman who smashed in the head of his wife and daughter before hanging himself after they had pressured him until he broke. If I had done that, the useless sap of a man might have gotten hit by something, and we wouldn't be any richer for the effort. What did I tell you about making money, brat? A monster that had killed almost everything and everyone he knew. Who was he to say anything about the impossible? He thought with a hysterical giggle. He blinked and realized he was lying down in a fetal position with his arms circled around his knees. When had he fallen? Minimum effort, at maximum profit and never doing something until you're certain you'll be paid for it, came the voice of the kid, bearing a tone that had a hint of recital to it. That's my brat. The sound of foot on fleshy entrails drew him out of his funk. The disappearance of his shield and barricade, couch, forced him to his knees. He raised his eyes at the duo. Uncomprehending eyes stared at the men and boy, just as they stared back at him with an apathetic look mirrored on their faces. The men said something, but he was too far gone. The sheer madness and insanity he had witnessed over the past few minutes and had been forced to endure had bent him. The impossibility of what the men had done finally broke him. The kid shifted back a smidge to brace himself before launching his left leg forward in a kick that connected with the side of his head. The force of the blow sent him skidding back over blood and entrails before he was finally stopped by something soft. He moved to rise back up with trembling hands, his thoughts clearing up from the fog of despair that had clouded it. He turned his head to see what arrested his momentum and looked down at the beaten and battered body of another old friend, Mano. His original brown hair and mixed handsome features squeezed together and crumpled into a disgusting mess of meat, bone, hair, and flesh. Ah, he stumbled back with hysterical movements, forcing himself back to his feet. He's finally with us, a voice outcalled from behind him. He spun around with adrenaline-fueled force and stepped on an intestine that slipped him up and forced him back to the ground. At least, that is what should have happened if a hand hadn't blurred out and snapped his head up by his hair, arresting his momentum and leaving him in an awkward position. Who are you? He asked with a stutter. The man's seemingly apathetic visage twisted into something he must have thought was a smile. His scarred lips rose and highlighted his shark-like teeth. You're asking the wrong questions to the right people, the voice came out, rough and dry. The question is, how much is your life worth? What, came his response. He's trying to rip you off all you have, and you've no choice but to allow it. Unless you'd rather be back with the cursed spirit. I'm sure we can find a way dump you back wherever he sent it to, the kid spoke up with an uncaring shrug. With the words came more clarity. With clarity came righteous anger. Enough anger that fueled him. He was not sure about what they were saying, but the monster wasn't here again. He was dealing with humans once more. It was just him, a trained yakuza against a man and boy. A boy who kicked him in the face and a man who was still holding him up by his hair in a position unfitting for a man of his stature. You kicked me, you bastard, I will. Everything went black. What had happened again? He couldn't remember. He felt pressure on his head, and he blinked blood out of his eyes before realizing more got back in as he tried to blink them out. He was facing the floor. He had been saying something just a few seconds ago. His head was dragged up, and his blurry eyes picked up the indentation that had formed on the wooden floor after his head was lifted up. He was slammed into the floor. Was that what happened? The shock held back the pain, yet he could feel it coiling. Testing the edges of his awareness, looking for the best time to hit. The scarred man moved to a crouch and brought Shinichi's blood-soaked face up to look him in the eye. Face to face with the man, he felt chills go down his spine. The man's black eyes were blank. Completely devoid of feelings and emotions. His features were set into a stone mask as those cold fish eyes stared deep into Shinichi's soul. I'm the only one allowed to speak to him like that. Somehow the voice had gotten low with an even tougher tone. Yet Shinichi heard the words with all the clarity of a gunshot in his ear. His heart beat in his chest like a chained beast straining against chains that held it down. This close, he saw death, and it had empty shark eyes and scarred lips. He let out forceful and quick head nods, stuttering out apologies as the men kept staring at him. Another hit like that, and I'm not sure he would even remember his account number, the kid noted from behind the men. Oh shit, he hasn't paid us, has he? The men said, his previous tone and expression fading into what Shinichi was starting to realize was a signature smirk. So answer the question, you Yakuza bastard, how much is your life worth? With trembling lips and a glance at the ripped-apart remains of his former partners, he stuttered out a reply. A reply that made the man's smirk transform into a full-toothed grin. Everything. You're so fucked. The kid replied with a chuckle. He hated hospitals. Yet here he was, walking through another for the second time today, with a formal button-up white shirt and tie, because that was how she always wanted to see him, wasn't it? He tugged at the collar with one hand while his second held Japanese iris flowers, her favorites. Good thing they signified good news because that was what he honestly hoped for. Hospital attendants and nurses saw him and gave him distance, struggling and tumbling over themselves to get out of his way. He would have assumed they were scared of his no doubt impressive scowl, but he knew their fear had more to do with the over 6-foot man behind him with a scar and a matching scowl. They got to the room, and he hesitated to open the door for a moment, for once Toji didn't slap him over the head for hesitating, so he marinated in mixed emotions of hope, fear, and anxiety. He gripped the door and forced it open to see the sprayed-out form of Tsumaki. Her beautiful brown hair laid out around her face had dulled in shine the longer she stayed here. He walked up to her bedside, sitting on the chair placed there. He took a hold of her hands, her two cold hands. She could have been mistaken for dead. Yet keen ears noted the slow beating of her heart. How is she? The rough voice of his father calls out, and he sends a glance at him. The renowned sorcerer killer also had on a white button-up shirt, tucked into black pants. Although his black tie had found its way into his pocket. Yet not even Toji was immune to Tsumaki's scolding. Still comatose, he replies, his tone tired. Despite their hope. Despite all the money they've been funneling into the hospital and the increased amount of jobs they've been taking. At this point, he knew the bills they pay alone contributed a solid percent to the hospital's earnings. So we've exhausted all the mundane means to revive her then, Toji admits easily as he keeps his eyes on the unconscious form of his stepdaughter. I know that. Megumi lets out. Sadness turns to anger and anger clouds his reasoning, yet Toji's only reply is a frown and a glare. Hey, she would have been rolling on the floor right now if she witnessed Toji being the responsible one while he was left lashing out like a child. I spoke to Shukong. Those words brought to mind the cigarette-smoking suit-wearing mediator who worked part-time as a handler for them. We figure we have a better chance of waking her up with the reverse curse technique, and luckily for us, I know where the best user in Japan is. I also have my way of getting in. He looks up and watches the way a confident smirk spreads out on Toji's scared lips, and for the first time in months, he feels hope. He lets his eyes wander back to Tsumiki's and whispers to her still form, wait for me, big sis. Chapter 21. He looked at himself in the mirror and almost couldn't recognize the person staring back at him. Contrasting images of white short hair overlapped with the black ponytail he carried in his past life. Gray placid eyes in contrast to the pitch-black orbs befitting of a pure-blooded Uchiha with a direct ancestry to Madara himself. With a thin nose surrounded by high cheekbones, he was an almost complete carbon copy of Satoru. The only distinguishing features were his gray eyes and his general stoic features. The usual stress lines beneath his eyes had also begun to clear out. This new world was many things, but it had nothing that was the sheer intensity that was beginning a shinobi career at the tender age of 7 and the responsibilities that came with being the scion of a clan as prestigious as the Uchiha. He had also grown taller, he realized with a quick measurement in front of the mirror. His fit frame was covered in a white half-hand haori, a black inner yukata, and a matching black hakama, with a pair of brown geta sandals on his feet, an informal version of the Jujutsu high school uniform. Yet, there were privileges afforded to special grades, and a personalized version of the uniform was one of the perks. After all, they were the exception. Despite his initial dislike for more formal wear, he found it difficult to reject the few wishes Aiko asked of him, and she had grown to love the way the more traditional dressing looked on him. So he had let it be, leading to acceptance born of familiarity. 2 matching black earrings hung off his ears, bringing up memories of a lost friend. He tore his eyes away from the mirror as he tried to shake off thoughts of Geto. Jiki. The door opened with some force as Aiko rushed in before bending over to suck in as much air as her frame could take. He had picked up the sounds of her feet slapping against the traditional floor of the house in a hurry while he studied himself in the mirror. Sending her a glance and a soft smile, she replied with a wide heartwarming smile. Ah, I thought I was too late already. We are, he replied with an uncaring shrug before turning his eyes back to the mirror. Aiko had stayed behind in the village to watch her recovering parents, and he didn't have it in him to request her presence back so soon. It doesn't matter. Yaga-san might not like it, but as long as I show up today, there should be no real problem. He had ended up picking Tokyo Jujutsu High to no real surprise, other than an hour-long call from Mei-san guilt-tripping him into owing her a shopping trip. She got control of her breathing before taking quick and long steps to hug him from behind, pressing his head into her bosom and smothering him with more love than any other person had to give. I thought I'd be too late. Especially since I won't be there with you. He felt a pang in his chest at the confirmation of the words. Students at Tokyo Jujutsu High were mandated to stay on campus. This was a rule originally created to ensure the protection of the future jujutsu sorcerers in a time of monsters and legends. Now, it was enforced so that clan-bred sorcerers would not be able to rely solely on the influence of their clans and learn to stand on their own feet in the outside world. He supposed some people saw the appeal in it, and rationally it obviously made a lot of sense. Yet that didn't stop his feelings on how this setup would affect their relationship. She must have sensed the change in his mood even if his emotional turmoil was not present on his face. So she swiveled his chair to face her, yellow cat-like eyes staring into dull gray. You can still come visiting whenever you like, plus you'll have loads of stories to tell me. Those stories would most likely contain excessive amounts of sadness, death, blood, and gore, he replied with a raised brow. Aiko was a lot of things, brave, kind, caring, and intelligent. One thing she wasn't was sorcerer material. She could not compartmentalize her thoughts like the truly prepared could, people born and bred for this lifestyle, the ability to discard the horrors that you witness in the morning and go have chicken soup for lunch with a smile on your face while talking with friends. Like it was for shinobi, there is a needed spark. Shizuyu used to call it a spark of madness. A spark that was needed to do the kinds of things they did. He personally believed they each had something missing, something fundamental to humanity was lost during the upliftment that came with the realization that you were more than human. Shinobi or sorcerer, it was all the same. Yet he wouldn't have her any other way. She bunched up her face at him into an exaggerated pout that turned his half-smile into a full-blown grin. As long as it's you telling the stories, I won't mind. There's also old man Tatsumi to watch out for now that he's getting so old. He chuckled at the thought of the old man with a physique better than most athletes and with almost a century of experience under his belt actually needing the aid of Aiko with anything. Yet he nodded because he understood what the offer really was. An open-handed offer for reconciliation. Even if no one in the clan truly dared to treat her like a maid, he would be gone for a long time. Anything could happen in that span of time. That's why he agreed with the offer. Old man Tatsumi's presence would be a shield against the internal politics she might have faced with his absence. Now come on, she dragged him up by his hands, and he allowed the motion, letting her pull him to his feet. You should not be too late on your first day of school. She woke up the moment the car stopped. Her inhuman musculature and sense of balance highlighted the moment the movement in the car, the pistons, the gears, and the engine, stopped. She forced bleary eyes open before rubbing them in a useless effort to shake off her dreams. Unfortunately, those dreams were formed with the truths that were her memories as a base, which made them harder to shrug off. But today was her first day away. A day away without the shackles that were her clan. We're here, young lady. All right, she replied to the older man, before putting on her glasses and stepping out of the car. It was the job of a second to wrap her green hair up in a high ponytail that fell to her neck, before opening the boot and taking out her bags. She turned around and stared at the beginning of a new life as the driver turned on his car once more. The red torii gate stretched deep into the mountain pathway that led into the school. Are you sure this is where you want to stop? The driver asked her once more, concern etched on his weathered face. They were on a pathway on the outskirts of Japan that didn't seem to see much traffic, with their car being the only vehicle for several miles. People she called family. She gave him a sharp grin in response. This was what she wanted, wasn't it? To be seen and recognized. Don't worry, old man, I'm going to be all right, she replied with a wave. The older man gave the surroundings one more glance before passing her a slip of paper. That's my number. In case you're in trouble, don't hesitate to call me, and I'll be here to pick you up. Take care of yourself, kid. He took off, and even while driving, he kept on sending glances back through the mirror at her. Mao, such a kind Gigi. Ah. She let out at the sudden voice that came from behind her, pirouetting on her left foot to dish out an explosive kick. An explosive kick that was forced to a halt right in front of a white-haired man with chiseled features, a blindfold, and a wide smirk. Attacking a teacher already, this year is gearing up to be something already. Ah. She let out another scream, but this time in embarrassment, before dropping her bags and moving into a formal bow. I'm sorry. She shouted out loud. She just lashed at the strongest sorcerer of the modern era. Hee. The white-haired sorcerer let out a laugh as he hugged his stomach. You should have seen your face. She raised her head with a weird look on her face. Was this goofy man truly Satoru Gojo? As they walked up the stairs, she realized that unfortunately for the image in her head, he was the man and the living legend all in one. Although she had lost most of the respect, she had come to rate the man just after minutes with him. Then he said, you won't be alone for long. Can you believe it? My cute little Jiki-kun. Now he's all grown up and doesn't even bother to call me when taking on centuries-old threats. Oh, the horror. He ended and started cleaning away fake tears. She had spent the last few minutes climbing up the mountain and learning more about the rumored malevolent-eyed Gojo than she ever thought she would know. Still, even with the fake tears and exaggerated wailing, she could see how proud of him Satoru was. They got to the top of the treacherous steps, and she sent a glance at the suddenly quiet man. His breath was remarkably in sync, she noted. The walk was nothing to her considering her physique, yet he matched her without even a single evidence of weariness. You don't have to worry about the Zenin clan from here on. Her head snapped back to him in surprise. She had not known he was familiar with the inner workings of the clan, and the sudden seriousness he spoke with surprised her. I'm not saying you've escaped Nobito's reach completely, but this far away from him and under my watch, he will be heavily limited with what power he can wield against you. He turned his head to face her, and even if she could not see his eyes, she could tell by the set of his jaw, the quick flare of breath, and the steadiness of his heartbeat and pulse. To truly break from the shackles of your clan, you would need to be strong. To be one of the exceptional few that can force the world to hold its breath for their passing. Tilda, I will be your shade. She ducked her head in a quick show of thanks and to hide the tears that tried to form in her eyes. She had been away from her clan for less than 12 hours and she almost couldn't believe the difference in treatment. Maybe she was wrong, maybe he was truly a trustworthy and reliable ma. Mao, I'm so hungry. I'm going to freeload off the kitchen staff for a bit. Head to the corner of the building, and when you see a weird-faced elephant statue, turn to your right and walk into the building. That's the orientation center. Toodles. She snapped her head up to see the world's strongest sorcerer twist his hands into a sign and abandon her in a displacement of air and his signature smirk. She stared at the spot, gobsmacked for another 3 seconds before she shook her head and set her glasses in place. She was starting to suspect the world's greatest sorcerer was a moron and a fraud all in one. The architecture of Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu High was a very familiar one for someone who lived in a centuries-old clan. It possessed aged wooden buildings with remarkable arches and painted doors, seal-etched statues, and doors reminiscent of a time without the rumored Master Tingen's protections. She got to the door that was supposed to be used for introduction. Dropping her bags at the sides, she knocked heavily before stepping in. She was greeted to the sight of 3 teenagers staring back at her. Her inhumanly sharp eyes picked up the details quickly. The first one was a platinum blonde-haired teen with purple eyes and a shawl that covered his lower face. He greeted her with a 2-finger peace sign. The second was a teddy bear. A giant white and black ball of fur that waved at her with a big smile that was all teeth. She doubted it knew how threatening that display was. Finally, the last person was a brown-eyed and brown-haired girl with little distinguishing features other than a birthmark on the top of her lips. She fidgeted on her seat and constantly bit her lips while looking at anywhere but her. Maki took a quick calming breath before stiffening her spine and announcing her name. "I'm Maki, just Maki." She finished with a sharp glare, waiting for someone to ask for her clan name. Fortunately, they took the hint, and the next person to speak was the black and white bear. "Hello, I'm Panda." It greeted out. It could even talk, which should not have been as much of a surprise if she was honest. "Kelp," the blonde-haired teen replied. "Ah. I am Emmy, and nice to meet you," the last girl stuttered with her eyes down. Maki looked back at the 3 people she was going to spend her first year with and was already considering if the Zenin clan would have her back. No, she had to think positive thoughts only. A class filled with a shy girl, a weirdo, and a talking bear couldn't be all bad, right? The sliding door opened once more, and a man walked in. A giant man with dark shades and a darker skin tone. "Right on time then, take a seat," he directed the last one at her, and she hurried to take a seat right next to the fidgeting girl. The man stared at them for a few seconds before he began to speak. "My name is Masamichi Yaga, and I am the current principal of Tokyo Prefectural Jiu-Jitsu High School. This is only an orientation, so I'm going to keep it short and to the point. I like punctuality and earnestness from my students. Unfortunately, one of you is already late," he added after a brief glance around. She idly wondered who the last person was. They were already plenty enough according to what she knew about the classes in Jiu-Jitsu High. The principal sent a hand to rub the side of his head in an exasperated motion while murmuring, "Damn Gojos and stressing me dash." Knock knock. The sound rang out in the quiet room, and the principal sent another glance at the door before letting out a sigh and calling out, "Come in." The doors slid open again for the second time, and a teen walked in. The white-haired, relatively tall teen walked in with practiced and measured movements. Unlike the blue jacket and bottoms the rest of them wore, he was dressed in a more traditional Haori and Yukata combination. He stepped in and transitioned into a curt but formal bow at the principal before turning to face them. Maki stared into an aloof face that might as well have been shaped from granite, bearing sharp features and half-lidded eyes. Yet even half-lidded, she could see the slow spin of black pinwheels in a sea of red, and she knew who he was with that simple look. "Gojo Jiki, nice to meet you." Chapter 22. Chapter 22. She stared at the serene-looking white-haired teen in surprise. He didn't need any actual introduction. There was not a single person in the world of jiu-jitsu who didn't know him, by sheer reputation if nothing else. The one that was rumored to stand at the peak with Satoru one day. The reclusive Gojo, bearer of the mutated 6 eyes, eyes that were rumored to bear so much hate and malevolence it took inhuman willpower and cursed energy to look him in the eye. The prodigy who killed his first cursed spirit at the tender age of 6 and the youngest special-grade sorcerer in the last 3 centuries. The Zenin clan had tried to marry Mai off to him in an attempt to bring him into the clan, but the previous Gojo clan head had denied the arrangement. When they brought the offer for the second time after the first clan head stepped down, she heard rumors that Gojo Satoru had laughed in the Zenin clan envoy, her father's face, before sending them packing. Nabito never forgot that slight, and the child had been a thorn in the Zenin clan's side, for all he seemed ignorant of it. "You're late," came the stern and authoritative voice of Principal Yaga. "Apologies," the teen replied calmly. The scolding tone had broken on his apathetic defense. The principal made to speak further before deciding against it. "Take a seat beside Maki. You can do your introductions later." Jiki nodded curtly at him again before walking. She noticed the way he slid his feet on the floor in a way that didn't create any sound. A killer's walk. A technique she had observed in one other person years ago, her older cousin Naoi. Principal Yaga cleared his throat to draw back attention to him before he started speaking. "We usually have 2 or 3 students every year. Fortunately or unfortunately, something changed. We have ranging theories, but that is not for you to bother about. The number of sorcerers born in the past 15 years has multiplied, and we believe it'll be increasing even more in the coming years." He sent a brief glance at the white-haired teen. "Your assigned teacher will be Gojo Satoru, who for some reason has decided to venture into education. That should not make you negligent. To be a jiu-jitsu sorcerer is to dance with death, to know it intimately in a way few people ever manage to do. To be a true jiu-jitsu sorcerer is to have conviction, conviction so strong that whenever you die, you do so without regrets. Do you understand that? Yes, sir, they all chorused in response. No, you don't, he replied in a low tone. But you will. Now I'll give you a few minutes to get to know yourselves before Satoru comes along. Welcome to Jujutsu Tech. With those ominous parting words, the men stepped out of the classroom with heavy steps that echoed in the silence. Maki sent glances at her fellow classmates. Her eyes naturally gravitated to the one person who had the most presence in the room even without trying. Gojo Jiki sat straight beside her, legs stretched out and crossed, eyes closed, and one hand folded and hanging out of his haori in front of him. She would have mistaken him for asleep if not for his well-measured breath and the lack of movement of his eyes beneath the eyelids that would have indicated REM sleep. Even this relaxed, his mere presence screamed danger to her. Instincts long honed in the treacherous pit that was the Zenin clan were screaming out at her, tugging wildly at her fight-or-flight response. Only her near-total control over her body kept her from acting out on the supposed danger. She forced her attention away to the others. Panda was the next person her eyes went to. Of all her new classmates, he was the most confusing. Simply because he wasn't human. Yet he was not a curse. He had no real heartbeat she could hear, no lungs to take in and filter out oxygen, no kidneys to break down toxins, and no real scent that she could perceive. What he did have were points in his body that were particularly dense with cursed energy, points that she only picked up due to how fine-tuned her glasses were. Her eyes glanced over the nervous girl and landed on the scion of the Inamaki clan. Panda had made to try start a conversation with him only to get single-word replies that had to do with food. The platinum blonde-haired teen seemed to enjoy the confusion that the panda was undergoing and continued to needle him further with his response. Her knowledge of his clan was vague considering how much the Zenin clan tried to stifle her growth and relegate her into a maid not even fitting to marry off. The more the platinum blonde teen continued to speak, the more it needled her till she had enough. "Hey," she called out, before stepping up and walking to face the platinum blonde teen. What the hell is kelp supposed to mean as a response to a simple hello? She stared down at the wide-eyed blonde before a reply finally came, from the most unexpected voice. "It's a greeting." "Huh," was her astounding reply to the surprising addition. She idly noted his voice was soft and silky in a way she didn't expect. Jiki continued to speak without opening his eyes or even moving from his lounging state. The Inamaki clan makes use of cursed speech. This inadvertently affects their ability to hold a regular conversation. He is using the names of food to replace words. Kelp is a greeting. "And how do you know this?" She rounded up to face him. The white-haired teen finally opened his eyes a bit to stare at her blankly before he continued. "Intuition, intonation, and body language. He is saying kelp, but the intonation of the words is more reminiscent of hello." His body language was open and welcoming, till it changed to mischievous and cunning when the panda got confused and finally defensive and worried when you rounded up on him aggressively. With those last words, the white-haired teen closed his half-lidded eyes and went still once more. Yet the effects of his words could be felt even as they resounded in her head. Defensive and worried when you rounded up on him aggressively. She took a step back and looked at the purple-eyed teen. She had noticed the way he tensed up, yet she had no real reference to interpret the motion accurately. She was more used to people getting aggressive when she asked questions. She took a step back and gave him a short bow in apology. "I'm sorry for that," and he replied with his body loosening up in a smile. "Salmon." Her eyes went to the still-resting Jiki, and he answered her unasked question even with his eyes closed. Affirmation. "See, we're all good, right?" the panda asked with wide eyes, and what she was starting to see was his signature innocent smile. "Salmon," the Inamaki replied with a raised thumbs up at her. Affirmation/agreement, her mind automatically translated it, and she smiled in response before sending back a thumbs up. "Salmon," she replied, and even with his mouth covered by the scarf, she could see how the visible parts of his face formed a smile. "My cute little students are already making friends, eh?" She spun again, and only previous experience with the elder Gojo stopped her from the wasted effort of planting a kick in his sides. The wide grinning face of Gojo Satoru was inches from hers. His grin suddenly grew even wider, and somehow she knew he had an idea of what she was about to do. "Damn, Gojos. If the introductions are done, I have a mission already prepared for you." "What?" "Mau, it's just a quick invis." This was supposed to be an introduction class, she replied hotly. Surprisingly, every other person didn't seem to mind much. "Oh, that's true," Satoru admitted with a thoughtful frown on his face, and she breathed out, happy she had finally gotten through to him before he continued with a big smile. "What better way to be introduced to the world of jujitsu than experiencing it yourself, eh?" He finished with a satisfied smirk on his face like he had solved the greatest mystery. She fell to her knees in horror. "We have a bus," the panda exclaimed in surprise as he went to touch it to make sure it was not an illusion. "We do. We don't use it much, but you guys are a lot to stuff into a car." "Let's hope Ajichi's driving experience translates well with a 12-seater, Gojo replied with his regular smile and laissez-faire attitude. Speaking of Ajichi. A suited man wound down the window of the driver's seat before waving at them. Jiki took it to mean that was the man, considering the way Satoru waved back. The man's cursed energy output was minimal, the only person he had an edge over in terms of cursed energy seemed to be the Zenin girl. Not that she stated it, but if you knew what to look for, it was startlingly clear. The slant of the brow, the tilt of her eyes, the almost predatory features, and her desire to avoid any topic of her clan. It almost reminded him of another Zenin. Her non-existent cursed energy expulsion only solidified that thought. Another heavenly restriction then. From the immense control she had over her musculature, he was almost certain it was a heavenly restriction similar to Toji's. His hand twitched at the thought of exchanging blows with someone of Toji's caliber. A superhuman physique that not even cursed energy reinforcement could match easily. You're smiling. He looked up to see her up in his face again. Maki Zenin. All pent-up anger and vinegar. His mind registered what she said, and he reached up to touch his cheeks to realize he really was. It was slight, nearly impossible to see, but her eyes were proving just as sharp as her mouth. The Zenin clan seemed to be blessed and cursed with the attention of the heavens it seemed. Was it a generational thing, he mused. I was thinking of something. He noted she was carrying a single gym bag over her shoulders. The mission, she inquired even as she turned her eyes back at the bus and the conversation between Satoru and Ajichi. Somewhat. The odds of facing something that was going to be a challenge with what his eyes picked up were an inexperienced cursed speech user, a cursed puppet, a girl without cursed energy, and finally a seemingly civilian girl without a jujitsu clan's early teaching was next to nothing. Not even Satoru would throw them into those kinds of deep ends. Then again, he was an anomaly here, maybe. Oh, by the way, you're sitting this one out, Jiki. Satoru called out from ahead of them. Huh, that cleared things then. It was probably going to be a grade 3 or considering their sheer numbers, maybe a semi-grade 2 cursed spirit. Maki sent him a quick glance before moving ahead to get on the bus. He let them all get on before climbing on. He took a seat beside the Inamaki, hoping that would reduce whatever conversation he would have had to engage in otherwise, before closing his eyes as the trip started. His rest was broken by a poke in his side, and he forced his eyes open to see the panda staring right up in his face. He raised a delicate eyebrow at the cursed puppet before it bared its teeth at him in its attempt at a smile. Hello, I'm Panda. Nice to meet you. So, it didn't just look like a panda, it named itself one. Same, he nodded in response. You're Gojo Jiki, right? Alright, quiet up for a bit. Satoru interrupted the budding conversation with a yell as he stood up and spun to face them with a smile. Now, this shouldn't be tough. It's just a way for me to see how you will react under the kind of pressure that comes with facing a curse for the first time. They all replied with varying nods before focusing on their preparation. Jiki closed his eyes once more. We're here. He was forced awake to the sound of his cousin's yell. Blinking his eyes open, he realized they had gotten to their destination, in one piece too. Panda and Maki stood up first, seemed like they had not bothered with taking a short rest and climbed down from the bus quickly. Inamaki followed them with a lazy stride and his hands in his pocket. Jiki was left with the civilian girl. He stared down at her shaking form in the chair and felt the sudden urge to say something. He might not be the most conversational person, but just like back in Aiko's village, leaving a confused and scared person to themselves never seemed right to him. But this girl was not just a mundane child incapable of understanding what was going on. No, she could see. That meant he could not treat her the same way. Hey, he called out calmly, forcing the girl's eyes up to him. You're worried, yes. A blank look was his answer, so he continued. Good. You should be. What? Came the stuttered reply. One he ignored as he continued to stare at her. A remnant of his time as captain of the Hidden Leaf Zumbu Corps leaked into his voice. For you are weak. I am not, she replied, forcing herself to her feet. If nothing else, she was not going to roll over, he noted with a slight smile. There is nothing wrong with being weak or scared, he continued lowering his voice to soothe. Fear is an inbuilt emotion that ensures survival. Embrace it. What you should not accept is remaining so. Satoru is here, this is the one time your safety is assured. Use this opportunity to see the world for what it truly is, and maybe you won't remain so for long. With his spiel done, he gave her a last nod and turned away, heading out of the bus. He idly noted the way her sporadic breathing and nervous jitterings died down, so it was not a complete waste then. They had stopped in front of an abandoned building. He looked at the structure with a discerning eye and noted its architecture was old, cracked walls and broken window frames littered the building, and the single entrance that led in and out was boarded up. Satoru waved at him from the entrance where he stood beside his fellow students, and he waved back before heading towards them. The quiet echo of trailing steps behind him. So, this is it, Satoru started before bringing out a stopwatch from his pocket. This is a contracted job and normally would be left for actual sorcerers, but I deemed it good enough for you guys. He clicked the button before facing them. You've 10 minutes to clear the building, and your time starts now. He grinned at them. Jiki noted Maki was the first person to react. The moment Satoru pressed down on the button, she unzipped her bag and pulled out 2 short sticks that she attached together to form a staff. In one smooth movement, she lashed out at the boarded-up door. The force of the blow sent it flying inward. A second later, she was already in after it. Inamaki followed her in, reacting faster than the panda and the civilian girl. He eyed them as they all rushed in before Satoru finally addressed him. It was nice what you did for her. He tilted his head to face his cousin and noted he was surprisingly serious. That should have been your job as the teacher, he replied as he turned back to the building, trying to track their movements. True, I could have done that easily, but this is not just about teaching. Jiki could spot it even if Satoru didn't say it outright. Just like Kakashi did a lifetime ago, Satoru was preparing him for a leadership role. HN, he replied. Mao, are you annoyed with that? My cute Jiki-kun is all grown up now and doesn't want to help out his big brother. Satoru let out an exaggerated fake wail that he ignored easily. Anyway, he continued with a quick switch-up in character. I don't suppose you've realized domain expansion to add to your repertoire of techniques. No, Jiki answered, putting an effort to curb his annoyance from leaking out. The whole concept of a domain was not one he was familiar with, but with his intellect, he could understand it. Yet he had found it impossible to form. Don't sweat it, it's nothing unusual, Satoru consoled him with a quick poke at his forehead. Still, you might be a special grade right now, but your lack of a domain would be dangerous if you're unfortunate enough to face something with the ability to use it. Old man Tatsumi said there were counters to it, Jiki replied, his eyes still on the building as the sound of combat, screeching, and struggling got to them. But would he truly need them? He mused distractedly. While domain expansions were touted as the pinnacle of sorcery, the Susanoo was the pinnacle of what it meant to be an Uchiha. Its manifestation was not a trifle to witness, and it had felt different since he came to this world. A metaphysical weight was attached to the name. Now, armed with the Yata mirror, could he fend off a domain? Yes. That is what you'll be focusing on for the rest of the year. You'll have to be prepared, Jiki. The seriousness in Satoru's voice drew his attention again. Something is brewing, Jiki. I can feel it, see it, and sense it intimately. Fate has been spurned, twisted, and turned, but it won't be denied. Satoru tilted his head a bit, and his glasses dropped a bit, allowing Jiki insight into those eerie blue eyes. You'll need to be ready, Jiki. I will, Jiki replied, his tone hard. He had not forgotten the promise he made all those years ago. Chapter 23. Jiki dreamt. He knew it was a dream because his earliest memory was of walking. He traveled down familiar pathways, sandaled feet sliding on wooden floors. The movement of the cold night breeze gently shook the sakura blossom trees she had planted a few years before his birth, and the fall of those pink leaves signaled the end of an era. The smell of a recently finished meal mixed with the iron tang of blood was heavy in the air. He didn't need to look at himself to know he was covered in a copious amount of that life-giving liquid. He knew where he was after all. He could feel the armor that protected his chest suddenly multiply in weight. His shin guard felt loose and hampered his movements. The matching pale white forearm guard seemingly itched fiercely and he had to strangle the sudden urge to recheck if he secured it well. He did. He was just feeling something few would believe he was familiar with. Uncertainty. His keen ears picked up the shuffle of movement in the room he was heading to, and he turned his head at it. His ponytail hit something behind him. The implement of his upcoming murder. He does not even make an attempt to sway the scenario playing out. It was one of his own making. A culmination of fate, chance, and his own decisions. Was it flawed? Yes. Yet it was the only option left to him, to take on the sins of his lineage for the greater good. All in an attempt to stop a coup that would have weakened the leaf enough that another war was certain. One the leaf would not survive. Not with the rapid loss of hundreds of active shinobi. Not with the loss of their Jinchuriki. And especially not with the loss of their Hokage. No. The leaf was weak. Weak in a way few people realized. The illusion of strength the third Hokage projected was just that. An illusion. Yet one that the other villages were not ready to risk. That was partly because of the amount of covert ops the Umbu and Root had accomplished in the dark. If the plan went through, the Uchiha would succeed in their coup, easily in fact. So he agreed with this flawed counterplan. His steps brought him to the sliding door his parents were lurking behind, and just like every other time he had this dream, he stopped at the door. Come in, Itachi, there are no traps. Itachi. He had almost forgotten his own name. He slid the door open to face the straight backs of his father and mother. They were dressed in more formal wear. He could see the discarded Jonin jacket his father must have worn earlier and the mesh shirt and battle armor that would have accompanied it in the corner. If they had fought, he could not honestly claim victory. Not when his father had the same eyes as him with more experience using it. Including his mother, a former jonin of the Hidden Leaf, and he would have certainly lost. Yet here they were, sat in Seiza with backs to him and necks bare. A damned pose. I do not want to participate in a death match with my own son, his father called out, voice low. Yet I want you to promise me one thing, Itachi. Promise me you will take care of Sasuke. That was all it took to break him all over again. He could feel hot tears drop past his cheeks even as his hand stretched behind him to unsheath his standard-issued ninjato. Just like every other time he found himself here, he remembers with uncanny clarity the way his mother's hand shook, even as she squeezed them tight against her thighs. His Sharingan was both a curse and a blessing, but he would not spare himself of his sins. He allowed the memory to burn itself into his brain once more, even as his hand swung automatically. The last words that echoed out from his father's lips were, "You truly are a kind child." He opened widely spinning eyes slowly, ignoring the clarity of the dream, for it was not one to fade off with awakening. He stared up at the wooden roof above him. It was almost reminiscent of how he woke up in this world for the first time, he realizes with a smile. But without the comfort of Aiko knocking on his door for the first time. He moves to stand, smoothly transitioning to his feet. The mirror ahead shows he had let his hair grow out. Over the past couple of months, it had grown out somewhat, reaching far enough to go down his neck. He observes his morning absolutions quickly, a bath, brushing, and finally tying his hair into a bun with two bangs falling to the side of his face, just like how he carried it in his past life. He slots in the black dangling earrings at the same moment the door slams wide open. Are you ready? He ignores the overenthusiastic yell of the cursed puppet and stretches his hands for a quick fist bump with the accompanying cursed speech user, Kelp. Toj lets himself fall into the closest seat while Panda jumps on the bed to continue his rambling. Our first real mission. Not like the first one we had during our introduction wasn't a real one. But this is going to be our first real mission. An actual semi-grade 1 dash. Panda seemed happy. A semi-grade 1 mission should be more than what a couple of first-year students should be sent on. Yet Satoru had approved it with a grin. A test of his leadership then. This would be the first mission Jiki would be actively participating in with his classmates. He straightens his clothes before turning to face them. Ready. Salmon. We'll have the chance to dash. With seeming agreement, Panda's rambling aside, they stepped out of his room together. Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Tech served as both a school and headquarters for sorcerers who needed a place to lay low. It was extensively renovated and had the same capacity as most old clans. That is why it took them almost 10 minutes of walking down passageways, gazebos, fanged statues, a little pond, and the cursed armory before they finally found their way to the classroom, where they found the waiting forms of Maki and Emi. The green-haired girl was performing a quick warm-up exercise consisting of lunges and stretches as they walked up to them. While the brown-haired Emi sat cross-legged still attempting to figure out her innate curse technique no doubt. Finally, I thought you guys decided to ditch us or something. Jiki shrugged in reply. Benito flakes. Our walk was longer, Panda grumbled. Hi, guys. Jiki noted the lack of stutter and almost smiled. An improvement if nothing else. Hey Emi-chan, at least we don't get any tongue lashing from you, Panda replied with his regular fanged smile. Tongue lashing. I'll have you know that dash. That's enough. The sudden intrusion into their daily banter halted the conversation and put them on edge. Jiki, of course, noticed the man coming a mile off, yet what warmed his heart was the subtle almost unconscious positioning that occurred the moment he spoke. Maki shifted to the side, the same moment Panda set his heavy bulk in front of Emi while giving enough space to the side for Toj. The only one outside of that formation was Jiki. He was not even sure they knew what they just did. It was something he beat into them so often that they had started flowing into the position instinctively. The man noticed it with a weird look on his face, before turning to meet Jiki's eyes. That brief moment of eye contact was enough for the man to snap his eyes away. Atsuya Kusakabe. He was a big man. Almost taller than Satoru, with sharp brown eyes and a lollipop perpetually stuck in his mouth. His well-muscled frame was hidden behind a black suit and an even bigger brown overcoat. Jiki had read and even made more comprehensive files on all the noted characters in the world of jiu-jitsu. So a civilian born without the aid of a clan that managed to reach the peak of regular jiu-jitsu sorcerer classification said something about him. That he reached that point without an innate technique said even more about the tall man. You're the first years, yes? Kusakabe asked rhetorically. I've not had much contact with the lower years, but I'm Atsuya Kusakabe, the instructor for the second years, the man continued. I've heard about your disastrous meeting with them. Sorry about that. He finished with a frown and a side look at Jiki. Disastrous was an overstatement. Yet their introduction to their seniors had not been the best. With that introduction, the group relaxed and gave their greetings. The older man continued after the formalities. Satoru should be here, but he was sent off. Something about retrieving one of the disgraced one's finger from a cult down in Australia. The big man had muttered that last part to himself, but Jiki had heard it. He let a brief frown cross his face as he thought on those words. Something about that name had a weight to it. Anyway, the man continued with a scratch of his head. I'll be the one taking you to your exorcism. The location is a residential area, so you'll need someone to set up a strong barrier. That's where I come in. So get ready, we leave in 5 minutes. With his part said, he walked off towards the motor pool with a back wave at them. He's the one without an innate curse technique, right? Emmy asked from behind, drawing him from his thought as she stared at the men walk away. Yes, Jiki finally spoke, his eyes on the brown-haired demure girl. Although I believe he already has an apprentice, he said gently in an attempt to let her down as softly as he could. It's okay, she answered with a shaky smile. Don't worry, Emmy-chan, you'll soon get your technique down. It just takes a bit of time, that's all. Jiki refused to comment on the fact that the only reason it takes time is so the technique can etch itself into the growing body and soul of the user. Let's go, Jiki spoke up again, drawing their attention. This is the place? Maki asked as they stepped down from the bus. The feeling he felt from the building was a familiar one. It reminded him of the first time he was forced to interact with this world. The first time he stopped viewing the world from the lens of an outsider and a bystander. The time he was forced to act. Unleashing the black flames of Amaterasu in this world. Yet it was not the exact same, it felt different in a way. The building itself was seemingly harmless. A white-painted hospital with a large red cross sign at the top of its prodigious height. With the sun glaring down on them, determining the contents of the hospital was hard. The only notable aspect was how empty and quiet it was. Emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. They all looked up at the liquid-like substance that manifested above. The black oily curse technique spread out above them before curving inwards, forming a dome shape and trapping them inside. Ring ring. He took his phone out of his pocket, flicked it open, and picked up the call. The barrier is set, Kusakabe said through the speaker. Jiki looked through the curtain at the brown-haired man. It was not the pitch-black curtain he was familiar with, this one was opaque enough to see through even if it seemed to block sounds. He turned his attention around to the suddenly dark hospital. The lack of sunlight highlighted and changed everything. The pale building stood as a looming sentinel in the darkness the curtain created. Its windows formed black eyes that stared back at them, waiting for them to stare and walk into that abyss. Shadows danced eerily across its white-bricked facade, imitating monsters and horrors, creatures of the past. The curtain's mimicry of nightfall triggered whatever was hiding in the building, and he could suddenly feel the cursed energy emission increase. His classmates hesitated at the sudden change in the atmosphere, with the only person that didn't seem to care much or even notice being Maki. The Zenin spun her long polearm to the side and rested her amber eyes on him. Waiting, watching, judging. So he did what Satoru had set him up to do. Lead. His feet made zero sound as he walked, the only sounds that echoed were the footsteps of his classmates following behind. Stop, he called out, as they got to the waterfall in front of the double doors that lead into the hospital. Half-lidded red eyes remained at the entrance to the hospital. What's wrong? He heard Maki ask. They're coming. Like an activation trigger, 7 curses sprang out of the ground directly in front of the waterfall immediately after he spoke. Grade 3 curses, his quick readings of their cursed energy informed him. But these were smarter than your regular Grade 3 cursed spirits. They were smart enough to form a rudimentary ambush and abandon it when it was not viable. That said something about the caliber of curses that waited for them inside. They emerged from the ground like a fish slipping out of water. Something about curses allowed them a level of intangibility when they were not actively in combat. The 7 bipedal curses wore stitched-up skin that spread out obscenely over muscular bodies. Putrid bile seeped out of the stitches and they wailed out as one. We can't help him, SOORE, IT's terminal. The first 3 charged at him while the remaining 4 curses leaped over him to engage the rest of his classmates. Smart enough to know he was the bigger threat, or was that just instincts? He ignored the 4 that moved to his teammates with the certainty of their victory. Instead focusing his attention on the 3 that gently galloped towards him. Hungering maws were stretched wide and leaking spittle and bile. Terminal anaphylaxis. The one in the middle screeched out, but he ignored the words. Curses were known to draw words from a diminished vocabulary. Words they had perceived with some great degree of familiarity in life. Words that had stayed with them long enough not even they knew their meaning, but those words had left a mark on most of them. He stared at the charging monstrosity and noticed it had eyes. A thought crept up that he found hard to discard. So he focused on it. He raised his right hand into the ram sign to focus his cursed energy before looking at the curse in its single green and all too human-looking eye and finally whispering. Demonic illusion, inverted allegiance. His cursed energy slipped into the oblivious curse, and it took a split second for him to set the cursed energy to go with the monster's own cursed energy flow, and when it did, it stumbled for a second, lagging behind the other two. A split second later it regained its balance before leaping on its fellow curse. The betrayal was sudden and lightning fast. Fanged Maw ripped and tore stitched skin to ribbons, while clawed appendages eviscerated its fellow curse with the unnatural madness and hunger every curse carried. He watched analytically as the wounded curse fought back, not understanding what was happening but following through on self-preservation instincts that followed it from its past life. The two inhuman monstrosities scrabbled and fought, cracking the ground, sending sickened meat and purple blood splattering on the bare floor like mad rabid dogs. The last one stopped a few meters in front of him, sending human-like confused glances at its fellow curses fighting before looking back at him. Ah, he had almost forgotten how weak curses tended to group together. Another leftover human instinct, seeking power in groups. He was patient, so he stared at it, curious to see if it would truly attack. It must have sensed something in his cursed energy as it took a fluttering and confused step back. So they understood fear then. He tilted his head with curiosity. Now would it attack like a rabid animal even knowing it was outmatched? He would never know that answer as the sound of air splitting came from behind him. He let out a sigh as a long-bladed glaive blew past him before embedding itself deep into the curse head. Maki tore after it, before jumping and landing hard on the polearm while gripping the other end for balance. The force of her landing dragged the embedded blade down hard, tearing through the curse and splitting it into two halves. He turned his eyes back to his first experiment. They had torn each other to shreds, he noted serenely. The surviving curse was barely hanging on by a thread as it stumbled to its feet. It was the one he used the genjutsu on. The surprise attack it led had helped it come out on top in that brief bout. It turned to them and made to move before suddenly dropping dead. So its cursed energy flow finally disrupted the technique. Slower than it would have been on a jujitsu sorcerer, especially if they were in a heightened state, but faster than it would have been dispelled by a non-sorcerer. "What did you do?" Maki asked him with wary eyes as she walked up to stand by him. "Made them think they were enemies." "How?" Panda spoke up behind them. Even the cursed puppet seemed unnerved by what it witnessed. "Genjutsu," he stated carelessly, even if he knew they had no reference for the term. It proved that ninjutsu and genjutsu were possible. It had proven extremely difficult considering it took him over a decade to figure it out, especially with the lack of stable chakra pathways to follow. Yet he had re-engineered it somewhat. Now came the important question, could he teach it? Such knowledge would change the very fabric of this world. He was not certain what it would usher in. His eyes drifted to Emi standing confused with the cursed katana in hand. He noted the purple blood on the blade. To people like her, this would mean everything. Toge walked up to the scene with none of the wariness and shock that the others exhibited, carrying only curiosity in his eyes as he looked at the curses before looking back at Jiki with a thumb up. Ah, he understood the sudden curiosity and lack of fear. This was something the Inumaki Scion could do theoretically. Convince two curses to kill each other. He could see the similarities. First, the way that the special grade curse affected their perception with smell back in Aiko's village, and now the way the Inumaki affected their targets with words. Olfactory and auditory genjutsu. "Will, it doesn't matter," Maki spoke up, drawing him from his thought before spinning her glaive and sending purple blood flying. "I was promised an A if we finish this in record time. Best believe I'm going to get that A." She started walking towards the entrance, before stopping and looking back at them. "Well, are you coming? I can't be the only smart person here." They chuckled as they followed behind her. His phone rang and he ignored it as he tried to understand what he just witnessed a few minutes ago. It was common knowledge that the younger Gojo Scion was an anomaly. Even among special grades, the malevolent-eyed child was different. Eerie from birth, those eyes brimming with such negative curse energy were something inhuman. He would readily admit that he was wary of the boy. No, not wary. In the comfort of his own thoughts, he was not prone to lying to himself. Delusion was the privilege of the strong. He was scared of the boy. Like all teachers, he had heard of what the boy was capable of. Either while Satoru was talking his ears off or during their monthly analysis of their students. Kusakabe had seen a lot of things in his life as a sorcerer. Yet this was the first time he had seen someone convince curses to kill each other with only a look. Yet it was not just what he did or how he did it. It was his reactions or lack thereof. No, the only thing Kusakabe sensed from him throughout was curiosity and the knowledge that he had found a new way to kill. What a monstrous child. Chapter 24, Chapter 24. He stared at a strange etching just below a wall painting depicting a child running after a doctor with a smile on his face. "We will spread out here," Jiki called out with a frown. It had not taken him long to figure out there was something wrong with the building. The dimensions were off, the angles sharp, and the space distorted. These irregularities were so minor he doubted any other person had picked it out. It was not a domain, that he was sure of. Over the past few months, he had ample time to witness a domain, and this was not one. The strange scripts and seal etchings that could be found sporadically around the building had to be the cause. Are you sure about that? Maki asked in a challenging tone, one he could not even blame her for and even expected from her. The Zenin outcast had become something of a second in command among their group. Always ready to challenge and put him on his toes. Yet when they decided and finalized on a course of action, she took to it with startling ferocity and dedication. We're wasting time here, he answered before jerking his feet out of the curse he cratered into the ground. Doing his best to ignore the way its purple blood splashed and disfigured the beautiful painting. Something is not adding up. It has been playing with us. What do you mean? Panda asked as he dusted off his brass knuckles hidden under a puffy blue-colored cloth. Its curse energy is diffused around, managing to somehow enhance the resident curses and mask its own signature simultaneously, Jiki said aloud as he watched the rest of them finish off their respective opponents. They were in a reception area that was supposed to be on the 7th floor. It was widely spaced, a perfect place to combat multiple opponents. One they had taken to with relish judging by the amount of bodies they left behind. The first one is nothing special, but purposely masking its technique by spreading out its cursed energy like it's doing. That's not something curses do, he finished as they turned their attention to him. He refused to add the part where it was a noted Sengoku period technique used by sorcerer killers and assassins. The particular clan that created it was wiped out by the combined effort of the Gojo clan and the Zenin clan after one of theirs used the technique to kill a baby with the once-in-a-generation opportunity of bearing the 6 eyes and the limitless technique at the same time and a star plasma vessel. So what do you suggest? We just spread out and wait for it to ambush us one after the other. Maki asked with a frown. Yes, Jiki replied succinctly. Was Maki's eloquent response. It is smart enough to not face us all at once, so we give it the chance and allow it to show its hand. So how do we split up? Emi finally contributed to the topic at hand, while Toge continued to keep a watchful eye out for any surprises. Emi, you'll pair up with Panda. Maki and Toge will go together, I'll be on my own. And that's the problem here. You'll be on your own, Maki cut in again, with a pointed finger at his chest. For all your talk about teamwork, you don't seem to partake in it much. He knew that is what it boiled down to in the end. They had heard the stories and rumors but they did not understand. Not truly. They could not comprehend the vast gap between them, and he was not cruel enough to slap it in their face. Where they had learned on the laps of modern-day clans and tutors. He had been brought up on a diet of war, bloodshed, and things better left in the dark. Inserting himself into the dynamic they were forming would do them more harm than good. But that was something for another day. Judging from the fire in Maki's eyes. So he did as a leader was expected to. As someone who was seen as the first among equals. He compromised. Fine. Exactly. You can't keep running off, huh? Maki blinked wide amber eyes at him in surprise, while Panda, Emi, and Toge chuckled in the background. The scene forced a smile on his face as he stared down at the green-haired teen. He would be a liar if he said he didn't enjoy throwing a wrench into whatever preconceived notions the girl had of him. He had a feeling it had something to do with being clan-born and being called a genius for so long. Okay. Emi and I would go down the same way we came, making sure to check if there's anything we missed while rushing up. He would have preferred doing this alone or working with Maki at least. But he could not leave Panda and Toge with Emi, not while a semi-grade 1 threat was running about. She would be an anchor around their neck. One they'll have to watch for every second. The rest of us continue climbing up, Maki finished his sentence with a sharp nod. Yes. If we make first contact, there will be enough of a ruckus for you to come find us. The same thing goes for you. They gave each other sharp nods before separating and walking off. He had walked down 2 floors with Emi before spotting the most curious sight. At the end of the 5th floor corridor, a light shined through a crack, illuminating a functioning elevator. Jiki nudged Emi to get her attention before tilting his head at the elevator. They shared a glance before he started leading the way. Are you sure this is a good idea? She asked him with a glance at the flickering lights that passed through the elevator doors. Which one? He asked her rhetorically with a soft smile. Splitting up in an unfamiliar terrain or walking into a broken-down elevator in a hospital with malice leaking out all around us? Both, she asked, unsure of which. Tactically this is the worst option to take, he agreed easily. But it's the only one left to us at this point. The curse sees us as too much of a threat to reveal itself, so we're giving it a chance. By being weaker, she asked, unsure, as they finally got to the elevator. He pressed the button to open the elevator calmly. He didn't have much interest in walking the stairs, and the fact that the elevator suddenly started to work even though there had been no sign of electricity in the building drew his attention. He had a feeling something was waiting for them on the bottom floor. But we're not weaker now, are we? He replied to her as the elevator door creaked open with squeaking motions. He stepped in and turned to face his hesitant classmate. No, we're not, she finally agreed, before taking a bold step to join him. A moment later, the door slammed shut behind her before it started to creak slowly. Movement. He noticed idly, ignoring the way Emmy had unsheathed her sword halfway in response. He closed his eyes and focused on his sense of balance. The elevator was taking them down. So he started counting. Judging from the distance between the floors and the speed of the elevator movement, it would take them 2 minutes and 30 seconds to get to the ground floor. Unless. Time passed, and his lips slowly parted halfway, forming a smile on his usually serene features. Seems like his deductions were right. It had been over 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and they were still going down. So there was a sub-basement level in the building. One they had not seen an entrance for, even though they searched the whole ground floor thoroughly. One that not even his eyes had made out. Ding. With that electric chime, the doors slowly creaked open once more, allowing the putrid scent of rotted and bloated bodies to sneak its way into the elevator. Emmy gagged beside him, doubling over to throw up at the harsh smell while retching violently. He had perceived worse the day he stepped into a discarded battlefield for the first time, the day he killed his first man at the age of 5. A kunai to the jugular. Your neck is perfectly positioned for a decapitating strike, he noted in an empty tone. Not judging or scolding, but simply stating. She jerked her head up sharply, left hand still on the grip of the sword before dragging the forearm of her sleeve over her lips to clean them. What is that stench? Dead bodies, he stated with a nod at her response. She had recovered admirably. He began to walk forward. His hands were hidden in the voluminous folds of his haori, and his eyes were half-lidded. The perfect image of uncaring and carelessness. This should either be the morgue or the coroner's station. That was another thing that he disliked about the way jujitsu sorcerers acted. The lack of any real information on the job. He had personally searched the ground floor of the hospital in hopes of getting directions and a map that would have helped them coordinate better. I'm calling Panda, Emmy told him as she slowed down behind him. Tell them to search for the elevator on the corridor of the 5th floor, and barring that, they should head to the ground floor and break the ground closest to the back doors of the hospital. How do you know that? He answered her distractedly. We're walking down an incline. A gentle one, he noted with a quick tap of his feet against the ground. The hospital was built on higher grounds, with the peak being the back to block the entrance from the harsh glare of the sun. He was speaking to her, but his attention was focused on his senses. Ever since he stepped out of the elevator, he had been able to sense the curse's energy signature better. And what he felt made him equal parts curious and concerned. The sharp sound of Emmy closing her phone and pocketing it finally drew his attention back to her. Good thing we are not in a specialized barrier. I heard we can't make calls through them, she told him, before rushing to walk up alongside him. She didn't need to tell him that, considering he had witnessed it for himself. But he doubted she knew much, if anything, about the details of the Jorogumo incident. You've called them then? Yes, they're on their way, she replied, sounding more relieved. Did she not think he was enough to handle whatever they faced? Amusing. Yet he did not particularly see the need to correct her. She had gotten used to the stench, he noted. The civilian-born girl was remarkable in the way she adapted to things, if nothing else. Their slow steps led them to a single door at the end of the corridor. A solid steel-reinforced door that seemed like it was created for protection against a nuclear situation. Yet it was open partway. His eyes noted the depression left in the steel door. Depressions reminiscent of fingerprints. He walked up to it and rested his palm against it before pushing gently. It refused to budge a single inch, indicating the locking motions and gears were still in place. The door had been forced open, he concluded. Instead of wasting the cursed energy and effort it would take to widen the gap, he gave a nod at Emmy before slipping in. The room he stepped into was big. Still puddles of water littered the ground, the walls held mold and crumbling paint and broken open grates revealing the dead and decomposing bodies of multiple men and women that were abandoned to rot the moment electricity suddenly stopped flowing to the morgue. The scent of decay and slow death was an insidious thing, hanging heavy in the air and attempting to starve him of his breath. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak of decaying furniture and rusted metal, with the distant echo of dripping water and the faint whisper of a single breathing form ahead of him. Flickering lights further illuminated the surroundings and revealed a figure lurking in the darkness. Their silhouette was distorted, seated upon one of the numerous discarded autopsy tables and picking at the dead body on it. The scene created an aura of malevolence. One that seemed to heighten with every flicker of the light, judging by the way Emmy gasped as she followed in after him. The figure finally looked up. Predatory amber eyes stared at him before speaking. Jiki focused on the way the cursed energy seemed to roll under the flesh. With half-lidded eyes and fully alert senses, he picked up the mix of a curse and human cursed energy mixing beneath the skin like oil and water. Hello, Fateless One, I've been waiting for you. Chapter 25, Chapter 25. Slight next to non-existent manga spoilers. Fateless One. Jiki replied, curious. That was not a term he was familiar with. He had been given some unique and fancy titles in his past life, and this. Prodigy, Uchiha Spain, Genius, and the malevolent-eyed Gojo. But the Fateless One was a first. He stepped further into the room, walking sideways. He had not sensed an iota of danger or enmity yet, so he decided to indulge the strange creature. One who is not bound by the rigid structure of this world. That which is outside the parameters of this existence. That applies to all special grade sorcerers, doesn't it? Jiki replied with a raised brow. The more the creature spoke, the more the hairs at the back of his neck rose. The clack of bones breaking and rearranging themselves sounded out as its head spun slowly to track his movement till he was right behind it. Its head was twisted and facing backward like a demented humanoid owl, uncaring of the physical impossibility of the feat. The creature, wearing the face of a man, smiled. A smile that tore the cheeks on either side, revealing a grotesque Cheshire grin. It stared at him with a spark in its amber eyes. Eyes that spoke of knowledge hidden and hoarded. Yet not all have stared deep into the abyss of nothingness like you have, Fateless One. Not all have walked out of it twice. Jiki stopped. Every movement, every muscle, every sense that he possessed came to an instant halt for a moment. A split second before he resumed his walk. Yet it was a split second where he was vulnerable, but the curse did nothing but continue its grin at him. He was not even sure Emmy noticed it, standing by the door as she was with her hands on her unsheathed sword. He stared at it with fully open eyes. How? Things like that tend to leave a mark on your very essence, little Gojo. A mark that shows you've tasted of the forbidden fruit. A mark that says you've eaten your cake and had it. And these eyes see it all. Thoughts, analyses, and insights were created and discarded on the spot even as he continued to stroll, seemingly uncaring of the conversation. You see, fate has been written already, little Gojo. Everything has been put into motion millennia before now. Yet this was not written. Do you understand now, little Gojo? You're an anomaly. A fulcrum on which change and the impossible spin on. Jiki's mind spun as it continued to speak. A reference to its eyes and its startling similarity to owls. From the way it perched on the corpse, to its wide unblinking stare and the way its neck spun continuously to track him, heedless of the harm it caused to the body. An owl curse spirit. Owls were known to have some significance in relation to death and dying. From varied roles as messengers to more specialized harbingers. Was that why? Even as he continued to walk, his brain spun frantically. His heart calmed as he dissected the truth of the words hidden in the flowery sentences. It didn't know everything. Simply extrapolating from what it had at hand. What it saw with those wide amber eyes. A mark on his soul. He should have expected it. Known that there would be something different about his soul. Especially after what he went through in his past life and his rebirth into this one. What are you? Jiki asked instead. An attempt to change the trajectory of the conversation, and the cursed spirit smiled in response. The more he looked at it, with his Sharingan using the little light in the room to pick at its features more clearly, the more it solidified his analysis of an all-type cursed spirit inhabiting a human body. Its skin was pale and gaunt, eyebrows flared up to either side of its head, and nose hooked with a sharp curve down. You've not figured that out yet. Not even with those eyes brimming with so much potent and negative curse energy. So much hate, grief, pain. I wonder, how many did you kill to get such eyes? What have you done, what sorrow have you unleashed or borne witness to that created such marvelous eyes, little Gojo? It came to him in a rush. It was so obvious in hindsight. They were rare, but not so rare that they were not unheard of. A vessel, Jiki stated with curiosity and amusement. The vessel's returning smile confirmed his words. The presence of cursed spirit and human cursed energy mixing yet not joining completely should have clued him to it earlier. An incomplete one, unfortunately. Despite the Zenin clan's effort, the vessel replied as it raised up an arm and observed it. The skin rippled and shifted, halfway forming something else before it reverted back to its default state. The Zenin. His curiosity had morphed into caution. Ah, surely you didn't think they sat uncaring of what the Gojo clan was becoming. Satoru's birth tilted the balance of power between the three clans. But your birth, the vessel continued with a crooked finger pointed at him. Your birth broke that scale. He had not been oblivious to what his birth had done to the balance of power. He had anticipated the other two clans making moves to either increase their influence or stem his. That was the nature of power in politics. He had simply not considered the measures the Zenin were willing to take. A mistake on his part. So what are you supposed to be then, some sort of Jinchuriki? He let the words slip out before he realized. Jinchuriki. It questioned with an owl-like tilt of its head. A human sacrifice. A human weapon. A curious if fitting term. I see, Jiki let out with a sharp breath, readying himself for the inevitable violence. So what now? His ears picked up a muted boom. Now I have an offer for you. Fateless One. Jiki replied with a tilt of his head. Become my new vessel. A tilt of his brow. You believe yourself strong, don't you, child? Yet you have not seen the depths of power that true jujitsu sorcerers and curses are capable of. Not like the parodies and fakes of this era. I speak of true power, child. Time is coming when that is all that matters once more. He will bring it about once more. He looked at the vessel with a soft smile. Whatever interest he originally had died with those words. He could recognize it for what it was now. It was a desperate creature. It had hoped to shake him with the revelation of its insight into his abnormal nature. Then strike fear into his heart by creating a common enemy in the Zenien before finally giving an offer laced with poison. He had run better psyops as a 13-year-old boy. With your unwritten faith in my knowledge and power, we can take this world for ours. Boom. It spoke to him of true power. He had seen the deeds of his ancestors, and read of their feats from the scattered hidden clan compounds during his days as a rogue nin. Watched from the impure world, the power his forebears called forth. The pathway to power that was open to him now without the sickness sucking life from his frame. No, Jiki had no interest in whatever snake oil the vessel was selling. What he did care for was the mysterious person it had slipped up about. No, Jiki replied easily. What, why? The vessel blinked its wide owlish eyes for the first time. Surprise etched on its face. Jiki replied with a shrug and a smile. He did not need to explain himself to it. Especially not after realizing how desperate it was. Had it truly expected him to be naive? Even after knowing he was not the average child. Boom. It stared at him for a long unblinking moment. Fine, it replied with a snarl, this is not my first time dealing with a stubborn human. Jiki tensed his muscles, ready to counter. It leaped back away from him, with such force it pulped the body it rested on, heading toward the still confused Emmy. In response, his hands shot out to the side, and he gripped a trolley hard before spinning on his axis and flinging it at the point where he predicted the vessel would be, before dashing after his improvised projectile. It leaped towards Emmy, with an arm outstretched. Its almost 360 vision alerted it to the incoming projectile, and its left hand shifted into a grotesque-looking diseased wing that sheared the steel trolley in two in a display of inhuman brawn and sharpness. Jiki followed behind the trolley, unfazed by the sudden appearance of the wing, before slapping the wing to the side and sending a kick at the vessel. A kick that was stopped by a leg turned into a cruel, hooked, black talon. It all happened in what amounted to seconds. Faster than Emmy could comprehend, and by the time she blinked away her shock, the vessel had its still human right hand around her neck. Jiki buried his feet into the ground, putting a stop to his forward motion instantly. He stared at the vessel with eyes wide with an unfamiliar emotion. It was dead. That was a certainty. It had just not realized it yet. Would you listen to me now, child? Would you heed my words, and take the opportunity given for what it is? It managed to gasp out. Staring into his eyes even as its hand was forced to twitch wildly. Its body seemed to revolt at the effort the high-speed movement and transformations had taken on it. An incomplete vessel. He sent a minor genjutsu through eye contact. A genjutsu that messed with its perception of time. One that its cursed energy flushed out almost instantly. But in a fight of this caliber, almost was a death sentence. Crack. The roof above them let out a loud crack, as a fissure formed on the concrete. A fissure that spread even wider as another deafening boom sounded out. The roof fell inward, and out of the dust cloud came the trailing form of Maki, with her Nagitana behind her, a Nagitana she swung down, with the full force of gravity and her immense strength behind it. It slammed down on the hand gripping Emmy's neck with such force it was sheared off in a brutal blow. It blinked again for the second time, more shock than surprise. And Jiki was in front of it, this time he was the one with a fist wrapped around its neck. He curved two fingers on his left hand and sent them scything into its ear. The sensation of its eardrums and ear canal rippling and tearing made it howl. The moment his fingers pierced a blubbery mass, he curved them further before ripping them out. Sending bone, wax, and scattered brain matter to the ground in a visceral display of well-calculated brutality. A flare of cursed energy, and he tilted to the side, narrowly dodging a decapitating strike from a sudden katana. He smoothly stomped on the blade, burying its cursed energy-enhanced edge into the ground. Something jerked the vessel by its head, and Jiki let it go, unwilling to contest it. The new sudden variable sent his reflexes and instincts into overdrive. Hanging him on the edge of cold-blooded viciousness, he shifted his priorities to eliminating the closest variable as quickly as possible. Spinning on the spot, he splashed the purple blood and the remaining entrails on his hand into his assailant's face, blinding and disorienting them. Before firing a kick at the head of the confused opponent, uncaring of the sickly sound that signified the breaking of the neck bone as the man's head forcibly twisted 360 degrees in response. He landed on the dead body in a crouch and without a sound. What is this? A voice called out. Young, Jiki noted. The person who snatched the vessel from his grasp. He stood up slowly and sent his attention to his classmates first. They were hunched around their most vulnerable teammate once more. Panda in front, with Inamaki and a wide-eyed Maki, stared behind him, while Emi stood with her hands on her sword in a wide stance. Hands shaking, scared, or furious. With the confirmation his classmates were okay, he turned his attention to the 12 people who were hiding in the shadows dressed in all black matching clothes. The same as the men he had killed on reflex and who lay beneath his feet. A glance at the men in the shadows was enough for him to gauge them for what they were, insignificant. So he focused on the man holding the half-dead vessel by the scruff of its neck. His top half was hidden by the shadows he had jumped back to. If Jiki was not staring at him with his own eyes, he would have doubted the man's presence. He shifted his attention to the vessel. TSK. It was still alive, he realized with some annoyance, judging from the slow movement of its chest. Special grades had proven annoyingly competent at self-regeneration on a level even the famed Tsunade would marvel at. Killing them was proving to be an annoying challenge. Inhuman durability matched by unparalleled regeneration was proving to be an annoyance. Critical hits at vital organs had proven to be useless. Although he was certain a well-placed Amaterasu or even a great fire annihilation would work. Yet humans were still humans, he noted as his right foot continued to rest on the dead men. Passive curse energy reinforcement was not enough to stop an attack of a certain caliber from going through, and they broke all the same. What does it matter? They've seen what they shouldn't. We kill them, another man stated with a laugh, stepping out of another shadow. The newly revealed man grinned up at them. He was an older man, dressed in more traditional clothes. He had short black hair styled into a mohawk, with thin eyes that were placed at a slant. The wrinkles on his face complemented his features as well as the laugh lines on his face. His stooped-over figure brought back memories of the cursed spirit he faced months ago, Jogo. Jiki wondered as he observed the strangers. Were they working together with the vessel or was this just an opportunistic third party that stumbled upon the fight? One of the black-clad men stepped up to the stooped-over men and spoke. The boy with the white hair, he might be Dash. His identity is inconsequential. They've borne witness to a classified operation. I believe they also conversed with the vessel. They're not leaving here alive, Hiroku. We kill them all. Jiki picked up on the man's intonation. There was something strange about the way the stooped-over men said those words. It lacked the strength of a command, bearing only the air of a suggestion. Was he not the leader? Who was then? The young men in the shadows. We are students of Jujutsu Technical, Chojuro-san, Maki called out from beside him, before raising her hand and rapidly forming shapes with her fingers, sending out hand signs. Hand signs he did not understand, neither could he extrapolate from the short signs. Yet the stranger seemed to recognize it because they suddenly came to a stop, while the stooped-over man focused his attention on the green-haired teen with more interest. That is irrelevant to us. You're familiar with the language of the Kokuru unit and you even know my name. Who are you? Ah, those fiery eyes, I remember you now. You're one of the twins, the man called out before his grin twisted into something cruel. Oji shame, he said in a tone that could have curdled milk. This close, he could hear the way Maki ground her teeth together, showing surprising self-control to hold back from lashing out at the men verbally. Oji's shame. He wondered about the title. From her reaction, Oji must have been her father then. But this was his first time hearing anything about a twin sister. Then again, Maki had never spoken much about her time in the Zenin clan. Have they finally found a use for you then? It matters not. The moment you laid your eyes on the vessel, your life was forfeit. Which is of no great loss, I'm sure. We are covered by the accord. You cannot. The short man's grin widened before he moved to a crouch, pressing his palms to the ground. Rules have no place in the darkness, fool. Jiki saw the moment the technique activated. The way the old man's cursed energy twisted and coiled into a semblance before finally sinking into the earth. Molding it. Earth style. His eyes widened as they spun in their sockets, taking in the way the man's cursed energy rolled and moved. He could feel that spark once more. Feel the way his nerves were alight with fire and memory. The immeasurably sweet sensation of enlightenment blooming. Yet he knew he could not let it, he could not allow the men to finish forming his technique. Not when his classmates were close enough to be affected by the attack, and in an enclosed bunker like this, facing an Earth-style user was death. Maki, with me. Inamaki. It took less than a split second to send cursed energy to his ears, while Maki already had earbuds imbued with cursed energy to mitigate the effect of her classmate's technique. The cursed speech user nodded before drawing down his tracksuit. The next instant, Jiki kicked up the buried sword, grabbed it mid-air, and blurred toward the men, side by side with a furious Maki. The Kukuruku unit moved to obstruct their movement but were rendered useless by a word. An order, a command, a straightforward sequence of letters that formed a sound. Yet it was not the words that halted their enemies in their tracks. It was the intent behind it. The power and weight behind those simple 4 letters made the world go still. Stop. The Kuruka unit froze on the spot. They stopped moving. They stopped blinking. They stopped breathing. Yet for all the power in the word, it was arbitrary and spread out. Vague and easily misinterpreted purposely. Lending it immense temporary strength with little true longevity. Yet that was enough for Maki and Jiki. They blurred forward, speeding past still and corpse-like forms held in the seizures of time. He instinctively stopped himself from opening up the dozen throats that were laid bare and open to him. This was not the elemental nations. Even as the attacked party, there was a certain restraint expected of him. So he held back. Only 2 people had drawn his ire today. Only 2 truly needed to die. His half-lidded eyes picked up the impossible movement late, and he shoved with his right hand, pushing Maki out of an axe kick that broke the ground. She recovered quickly, flipping agilely and landing in a defensive stance. Jiki instinctively lashed out with his blade at the threat so close to him. The hair-splitting blow was halted by 2 hands clapping the sides and stopping it, inches away from a throat. Narrow yellow cat eyes stared at him. The owner was a blonde-haired young man that stared back at him for a second before pushing his blade back. Jiki allowed the movement, taking a step back and coming back to rest to observe the youth. He was fast. Too fast for his movement to be anything but a technique. Blonde hair, earrings at the tip of his ears, and a cat-like grin were the man's response to Jiki's detached look. "Naoya-san," Maki called out. Her voice tinged with bitterness. "Naoya Zenin." That explained a lot. Chapter 26, Chapter 26. "Naoya Zenin," Jiki stated. His body was seemingly completely at ease, yet his nerves were alive with the anticipation of violence. His eyes calculated trajectory angles the Zenin prodigy could come at him from. The blonde-haired youth had caught him unaware once. He was curious to see if he could replicate that feat with Jiki's full attention on him. "Naoya-san, the old man was silenced with a backhand blow that sent him crashing to the floor. "That's enough from you, Chojuro. Another stupid move like that and you won't survive it. Now silence, your betters are talking. I've heard about you," Jiki continued, like he was not a witness to the casual disregard the young man had displayed. "And you." The Zenin prodigy nodded in reply. "It's whispered, a child prodigy to match me," he said with a smile that highlighted his fox-like features. "Yet the Gojo has not been very forthcoming about you. I wonder why." He shrugged in reply, waiting for the Zenin to get to the point. "So what are you doing so far from the safety of Master Tengen's barrier and the shield that is Satoru's presence?" Those words hinted at more things than he liked. It meant they had tried to reach him multiple times and only Satoru's presence had rebuffed them. Did they think him so weak, despite all he had done? Was not even his special grade status enough to render his age futile in the judgment of his ability? That they thought he would need to hide under the shadows of Satoru's benevolence irked him somewhat. On a mission, he replied coolly in response, noting and discarding his juvenile feelings on the matter in the same breath. He had never cared less for their perception of him, and their underestimation of his capabilities would only be beneficial for him. He had few enough sins, and pride was not one of them. His eyes drifted to where the Zenin had left behind the body of the vessel. Its fingers twitched as signals were sent down its nerves, signals its still scrambled, and still healing brain proved unable to decipher. The Zenin followed his eyes, amusement carved on his features. Our escaped mutt. I'll give you this opportunity, from one genius to another. Ignore it. Forget about what you've seen today. Make a binding vow right here, saying you'll never speak of what you saw here, and I will let you all go. And if we don't, Maki called out, anger lacing her tone. He had never seen her this aggressive and confrontational. It seemed the presence of the Zenin clan scratched at an unhealed scab. The Zenin clan prodigy tilted his head to her. Is the scum speaking to me? You might bear a heavenly restriction, Maki, but you're not him. You're simply a foolish girl with delusions, thinking she can amount to anything. You should be more servile like your sister and maybe. Do not talk about my. She charged with a low growl, sprinting toward the grinning men with anger-enhanced strength. Naoya activated his technique with a twist of his cursed energy, and now that Jiki was watching for it, he saw the Zenin Scion's technique come into play. Naoya Zenin moved. The Zenin's technique was a bastardized body flicker technique. The blonde-haired man spun on the spot, ducking under Maki's Nagitana, and his technique projected a series of movements that ended up with him at her back, where he spun once more and lashed out at her unguarded back. Using the combined strength of the speed and momentum gathered to send her flying up in a feat of strength he couldn't possibly replicate without the technique. He tensed to move, aiming to continue his attack. The prediction broke. Naoya Zenin moved. A movement that was practically teleportation if you were not aware of what it truly was. The technique allowed the user a chance, a split-second chance to pre-program their movements. The moment time resumes, they skipped through that particular pre-made movement to land at the final movement. Carrying all the momentum and acceleration of the pre-made movement, which made it all the more similar to Shirsue's favorite technique. A poor man's body flicker, one that could also be used in combat, and without needing the Sharingan to truly excel in its usage. It would have been a terrifying technique to face, yet the combination of the Sharingan's ability to slow down perception and predict an opponent's movements by reading the opponent's body movement and corresponding cursed energy rendered the feared technique null. From the moment he took his first breath in this world, he was the very antithesis of the Zenin prodigy without them ever being aware. The one person who could counter the technique from the very moment his eyes were laid on it. Yet he had to acknowledge he did not know it all. For example, what would happen if the technique was forcibly interrupted halfway? He mused with a soft smile. The moment Naoya sent Maki flying upwards, Jiki discarded his drifting thoughts and focused on that one moment. That moment when the Zenin would be caught midair without leverage, just like another Zenin a few years ago. He tensed his legs and shifted his grip on the borrowed blade, prepared to launch it like a makeshift spear. Yet instead of following through with the attack like he expected, the Zenin forced his movement to halt reluctantly and stared at him in shock that he swiftly hid behind a grin that was all teeth. You truly are our equal, aren't you? The Zenin continued to stare at him before finally letting out a heavy sigh and relaxing his stance. With a wave of his hands towards the entrance, he continued, leave then. I'm sure my father would be able to mitigate whatever blowback we get from this. Master Naoya, we can. Do you enjoy getting hit, Chojuro? The silence of the room was his answer. Just as I thought. We'll leave, Jiki agreed easily, but not immediately. There was a debt to be repaid. After killing him. He pointed at the vessel that was slowly struggling its way to its feet. He slapped a palm over his face and dragged it down while he thought furiously. He wanted to refuse with every fiber of his being. Allowing information on what they had done was already enough reason to get a sober talk from his father. Still, he had no actual stake in this fight. It was not under his watch, neither was it his fault the vessel escaped its bindings and made a fool of its guards. That particular blame lay at the feet of his second brother, and it was most likely a political play by another brother to reduce his second brother's standing. But failing to bring back the vessel as the leader of the Hei would have consequences. It would be a chink in his so far pristine armor. One that his brothers would no doubt go for. Not that any of the useless snakes would have the guts to challenge him head-on. No, he had to refuse, but those eyes forced his indecision. He could still remember the way those empty eyes devoid of any real emotion followed him. The eerie feeling of them on his skin. Tracking his movement, uncaring of the projection sorcery technique. He understood what that meant. He understood the risk that came with his technique, especially against someone who could theoretically follow his movements. Then there was the soft smile that formed out on his placid face. He could sense absolutely zero malice from the Gojo. The boy stood relaxed and uncaring of the fact he was surrounded by experienced killers with only children for allies. He rapidly considered alternatives and calculated how a fight would turn out, especially if he sent Chojuro ahead while flanking from a position those eyes wouldn't be able to follow. Yet for all his plans and strategies, Naoya looked back at the boy and felt like he was 5 years old again. Staring up at the unfeeling visage of his older cousin once more. If he learned anything from Toji before his sudden self-imposed exile from the clan, it was never to work against the odds, especially when it was this high. Yet he could not leave this place empty-handed. He regretted not leaving the old man to die at the hands of the duo minutes ago. You drive a bargain, but... It was not a request. The boy interrupted him serenely. Despite the danger he knew he was in, despite how much his rational mind told him to let the matter go, Naoya felt his lips tug up and split into a smile once more. His curse energy increased sharply, sensing the danger he was willing to put himself into, sensing how thin of an edge he was truly dancing upon. Am I going to see it then? He continued speaking, high of the euphoria that came with knowing victory and death was very possible and was separated by something as fickle as chance. The technique named after the sun goddess herself. You know, some sects are already whispering of you. Even the ever-insulated shrine maidens speak of you. An uncaring raised brow was Jiki's reply, yet he knew he had the younger boy's attention. Some whisper you're an incarnation. If you're, let's have it then. Come at me. The boy took a single step in reply before being halted by a pale hand. Let's leave it, Jiki-san. It doesn't matter. The girl he had deemed a non-factor spoke up from behind the gojo. Her right hand held her sword in a tight grip as she stared daggers at the vessel, while her empty left held at the boy. He could see the anger that blazed in her eyes and wondered. What had he missed before they arrived? What had transpired in this dark hall? I promised it death, Emmy. From the moment it held you in its grip, he glanced back at the girl, giving her a look Naoya could only describe as reassurance before disappearing in a blur. Naoya moved to follow him, but a bladed spear appeared centimeters from his eyes in a blur of steel and displaced air. His eyes drifted to the side and realized Maki had snuck up on him, and she had the look of a predator on the hunt. He swiftly activated his technique, sending cursed energy into the matrix and pathway that lay the grounding for his ability, and slapping the blade to the side before slipping into her guard and tapping the girl's shoulder, freezing her stiff. Yet when he looked at the frozen two-dimensional image of the girl, she had a grin. A victorious grin. His eyes widened and he spun on his heels to look at the pathway the Gojo had taken, and all he could see was blood. Copious amounts of spilled blood soaked the very ground, imprinting itself into the floor and splattering the few Kokuru members that were not in his direct path. Whatever stayed the Gojo's hand originally was gone, and he had torn his way to the vessel like a scythe through a field of unwary weeds, sending limbs and heads flying to finally end up behind the vessel, where it had somehow struggled its way to a knee. It turned slowly, its owl-like head twisting behind it and before its eyes in surprise. "It's not too late, Jiki. I have a deal with him. We can subvert his plans and you and I together." The vessel rambled incoherently, fueled by fear and desperation as it tried to scramble away from the chilling figure. Naoya spent a second trying to make sense of the rambling before he heard the words and felt the attention it called. The pressure that came with a technique that was demonic as it was deific. The teen stood behind the vessel and stared down at the scrambling creature with blood-stained hands and in his blood-splattered haori. His face was a mask of nothingness, the only real emotion that could be seen was in his eyes that spun slowly yet held a simmering anger. Eyes that were a different shape than the original 3 Tomo he had gotten familiar with. Amaterasu. The black flame sprung up on the vessel and it let out the worst scream Naoya had ever heard, a screech that tore through its vocal cords as it rolled on the ground in a failed effort to put out the black flames. The sound of the tortured thing rang and echoed in the darkness of the hollow room, rooting every single person to the spot as they beheld the power that lay in the name of a god. For a second he remembered the identity of the vessel. A dark-haired, dark-eyed alderman who kicked him down as a boy, just before the awakening of the technique that turned him from just another one of Naobito's sons to Naoya, the leader of the Hei and the future clan head. His third oldest brother had taken up the possible offer of unbridled power that could be gotten from being a vessel despite the risks. A risk the alderman had taken to challenge Naoya's position as the future clan head. A risk that saw him wriggling and screaming, scratching, and ripping out his flesh in a wasted attempt to put out the black flames underneath the unfeeling stare of the Gojo. He watched the creature wearing his brother's skin bubble and burn, he stared as muscles melted even as they tried to reform, and finally, the scream stopped for his throat had been lost to the unquenching fire. He observed the bones darken and brittle before the body turned to ashes. At the same moment the black flames faded into nothingness, seemingly done feeding itself off the vessel. The room was frozen with indecision and silence, as they all stood in shock. The Gojo scion finally raised his head, his eyes moved across the gathered people before stopping at the hunched-over and wide-eyed frame of Chojuro. For the first time in his life, Naoya realized the alderman had lost his smile. The teen cracked his neck to the side before taking a step forward. "That's enough, Jiki-san," the panda spoke. The panda spoke. Naoya realized with wide eyes. He had assumed it was just a shikigami. What on earth had been happening in that school ever since he left? "We've accomplished our mission, the vessel and all the other curses have been exorcised. Anything else would be a thinly veiled excuse for them to enforce a sanction." The panda spoke level-headedly, seemingly unmoved by the brutal death they had all witnessed. Yet the Gojo scion continued to stare death at the old man. "Panda is right, Jiki. The old man is not worth it," Maki spoke up from behind him. "He tried to kill us," the Gojo replied calmly, as if he were not already plotting the most optimal path through the crowd to the men. "Keyword is tried, Jiki-san," the smaller slip of a girl answered this time. "By jujitsu law, no technique was realized, which means if you attack him now, you will be the aggressor." Naoya stayed silent and watched the byplay as they did their best to convince the boy not to cut the old man's life short, and it seemed their reasoning lay in the higher-ups' interpretation of the events. The boy stared at the men for a long moment before shrugging his shoulders. "Let's go back to Kusakuben then," he said as he walked away from the scorched markings on the ground, the only proof that a man, a vessel, had died. He walked through the blood-soaked ground, ignoring the splatter of sandals on blood and stone, and walked past him, only stopping long enough to look him in the eye before turning to help Maki to her feet. The group turned and walked off as one, towards the elevator that lay at the end of the hallway, this time with Jiki in the center. Naoya looked up with a grim smile and wondered when a stupid retrieval mission ended with 4 dead and the package destroyed. Yet he knew this was a good ending. All he needed to reinforce that thought was the scorched markings on the ground, which were all that was left of Naoya Zenin. The drive back to the school was a quiet one. Kusakuba must have picked up on the mood, for he said nothing, other than ushering them into the bus. They each kept to themselves, each person coping with what they had witnessed in that dark hole. Yet it seemed the horrors of today were not equal, and there was a person it affected more than any other. His eyes drifted to the green-haired, amber-eyed girl. Maki. He made to stand up from his seat, drawing the eyes of Kusakuba. But a single jerk of his head at Maki showed his intentions, and the men turned away after a nod. Even with the bus's unsteady movement and speed, he walked over to where she sat without much trouble, ghosting past the rest of his unfocused classmates and sitting down beside her. She kept her head down, oblivious to his presence, and his brow turned inward. Maki had a perception to match his, and if she hadn't noticed him this close, Naoya's words must have had more of an effect than he thought. You're not one to brood, he started, and she raised dull eyes to blink at him before turning her head back down. He noticed she was without her glasses for the first time. They had probably been lost in the fight. He would have to get her another one as soon as possible, he mused. Is this about Naoya's ramblings, he continued, and she gave out a harsh laugh in reply. I guess they'll be ramblings to you. You're a prodigy just like him. Blessed with talent, luck, and most importantly, she squeezed her hand at the end, cursed energy. He kept quiet in response, letting his eyes drift to the windows. Raindrops had begun to patter against the windows. At the same moment Uchiha drove them through the gates of the school. The moment the bus came to a stop, Kusakuba called out. We'll be heading towards the classroom first, then we can debrief and talk about the mission. Everyone nodded in reply before alighting from the bus, leaving Jiki to come down last once more, but this time with Maki at his side instead of Emi. The rest of the students made to follow Kusakuba immediately, trying to find shelter from the downpour of the rain, but he had other plans. Whatever report the older men expected from him would have to wait. He had more important things to do. Maki, walk with me. His words were met with surprise from everyone, and a rough frown and backward glance from Kusakuba. She stared up at him with dull eyes before shifting them to the older men. When Kusakuba did not speak up against it, she nodded and followed him as the two groups separated. Naoya might have cracked her confidence and pride, but it only made it easier for him to build back up and reinforce, and he had the perfect plan and tool for it. It was time for him to give her a glimpse of what she was capable of. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. If you simply think you're weak because of your lack of cursed energy, then you're as foolish as the rest of the Zenin clan, he finally spoke up. Halfway to their destination, and even though she walked behind him, he could still sense the way those words affected her. Maki was a proud girl and had proven her resilience, especially in the face of what she must have gone through multiple times over. Yet that pride was not bolstered by deed and feat. No, Maki was living out of sheer spite against her clan. To see her efforts reduced and broken by the same clan she had run away from had cracked those foundations in a way few could. All due to the combined effort of Chojuro and Naoya. He almost considered turning on the spot and going back for the old man's head, yet he knew his classmates were right to hold him back. He more than most understood the focus the higher-ups placed on him. How much suspicion and interest they saw in his movements and deeds. They saw what he was becoming, so they prodded and poked, looking for a weakness to truly bind him to them. In his weakest moments, he thought about Aiko. But they wouldn't dare be that blunt. Not when she was under old man Tatsumi's protection. He knew it was coming, and he also knew it would be more subtle. One Gojo Satoru was enough for them. They could not accept the risk, regardless of if he tried to convince them otherwise. Not that he would. He had no love for them. All they needed right now was a chance, an excuse, a casus belli, and that is what killing Chojuro would have been. An opportunity for them to bring up whatever vague rule that no doubt existed to slam him with a binding vow. He had survived the cutthroat politics that were the elemental nations. This was nothing new. He realized he had drifted off as his legs slowed down instinctively. They had finally gotten to their destination. A nondescript building that had its blood-red doors bound by seal-etched chains and talisman-covered ropes. The Cursed Warehouse. It was a building that predated most of Japan. According to the few historical records he could find that dated centuries back, it was one of the foundational roots of the school and had been broken and rebuilt numerous times but had never truly been breached. It was a deceptively simple building that was, in truth, a fortress. Buried in layers of seal etchings and talismans that were older than dirt. It was one of the most secure places in the world, so well protected even the three great clans acquiesced and placed some of their greatest treasures within. Some of the most dangerous cursed tools, scrolls, and secrets were hidden behind the massive red-painted doors. Yet the centuries-old seal etchings, talismans, and reinforced structure were not the sole reason the Cursed Warehouse was so well protected. The main reason lay in the power behind the seemingly ordinary building. The Cursed Warehouse was within Tingin's barrier, and in her domain, she was like God. To even lay eyes on the building was impossible if she willed it not. They stared at the building, side by side, before he finally spoke up again. Have I told you about the day I almost died? He asked with amusement. The memory was not one he was going to forget anytime soon, and time had dulled the illusionary pain he felt at the back of his eyes whenever he remembered the length he was pushed to. The first and only person that brought me the closest to death was a Zenin just like you. Did you know that? She snapped her head to stare at him in shock. What? I've never heard about that. He was not exactly surprised by her lack of knowledge on the matter. The higher-ups had sealed files about that specific day, leaving only rumors to spread. Yet not even those rumors spoke about how a single man almost killed the two strongest Gojos seen in recent centuries. I was a child, and he was an older man. So he did as men confident in their strength are wont to. He played with me as we fought. He was simple in a way. He enjoyed a good fight and pushed me to the brink. Toying and testing my reflexes and movements. He tried to draw the best out of me in a grotesque parody of sportsmanship. A wheatstone to my blade. My reward for surviving was supposed to be losing an arm instead of my life, he replied to her with a smirk that was so unlike him as he turned to her. She looked at him, still disbelieving of the scenario he was painting out for her. She must have been so used to seeing him as a bastion of strength, that the thought of a man like her killing him must have been impossible. His name is Toji Fushiguro, formerly known as Toji Zenin, and he was just like you, he finished, impressing that name into her with the focus of his stare before turning back to the building. So I know what you can achieve, Maki. I know what you will truly be capable of when the time comes. Even 7 years later, and I still can't say with any certainty that I would be able to kill him if we were to face each other again. At least not without collateral damage that would render the surroundings useless for a generation. That is who you will be soon, do you understand? She kept silent, suddenly pensive at the new information she had received. He wondered, and not for the first time, why she was ignorant of the scarred men. It spoke poorly of the Zenin. That they would hold back such knowledge of the scarred men. Even the Uchiha looked up to Madara decades after his fall, for while he was not loved by all, he had something that could not be discarded. Something that drew loyalty to him, he had power. The Zenin were different in that regard. But the question was why? Were they so worried about what she might become that they had all knowledge of her predecessor? Where is he now? Maki asked. I don't know, he replied with a shrug, still staring at the door, waiting. She knew he was here like she knew of all things within the barrier. After the battle, he left, leaving something behind. The creak of the chains falling loose and the door opening bolstered his movements forward. Tengen had an idea of what he was doing and was not going to stand in his way, good. He would have hated applying violence against the poor doors. It had never been breached admittedly, but it had also never met an eternal unquenching fire. He walked into the oppressive atmosphere of the warehouse with Maki beside him. The conflux of multiple special grade and grade 1 cursed tools, weapons, and objects made trying to find anything by sensing its cursed energy useless. His eyes drifted past ancient weapons. A spear with a stone as its blade. A pitted and spot-marked implement of murder that spoke of a time before time. A short-bladed tanto, a weapon of betrayal and murder that was still stained black with the blood of its victim centuries later. A trident that smelled like brine and sea form, one of the few cursed weapons that didn't instinctively feel murderous. A long-handled purple-bladed glaive with a fur coat in between the blade and the shaft. Maki's hands instinctively reached out for it. Tracing patterns along the red-colored shaft before following behind him. They passed by a great kusarigama. A scythe with a chain and a weighted steel at the end. A weapon that was a match for the one the feared Hanzo the salamander carried on the battlefield, before they finally got to his goal. He got to it and stopped. Staring down at the blade for the second time, he was reminded of how it almost killed him. How it tore through his incomplete Susanoo like a hot knife through butter before finally coming to a stop above his shoulders. If he was a second slower, if he was a little bit less trained, if Geto had not called out for him to watch for the cursed spirit, he would have been the one down an arm. What is that? Maki asked as she took a step toward. Mesmerized by the inhumanly sharp edge of the blade, the white sublime fur-coated hilt, the cursed rope that was wrapped around wood forming the grip, and finally, the purple cursed corpse teeth that shut together to make the pommel. He could understand her sudden fixation on the blade, especially when he noticed how much her tone had changed. We're not certain, but we believe it's the split soul katana. Split soul katana. She repeated after him, mesmerized, as she gently caressed the hilt and guard. The blade was set apart from the rest, and buried point first into a seal-etched stone. It's an old blade. So old that facts and folktales have spun and merged into one. Tell me about it, she ordered, her voice low and hard. He smiled in response. They say it was forged from the heart's blood of true love and was quenched with the tears of her partner as he watched her die in front of him. The first wielder went mad with grief and began a rampage that decimated 2 minor clans in the Meiji era. Before the Zenin clan leader of the time put an end to him. He could see how entranced she was by his words and the blade, so he finished with a simple word. Take it. He sat up, heavy eye bags accentuating his fatigue. Just as he suspected, sleep had eluded him once again. After tossing and turning for over 6 hours, the approaching dawn felt like a welcome respite. It simultaneously invigorated him, urging him to rise, while also serving as a stark reminder of the significance of the day ahead. After another 3 minutes of contemplating whether it was too late to escape, he finally mustered the resolve to get up and wash his face. Black eyes stared back at him from the mirror, highlighting the dark shadows beneath his eyes and the unkempt state of his hair. The glint of sunlight on metal drew his attention to an innocent-looking ring with a chain looping around it. Yuta-ea, the faint words whispered, barely audible to anyone but him. Good morning, Rika-chan, he whispered back before leaving the mirror and stepping into the bathroom. He quickly donned his personalized white jacket and black trousers, tucking the ring and chain inside the white button-up jacket. Just as he finished, a knock sounded at the door. Opening it revealed the old mute man who had been his caretaker for the past 2 days. Experience had taught him not to bother with words, so a short bow sufficed before he was led out. Walking out of the building, he followed the walkway with his eyes down. But with the protective shadow she cast over his shoulders, he found it hard to truly fear anything. Hala! A familiar voice greeted him, and he raised his head to see Gojo-sensei waving furiously from a distance. Are you ready? Not really, he admitted as he caught up to the older men, walking side by side. What's it like? He asked nervously. It wasn't the first time he had been forced to change schools because of her, but for the first time, there was a yearning in his voice, a rebellious spark of hope at the thought of a place where he would finally be accepted, thanks to the white-haired men who always carried a smile. Boring, mostly, came the callous response from Gojo-sensei. Fun sometimes, sure, but once in a while it gets rough. His tone darkened momentarily as he rubbed at a scar on his forehead before perking up again. Luckily for you, you're going to be in the same class as my little Ototo. I'll make sure he takes care of you, so don't worry too much. As they entered the building, he couldn't help but imagine a younger version of Gojo-sensei with a matching white-eye warp, and the image made him smile brightly. Jujutsu High was already gearing up to be everything he hoped it would be. 10 minutes later, surrounded by a murderous panda and two bloodthirsty teenagers with a curved-bladed naginata inches away from his throat, he was forced to admit he might have gotten a little carried away by Gojo's words and enthusiasm. Yodatawa. It only went downhill from there. 10 minutes ago. He had felt the malicious curse energy the first day it entered the school. It had remained secluded in an enclosed, restricted area for days, comfortable in its solitude. That was the only reason he had ignored it for so long. But now, for the first time in days, it moved. Even as he lounged, ignoring the friendly banter between Emmy and Panda, his focus remained on tracking the anomaly. To his intense amusement, he sensed when Satoru linked up with it halfway, and they started walking together. The malicious curse energy saturated the area, nearly as potent as Satoru's, but with an added weight to it. Yet Satoru showed no signs of worry. The rumored transfer student, then. Meters away from the entrance, Emmy perked up, turning distracted eyes to the door. His efforts were not in vain, he acknowledged with an internal smile. He had taken to teaching the civilian-born girl ways to increase her sensory abilities after classes, and she had taken to it surprisingly well. She would never be a heavyweight fighter, especially without a technique, but that didn't mean she was useless. He felt her attention shift to him, but he ignored the no-doubt questioning look, keeping his eyes closed and body relaxed. Whatever fleeting interest he had in the new transfer student was solely due to the cursed energy surrounding him. What he truly wanted was a conversation with Satoru. The door was slammed open, and Satoru jumped in with a grin. I'll now be introducing the new transfer student. Ariyu Geis Ready Ei. He dragged out the last few words in a horrible imitation of a boxing tournament announcer. Seeing the dull and bored looks on their faces, the older Gojo scratched his head nervously before smiling once more. Tough crowd. Oh well, I tried. Come in. The door slid open, and a single footstep echoed, the sound like a gunshot in the quiet room. The heavy metaphysical presence that followed pressed down on them, causing four breaths to halt halfway. The second step into the classroom intensified the pressure, tightening muscles and prompting Toge to unzip his jacket and Panda to don his padded brass knuckles. If he were to compare, it reminded him somewhat of Joragumo, lacking the age but brimming with unbridled hate and aggression. The sensation of something greater than their sum total focusing its attention on them sent chills down his spine, tainting the air with blood, death, and despair, invoking the instinctual response of fight or flight. His lips lifted lightly as his classmates chose fight. The footsteps stopped ahead, and he heard a timid voice call out softly. Hi, my name is Yuta, Okatsuyu-. For the first time, Jiki raised his head, opening curious eyes before snapping his hand out to draw Soul Splitter from the scabbard Maki placed on her back, forcing her to instinctively unfold her naginata instead. His eyes penetrated the filter of nothingness, giving form to the formless and shedding light on the invincible. White skin wrapped around a grotesque yet muscled frame with a raised rib cage and folds of flesh on the head that led back into tendrils like hair. It ripped open its maw, flexing inhuman muscles and unhinging its jaws like a snake before turning to stare back at him with a mouth full of needle-shaped fangs. Whhhyyyy Ariyu looking at Rayaka, he could hear the words but could swear there were no actual words. Only a screech that tore at him like a physical blow. One only him and Satoru seemed to notice judging by the thumbs up his older cousin sent him. Then his classmates acted, and his little smile widened a little more. This was going to be interesting, and judging by the massive grin on Satoru's face, it was going to be more interesting than his days back at his first attempt at school. You lost him, he stated as he moved his piece on the board. His opponent refused to reply for a few long minutes before taking a swig of his bottle and moving his own piece. Nothing that could have been done about it. The Gojo brat was there. Gojo Jiki. A curious birth with an even more curious presence. A wrench in the works of his carefully crafted plans, but an interesting one. His hands moved to gently rub at the fresh stitches on his forehead, which always itched fiercely in anticipation at thoughts of the boy. His other hand moved his piece once more, putting the older silver-haired man in a bind. "Bah, how are you so good at this? You look barely 30 but play like a man thrice that age," the older man spoke carelessly as he shoved the board to the side with feigned annoyance. He offered an empty and innocent smile in response to the prodding words, recognizing the cunning in his opponent's eyes. "What can I say? I've been playing shogi for a long time." Chapter 28. What do you think about him? A soft voice called out from behind. He didn't bother to turn back, knowing with unparalleled certainty who was behind him. "It's still too early to say," he replied while his hands moved automatically. A splash of green, blue, and white paint adorned his canvas already, and his brush moved like something alive, spreading the colors. He could already visualize the endgame of the painting, now all it took was the process. Half-lidded eyes drifted up to follow the movements of the spar happening a few meters away. Well, calling it a spar was a bit of an understatement. Maki pounded the slim boy into the ground with unparalleled ferocity and glee. Every strike she made was a guaranteed hit, and whatever attempt the black-haired teen made at a rebuttal was ignored or dodged before he was hit with another kick that sent him tumbling head over heels to end up belly up. With another splash of white paint on the canvas, he was halfway done with Yuta's position in the painting, and it was not a glamorous one. They had started light, simple hand-to-hand combat for now, in a bid to see where the teenager stood. "He's a fast learner though," Satoru said as he moved to sit beside him, and Jiki had to agree. It's been a week, and Yuta had already forced Maki to parry a blow. "Special grade?" Jiki asked. "That obvious?" Satoru replied with a grin in his voice. "Judging from the sheer malevolence the apparition bound to him is giving off, I don't think the higher-ups had much of a choice." Maki's hair hung unbound in paint. In losing herself to the fight, her ponytail had loosened, and the amber-eyed girl had not bothered to fix it. "Yet they fought me for it," Satoru replied, and Jiki glanced upwards to see the frown on his older cousin's face. "They've never fought any of my decisions as much as they did this." Yuta's already big eyes somehow found a way to widen more in surprise at the ferocity the slim girl seemed to wield with familiarity. "I doubt they're happy about another chess piece they can't control, especially if it's one that's aligned with you." The spar ended when Yuta overplayed his hand with a wide haymaker that Maki took advantage of. She stepped past the blow and slipped into his guard before grabbing the overextended arm and spinning on the spot, flipping him over her shoulder in a perfect judo throw. She stepped on the slim teenager's chest and grinned down at him with a feral smile. A smile that was mirrored in his painting, down to the way her hair shifted in the wind and the way Yuta stared up at her, black hair splayed across the sea of green grass with wide eyes that showed a mixture of embarrassment and shame. She had changed. "You've gotten really good at this," Satoru spoke up, inching closer to peer at the painting better. "You even predicted the way it would end." "I was always good at it," he replied easily. Pride was not a sin he was overly familiar with, but he also knew he was good at his craft. Be it murder, combat, parricide, or something as simple as painting. They all came easy to him. Was it really arrogance if he could back it up? Satoru said nothing in reply, other than a light poke at his forehead and a soft smile. In another life, they would have been at a real high school, with no real worries or fears for their life. He would have been painting his friends and classmates doing something as banal as playing a game of soccer or basketball instead of forging themselves into weapons. But this was not that life, so instead they basked in comfortable silence for long minutes. The white-haired duo watched the other spar in a rotating fashion. Maki still proved herself to be the strongest in pure combat, with Panda coming closely behind, if only because he refused to reveal his third transformation. Toge was something of an anomaly. He lacked the sheer anger that fueled Maki and the uncaring whimsical ferocity that Panda could get going. He was a wild card in a way that Jiki would have disliked if he was an opponent. The cursed speech user was a competent enough junior sorcerer in his own right, and the flexibility of his technique made him a veritable powerhouse. He was also a grade 2 sorcerer already, compared to the rest. But there was something he lacked. A certain degree of hunger. In a way, the Inamaki scion seemed a lot like him. Before he was forced to lay his innocence for the second time on the altar of sacrifice. Emi, on the other hand, had all the hunger the Inamaki scion lacked but none of the talent or ability. So far, she had come along with just relentless effort. "You gave Maki his sword," Satoru noted with a smile. The fur-hilted blade remained strapped to her back, unsheathed and unused still. The higher-ups are not too happy about that. Removing a special grade curse tool and gifting it to a grade 4 sorcerer that they see as barely human reeks of madness to them. It was mine to give out. Plus, she needed the support. If the higher-ups had any disagreement with his decision, they would need to meet him and talk to him about it. "I heard about your last mission, an encounter with the hay, was it? I suppose it was that bad. Did you know about how badly she was treated back there?" Jiki asked in rebuttal, his tone low. "Not exactly, but I could infer," Satoru replied, his tone dipping just as low. That's the reason I sponsored her attendance even though she lacks the prerequisite amount of cursed energy. Jiki was forced to remember what Satoru talked about one day while deep in his cups. Slaughter the entire higher-ups and change the way things were done, restructure the whole system from the top to the bottom. It was an ideal goal, even if it was flawed. For it reminded him too much of his own failings and hubris. We also fought against a vessel. Seemed like the Zenin made an effort at weaponizing one. Huh. That was not in the official reports. Satoru turned to face him with a serious face. I'm not surprised. He continued, Naoya said his father would deal with the backlash if it ever came to light. Censoring that part of our report should not be particularly hard for them. Weaponizing vessels used to be a more common thing, but that was centuries past. It was outlawed after a rogue vessel sunk one of the smaller islands off the coast. Waving away something like that is not something Naobito can make the higher-ups do, unless... Satoru trailed off. Jiki mused on that statement for long seconds. This world's similarities with his were starting to verge on uncanny, with the major difference being time and the progression that came with it. Inherited curse techniques and Kenki Igenkai. Jinchuriki and vessels. Sorcerers and shinobi. Competing clans under a single banner yet with opposing levels of subterfuge applied in the background, and higher-ups that were just as bad as the enemies. Was this just the human element or something else? He banished the thoughts and continued the conversation. The vessel mentioned someone. A man he made a deal with, someone who was preparing for something that would shake the world. I could not get more out of it before the Zenin appeared. The sudden rise and organization in rogue curse users, the increase in the caliber of causes, a strange curse putting random people into a coma, 2 powerful unregistered special grade curses appearing from nowhere enlisting other special grades, and now this. Do you think they're connected? Jiki thought on it for a second before something Satoru said rang in his ears again. Random people falling into a coma. Yeah, it's been happening more frequently. We suspect it's a curse, we're not just certain. There is something strange about it, Satoru finished before shrugging. Jiki nodded and thought back on the original question asked before replying once more. I doubt. It feels more like things have been in motion for a while, and we're just becoming aware of it. You said you had a suspicion on what was behind the sudden increase in curse users. He replied, sending a glance back at Satoru and managing to catch the pensive look on his face before it was wiped off and replaced with a confident grin. Maybe, I hope I'm wrong. But if I'm not, you have the chance to do what I wasn't. Jiki felt the change in Satoru's tone, the dark atmosphere the topic had seemed to touch on but held off on poking that particular wound, instead doing what he had grown familiar with in recent times, he changed the topic. He's going to need a weapon. Huh? Satoru replied, broken out of his fudge. Yuta. For all his talent, his physique is too weak. Curse energy reinforcement will give him a leg up, especially with the amount he has, but you can only reinforce a body so much, and it would take time to build his own into something worthwhile. He felt Satoru's hand fall on his head, messing it up before the older man replied to him. It's also going to help him control his immense curse energy, but you're right. At this rate, you're going to take my job. You're a better teacher than most, Jiki. Those words forced him to remember another life, another brother. Was he truly? Or he's just smarter than the average sorcerer we see passing through these halls, a familiar voice interjected, one he had not heard in a while. He turned with a smile at the shadow that blotted the sun standing behind them. Nanami-san. Jiki, Satoru. Mama, is that my favorite 9-to-5 salaryman my blindfolded eyes are seeing? You do not see the ridiculousness in that statement, and it scares me, Nanami replied bluntly, his voice reverberating as he spoke, sliding into easy banter with Satoru. Jiki could understand Satoru's surprise because the last he heard, the blonde-haired man had retired and gone straight. Even his attire reflected that change. A straight-fitted cream suit, with matching pants and a blue inner shirt and spotted tie. The older man could have been mistaken for a regular salaryman if not for the air around him. Even with his eyes hidden behind his frameless glasses, Jiki could tell there was an edge in his eyes, something in his posture and his bearing screamed danger to the primitive part of the brain that forced a human to flinch at the sight of fire. His short forage into a regular lifestyle had not killed that spark. It was sad in a way. There was no true escape from this life, the only escape was death or, in rare cases like old man Tatsumi, retirement. Alone and never truly loved. You're back then, Jiki asked rhetorically, even though he knew the answer to that question already. His eyes picked up the slight bulge in the underarms and shoulders that indicated a holster for a weapon. His intrusion broke the banter that was brewing, and the older man forced his attention away from Satoru and to him. Unfortunately, he replied before nodding towards the still sparing teenagers. These are the new crop of first years then. What do you think about them? Satoru asked. Nanami's reply was swift and straightforward like he had been expecting the question. There are no obvious problem kids like Hikari, so this should be easy. The Inamaki shouldn't be a major problem. The cursed puppet seems to lack the feral characteristics you'd expect from his kind. The girl though. He trailed off for a long moment watching Maki weave and spin between the combined assault of Panda and Emmy with supernatural grace. She is like him, isn't she? It was not truly a question, so he and Satoru stayed silent. Yes, Jiki was the one to finally reply. And the Zenin clan? Satoru replied this time. Not happy about it, but they don't think she matters enough to make an issue out of it. That is stupid, Nanami noted. But also in line with what I would expect from the clans. They don't seem to handle the unconventional very well. The three veterans of the incident that changed the world watched the first year spar and enjoy themselves, and hoped it would last even though they knew they wouldn't be that fortunate. There was a storm coming. Alright, it's time for me to unleash my cute little students upon this poor world. Jiki looked up just as he finished writing the last answer to the spontaneous quiz that Satoru had started them off with. The older man had a smile on his face that was downright mischievous. He also always seemed to be in a state of perpetual happiness and glee, so Jiki didn't give it much thought. Finally, Maki replied by slamming her pen and palm down on the table with enough force to crack the wooden desk. About time. You've had us holed up here for over 2 weeks. Mama, you're paying for that, Satoru replied with a grin. What? Maki replied flabbergasted, looking at a way to hide the cracks. It's just a scratch, no-thee dash. That was the moment the desk decided to creak as the metal reinforcement groaned and folded inward, collapsing beneath her hands and sending up dust and wood shavings. She looked around with wide eyes, hoping that nobody observed the disastrous moment. Unfortunately for her, Satoru was already right up her face with a grin and an arm outstretched. Pay up, Maki-kun, he called along with a sing-song voice to the amber-eyed girl's horror. Jiki decided to spare her from the older man's trolling and spoke up. What is the mission, Satoru? Satoru straightened up immediately and left Maki behind before walking up to the board. With a dash of chalk on the blackboard, he wrote down their objectives before turning around to face them. It's been 2 weeks since Yuta was transferred over here. So I'm sending you out in paired groups. Satoru pointed to Yuta and Maki first before continuing. Both of you are heading to Kanto Elementary High School at Shibuya. An exorcism was performed 2 weeks ago, yet the same issue seems to have cropped up again. The both of you are taking care of that. Pointing at Panda and Toge, he continued. We picked up some rogue curse users. According to the intel we have on them, they can't be more than grade 3 or 4 sorcerers, pretty young ones too. Nothing you can't handle, I'm sure. He finally turned to them before speaking. Emmy, you're with me. I need to get you started up on barriers considering how far ahead you are theoretically, but Jiki-kun is heading over to Mount Fuji. It has been closed off for the past 3 months due to the weather, but some overly curious tourists have found their way up somehow and they've ended up missing. Your job is to verify if they're alive and retrieve them. If they're not. He drifted off for a bit before continuing, well, that's up to you. With that out of the way, pair up, and let's get going. With their shared nods of determination, they stood up and moved. The trip to Mount Fuji was short and quiet since he was alone, and he found he had missed the solace that came with his own space. Ijichi glanced back at him a couple of times, but the older man must have been too worried about the growing reputation Jiki was building up to even bother him with a conversation, so Jiki left it like that. Despite his closed eyes and relaxed posture, he could tell the moment he got close to the famous mountain, for at the foot of the famous mountain lay a more infamous place, Akigaharajukai, or as the foreigners that knew about it liked to call it, the Suicide Forest. The forest was a terrible font for cursed energy and was the main reason why he was given this task. Few people could be trusted to enter the forest and come back sane. That he was given the job alone spoke of the importance of whoever the supposed tourist was. It was reported that over 200 people killed themselves in the forest every year, but the truth was those numbers were easily double or triple that in actual figures if you considered the caliber of curses the forest had become a breeding ground for. Even this far off, he could almost taste the aura of death, despair, and sorrow that clung to the environment. The duality of Mount Fuji being a sacred place, with the bottom of it, Akigaharajukai being a place so desecrated, that no real effort had been put into exorcising it, due to the sheer impossibility of the deed was amusing and drew similarities to the Christian religion of heaven and hell. We're here, Jiki-san, Ijichi called out looking back at him through the mirror assuming he was still asleep. His return stare forced the men to flinch back, turning his attention back to the steering wheel. You would have thought after over 6 years of knowing him, the older man would have gotten used to his eyes. Or was it his fault for never deactivating his Sharingan? He reflected. Thank you, Ijichi-san. With those words, he stepped down from the car, before stretching and cracking his joints in preparation. Should I wait? The man replied, bolstered by something Jiki could not name. He thought about the request for a while. He was not given any time limit and didn't require a barrier. This close to Akigaharajukai, the man was at risk of facing off against a wandering curse. He sent a glance back at the slim, gaunt-faced spectacles-bearing older men and had to admit his odds were horrible against anything grade 2 or higher. Yet he had offered to wait behind still. The men had more bravery than his frame seemed to imply. "Don't worry about me, Ichichi-san. I'll find my way back." With a furious nod and a whispered, "Good luck, Jiki-san," the men reversed the car and drove off, leaving Jiki staring at the evil forest that called to him like a mother called to her child. A way to entice weak-willed people into the forest, no doubt. Underneath that siren's call that tugged at him, and beneath the rolling malicious fog of despair, fear, and death, he vaguely picked up on a strange curse signature. One that flitted out of his senses as fast as he picked it out. A familiar cursed energy signature. He took off at a slow pace. He was in no rush and he already had a vague idea of what awaited him in there. Crossing special weathered stone columns that bore talismans that were supposed to keep the stronger curses from slipping out and overrunning the countryside, he stepped his feet into the forest, and everything changed. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Your neck is perfectly positioned for a decapitating strike. The words came to her with resounding clarity. She could not have ignored it even if she tried. She could almost hear his soft voice like a whisper right into her ears. The tone was as cold and clinical as the first time she heard it, neither judging nor rebuking, just a factual statement. She could virtually feel those eyes staring down at her, those evil eyes on the most angelic face she had ever seen. With a sharp jerk of movement, she forced herself back upright and instinctively shifted into a comfortable stance, one she had learned from the white-haired teen. Interceptor style. Form 3. Gojo Satoru appraised her movement with an impressed and thoughtful look on his face. Even with his eyes covered, she could tell he was intrigued, from the twitch of his cheeks, his soft breath, and most especially the raised eyebrow. Reading facial expressions was one of the first things she learned, right after the second time she was admitted and pronounced clinically insane for pointing at invincible monsters and running from them as a child. It paid to know what the actually insane inmates were braced to do while she was locked up there. Memories of her past threatened to bubble up from the pit she had thrown them into and force her into becoming a mumbling mess of tears and nerves once more, but she suppressed them with some effort. She was not ready yet. "That's not one of our standard sword styles, is it?" "No, it's not, Gojo-sensei. Jiki has been teaching me some forms over the past few months." "Huh," her teacher, but not her sensei, replied with a strange look on his face. "I was talking to Kusakuba about taking you on, but as a grade 1 sorcerer, he only has time for a single personal student, and Nanami's style is not something that would mesh well with a longer blade." He gave her another long look before continuing. "And you're comfortable with it?" "Yes," she replied with certainty. The sword style was not an aggressive one. It had more to do with redirecting blows and quick counterattacks. It was the only thing that allowed her to match the more aggressive pace Maki could get going if only for a few minutes before the sheer ferocity the amber-eyed girl attacked with overwhelmed her. "I see," Satoru continued before shrugging and raising his hands up in defeat. "All right then, if it's good enough, I'll leave you to it. Unfortunately, it means I won't have a good reason to continue pestering Kusakuba." He trailed off for a few seconds before an easy grin spread out on his face once more. "Mama, I'll just have to come up with another reason, I guess." Pointing at her once more and ignoring the bewildered expression on her face, he continued his speech. "What do you know about barriers?" She quickly sheathed her blade into its scabbard before reciting from memory, "Barriers are enclosed areas or zones created with cursed energy. They are used to conceal, contain, or deny entry into a specific area." A textbook definition, he noted with a frown, but a correct one. "Do you know how to create one?" She thought about the words for a few seconds. She had read the words on old tomes depicting barriers from ages past, but that was all she knew, words. "No," she answered, fearing she might not match up to whatever standard the strongest man in the world must hold others to. Instead, Satoru smiled at her and nodded. "That's right. You might know the words, but without the correct application of cursed energy, you might as well just be reciting a poem. We'll be starting with the most simple barrier formation, a curtain, now watch." He tensed, suddenly serious for the first time, and raised his right hand closing his last two fingers, leaving the index, middle, and thumb fingers together, the universal sign for the formation of a curtain. She could barely notice the way his cursed energy flexed before he spoke. "Emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure." The branches and leaves of the trees extended widely overhead, providing him with ample protection from the intense glare of the sun. However, it was not just the overhead canopy. The light of the sun found it hard to penetrate the desolate environment that was the Akigahara forest. The excessive amount of negative curse energy in the environment had changed the nature of the trees, turning the leaves sickly and bleached, with thick white trunks. The negative cursed energy had condensed and manifested into a low rolling fog of anguish and misery that would have rendered maneuvering in the forest without a great degree of familiarity impossible. If he was not bearing the Sharingan, that is. His scarlet gaze pierced through the illusionary fog with ease. You've been following me for the past 2 miles now. Jiki finally broke his silence and spoke out into the empty air. I should rip out your head and beat your partner to death with your spine. He trailed off. Or just make you do it yourself. He finished, giving a short time for his mark to visualize the words. The sheer capability of violence he was capable of was not something most people really understood. But I'm not here to fight, neither do I care for whatever you've got going on here. I'm here for 2 people. A couple, European, blue eyes, and blonde hair. What do you know about their disappearance? He questioned, and the reply he got was silence. His ears suddenly picked up something under the perpetual wailing cries, warbling screams, and muttered gibberish from the denizens of the forest. A shuffle of feet against leaves and a brief spike of suppressed cursed energy that indicated a technique activation. Jiki gave out a sigh in reply. Humans might be the most intelligent group of animals on Earth, but they lost some level of wisdom to get to where they are now. Instincts that were deeply ingrained in simpler creatures from dogs, rats, wolves, and even cursed spirits were dulled in humans. The ruffle of leaves ended as footsteps rang out behind him, indicating his assailant had stepped out of the forest and into the clearing. 100 meters away. Not a single curse had dared to attack him ever since he set his foot into the forest. He had sensed them by the multitude. They were fewer than he expected, but still more than could be found in some isolated villages. The pitted, the vile, the mad, the putrid. Yet they all made sure to creep at the edges of his awareness. 50 meters away. Yet some no doubt oblivious unregistered curse user seemed to think he was easy prey. He would have found it funny if he wasn't annoyed. For all his capacity for brutality and combat, it was hardly ever his first option. 20 meters away. A close-range curse technique. A terrible matchup against Jiki, but in truth, there were few good matchups against him considering his range of techniques. He had to force himself to take the incoming attack seriously. He would not fall victim to hubris. 5 meters away. He spun on the spot with ferocious speed, stunning his assailants with a wide-eyed glare that forced his assailant to look him in the eye, black-colored palm outstretched. Not just a close-range technique, but a touch-based one. The genjutsu took hold easily. Even though the man's curse energy was nothing to scoff at, he would have ranked him a semi-grade 1 easily, but Jiki had gotten better at inserting his curse energy into others and resisting the instinctive dispel that happened, while the men had overreached believing the fog of war kept him safe. The split-second opportunity allowed him the chance to take in his opponent. Brown-haired youth with a scar above his right eye. Someone who had seen battle then. The youth remained frozen on the spot, indentured by illusions of brutal murders and black red-eyed crows pecking his eyes out, as Jiki slipped into his guard, gently resting a palm against his unguarded chest. He was about to crush his sternum when he felt movement beneath his feet. A split second later the ground erupted with a resounding explosion of force that sent him jumping back and his opponent tumbling in the opposite direction. In between the dust and the confusion, he spied something that peeled out of the gaping space in the earth before slipping back down. A shikigami? No. A curse. A green and white curse shaped like a maggot with multiple rows of shark-like serrated teeth resting in its maw. He was mid-air when the next attack came, scything through the air and towards his unguarded back. With a flex of muscle and skill, he twisted mid-air allowing the attack to pass beneath him before he finally spun and landed on his feet, skidding back to the edge of the clearing. He had to raise his expectations of his assailants as he settled on the ground once more. The timing and coordination were sublime. The uncertainty of a cursed spirit collaborating with random rogue curse users made him think. Which slowed him down enough that he was almost hit by the final attack. His eyes drifted down to the gashes torn into his kimono, proof that he had dodged the kick and the explosion of earth from the curse. His enemies were a grade 1 and a semi-grade 1 curse user with a lurking grade 2 curse, one grade 2 curse that lurked beneath the earth, one that if he remembered correctly died years ago. His eyes trailed the nearly invincible movement that was reflected on the surface from the cursed spirit passage beneath the ground before a voice drew his attention. "Oh, you dodged even that. You're a nimble one." A boisterous voice called out along with footsteps. The second assailant. The man stepped out of the dust, and he had his first view of him. He was huge, 6'6" at a minimum, with a muscular physique that was exposed by his lack of a shirt. A frame that contrasted heavily with his soft and feminine face bearing gentle blue eyes. A foreigner. So what was a foreign curse user doing in the middle of the Aokigahara forest, and were those love tattoos over his nipples? Oh. He's young and a cutie too. Do you think the boss would let us keep him? The blonde posed the question to his partner as the other man stepped out of the dust. His arms were shaking, his breath came faster and unsteady, his cursed energy moved erratically, and he refused to look Jiki in the eye. A side effect of the genjutsu. Jiki wondered, how long did it take the youth to realize it was all an illusion? Then again, did it truly matter? Perception and reality were what you made off it in the end, and he had grown familiar with blurring those lines in between them. Don't look him in the eye, LaRue. I think I know who he is. The other man replied, voice shaky. Oh. Is he some famous dash? Jiki moved, leaving an inch crater behind him with the sudden leap as he appeared in front of the blonde-haired giant a heartbeat later. Even with the man's laissez-faire, he could tell he was a greater threat than his partner and with an unknown curse technique. The blonde-haired man's cursed energy output was greater than Jiki's, and he already knew the other man's technique was touch-based. He stepped closer into his guard as the muscular man tucked his head and raised his forearms to protect his upper body, but that was never his target. Cripple his mobility. He slammed the sole of his feet on the muscular man's right knee, the gruesome sound of bone breaking and tendons tearing echoed out as his right leg curved inward. Before the man could register the pain, he was forced to the ground with only his remaining knee keeping him up. Disorient him. Jiki sent a straight palm strike that caved his pointed nose inwards and arrested the begrudging cry of pain in its cradle. A simultaneous cup slap to his ears destroyed his eardrums as well as his sense of balance, leaving the man a confused warbling mess of pain and tears. Kill. He locked his 5 fingers together, turning it into a knife point before sending at the man's throat. He only needed one person alive to tell him the location of the foreigners. 2 lifetimes worth of instincts screamed at him with death on its lips, and Jiki answered by taking a single step back. A black whip snaked out of the cursed fog and snapped in front of him, separating him from the blonde-haired man and ending where his head should have been. His slowed perception allowed him to stare at the black whip. It was formed from thin, black hairs, banded together multiple times over each other with meticulously placed inscriptions and seals along its length. A split second and an accompanying sonic boom followed after the whip, clearing the mist totally from the clearing and sending everyone flying. Everyone but Jiki, who had channeled his cursed energy to his feet to anchor himself. A new threat. Yet one that had remained content in hiding in the fog while suppressing his cursed energy so well that Jiki could not pick it out at a glimpse. He spun on the spot in the next instant. The past 3 seconds had been a blur of motion, yet it was enough to force the other man to react. He was farther away from the sonic boom and had pushed through whatever was left as he sprinted towards Jiki, once more, black hands outstretched and with a shout to bolster his faltering bravery. He couldn't afford to waste time dealing with this caliber of opponents once more, especially with the whip wielder still lurking somewhere unseen. His hands instinctively formed the necessary signs, directing and molding his cursed energy as desired, before bringing them to his lips. He felt the underground vibrations keener, now that he knew what to expect. The ground trembled slightly with underground movement, it synchronized with the charging man's footstep and hid under the noise he made. But Jiki was aware of the anomaly and he reacted with anticipation, ready to obliterate everything in his path, both above and below ground. The man must have sensed something, for his eyes widened as he staggered back in a failed attempt to stop his momentum and give distance, but he was too slow. Curse technique, fire style, Great Fire Annie. A sudden wave of malicious curse energy exploded in the far distance and the sheer pressure of it hit him like a hammer of God, destabilizing his cursed energy and almost sending him to the ground. He snapped his head to the east, his opponent discarded and forgotten as he felt the cursed energy permeate all of Japan. What was that? He didn't realize he said those words out till he got a reply. That is the Queen of Curses, Jiki-kun. He shifted his attention to the new voice, ignoring the way the other man fell to his ass and scrambled back, eyes wide with both horror and hope. The man looked to the side and exclaimed, "Geto-sama. You're here." "Yes, Negi." Geto walked out of the mist, with a great multi-winged bird plodding along behind him with legs that were more suited to maneuvering on wetlands than the forest they found themselves in. Geto gently palmed the head of his man and spoke, "You were supposed to observe, not attack him." He found dash. Shhhhhh. Geto silenced the men and walked past him with a smile. "We'll come back to that later." He had changed, Jiki noted with no real surprise. Yet the biggest change Jiki noted was his smile. It didn't seem to reach his hard brown eyes, not like it did 7 years ago. His hair had grown out into a mane and he wore a traditional blue kimono with matching baggy pants that were tapped at the end, and a gojogisa over the outfit like a vest, giving him a Buddhist look. "I changed my destination when I got a call from Suda that our lure worked and Jiki was sent here," Geto replied with another smile, before turning to Jiki. There was something indescribable on the older man's face as they stared at each other in silence before Jiki decided to speak. "Geto-san." He acknowledged the older man with a short bow and watched him flinch at the use of the honorifics. It was a barely perceptible movement, but his scarlet eyes saw all. "Jiki-kun. I assumed you'd hate me as much as Satoru no doubt does." Geto replied, voice low and plastic smile. "I doubt Satoru truly hates you." He answers with a shrug. "The only thing I would personally hate you for is the damage your new partners have done to my kimono. Aiko got me this particular pair." "Ha." Geto replies with an easy laugh. "I'll replace them then." The older man trailed off as he stared at him. "You still wear them," Geto said, in a low voice filled with nostalgia and sadness. It took him a split second to place what he was talking about. A soft breeze passed through the clearing and made the earrings that hung on his ears shift with the wind. The earrings. Jiki gave a matching smile at that. They were a gift he honestly cherished, one that he had taken to as much as the necklace Shisui gifted him in another life. He allowed his eyes to drift to the two people that accompanied Geto. One of them was a woman with brown hair, green eyes, and dressed in a sleeveless black gown with a coat placed over it. He recognizes her easily. She was on a list he had seen once. A list of wanted curse users, this world's version of a bingo book. The other was another foreigner. A dark-skinned man that stepped out of the fog and rounded up on Geto. He was dressed in a white beret and a matching shirt. He had a black whip tied around his arm, while his other hand held the blonde-haired unconscious giant over his shoulder. So this was the man that almost took off his head. Special grade. He wondered. There was something off about the other man's cursed energy, and there was something off with the strange whip. Jiki shifted his attention back to Geto. You've been branded rogue, with a kill-on-sight order. That's not surprising. They were always weary of my curse technique. And what it could do. That a technique like mine could come from someone with no clan affiliation was not something they enjoyed. That would have been a reason, Jiki agreed, but it's not the major reason, Geto-san. He allowed the silence that came with the pause to last a while before he continued. Is what they say true? He asked, his voice calm. It is, Geto admitted easily. Is that why you're here then? Did the higher-ups send you to hunt me? The older man asked with some level of curiosity. He ignored the older man's question and asked one of his instead. They both knew he was here for another reason. A lure was already mentioned, something that was supposed to bring him here, the disappearance of the foreigners. Why? Geto froze for a second before replying with a grim smile. Only Shoko and Satoru ever bothered to ask why. He shook off the nostalgia before continuing. Why? It's simple. I'm going to kill all the non-sorcerers and create a world of only jujitsu sorcerers. The older man stated with something Jiki noted in his eyes and tone. Madness. Something happened while Jiki was away. Something that broke Geto, making him turn his back on everything he had known. Instead of calling him out on it, he raised a delicate brow in response, which was enough indication for Geto to continue. I could bamboozle you about the righteousness of my cause like I did most of my followers, Jiki, but I won't. Instead, I'll appeal to your rationality. With those words, Geto's eyes drifted upwards and he suddenly seemed tired. This world, Jiki-kun, is flawed. Somewhere along the way, we've lost the drive for progress, and it's our fault. Instead of embracing our superiority, we've confined ourselves to the shadows. But I have a vision for the future, Jiki, a future where we no longer skulk in darkness like vermin, where curses and deities and centuries-old bastards no longer hold sway. He trailed off and his voice hardened along with his posture and the look in his eyes. Curses do not form from sorcerers, Jiki, not unless we will it. Every curse and every death that happens, as a result, is the fault of these monkeys. To make my vision a reality, I will eradicate them all. I will make this a paradise for us. One where we don't have to hunt down curses and protect the disgusting monkeys. A world of only sorcerers. A world of peace. I see. Jiki replied as the other man trailed off. He looked up at the stars-covered sky. And wondered how it had gotten dark quickly. He analyzed his own feelings before speaking. A world of peace, eh? He knew where that path led, yet he understood the need to see it through anyway. I used to care about nothing, Geto-san, did you know that? The transition forced the Geto to frown a bit, unsure of where he was heading to, but Jiki continued before the older man could reply. Now I find the number of people I care for seems to grow by the day, little though they may be. Images of a white and black ball of fur along with a green-haired girl and silver-haired boy flashed by. You're one of those people, Geto-san. A rogue sorcerer or not. I do not particularly care for the words of them that rest high above, their opinions nor their orders, Geto-san. He continued. Neither do I truly care about why you did what you did. You've made your choice, Geto-san. Freely of your own will, for an ideal and a path you've chosen to walk, and for that, I'm happy for you. So join me, Jiki, Geto replied with hope in his voice as he took a step forward. Satoru could never understand, but you can. I've already made progress with your aid even if it was unknowingly rendered. Together, we could make the dream a reality. You won't have to hunt curses anymore. You could sit back and paint all you want without anyone assigning you to a life or death mission. You never wanted this life, Jiki, let's put an end to it. A world of peace. A path lined with bloody corpses and even bloodier deeds. He would know, after all he walked that path once. Jiki sighed in reply before looking back at Geto, it almost hurt to dash the hope he could see in his eyes. But Geto's dream for a new world excluded the most important person in Jiki's. If your goal is to exterminate mundane humanity, and build a paradise solely for sorcerers, where does that leave Aiko in this new world of yours? Geto froze once more at those words. So Jiki continued, don't bother with a lie about her being an exception, Geto. You killed your own parents, I would be disappointed if your resolve suddenly faltered just for my sake. He trailed off, looking to the skies once more. In truth, there was never any chance of us working together. You will make your play, and I'll be on the other side. I hope we do not see when that time comes, Geto-san. For both our sakes. With those words, he turned around and started the slow trip down the mountain. He could hear the sheer hate and disgust in Geto's voice when he spoke of regular humans. There was little to no hope of the survival of the people he was sent to recover. Would you have tea then? Geto called out before he could leave the clearing. The two monkey civilians are still alive. He stopped at those words and tilted his head back to face Geto with a brow raised in surprise. They are. Yep, Geto replied, and whatever tension had been born of their conversation died with that casual and familiar affirmation. Come have tea with me, Jiki. For old time's sake, then I'll release them to your care and you can report all about this when you get back. He stared back at the smile on Geto's face for a long second before replying with a true smile of his own. Because for the first time, Geto's smile reached his eyes. For old time's sake. He replied. Chapter 30. For Japanese sorcerers, it was an easier task to accomplish, especially for the well-trained, and it boiled down to a single being, Tengen-sama. The millennia-old sorcerer had laid the building blocks by placing numerous pure barriers around Japan, which helped the average sorcerer to manifest his by piggybacking off Tengen's own barriers. This worked to strengthen theirs and weaken curses caught in them, but he had not told her that. Emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. He looked up, the effort more for the sake of others than any real need, and watched the way the pitch-black cursed energy manifested above them, slower than he could have manifested it, but faster than he expected from the girl after just 3 hours of teaching. Even with Tengen's pure barriers as a building block and a foothold, the demure girl had done something he had never expected from her. She created a curtain on her 31st try. The fact that he created his on his first try was not the standard. He was him, after all. He walked over to the edge of the curtain and pressed a palm to it, and it flexed at the motion of pressing against infinity. She winced, and he didn't need to look back to know she had felt it. He could see it. The curtain she had created was weak, partly transparent, and needed her complete concentration to even keep up. Yet, it was a curtain still. A malformed and nearly useless thing that if Hikari had shown it to him, he would have beaten the fever out of the afro-haired punk. But at the end of the day, it was a barrier. One created from the efforts of a first year. He tilted his head to the side with amusement. Something was immensely wrong with her mental headspace to have accomplished this so quickly and with bare basic knowledge. There was a reason barrier creation was reserved for second and third years. They would have gone through the requisite foundational training to create it, and here she did the same thing in hours. Did her unrevealed curse technique have something to do with barriers? He mused with a hand on his chin. As he mused on the strange girl, seconds later, she gave out a gasp as the curtain collapsed with a shattering sound. 15 seconds. It would take her a while yet to fully hook a barrier on one of Master Tengen's, taking the pressure of keeping it up constantly off her shoulders, but he didn't expect it to be a challenge for the girl. Mama, that wasn't so bad now, was it? You're a natural, he spoke to the girl as she lay sprawled out on the ground. A one-handed thumbs up from the ground was her only reply, lacking the strength to even curse him out. He smiled widely and moved to help her up when he felt it. It was like Juragumo once again. The malicious soul-wrenching curse energy manifested from nowhere and everywhere, exploding and rolling around Japan like a nearly living thing. She's manifested then, he noted with some degree of amusement, ignoring the shivers that traveled down his spine. This new queen of curses. Stand up, Emi-chan. We're going on a short trip once more. There was no way the higher-ups had not felt that back at Jujutsu High. They were probably scrambling and reconsidering that pesky little execution order. They were worried that he might not be able to face her. Fearing his reluctance to kill the boy stemmed from a fear of loss. Mistaking his kindness and future goals of raising a new generation for weakness. They were wrong, of course. It was not that he couldn't do it, he just didn't want to. He'd win anyway. The brown-haired girl let out a tired sigh before climbing to her feet and dusting off her dress. She could not understand it then, he noted idly, as he watched her watch her surroundings warily. She felt fear but couldn't understand where it was coming from. Yet with a deep breath and a look of determination on her face, she grabbed his arm, and he activated his cursed technique. The kid was in for a shock. They appeared outside the original curtain he formed with a whump and displacement of air and cursed energy. Ijichi poked his head out of the car that was left running, and Satoru noticed the normally overworked man was soaked with sweat and seemed to shiver intensely. He frowned at the scene. He liked the men, his weakness aside, the black-suited man was dedicated like few others, rushing over here to take over after dropping Jiki off at Mount Fuji. Are you okay, Ijichi? The man nodded rapidly in reply before pointing in the direction of the monstrous cursed spirit. He acknowledged the other men with a nod without turning to face the cursed spirit. He could see it easily even with his blindfolds on as it rested inches deep into the other curse and ripped into it with mad glee and hysterical cries of Uchiha. Instead, he shifted his attention to Emi. His student had fared better this time, managing to keep her balance without doubling over to throw up. She had more steel in her spine than he assumed at first glance. Then again, he should not have been surprised. Jiki must have seen something in her for him to put so much effort into the girl. Without Jiki's aid, she would have probably ended up like a Jichi after her graduation, if she even managed to live long enough to graduate. Now at the rate at which she was improving, maybe. A loud screech tore out behind him, and a near-instant application of cursed energy to his ears dulled the sound to a more acceptable volume. Ijichi and Emi were not as lucky, falling to their knees in an instant. Ora, you're a loud one, aren't you? He questioned with a smirk at the white-skinned yet deceptively muscled curse, but he didn't expect any real reply from the special-grade curse spirit as it continued to rip into the already dead curse. Judging from the rapidly depleting cursed energy, it used to be a grade 1 curse. One that wasn't present when he came to scout earlier, he noted with a raised brow. Had someone been here shortly after he left? The shuffle of feet on gravel drew his attention to the duo of Maki and Yuta, each carrying a pair of children in their arms. Although Maki seemed to be favoring her right side more, to the extent of using the soul split blade as a crutch. He had to force himself to stop that laughter that formed at the thought of the higher-ups seeing the girl using a special-grade curse tool as a cane. They would probably blow a gasket and hit her with her own personalized kill-on-sight order. Oh hey-oh. How was your first exorcism, Yuta-kun? He called out with a wave of his hand the moment they reached earshot. Simultaneous frowns from Maki and Yuta were the reply he got, right before he realized they were still logging the two kids behind them. He should probably go and help them, right? He scratched the back of his head in realization before smiling. That would explain the damp mood. Well, he'll let them continue with that and tag it as a strength-building exercise whenever they ask. What is that T? Emi managed to stutter behind him, using the car as leverage to keep herself up. Oh, that's Yuta-kun's lover, he replied, to the furiously blushing figure of Yuta and a Maki that seemed to be trembling. Was the kid too heavy for her? Oh well, she was a strong girl. He was sure she'd make it the rest of the way. He couldn't hold their hands forever. As to Yuta, his blush sent a rush down Satoru's spine, another angle to tease the kid at. Oh, they make it so easy. Help us with the kids, you fraudulent teacher, don't you see we're struggling enough? Maki roared out as they got closer, so it was anger, whoops. He made to tease them more till he saw the fire in the girl's eyes and decided to be more chivalrous. Mama, fine. Let's have them. He walked up to the duo and lifted the kids up easily, before putting them in the car. He was about to send them off with a Jichi before someone cleared her throat behind him. Yes. His students were hurt too, weren't they? Are we going with them? Maki asked. All her vigor and strength had seemingly left her the moment he lifted the kids off, and she was slumped on the ground, hands spread out. He thought about it for a few seconds. He didn't need them here, and the longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be for them whenever Rika decided she had enough of the cursed spirits and turned her malice-filled attention elsewhere. Yutata. The special grade screeched out once more as it raised its malformed head from the guts of its victim. It stared at them in sudden silence, analyzing their danger to its lover before spontaneously unraveling and slipping back into oblivion. Was that a glare at Maki, he sensed? He thought amusingly. He raised a brow at the scene. Had it somehow managed to kill itself? He wondered, arms in his pocket but cursed energy primed to fire a blue if he needed to on the spot, heedless of whatever infrastructure damage would occur from that. There, Rika-chan. Thanks a lot. Yuta spoke to the ring he wore on his ring finger. He smiled at it while rubbing it gently at the same time cleaning off imaginary dirt on the cursed steel. Satoru relaxed with that observation, so not dead then, simply dormant like it was before. Did it take energy to manifest like it did? He continued musing as he realized they truly knew so little about the curse in hindsight. Yet this little foray into the field served a purpose and re-established something for him. His goal wasn't so far off anymore. The way he planned on changing the jujitsu world. He was blessed with strong students who seemed to grow stronger by the day, and he knew half the reason was because of the fulcrum that was Jiki's presence. Even Maki and Emi were shaping up to be more than anybody ever expected them to be. Gojo-sensei. Emi called out as Jichi got ready to drive off with the kids to the hospital. He turned his attention back to them and answered with his signature smile. You guys are coming with me for remedial lessons. How can you be this hurt from a measly grade 1 curse? He replied with faux outrage. The blank and unbelieving return stare he got from the trio made him realize he would have to take more acting classes. He used to be more believable. Wait. Coming with you, how? Emi asked, her voice shaky, eyes wide, and face grim. So he smiled in response. The all-express Gojo delivery service, of course. It's free too. The horror that spread out on their faces was a balm to his heart. That'll teach them not to take their sensei seriously. He laughed diabolically. He sat and brooded. Of course, if anybody came and caught him like that, he would have denied it and sent them a hollow purple just for the sake of it. He remained in his seat for another 3 minutes before he saw Yeri walking towards his office. He straightened up, pushed his chair away from the dark corner he had originally been brooding in, and sat upright in front of his desk. She opened the door without knocking and looked down at him with little care for his status as he went through the test he had his cute little students write just a day ago. "You were brooding, weren't you?" she asked rhetorically. "Of course not, I was just." "Yes, you were," she continued, uncaring for his rebuttals, before walking up to the seat opposite him. "You always do whenever you come back from one of those meetings. What is it this time? Was it too late to fire that hollow purple?" He focused on her. On the lines beneath her eyes, the eye bags beneath her eyes, and her tired posture to match his. His former classmate was easily the most hardworking person he knew, and burdening her with his problems was one of the last things on his mind. "How are my cute little students, by the way?" he asked instead in an attempt to change the conversation. She gave him a look that let him know she knew exactly what he was doing but obliged him anyway. "Good." Emmy was exhausted and suffering from intense disorientation and a ruptured eardrum in her right ear, courtesy of your teleportation and Rika's screech no doubt. She gave him a very pointed stare before continuing. "You didn't remind her to reinforce her ears with cursed energy to reduce the disorientation that came with your teleportation, did you?" He turned to the side, suddenly distracted by the copper bust of the first headmaster of the school. Oh, what a marvelous beard the old foggy had. Unfortunately for him, his eyes made sure he saw the glare she sent him either way. Yuta was suffering from extreme exhaustion. It seems manifesting the cursed spirit takes out of him as well, but other than that and a few scratches, he was good. Satoru leaned back to face her and locked his fingers together. Maki. She was the worst off, Yeri admitted. She had deep lacerations from where she fought the curse. You'd think she was smart enough to retreat at the sight of a grade 1 curse. You can't blame her, he responded in defense of his student. Unlike the rest, she has something to prove. Especially with the Zenin breathing down on her neck. Fair enough, Yeri conceded. She's also the one person that didn't need my help. Huh, was his eloquent reply. Yeri continued with a faraway look in her eyes. By the time she got here, she had already healed most of her major injuries. I held off on healing the rest to see how her healing factor worked. Like her body, it seemed her regeneration was accelerated and ratcheted up to superhuman. Although I can't say how external factors like a cauterized injury or a brain injury will heal, not without experimenting of course. He gave out a sigh at that discovery. I'm not going to allow you to put your pesky hands on my cute little Maki, Yeri. But it'll be for science. He tilted his head and stared at her. In times like this, he cursed his need for an eye wrap. It made it harder to stare down someone the same way his little brother could. Jiki could send most people running off his imperious stare alone. Luckily, he had found ways around it. No, he replied with steel in his voice. One that Yeri picked up because her overly excited features shifted into her default uncaring mask before she shrugged the matter like water off her back. The unflappable woman. He was sending Jiki after her as soon as he got back. So are you going to tell me about what had you brooding in the dark like a blue-eyed bat? He sighed once more before replying. She was just as stubborn as unflappable, unfortunately for him. It's the old bastards again. Yuta, she questioned. Yes. They want to reinstate the kill order. I managed to talk them off that path, so they switched to Jiki's missing. Jiki is missing? Yeri questioned with surprise written on her generally passive face. Not really. He went to Mount Fuji yesterday, but he's not gotten back. You're not worried something is wrong? It's Jiki, he replied with a shrug. When she continued to stare at him in bewilderment, he continued. If he needed help, we'll know. He finished with an easy smile. If Jiki needed his help, he would have made enough ruckus that not even the death mist of the Aokigahara forest could mask it, and Satoru would come running and end whatever the threat turned out to be, even if he had to rearrange the topography and wipe out the entire mountain, he mused darkly. That will give them something to complain about. She gave him an amused look before speaking. Fine, so what now? Now we wait, he replied with a shrug. The kids are still recuperating, and Jiki, he trailed off as his finely tuned senses picked it up. Satoru, is anything wrong? I can finally sense him once more, he replied, still distracted, trying to parse out the sensory overload coupled with pinpointing his signature. It was brief, but for a split second, he felt another curse energy signature. One he could not mistake for anything. An old friend he had lost a lifetime ago. Who? Yeri asked again. He turned to her with a smile before replying. My little Jiki-kun. He did not need to burden her with the additional knowledge he glimpsed behind the obscuring mists that clouded that particular forest. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. He looked up to the sky and nodded in confirmation at his hypothesis. Like all veteran Umbu, he had grown and nurtured an internal clock. It helped them operate at optimal levels without the burdens of a timepiece, regardless of the particular country's time zone they were infiltrating. That particular skill set had somehow found a way to be useful in this world. Bright, empty blue skies with slow-moving clouds strolled through the empty blue plain, gracing his vision. That solidified his assumptions then, it was a whole new day. In the deepest parts of the Ayakagra forest, there was no true night and day, just the perpetual illusionary fog and twisted cursed energy that fed off the deaths and the curses present. It distorted the perception of time in a way that was nearly impossible to put into words. It could be daytime for a minute and pitch darkness for the next 8 hours, with no true reason, method, or rhyme to its bizarre changes. Yet it was definitely some kind of effect. The question was its source. Was it natural, created by the reputation and deeds of the forest over the past multiple millennia, or was it more artificial? A specialized barrier and an effect of the great slabs of seal-etched stones he passed once more, no doubt another one of Tijan's masterpieces, he mused. It was going to be a long walk, one that he started immediately. They were in an off-beaten part of the forest with little to no real method of transportation close by. Luckily for him, even without using cursed energy to reinforce himself, he had rebuilt his body into something close to what he used to be. Perfection born of multiple centuries of eugenics. That was the physique he was bred into, one he had owned up and crafted into something near superhuman. So with no real effort, he moved at a fast pace, fearing the effects of high-speed sustained drag on the two unconscious mundane bodies. 10 minutes into his walk and the men on his shoulders began to stir. It started with a hitched breath and soft mumblings. Seconds later, the man was struggling to free himself, so Jiki dropped him unceremoniously. The blonde-haired foreigner raised his head with wide, terrified, darting eyes, shedding light on the horror he must have witnessed, an anomaly in his worldview, and not for the first time Jiki mused about the separation between the world of sorcerers and regular humans. It was a divide that wasn't present in his past life, a divide that honestly didn't make any sense to him. One that Geto seemed determined to destroy and render void by simply exterminating one part of the equation. The easy option. Where am I, who are you? The man stuttered out, faster than his mind could keep up. Jiki's eyes drifted to him once more, and the man scrambled back rapidly with horror written on his features. The man was broken, and Jiki could see it as clear as day. Not in the same way as Geto was, but not far off. This was the kind of thing that changed a person. An insight into the world of malevolent curses and monstrous humans. What differentiated the two men now was how they were put back together. The person who had attempted to help Geto originally did a horrible job of it, and staring down at the men, he realized he could do the same. Instead, he went with the easier option. A simple flex of his cursed energy without any hand signs. All he needed was direct eye-to-eye contact with the recipient, and that was all it took for the genjutsu to take hold. A simple genjutsu that lured the waking mind away, into whatever fantasy it could make for itself as a self-repairing and defense mechanism. The human mind was a surprisingly malleable thing, especially with one with insights into how it functioned. Fixing the broken man's psyche was not up to him, neither was it a job he was interested in. His last attempt had ended up with a brother that he pushed to the tipping point of madness. That it was his goal and one he accomplished regardless of the endpoint was not something he was particularly proud of, simply one of his many sins. It's a good thing what you did. I don't think he's ready to face the world for what it is. Not right now at least. He turned his attention to the woman he was cradling in his other hand, and she raised dull black eyes to stare at him before turning her attention back to the ground. The information they got was not exactly accurate. The woman was Japanese, judging by her features. Although she definitely had some foreign blood judging from her rounder eyes. The man was supposedly a foreign diplomat, with little to no knowledge of their language or culture, the woman his translator and aide. He could already tell the scenario that brought them here, a bold, reckless, and overly curious foreigner with his demure aide that tried to steer him, helpless with the knowledge that she had no true control. He suspected that she had always been awake, right from her time in the tender care of Geto's group. Yet she had been smart enough to fake obliviousness, and they were not bothered to confirm. Till now at least. Can you stand? He asked her, and she raised dulled eyes to him again before wriggling out of his grip, so he let her down, more gently than he did the men. A second later she was standing on her own power. She sent a glance to her unconscious partner on the ground before trailing off and looking to the side, empty and uncaring. She was broken in her own way, cracked and torn at the seams between sanity and insanity, yet she had managed to stay whole in a way. Cracked, but not truly broken. When the abyss stared back, she held its gaze. She had the kind of psyche that Root searched for in the young, one that could be molded for decades into something inhuman. Two different people turned out differently from undergoing a stressful situation. The human mind truly was a curious thing. Come with me. he said to her, before picking up her partner once more and walking off. A few seconds later, her footsteps trailed his, before her hand slipped into his, searching for comfort in familiarity, and he allowed the intimacy regardless of his feelings about it. He could see the foliage clearing up ahead. Where Sherberry gave way to the tarred road, with any luck he would be able to stop a vehicle and find his way further into town. Lightning traveled down his spine and set his nerves alight with fire the moment he felt the sudden manifestation of cursed energy. Had Geto reneged on his words? He refused to believe his one-time friend had sunk so low. An opportunistic attacker then. Finally, the displacement of air in front of him, and the familiarity of the cursed energy signature eased whatever tension had wound up his body into a fight-or-flight response. This solves the irksome transportation issue. Satoru appeared in front of him with a pop, eyes hidden behind his wrap and a large grin on his face. "Good morning." "Morning, Satoru," he greeted his cousin with a curt nod. He could always feel Satoru's attention like a physical thing. A combination of his 6 eyes and enormous cursed energy. It gave him a perception that not even the Byakugan could match up to. That was the reason he felt it drifting from him to the man slumped over his shoulder and finally to the woman who was still holding his hands, uncaring of the fact that another man had appeared in front of her out of thin air. He could see the thought process that was going through Satoru's head form in real time, the comment that was on the tip of his tongue as a wide grin spread on his face. Yet those words died on Satoru's lips as he paid attention to the woman. Something about the dull look on her face gave him an idea of the mood, and he let his no-doubt trolling comment remain a never-born. "That bad, eh?" Satoru questioned with a seriousness that his older cousin rarely felt the need to employ. He gave a curt nod in reply which made Satoru's attention drift back to the men on his shoulders. "The VVIP?" He questioned rhetorically before continuing, "I don't think I'll ever get used to your genjutsu." Satoru said, his hands on his chin as he inspected the men on his shoulders. So intricately wound around his mind, and time it seems to be spread further the more he sinks into it. "You've never shown much of an interest in it before now. That was before you made 2 curses rip themselves into each other with madness and savagery. You had Kusakabe running back to write his report jittery." Satoru said with a laugh. So Kusakabe was worried about him then. An interesting tidbit, yet not one he particularly cared about. "Now, I think it would be quite fun." Jiki nodded in acknowledgement before giving pointed stares at the 2 utterly mundane people with them. Satoru's response was a smile and a twist of his fingers. "Let's get you guys home then. I'm sure you have a story to tell." He was here for the second time in as many years, and just like the first time, he was not amused. Few people could pull off nonchalant and annoyed at the same time, he did it effortlessly. "He threatened us with a night parade of 100 demons. Bold of a child we all watched grow." The first voice spoke up with little care. And if his judgment was right, the speaker found some amusement in the blossoming scenario. Night parade of 100 demons. The first time he had heard those words was from the rambling jaws of the volcano-headed special-grade cursed spirit he met in what felt like ages ago, where it had come to recruit Jorogumo into its crusade against humanity. It was a procession, a match, or more accurately a ritual. One where the strongest cursed spirits banded together into a horde. Chanting, warbling, and roaring out words so foul they tore at the mind and rendered the soul exposed to madness and corruption. It has been recorded twice in history. The first was from a time immemorial when records were passed on by word of mouth and one that the gods supposedly had to interfere in and face themselves as humanity had proven too young, too weak to deal with the consequences of their own volatile emotions and hubris. Shortly after, jujitsu sorcerers were rumored to come about. He believed it to be folklore with only sprinkles of truth in it. Principal Yaga seems to be particularly incompetent and borderline malicious considering the children he has trained have proven to be nothing but trouble. Another voice rambled in the background, anger bolstered by fear. The second was more recent. If 1,000 years ago could be called as such. And was single-handedly led by someone the records only identified as the disgraced one. The records claimed the clan heads of the major clans banded together and struck the curse down, but he could tell propaganda from a mile off. No. Whatever halted the disgraced one's match had little to nothing to do with the prowess of the major clans. With his disappearance, the horde had crumbled under the full pressure of the clans, taking some of the minor and less noteworthy clans with them. Principal Yaga shall face his reckoning soon enough, but he is not our focus, do not divert from the topic at hand. Geto had chosen that name to inspire fear in them. Judging from the reactions he could observe from the council, it was working perfectly. Is he capable of going through with the threat? Ha! Another voice replied. Don't be naive, old friend. He is a special grade. The little bastard has some guts. This was why I refused to approve his special grade rank. We have raised them too high too fast. The next voice was one he was unfortunately familiar with, considering how often they saw fit to speak. He knew the words were not directly aimed against him, yet he could almost sense the dagger-like stare digging into his back. So he pivoted slowly to face the slide where the speaker was hidden behind and stared back. The room was silent for a while before the discussion picked up once more, this time in more subtle tones. As usual, the atmosphere of this room was meant to instill fear. Every aspect of it, from the concealed voices of judgment behind wooden panels to the observer sitting comfortably behind protective barriers, down to his own vulnerable position standing without weapons or armor under the bright lights, conveyed the feeling of being under scrutiny. It was all a power play to make him feel small and weak. Unfortunately for them, Itachi was familiar with it. He had no real fear. Not after everything. That he could wither their attention and judgment so easily was no doubt one of the reasons he had at least 2 people in the council who actively disliked him. In all this, where do your loyalties lie, Gojo Jiki? That same voice called out once more. Bearing the age of multiple millennia behind it, so Jiki listened. He had a feeling this particular person wasn't in the room with them. His ears picked the words from everywhere and nowhere, an outsider in this meeting, yet one that the council allowed a voice. I'm here, am I not? That is not enough reason for us to believe you do not follow this rogue sorcerer. He found it fit to inform you and only you and made you pass on this message. What does that make you, boy? Another voice called out. You've saved his life once, our worries on your stand are fair. The next speaker spoke in a dead, clinical, and factual tone. His silence was his only reply. Speak, child. Why should we trust you've not turned your back on us? He continued to stare at them with a face devoid of emotion, blank and uncaring. When he finally spoke, they were the ones to listen. He had grown tired of this. You seem to believe I care about what you think. He trailed off, moving his eyes to pin his 2 most vocal opponents even hiding behind the slides. He could sense their sudden trepidation. The increase in their heartbeat, the precipitation that formed as well as the scent that filled the air. Fear. The Sharingan was the perfect tool to impress dread upon others, and it was one he wielded better than any. I do not, neither do I care for whatever allegiance you believe I hold. I was given a message to pass on, and I've done my part. Whatever happens next is up to your judgment, however flawed it may be. With those words, he spun on his feet and started heading towards the entrance. He was not surprised at how this had turned out, he had anticipated it even. This was part of Geto's plan. To put his allegiance under scrutiny by the higher-ups. What he had not figured out was why Geto put it into motion and what exactly did he seek to benefit from this. He walked away at a slow pace, distracted with thoughts of Geto, the night parade, and his place in the quickly deteriorating scenario. That was the reason he almost missed the person approaching him from a side room. She had been waiting for him, it seemed. Sometimes I wonder how you Gojos managed to stop yourself from turning that room into a bloodbath. He looked up at Shoko, and the edges of his lips came up in the closest approximation of a smile. Maximum composure, Yeri-san. The brown-haired woman stared down at him with a stick of cigarette on her lips. Her eye bags seemed to have grown even more since he last saw her, coupled with the blood splatters on her white coat. It didn't take a genius intellect to know she had been run ragged recently. It made him almost regret being the bearer of what they would be facing in a few days. There would be no rest for the world's greatest healer anytime soon, unfortunately. So it's true then. She continued, staring him in the eye like few could, or would even dare to. He nodded in reply. Satoru must have told her then. Fuck. She said with the same amount of emotion a person would put into saying good morning to a stranger. Yet he could tell the news weighed on her in a way, lighter than it certainly did on Satoru, for Shoko didn't seem to care about much anything or anybody, but heavy in its own way. If only because of the amount of effort she would be putting into reducing the lives lost in the upcoming slaughter. Where is Satoru? He asked. He had yet to see his cousin ever since he told him the news, especially with how quickly he was bundled into meeting the council. Coordinating a response to Geto's threat, along with the rest of the school body. She responded before giving out a sigh and tilting her head to him, unlit cigarette in her hands. He got the memo and raised a palm to the butt of the cigarette. With a quick manipulation of cursed energy and a quick snap of his fingers to create friction and heat, he channeled his power into a small flame that burst forth from his fingertips, igniting her cigarette. She straightened and took a long drag before blowing out a cloud of smoke. How are your eyes? She asked with a short hooded glance at him. I've not had the need to strain it. He admitted. I'm not surprised. There are not a lot of special grade threats that can force you to use those particular abilities. She agreed. But you still have to attend the mandatory checkups. He nodded in agreement. He had admittedly lost track of his appointment with her, especially over the last few days. But with a battle this close, he needed to be at his best if he wanted to mitigate the incoming bloodshed. When should I come in then? He asked her as they stopped under a cherry blossom tree while staring across the pond that lay directly beyond the tree. Tomer dash. Excuse me. His eyes widened in shock at the intrusion. Yet that was the only sign of surprise he allowed his body to show, and only because he was backing the intruder. He had grown too distracted by the heavy conversation and missed the men walking up to them, yet he refused to believe that was all. Shoko was the first to turn, uncaring about how they'd been sneaked on. Instead, she gave a more traditional bow in response before speaking. Goro-san. Shoko Yeri. How are things at the medical station? Hearing the voice for a second time, he found it familiar. A strong tone that brokered no argument yet still found a way to be soft and gentle. It took him a split second to place it as the major sympathetic voice in the Council of Higher-Ups. One that was also supportive of his ascension to special grade. He spun to face the men with passive features and stared at a plain face with squinted eyes and an uncanny smile. The man was younger than he expected, and that was the first thing that truly struck him. He was clad as much as a man befitting of his station. An aged black and red striped kimono with black hakama and a pair of waraji sandals. Over the more traditional attire was a black overcoat placed on top of everything that worked to cover his hands. Yet that was not the most curious thing about the man. No, that was left to the scar on his forehead. One that was stitched together delicately. An old wound perhaps. Yet he could not imagine one of the stuffy higher-ups deeming it fit to stoop so low as to fight curses. The man's attention drifted to him the moment he spun, forgetting Shoko to the side and focusing his full attention on him. We finally meet face to face for the first time, Jiki-kun. Chapter 32, Chapter 32. Of course he will, we're just about done talking. She turned to face him, and with her long bangs blocking her face from the men, she mouthed to him in a serious tone, "Play nice." He thought about it. He wanted to refuse the men on sheer impulse. The Council of Higher-Ups was a relic of the far past, and the sheer thought of them brought up another council he would have wished dead. Yet this single man was the one person who had been vocal about his support for Jiki, and that was enough reason to hear the older men out at least. He nodded at her in acceptance, so she gave a curt bow to the men before walking off. "Don't forget to come for the checkup." With that parting shot at him, she turned around a corner, leaving him alone with the men. Jiki turned his attention to him and eyed the stranger once more. "How can I help you, Goro-san?" he questioned, tone blank and face passive. He could not say why, but just seconds after meeting the men he could tell there was something off about him. He was an expert at reading people, a skill born from his eyes and experience. His intuition formed from a lifetime of peering underneath tugged at his senses, in the same way he knew Toby's whimsicality was a fake. The men smiled in response once more and started a slow walk past the cherry blossom tree they had begun under. Jiki followed a heartbeat later. The weather this time of the year is nice. The ending of autumn and the beginning of winter. It has some significance in the jujitsu world too. The man tilted his head to gesture at Jiki. It is a time of change, where the old die and where the new rise, where the powerful fall and where new power rises. This is a time to prepare for the death that winter brings, don't you think? He had not expected a philosophically minded higher-up in the slightest. The man spoke with an age that didn't match his features. His eyes still squinted as he peered back at Jiki expecting a response. "All things end, Goro-san. All things change." An answer, yet one that rang as hollow as Jiki wanted it to be, and judging from the empty smile the other man sent him, he could tell he knew it. It was not the answer the man was expecting. He was familiar with this sort of battle, the weapons of nobles and politicians and another battleground of its own and not one Jiki frequented, but like all things, his genius shone through. The man turned back to look ahead of them, before asking his next question, finally getting to the point of the conversation. "How confident would you be if you were forced to face Geto Suguru?" Jiki sent a glance at the men to assess his motives before replying. Unfortunately, the man had control of his facial expression to match his. Only instead of leaving his face an empty canvas like Jiki preferred, he shaped it into a mimicry of perpetual amusement. Like he knew a joke no one else knew. "If I'm unfortunate enough to, I will." His reply was curt. He didn't enjoy the thought of facing his one-time friend. That it was an inverse of his past life with him being the loyal one as opposed to the traitor and future massacre plotter, what a dark twist. It would have been a more amusing scenario if he found his pleasures in morbid humor. "Yet you've saved his life once. I would think you would reject the notion of facing him as an enemy this time," the man continued, allowing his brow to squeeze in confusion. It was a perfect replication of the emotion, confusion. One that would have escaped his attention if it wasn't so smooth, so finely done. Like a carefully shaped clay mask that was done on the spot. Yet his spinning black tomo in a pool of red picked up on it with some difficulty, experience deciphered it. That was what exposed the men as unnatural in the end. What firmed Jiki's already formed bias and paranoia. His sheer perfection. "Tell me, Jiki-kun. Can you look into the eyes of a man that you once saw as a friend and kill him for the good of the world?" the man questioned. Jiki thought of a father who strived to push him to be better than he was, a mother who tended to his ails and comforted him the few times when he was weak enough to let it show. A cousin who loved him with everything he held dear and bequeathed his prized eyes to him. A girl who saw him simply for what he wished every other person did, a young boy with old eyes who still wished to live like everyone else's. The blacksmith who crafted his first kunai, the old woman who made sure to pass him dangos every morning with a knowledge of his sweet tooth. The old veteran potter who taught him how to maintain his tools, and showed him how to throw a kunai for the first time. All of them were dead, their blood staining his hands up to his elbows and marring his soul forevermore. A clan of blood relations that loved and cherished him, wiped out in one night by his hands and that of his accomplice, with the sole living member, a child of barely 7 years. Could he kill Geto? The old man asked. He had done worse for less. I saved a Geto that believed in the sanctity of life and the noblesse oblige expected of sorcerers. In protecting non-sorcerers, he trailed off before continuing. This is not that Geto. Oh, is that why you'll face him then? To protect the non-sorcerers. Jiki ignored the question and continued walking beside the men. He would face Geto for a single reason, a selfish one. Aiko. She had no place in the world he sought to build, therefore, he would stop him from creating such a world. He had lived a life of selflessness and sacrifice already. One where he put the many over the one. The rational thing, the altruistic and selfless thing. He deserved to be selfish, even if it was just this once. Yet his reasons were not one the men needed to know. Instead of ignoring the man's question, he countered with his own. What do you think about this, Goro-sama? This might be the one time he would have to see what was behind one of the enigmatic higher-ups and how they thought. The man mused for a bit before replying. He has an admirable goal, you know. Jiki's eyes drifted to the man once more, and he asked for confirmation. Geto. The man nodded in affirmation, losing some of his false imitations and finally opening his eyes to look far off into the distance before continuing. It takes something truly special to try to change the world in your own image. To twist, force, and drag the world screaming into a future only you can see. He trailed off as he seemingly sunk into his memories, before turning brown eyes to face Jiki, continuing his speech. In the old days, a special grade ranking was not just achieved due to how powerful you were. It was gotten by how you applied that power in the world. You approve? Jiki asked, his attention focused on the man. And like a switch, the fake yet perfect smile blossomed on his face once more. That moment of true self and vulnerability, hidden behind his perpetual mask. But Jiki had seen the crack. Not exactly, let's just say I have a similar end goal but a differing method. Jiki slowed down to consider those words. They were not the thoughts he had expected from one in the council, a gathering of old, decrepit men and women stuck in their ways and refusing to see the world for anything else. That one of them considered pioneering a change set the men off as a separate entity, something different. It was up to time to show if that was good or bad. We've written Satoru off, you know, the men continued, seemingly more interested in continuing the conversation and shifting it from his slip-up. That reveal was an interesting tidbit of information, one that drew his attention back into the conversation. They were just rounding around the cursed armory, heading closer to the classrooms and training field. We do not expect Satoru would have it in him to put an end to this threat. He has failed us once already. We have cause to believe he would falter once more if he was forced to confront his one-time best friend again. Yuki has refused to pick up our calls or answer our summons. That leaves us with you, Jiki. Unlike your cousin, you have proven yourself pragmatic in a way, one that leads to trust, regardless of a few dissenting opinions. I see. When the time comes, we hope you'll be the one to lay our poor misguided friend to rest, the man replied before looking down at him and giving him a sickly smile. And do be careful with the body. If you turn him into a pile of ash, we won't be able to prove his identity, which might further draw attention to your loyalty, of course. He moved to reply before a voice called out in a yell as they walked past the armory. Jiki, where have you been? We've started practice. Panda shouted and waved at him excitedly. He must have been on the way to supply the rest with the sparring equipment. The cursed puppet had sparring tools in his hands, a polearm, an axe, and a katana, all dulled or wooden, uncaring or, more likely, unknowing of the heavy conversation he was having. Ignorant of the war that was shaping up in the background of their more mundane lives, if traveling into the city and exercising curses every 5 days could be called mundane. He gave a brief wave of acknowledgement at the panda before turning back to face the elder. The older man still had that weird smile on his face, with his head tilted to the side and eyes focused on Jiki himself like he was watching the most amusing thing. They seem to love you, the man spoke up once more. Jiki gave the man an empty stare to match his, trying to decipher if there was a threat in that statement, before finally giving it up. Perhaps he was letting his bias and feelings cloud his judgment. The man had not done anything, yet. If that will be all, Goro-san. The man thought on his leading question before inclining his head shortly. He gave out a curt bow before turning on his feet and walking away. Yet he knew the man's eyes remained on him, and as he walked off, the man seemed fit to give out a parting word. I've enjoyed watching you grow immensely, Gojo Jiki. You're a curiosity that I've not had my fill of yet. I do hope you do not disappoint. He could feel those eyes piercing deep into him, scheming and making an attempt to unravel him, how he ticked, and why he did. That was what half the conversation was about. Even that one moment of vulnerability the men exposed seemed calculated in hindsight. He didn't realize how tense he was around the men until he could feel his muscles and nerves relaxing the further he walked away. And yet he was brought back to those brown eyes. He would never mistake them, especially now that he had seen them once before, eyes that held nothing but desire. But this time, yellow-slitted eyes that cried of greed were exchanged with dull brown eyes that hid the same sin. Unfettered and unrestrained desire. The man had let it slip for only a moment, yet he was familiar enough to recognize it. He knew what followed such avarice. The man's presence was known to him now, and like every scenario he was forced to face, the cogs and wheels in his head were already moving and looking for an adequate response. Who was the creepy man? Panda questioned the moment he got close enough that the cursed puppet didn't have to shout at him to be heard. One of the higher-ups, he replied distractedly. He walked along with the cursed puppet for a moment before realizing how uncouth he was being. He tapped the giant ball of fur on the sides, and when Panda turned to him, he slipped out a couple of the weapons the cursed puppet was overburdened with and carried them in his own hands. Panda gave him a fanged grin in response to his aid. There was no true need for thanks, especially not among friends. He swung his wooden sword at an angle that would have taken off Maki's head if it was a real blade. But first of all, he would have had to accomplish the monumental task that was even touching the amber-eyed girl. She took a smooth step back and dodged the blade, but he was ready for it. He flexed his knees, smoothly transitioning into a lunge before shooting forward blade first and faster than she could have possibly expected, unguarded and careless as she was. She deflected the blade with a lazy swing of her staff, and with a smirk plastered on her face, she lashed out with a high kick, one that was too fast to dodge, so he tumbled back, giving away the advantage he had gained in getting inside her staff range. She spun the wooden implement of torture with an easy grin and sent a feint at his face. One he fell for because he lifted his sword to block it. A low sweeping strike slammed into his shin and sent him tumbling to the ground in a mess once more. The black fur boot that slammed into his side sent him rolling further away with his head coming to rest plastered to the grassy field. With his body aching from bruises, he refused to think about how many times he was in this position. This is the third time today, Yuta. You're getting better. Unfortunately for him, Maki must have had some unconfirmed special-grade mind-reading abilities because she read him like an open book and replied to his unvoiced thoughts. He considered faking unconsciousness, just to escape the embarrassment if nothing else, till she spoke up once more. Panda must have managed to find Jiki. Now we can get some idea about what the hell is going on. He forced himself to his feet in an attempt to look somewhat presentable to his fellow special grade and classmates. Panda called out with a wave even this far from them. The cursed puppet's voice rang out, Maki, Yuta, look at who I found on my way. He pointed his wickedly curved claw at the white-haired teen beside him who managed to look graceful and refined even while carrying the ungainly sparing equipment. Once again, Yuta was forced to reconcile the difference between the two prominent gojos he had come to know, and he had come to the obvious conclusion that one of them was definitely adopted. Similar finely chiseled features and rumored abilities aside, the two cousins were nothing alike. Where Satoru always had a smile on his face and an upbeat attitude to put an early morning riser to shame, Jiki was detached and indifferent, like he was aside in a way. If he was being honest with himself, he did not like the easy menace of those black and red eyes and had not found the courage to look him in the eyes yet. They had nothing on the serenity that were his left cousin's electric and soothing blue eyes. The white-haired teenager's eyes roved over them, categorizing and calculating with a lazy glance. Those half-lidded eyes noted him and discarded him in the next second, looked above him and behind him for a second longer before focusing on Maki and staying on her for another split second longer. Emi and Toge? Jiki asked, voice soft. On their way, do you know why everyone is acting weird? The teachers and even the few independent sorcerers that stay around have all been clustered in the hub for hours now. Maki questioned, but he had known the girl enough to realize it wasn't truly a question. Somehow she knew Jiki had something to do with it and was pressing him for the information. The white-haired teen remained silent for a while, those judging eyes narrowed the slightest, the only proof he had that the teen was giving the question a thought and weighing it before he spoke. His eyes relaxed as he came to a decision. There's a war coming, Jiki stated succinctly. A war? They all asked simultaneously. The other teen shrugged uncaring, like he had not just appended their worldview. Yes. In broad terms, and inasmuch as it can be applied in this scenario, Jiki replied to them, his expression perfectly blank, masking his feelings on the matter, yet Yuta could see the glimpse of something in his eyes, something hard and dark. They returned to their spar, and even with the changed atmosphere that came with such dreary news, everyone seemed eager to train harder. Maki sparred with Panda and a returned Emi at the same time. He had expected it, but she really was the strongest person among them. Even without unleashing her fur-hilted blade. She had an intensity to her. Her movements were sharp and animal-like, twisting like a snake to dodge Emi's blade while retaliating at the same moment with a swift jab at Emi's midsection. He still remembered the way she danced around the grade 1 curse a few days ago. splitting open skin, meat, and bone like a butcher at work. Uchiha. And like a phantom echo at the back of his head, he could hear Rika's voice once more. It seemed the sheer act of allowing his attention to drift called her displeasure. One that could only be softened by gently rubbing the tarnished silver ring. A sign of the love they shared years ago. With his appeasement done with, he raised his head to watch the continued spar. Emi had bowed out after that particular blow, and Toge had taken her place indecisively. His purple eyes moved around like he was not sure what exactly he was doing here, which was understandable somewhat. The platinum blonde rarely had a reason to participate in such heavy close combat. Everyone seemed to be working so hard. All his friends were trying their hardest to get stronger to protect each other, and it reverberated in him heavily, forcing him to get to his feet, despite the ache he could feel in his muscles. He could not sit and rest back while everyone was training. Everyone except for him, that is. His gaze drifted to the side a bit, watching the Gojo air paint under a shade, meters away from them. He had never seen the other teen join their spars. The most he had seen the white-haired teen do was a slow kata before transitioning into long meditations that lasted till the next class. Perhaps he was not a close-range fighter just like Toge. He had never seen the boy even lift a sword. "Do you want to go again?" He heard Maki's voice above him, and he looked up to see her sweet stained face peering down at him. The sight of her clothes hugging her body so tightly due to her sweat made arousal slowly blossom till he heard that voice once more. Uchiha. Shaking off such thoughts and fighting off the heavy blush that was quickly forming on his face, he realized he had been sunk in his thoughts for longer than he thought. Everyone was exhausted, even Panda was spread out wide on the floor a few meters from him, Toge was gulping down water by the mouthful, and Emi looked passed out. The only one who seemed ready to continue the sparring was Maki. Her stamina was nearly inexhaustible. What about him? He pointed at the white-haired teen who had transitioned from painting to laying under the tree with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. "I've never seen him join us in sparring. You want to spar with Jiki?" He nodded his affirmation. Even if he was not as close as the other special grade, he still wanted to help him out. Jiki could not avoid close combat forever, even Toge strived to engage in it often. When he didn't get a response, he turned his head to look at the still-awake trio of Panda, Maki, and Toge, giving him a strange look, right before Maki barked out a laughter that had no humor attached to it. "Spar against Jiki." She gave him a look before bursting out into laughter once more. "Come on now, Maki, he has not been here for long, he doesn't know," Panda interjected as he walked forward to lay his thick padded palm over Yuta's head, before tilting his head down to face him. "But to answer your question, Yuta-kun, you do not get to spar against him." "Why not?" he asked with a confused frown. They were not making much sense. "Because Jiki does not spar, Yuta. He fights. You're not anywhere close enough to get into the same ring with him." "Why not? It's just a friendly spar." His confusion was written on his face because Panda sighed and Maki spoke up instead. "A spar is supposed to give a chance for the two participants to learn and improve their skills." Maki started. "In this case, there is such a distance that a spar would prove redundant. Usually, Jiki would join in just to help us polish our skills, but he's been focused on refining one of his techniques," Panda continued more gently. "You're talented, Yuta, more talented than most. I'm sure one day you'll get that chance. Sooner than you think too." "Salmon," Toge added his 2 cents from the ground, giving him an encouraging look that bolstered him more than the simple words did. "Uchiha fight Sunan." "Shurii," Maki dragged out the word with a laugh, "till then." She continued and tilted her head down at him, her eyes hidden in the shadows of the glasses she wore. "You spar with me." She finished with a smile that was all teeth. He turned wide eyes to Panda and Toge, the duo gave him a thumbs up simultaneously before falling and getting hit with sudden unconsciousness. The betrayal. Monsters, inhuman monsters, the lot of them. Those were his last thoughts as Maki grabbed him from the scruff of his jacket, dragging him back into the sparring ring they had created in the grass. Monsters. November 28, 2017. The calm before the storm. Chapter 33, Chapter 33. It was late in the afternoon, with the sun blazing down fiercely, and Jiki sat beneath his favorite tree. It had grown to be one of his favorite places over the past few months. The wide sweeping branches and lengthy leaves shaded him adequately, regardless of what he was doing, be it painting, meditating, or just observing the katas his friends and classmates were moving through. Today, he had decided on meditation, at least that is what it must have seemed like to anybody observing. The less keen might have just assumed he was sleeping, with his body relaxed, breath even, and his presence seemingly detached from the world. Over the past few weeks, he had spent the majority of his time working on one of his techniques. A derivation that he had neither the time to experiment with nor the inclination to explore in his past life. He had lived his past life on a ticking clock, aware that every breath he took was one that was counted. He had been sick from the moment he was born. A genetic disease that had a 1 in a million chance of occurring. Blessed with prodigious talent, fate deemed it fit to balance that, as all things should be. Coupled with the rapid deterioration of his eyes, excessive experimentation was a death sentence for a man in his position. What use was a sharpened blade if it could not be wielded? Ignoring the heightened tension that came from an expected and anticipated battle was an easy thing for him. The atmosphere had changed over the past few weeks and only for the worst. Classes had been few and succinct, even Satoru seemed perpetually distracted and had shelved his desire to explore genjutsu to the side. Instead, his focus had been on finding and retrieving his renegade one-time friend. Unfortunately, the mist of Ikigare had proven just as confusing to him as to anyone else. The Six Eyes did not give the instinctive ability to see through the twisted reality of the accursed mist as the Sharingan did. The renegade special grade sorcerer had chosen his hideout well and with some knowledge of their capabilities. Geto had not given a specific date or goal for his destruction of so many people's worldviews, only a simple time frame, 2 locations, and a vague threat of genocide. Soon, Shinjuku, and Kyoto. Unfortunately, Geto had proven to be more tactically minded than Jiki remembered because giving out an ambiguous time frame had done nothing but put everybody on their toes. Neither did it lead well to planning on how to evacuate the area. With such a vague time frame, they could not afford to pursue people from their homes for long. It meant that when this war started, there would be casualties. Innocent casualties, but not one that Jiki was surprised about. Geto's goal was the eradication of mundane humanity in the first place. It would have been stranger if he had given them a date and time to stop them. The major thing that bogged Jiki was the fact that Geto had given a warning at all. That realization that this would be just as bloody as they expected, coupled with their true inexperience with such warfare, kept them in a heightened state that was detrimental to their long-term capabilities. Everybody except Jiki, of course. Experience had forged his mind into a steely thing. For all the similarities in their way and techniques, jujitsu sorcerers were not shinobi. They were not soldiers, they were not familiar with the stress and fatigue that came with waiting for the inevitable. Their jobs had always been simple and clear-cut in a way, morality was mostly black and white with vague shades of gray. Curses bad, sorcerers good. There were always exceptions, of course, but not enough to have made a difference. Maybe if this had been 1,000 years ago, they would have been more prepared for this. The Hei was proof that the clans and the world had been a much different place. A place where the clans fought with blades and curses against each other instead of words and politics. This was something none of the new generation had experience with. At least no one among them was old enough to be familiar with it, or that is. That was not his problem. His training gave him the chance to rest in a state of semi-alertness that allowed him to shift into fight or flight with a simple focus, so he rested easily, spending more time refining his control. He already had near impeccable control of both his cursed energy and body, but that was not enough for what he had planned. Nearly was not enough to turn a blunt tool into a scalpel. No, his control of it had to be perfect if he sought to achieve what he had planned. So he sat still under his favorite tree once more, ignoring the training his classmates indulged in the background. Noises of their exertions proved unable to distract him, instead serving as a whetstone to further sharpen his focus and concentration. If all it took was some voices in the background to unsettle him, then it would never be combat applicable. They trained harder than ever under the scorching sun, with the knowledge of the parade. With the free time they had been given, they channeled that time into honing their bodies, skills, and techniques. Blows were deflected and techniques were refined. He let their words, struggle, and toil drone in the background, leaving them a dull murmur while never truly registering the voices. His meditation and training were finally disturbed by Satoru's signature teleportation. "Satoru," he started, eyes closed and body relaxed. "It has started, hasn't it?" "Ha." Satoru let out a bark of laughter that had zero humor in it. "Later than we hoped, yet sooner than he expected. Geto sure has put us through the ringer, and it has just barely begun," Satoru admitted, his voice tired and hard. Jiki finally opened his eyes and looked up at his older cousin. The past few weeks had not been kind to him, and it reflected in the sharp angles on his face. Satoru more than anybody felt responsibility for Geto's fall. It almost made him laugh. He remembered a time when Satoru could not have cared for mundane human life and grumbled about the need to preserve them, while Geto believed in their responsibility as the strong to protect the weak. Truly, you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Maybe he should have allowed Toji to kill Geto that day, then perhaps he would not have been forced down that path. "What?" Satoru asked, brow raised and eyes narrowed behind the white eye wrap he had chosen to wear today. And like always, Satoru showed some ability in reading his moods, more so than others. "Nothing," he replied, his sudden onset of gallows humor was not needed here. "So what now?" he asked, rising to his feet. "We placed the majority of our auxiliary managers and scouts in Shinjuku and Kyoto, and today they began reporting an increased amount of deaths along with roaming curses, leaving behind them blood stains and splatters," Satoru began. Maki was the first person to notice the presence of their teacher, and with a wave, she alerted him to it, along with their classmates, and seconds later they ended their spars and began the short jog to them. We have begun relocating them, evacuating the citizens. But it's slow going and the curses keep on killing more and more people. It's only a matter of time before the deaths are too many and the curses become visible, exposing the truth of the world. Satoru let out a sigh at that. Not that I care much for it, Satoru added with an uncaring shrug. Gojo-sensei. They shouted in unison as they got closer, and Satoru straightened up immediately, instantly losing his slouch while the hard edges on his features smoothed out, as he turned to face them with a smile on his lips. Mao, my cute little students have been training for so long I almost can't recognize them. A quick teleportation carried him to Maki's side as he lifted her hands to observe her biceps with a serious look on his face. You are not there yet, but I'm sure you've tried your best. He finished with consolation for her effort. The moment she made to swipe him away, he teleported again. This time he appeared behind Panda and wrapped his hand around the white and black creature's tummy and hefted it with some comical effort. What did I tell you about losing weight, Panda-kun? Before Satoru could continue on to his next student. Maki interrupted him once more. You're not much of a teacher if you can't be present to teach, you know. Despite her words in the fact way, Emi, Toge, Panda, and Yuta nodded in agreement. He could see the relief in their eyes. Satoru's presence was a bastion of strength, despite his random acts of whimsicality. His sheer act of seemingly being unbothered had strengthened their conviction for what was coming in its own way. Grounded them and made it seem like everything would be all right. When in reality, not all of them might make it past the night. So what now? Emi asked. Her eyes moved between the two cousins like she had an idea of the heavy subject they had interjected in. She was not fooled by Satoru's act. Where Maki had her beat on sheer perception, the timid girl had everyone else beat by her ability to simply read people. Has it begun? The parade. She explained like they could be talking about another thing, her anxiety peeking through. Yes, Satoru admitted with a nod, turning to face his students fully. We have begun placing barriers and reactivating older ones at strategic positions, but we need time, and that is one that Geto is not going to give us, so we're deploying now. So far, it's been grade 3 and 4 curses that have been picked up, so we've put out the call to the 3 major clans and all our alumnus. Are we going to fight too? Panda questioned with a fur digit pointing against himself, before swinging it to the rest of them. Satoru was silent for a few seconds, and Jiki could almost see him weigh the lives of his students against the need for there to be all hands on deck alongside the experience that could be gained from something like this. As reserve forces maybe, Satoru finally admitted with a sharp grin. It'll give you the chance to gain some experience against the stronger curses. He turned to Yuta and continued, except you, Yuta. Huh, was the eloquent response from the wide-eyed teen. He sent those two eyes to his classmates looking for support and a reason why he had been pointed out. When he saw none coming, he spoke up. But I have been training too. I know you have, Yuta, Satoru acknowledged. But you don't have enough control over Rika. Not yet. She listens to me now. Yuta argued with confidence, before deflating somewhat and murmuring sometimes. Satoru walked up to the teen and ruffled his hair, forcing Yuta out of the funk he was placing himself in before replying to him with a big smile, one that hid the weariness he had accumulated over the past few weeks. You're young and talented, Yuta-kun. You have the time to refine your control. You won't be able to do that if you die or cause disastrous collateral damage due to a loss of control over Rika. Yuta nodded in response before firming up and looking back at them. You guys should be safe. Shinjuku was a beautiful city. One of the most important districts in Tokyo, and a near-perfect blend of modernity and the more traditional buildings and styles the Japanese favored. Skyscrapers could be counted by the hundreds, their points and ceilings piercing the sky, adorned with dazzling neon lights that illuminated the bustling streets below. He was seated at the top of one of those skyscrapers. His pose was languid, uncaring. Born of the knowledge of the power he held. His legs hung down the side of the building as he observed the city beneath him, with lazy half-lidded eyes and a palm propping up his jaw. What was once the peak of urban frenzy, with hidden gems like serene gardens and a bustling crowd that brought life to its many entertainment districts, had turned into a grave town. Somehow, they had managed to reinforce the secrecy of sorcery and curses despite the number of people who had lost their lives. The auxiliary managers had done an admirable job of cleaning up the mess and containing the situation. Still, if you knew where to look, you could see the blood splashed in dark corners. The splatters told a story of violence and death that was forever etched on the walls and roads, a story that was almost as old as they were. Sorcerers battled against curses. It was a clear night. The clouds were few and sparse in the sky, the moon was in full bloom, and the stars were many. What would have been a scenic view any other time was tainted by what was about to occur under them. Jiki could pick up the sound of curses and the clashes that followed. Roving but weak grade 3 and grade 4 curses that the weaker sorcerers and students were whetting their blades against, yet not one that Jiki had any reason to face. No, they were just the opening shots, a roving band of mindless curses to spread fear and sell the mood. He had no fight with them, he was saving his energy for the real threats. Geto and the dark-skinned man who almost took off his head at the shoulder weeks ago. He continued to follow the few battles with a lazy gaze, till something drew his attention. Far off below him was a family of 4. A man who was run ragged, clothes torn, and tired eyes, accompanied by a woman carrying a baby and a younger girl. One of the few people that didn't manage to evacuate on time then. They did their best to sneak from one shadowed corner to another, but it was only a matter of time before they drew the attention of something wicked. It was a dog-like creature, a mangy black-furred hound that sniffed at their tracks. Its wide maw opened the moment it caught up to them, and putrid saliva dripped from its jaws. Jiki looked about, perhaps there was another sorcerer close by, but unfortunately for the group below, they were alone. By chance, luck, or even fate, the men turned back the exact moment he did, and he locked wide terrified eyes together with hungry black orbs that held nothing. Jiki let out a sigh and smoothly rose to his feet, turning his back on them and whispering a single word, "Run." They ran. They had approximately 30 seconds until the curse could catch up to them. Factor in the weight of the baby, the slower gait of the younger girl, and their overall fatigue, and that number dropped down to 15 seconds. He walked towards where the antenna and dishes were placed, slowly measuring them until he found the perfect one. It was an easy thing to lash out at an angle, breaking the particular antenna he found suitable and leaving it with a sharp jagged edge. He walked back to the edge of the building, and he could see his estimation was correct. 10 seconds later, the hound was already catching up to them, but they had somehow increased the distance between them, thanks to the men picking up the girl and running with her. That unknown human factor gave them an additional few seconds advantage. Jiki focused on the scene with his Sharingan doing the heavy lifting. He calculated the angle, the distance, the wind speed, and finally, the hound's speed before lifting his makeshift spear. It was the work of a few seconds to reinforce it. He didn't expect the sheared steel antenna to survive the ordeal he planned to put it through, so he slowly pumped in as much cursed energy as it could take before aiming and flinging it down, watching it fly at near supersonic speed. A split second later, the makeshift projectile slammed into the hound's neck, pinning it to the ground with an explosion of force that cratered the surroundings for a few meters, sending the family head over heels and crashing into themselves. When they finally managed to pick themselves up, it was to the sight of the curse, struggling and howling as it found it impossible to lift itself from the rod that forced it into the earth. The older man sent his gaze back at where the projectile had come from, and from the distance, the only thing he could make out was white hair flowing in the wind. With his good deed for the day done with, he allowed himself to relax back into a sitting position as the sound of clashes between sorcerers and curses continued to echo out, but Jiki ignored them. Sure in the knowledge that his classmates were hunting as a pack, and with that knowledge, he knew them safe. Instead, what finally drew his attention was the surge and sudden manifestations of thousands of curses just at the edge of his sensing range. His head snapped to the side as he saw the sudden horde surge forward. They had appeared from nothing and nowhere and had begun a wave of devastation that crumpled cars and cracked buildings. His wide eyes tried to count the numbers even though he knew it was for naught. 2,000 was a low estimate. Ghetto. That was the only explanation for how they appeared. So his claim of over 2,000 curses was not a bluff then, it was a low estimate. Did he send out every curse in his arsenal? Jiki let out a sigh as he was forced to stand up once more. He could hear the sound of battle beginning in earnest in the background. The curses were legion. He couldn't afford to hold back until he faced Ghetto or his partner. They were drastically outmatched, especially when he factored in the grades and classes of the curses. He was apart from the rest, had wandered off, and was alone. But that was how he preferred it. That was how he had fought for years. With a single step forward, he dropped over the ledge of the building towards the wailing maw of the gigantic centipede curse that had wrapped the building and was steadily making its way up to him. He strolled leisurely, navigating partly based on his years-long stay in the school and sanctuary, as well as the sheer cursed energy output that was the combined signature of Yuta and special-grade apparition Rika. Nostalgia made him take the long route. He had missed the sights and the memories attached. That one Buddhist statue he had dared Satoru to paint pink when they were 14. The pond beneath the cherry blossom tree where Satoru and Yuri had pushed him into a few seconds after his surprise 15-year-old birthday. Sentimentality and wistfulness slowed his pace, and even with the knowledge that their farce might be figured out anytime soon, he could not find it in himself to hurry. He was confident in his victory. Stepping past another body and the pool of blood that had formed beneath it, he continued his stroll to where he knew the boy was. The boy that would make his vague dream a reality. He rounded a corner and came face to face with another auxiliary manager too weak to have been sent to the front lines. Ever since he had set up the barrier, they had come running out like headless flies, to no real surprise. What are you dash? SHHHH, listen, he cut the men off with his hands in a shushing motion. But he didn't expect the men who barely escaped monkey status to be smart in particular. Stay back. Gojo-sama is dash. The man was loud, which is why he never heard the beating of heavy wings as the curse swooped down on him like a mighty bird of prey, slamming into the suited man so hard all that remained of him was a small crater filled with blood, meat, and bile compressed into a suit. Geto tiptoed past the scene, avoiding the stain such mongrel blood would no doubt leave on his robes. The curse took off once more, flapping 4 massive wings and buffeting his face with the wind of its takeoff, resuming its role as his eyes in the sky and his scalpel to ambush the unwary with because, for some reason, sorcerers hardly even seemed to look up. The curse was one of the few curses available to him. He had a counter for Satoru and Miguel, so he didn't expect the Six Eyes user to appear anytime soon. He was certain the jittery higher-ups would have forced Jiki to participate at Shibuya instead of doing the smart thing and keeping him as a reserve. No, Jiki would be forced to prove his loyalty on the front lines, and for that particular reason, he had sent his most uncanny curses at him, leaving him with a bare couple of grade 2 curses and his trump card. He could feel Master Tingen's presence and gaze on him, uncaring, indifferent, and blasé. Perhaps the immortal sorcerer approved of his goals. No doubt she could see the benefit of his cause. The millennia-old sorcerer had seemed like a generally apathetic woman on the few occasions they were forced to interact, generally uninterested in the daily happenings and seemingly doing what she did just out of an old sense of duty. He stepped into a courtyard, another one with memories, and before he could reminisce, he could feel a hole in his veil appear in his veil and he froze in shock for a second. Satoru? Impossible. The arrogant man would have obliterated the whole thing instead of only a part. Jiki? He doubted he would have ever even known about it until it was too late. He let his hands move to his jaw as he thought with a confident smirk. Small fries then. It would take them at least 5 minutes to get. The wall to his side broke inward from a thunderous blow that sent shrapnel-like bullets at his face. He skipped back lightly and raised his voluminous robe, quickly reinforced with cursed energy, to block his face. The dulled echo of the improvised projectile slamming into his robe ceased, and he dropped his hand to face his opponent. A single glance was all he needed to figure out what he was facing. One of that muscle-headed principal's treasured puppets, no doubt. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" the white and black creature asked, unsure as it stared at his blood-splattered robes. He raised a brow before he finally realized. He had never considered they wouldn't recognize him. He doubted the school openly talked about him, and he had changed his plans of confronting them head-on earlier after he came in contact with Jiki-kun. He grinned at the panda, keeping in mind the way the other still hidden person seemed to sneak behind him. It was time for him to see the caliber of sorcerers his best friend had created. Sorcerers that would continue the legacy they would leave behind. "Your senpai," he finally replied as he sunk into a combat stance. "Come and pay your respects to your honored elder." Chapter 34. Let me at the strongest. Satoru-sensei looked down at her with a raised brow. Times like this, it couldn't be clearer that he had picked up on some of Jiki's mannerisms. Or was it the other way around? "Don't look at me like that, I'm serious. You once said you'll be my shield till I am ready. I'm going to take that first step today." He quickly turned away from her to continue his masked stare down with the black man flying on a massive winged curse creature. Yet before he could turn completely, she saw the small smile that was blossoming on his face. Without looking at her, he pointed northwest, and she turned her head to follow his hand before rechecking the strap on her back and gripping her naginata hard. She gave him a bow. One that was more formal than she had done in a long time, for Satoru was more than just a teacher. She held it for 5 long seconds, knowing that even without turning to face her, he could see it anyway. Finally, she straightened up and started marching away, brushing past the few still confused people who were watching the humongous tide of cursed creatures charging their way. Already, the sounds of combat were echoing further out. Triangulating the sound with the echoes spread by the buildings let her know it was somewhere northeast of their position. Somebody had started a slaughter, and it didn't take 2 guesses to figure out who. "Wait up, Maki, we're coming with you." Panda interrupted her march, seeking to catch up to her pace before Satoru's voice rang out. "No. I have something else for the both of you." She gave a sharp nod to her classmates before continuing her march forward. She could not fail at her goals. Not here. It took her 10 minutes to get to where Satoru had pointed out to her, and the full battle was already in full swing. She could hear clashes everywhere, accompanied by the screech of dying curses and the more human screams of unfortunate sorcerers. When she got to her destination, she was greeted with the sight of 4 men and women, their bodies pulped and plastered to the ground, forming craters in buildings. Appendages ripped apart and flung carelessly. Whatever Satoru had pointed her, it was not one of the few rogue curse users that seemed a part of this army, nor was it a weak curse used to placate her. Good. "Help, stop, please." The plea ended with a squelch as something heavy slammed hard on the owner of the voice, silencing the cries for help with a heavy thud. The heady smell of so much blood and bile almost made her nauseous, yet she was made of harder stuff. This was something she had seen before, in an underground bunker where a friend had torn through people she used to know with well-calculated blows. The only difference was in the mindlessness of this particular scene. There was none of the cold precision that came with Jiki's strikes, this was done with mindless brute force. She continued her walk, slowed from the previous jog she had started with. The moment she turned the corner, she was greeted with the sight of a girl her age hiding behind a half-destroyed car, along with a younger girl with her hand over her mouth. While the curse guilty of the destruction used massive spiked tentacles to pull its latest victim to its eye level, before ripping off a leg and tossing it down its gullet. It savored the taste before flinging the body to the side in frustration and anger, its jaws moving as if to speak but no words coming out. It grew frustrated, expressing its feelings by lashing out at the surrounding buildings with thunderous blows that cracked and sundered. Her eyes narrowed at the observation and the conclusion she was coming to. This was not the mad rambling and erstwhile repeated speech of random curses. It was trying to communicate and growing frustrated and angry at its inability to do so. Without taking her eyes off the monstrosity, she spoke to the two girls hidden behind the car, "You should run." With those words, she unfurled the cloth that covered the purple blade of her naginata and took a step forward, drawing the monstrosity's attention to her. It focused on her with multiple black eyes, and she gave it just as much attention. Staring it down from the tip of her glasses. It was big. The biggest curse she had ever faced, with a girth to match, taking up almost all the space on the road. Yet they were at a roundabout, and the 4 intersections gave it the space to maneuver easily. She called out to the curse with a sharp grin, one that was all teeth as she slowly sank into a stance. Come. This would be the beginning of a new life for her. All she had to do was survive this night. It charged. It took nearly everything she had to deflect the first tentacle strike. The force of the blow nearly sent her reeling as she fought for balance. She was more prepared for the second, deflecting it at an angle and sending its bulk through the windows of the building behind. She saw an opportunity, a chance, a gap in its waving tentacles, and charged at it, ducking past slow and clumsy limbs, sliding past debris as she ran towards the main body at full tilt. There were 2 shorter-limbed tentacles in between her and the bulbous head of the curse. This had proven easier than she thought, that was what rang in her head, before the 2 tentacles that were supposed to be guarding the curse snapped out wide to the side, exposing its face. Her eyes widened behind her glasses as she realized she had fallen for a trap. She could see a cruel glint in its black orbs just before an inky black substance shot out of its mouth and splattered on her and everything within 5 meters of her. It took her a second to wipe the gunk off her glasses. That second was all it needed to blindside her with a tentacle that slammed into her so hard that the sound of her ribs splintering in her chest rang out, just before she was propelled like a fly and lost consciousness. She came to with a gasp, but a hand over her mouth stopped her from screaming for all she was worth. The left side of her chest was a furnace of heat and a cauldron of pain, and it took all she had to strangle the sensation and instead focus on her savior. The 2 girls she had sent away. The youngest one continued to wrap a bandage around her naked breast and upper frame gently, while the older one slowly removed her hand from her mouth, before gently applying a paste on the bandage, before another set was wrapped over it. What happened? She questioned. Her brain was a mess and only the soothing relief from the paste stopped her from forcing herself to her feet. We were on our way to meet Yuri-san at the medical outpost before the curse appeared, killing our guards and dash. After that, she interjected briskly. The younger girl flinched back with wide eyes at her tone, and she felt her heart ache at the scene. I'm sorry, she continued, her tone milder. It's all right, the older one replied with a smile. After you told us to run, we left, but Asami's Shinigami, she pointed at the younger girl and at the empty space on the girl's shoulder. Spotted you flying through a wall, and we rushed towards you to help. She continued to stare at the younger girl's shoulder for a few seconds before she realized the reason she could not see the supposed Shinigami. Where are my glasses? She questioned as she forced herself to her feet. The younger girl pointed behind her to where her naginata lay right beside the soul-split katana and her glasses. It was cracked with one lens nearly destroyed completely, but it was still whole. Thank you, she said as she moved to wear it. Asami was the one that spotted the fact that it was a cursed tool and made sure to carry it. She turned to the smaller girl and ruffled her black locks the same way she had seen Satoru do to Jiki and was greeted with a wide smile and a soft glow in her heart. Thank you, Asami. The girl replied with a nod and her still wide smile. She doesn't speak, the other girl said, but Maki had already moved on. Ignoring the warm glow that filled her heart, instead, she hardened it and took a sharp breath in. It still hurt, like a knife was being scrapped over her lungs, but she could work with it. She slid the soul-split blade over her shoulder and turned to face her helpers once more. They had retreated a few steps from her and the smaller girl seemed to have lost her smile as she stared at her from behind the older girl. Her gaze racked past the small crow-like creature she could see on her shoulder, before drifting up to the older girl who looked at her impassively. Thank you, but you have to leave now. You have a remarkable body, but you are hurt. You can't go back out there, the older girl replied with a frown. Don't worry about me. She replied the girl as she pivoted to leave the building. She could hear the curse making a racket in the background. I have a curse to kill. Octopus head. She called out the moment she came within earshot of the curse. It spun around to face her with surprise in its eyes. It had thought her dead. She grinned in response. She was too stubborn to be put down by a mere semi-grade 1. Fighting it here once again would be a losing game. She had learned from her mistake, so she pivoted and started a slow jog away, with the curse charging once more behind her. Minutes into leading it away from the interaction, she ducked underneath a spiked tentacle the size of a semi-truck that struck from behind her. She swiftly spun on the spot before lashing out at an angle with her naginata, hoping to shear it in half. The blade got stuck halfway, her eyes widened, and the curse used that surprise to jerk back its appendage with force, dragging her surprised form closer to the bipedal octopus-like curse. With a quick tap of her foot coupled with the pull from the curse, she launched herself mid-air past the six-eyed curse, leaving the cursed-empowered naginata. She had lured it down a narrow street, with multiple skyscrapers around. A twist of her hips like Jiki taught her, and she slammed into the high-rise building directly behind the curse with enough force that her foot sunk an inch into the concrete-reinforced wall, giving her a platform for the next jump at its unguarded back. The curse was slow to turn, its bulk hampering it in such close quarters, its pitch-black eyes all forward-facing and proving ineffective against a threat that could move three-dimensionally with ease. Ignoring the pain in her calves, she bunched up her feet, coiling the muscles to insane proportions. The sharp rip of her pantyhose showed their inability to keep up with the sudden and rapid expansion of her leg muscles, but she pressed on, undeterred. She leaped, cratering that part of the building from the pressure of her feet kicking out and using the force to propel her toward the still unguarded back of the curse. Her hand snapped to the back as she unsheathed the fur-hilted blade in one quick motion. She spun mid-air, and the swing that followed split the head of the curse horizontally with such force that the blood pressure from the wound rocketed out and splattered the high-rise like a purple paint gun, painting the surrounding walls in a 360 arc. The moment she landed, she continued her spin, fully aware of the consequences of stopping abruptly at this juncture. She possessed strength, but not enough to withstand such a sudden halt. Her legs would shatter under the pressure, rendering her a cripple for the remainder of the battle. This was a risk she could not afford to take. There was so much at stake, so much to prove. One dead. Her legs tore furrows through the ground and down to the soft underearth as she finally came to a stop opposite the dead curse monstrosity. Its head slid to the side slowly and dropped. The weight of its fall sent a blast of force and sound that activated the alarms on the cars around. Ha! I did it. I killed a semi-grade 1 curse alone. In your face, you Zenin old fucks. Despite the strain she put her body through, she laughed. The right hand that wielded the fur-hilted blade was slow to react, torn muscles and bruised tendons barely holding the hand together as she gripped the blade with a steel-like grip. She was not ready for the blade yet. It worked perfectly, tearing apart anything she swung the blade through. Yet her physicality was not as powerful as the original owner. Another wielder of the heavenly restriction just like her, so why wasn't she as strong as him? Jiki said he used the blade without any adverse effects, so why did a single swing almost rip her hand out of its socket? I have a theory, Maki-san. Those words drew her out of her contemplation. She was sitting beside Jiki under his favorite tree, sharing the shade with him. When she had gotten there, his eyes had been closed and his breath even, a sign he had sunk deep into his meditation. About what? She asked as she turned to face him, but his eyes were still closed, and he spoke as if he was in a dream. Of you, of your heavenly restriction, the gates, and more curiously, your brain. Why you're different from Toji. Huh. Huh. What the hell were the gates, and what does that have to do with her brain? Before she could vocalize her thoughts, Jiki continued. The 8 inner gates are metaphysical pathways in the body that limit the flow of power in a body. It is an inbuilt limit, one meant to preserve the body yet one that can be exploited with the knowledge of it. I asked Satoru to take a deep look at your brain to confirm my hypothesis, as well as what my eyes could vaguely make out, and he agreed with me. She was getting confused, but the way he continued to speak seemed to lure her into a sluggish trance-like state, and she allowed it, letting the voice lead and guide her. You've spoken of your sister once, and you mentioned she had a technique. A weak one, but a technique still. One that was inscribed on her brain like everyone else, everyone but you. I believe I know why. My heavenly restriction, she rebutted. It was a known thing, the sole reason for her lacking cursed energy. But is it? Jiki questioned, and this time she could place something in his voice. Curiosity. I believe it's a matter of what comes first, the chicken or the egg. Your first 2 gates are unlocked, Maki. Right from the moment of your birth. Do you know where those 2 gates are located? No. This time she opened her eyes, when had she closed them, and looked into the smiling face of Jiki. He raised his hand and poked the side of his head with his thumbs. The brain. The right and the left parts of the brain, more importantly. Those gates have been opened for years without closing, going at full power, which I believe makes it impossible for an innate technique to engrave itself during your formative years. Nature abhors a vacuum and loves balance. Your heavenly restriction is incomplete, you might have been able to manifest an innate technique due to that, but the first two gates deprived you of that chance, yet you have survived something that should have killed you after hours for 16 years. He stilled for a heartbeat, letting the words sink in before continuing. I believe you're an anomaly, a 1 in a million anomaly, Maki. The formation of your heavenly restriction is heavily entwined with the presence of your gates. Without your heavenly restriction, you would not have had to open the gates, and without the little cursed energy present as a result of your incomplete heavenly restriction, you would not have been able to use the gates either. Yet like all things, balance is important. You would not have survived the opening of your first two gates without the physique gotten from your half-formed heavenly restriction which worked to harden you, and without the little cursed energy in you, you would have had a complete heavenly restriction like Toji. Her mind was reeling, confused, and disoriented, yet the knowledge that Jiki was imparting, accompanied by his presence, steeled her. What now? Where does that leave me? She asked. His small smile turned into an uncharacteristic sharp grin as he continued to stare at her. For the first time, she realized his eyes were spinning rapidly as he stared down at her. I don't know how to rid you of your cursed energy completely, even if I could, that would lead you down a path similar to Toji, a well-trodden one. But you have an alternative path of power open to you if only you reach for it. Tell me. She demanded/pleaded. Instead of ridding yourself of the little curse energy you have, you can make use of it. You've unlocked the gates of opening and the gate of healing by virtue of your birth, Maki. But those are just the first two gates. I mentioned 8. Her eyes widened with surprise. She refused to believe what he was insinuating, what he was leading up to. Like he could read her thoughts, the grin grew wider, and Black Tomo in a sea of red continued its mad spin. Now we're going to see if you can unlock the third gate, the gate of life by the effort of your will. The sudden roar of another curse forced her out of her memories. She blinked rapidly as she sought to ground herself in the now once more. Her right side still ached fiercely coupled with the stress her body had gone through to use the blade, and those were the things that helped her ground herself in the now. She looked up as the new curse charged at her at full tilt, crushing cars and breaking off the sides of the buildings it came in contact with. Its body was a sinuous thing, lending it a mobility the octopus-like curse had lacked. Its scales showed slowly healing cracks and bled freely. It was running. It snapped its lipless maw open, revealing 3 rows of teeth, with pale blue eyes that watched her with glee, plastered on its tongue. A fully realized Grade 1 curse. She attempted to shift her stance, aiming to counter its charge with her own. From sundering strikes to crushing blows, she sought to engage it in a deadlock and ultimately tear its head off. However, her efforts were rendered null when she realized her legs refused to obey her commands. She choked back a laugh as she tilted her head back to stare at the night sky. Her inhuman regeneration was still overworking itself to repair her body from the numerous damages she had incurred and put it through. Was this where she was going to die? Facing a curse Jiki would have killed with a glance. A casualty of a rogue curse fleeing from a predator far mightier than herself. She could feel her lips tear into a grin that was as agonizing as it was gratifying. No, this was not the place where she met her end. This was not where her tale concluded. She would defy their expectations. Prove them all mistaken and carve her name into this harsh world, standing shoulder to shoulder with the mightiest among them. Jiki had once likened war to a furnace, and people to an unformed steel blade, Tamahagain. Within it, you would be subjected to heat, purification, and transformation into something new. She snapped her head down, standing resolute as the gaping maw of the curse drew nearer, its stumped feet crushing cars and cracking the asphalt with each thunderous step of its charge. Peering into the darkness of its maw, she found eyes staring back at her. She had fought for everything she had gotten. Instead of meekly submitting to the whims of her clan like her sister did, she rebelled against the machinations of this cruel world. This was her way of life, her creed. Unwavering, relentless, and unyielding. So she knew, even at the cost of her life, she would kill it. Like dying embers fanned, those thoughts ignited a fire in her heart. It felt as though a scorching path was being seared along her spine. The pain intensified to such a degree that she gritted her teeth, ignoring the cracks forming in her enamel as she stifled a scream. Her eyes rolled up, and she heard herself whispering the words, even from the depths of nothingness. Third gate, gate of life. Open. Then came clarity, more profound than any she had ever known, despite her already heightened senses. The metallic, coppery stench of blood assaulted her nostrils, burning like acid against her senses. Sulfur tainted the air, its acrid taste staining her tongue. Despite a shattered glass lens and another cracked and pitted, her vision remained. She saw blurs of movement, shadows converging from both sides of the curse at a low angle, slipping beneath its hanging tongue and slavering maw. With blistering accuracy, they sliced at its 2 foremost limbs. One cut was deeper than the other and forced the curse to careen to the side. She recognized the opportunity for what it truly was, a moment of clarity and empowerment. Despite the intense sensation of her body simultaneously mending and breaking, burning hot and turning red as it struggled to heal the tears, rips, and fatigue she had accumulated, she knew moving to the side now would be easy. Dodge the curse, allow the people who heard it to continue, and then find a chance to help. It was the right thing. The smart thing. She felt the mad grin widen on her face as she sunk low to the ground. Yet it was not her thing, not her way. She did not maneuver around the storm. She was the storm. It took will more than strength to move. Her body had begun to heal, but she was pushing it continuously. It was will that forced her muscles to move, twisting to the side by an inch as the curse rocketed past her, its maw so close she could see its blood-speckled teeth and the blue-clothed remains of a student stuck between its incisors. She spun on her feet and swapped the fur-hilted blade to her second hand, using the still-mending hand to brace while she swung at the curse. The blow was executed flawlessly, the perfect execution stroke. An overhead swing aimed to sever the curse's head. It happened in a split second. Empowered by the inhuman strength bestowed upon her by the gate of life, the soul-split katana tore its way through the creature's neck, ripping through muscle, tendons, and bone. The force of the strike brought the monster's main body to an abrupt halt, its momentum forced to a stop as its head was propelled away like a projectile. She let out a slow breath that left her lungs and manifested as steam. Ignoring the deluge of purple viscera, blood, and bile, the foul mixture was soaking into her hand, her clothes, and had splattered on her face. Standing amidst the chaos, her body trembling from the exertion and exhilaration, White Eyes watched as the headless curse struggled to rise and resume the fight. Unaware that it was dead in every way that truly mattered. Her hair had gotten loose with the force of the blow, and the blood matted it down, pasting it to the sides of her face and down. Maki. She looked up as the voice called out. It was Emi, her savior, the girl she had never thought much about at first, the weakest of their bunch yet Jiki's favorite. That thought sent a pang through her, one she could not and did not have the time to decipher. Not with the fire burning inside her, begging to be let loose. Behind Emi strode a woman, an axe casually slung over her shoulder, her hair so light it nearly matched Jiki's shade. She moved with the grace of a cat, each step deliberate and meticulous, a sharp grin playing on her lips as she eyed Maki, with hunger in her eyes. Are you all right? Emi spoke, distracting her. Where's the next one? Her voice came out low in response. Harsh and raspy, Emi took a step back in response. Surprised. She could still feel the power flowing through her. Her blood felt like it had been replaced with boiling magma. She must have appeared like a demon straight from hell, her stance low, skin stained red and matted with the purple-green blood of the curse. Standing with the wickedly sharp cleaver resting on her shoulders, her white eyes remained fixed on her classmate and the woman. Even as reinforcements rushed up behind the duo, they halted meters away, their eyes widening in terror as they beheld her, uncertain of the entity they were facing. She could recognize some of them, boys who had sneered at her as a child, doubting her abilities and believing she would never amount to anything. Girls who had laughed at her for not being feminine enough. Zenin. The other girl blinked and smiled in response to her question, then swiftly moved to support her, placing a firm hand beneath her armpit to steady her. Your body is burning up, plus you've done enough for today, Maki. Let's get you to the healing station, Shoko-sen should be there soon. But it wasn't enough, not nearly enough. She hadn't dispatched enough curses yet. There were more to be slain, perhaps a grade 1 or another semi-grade 1. She still had plenty of strength left. Enough to. A thunderous explosion rent through what felt like half of a city block, the force of it nearly knocking her to the ground if not for Emi's steady presence at her side. The heat was suffocating even from this distance, and flames licked at the horizon. Great flame annihilation, Emi murmured beside her, peering at the distant inferno. Jiki was exercising restraint, attempting to minimize casualties and collateral damage by holding back. The Gojo Scion was at the forefront of the battle. With Satoru preoccupied with the special-grade sorcerer, Jiki had taken charge as a one-man army. The rest of them faced only the remaining curses, too distant to capture his attention. A genius, a prodigy of unprecedented talent. So fucking what? She would make her way to that pinnacle and see what awaited her there. Perhaps then Your grin is scaring them off, girl, the woman spoke up as she walked up to them, her voice a low and sluttery thing. And she gazed into the terrified faces of the reserves. The fear etched on their features sent an unfamiliar sensation coursing up her spine and into her mind. Riding high on endorphins and adrenaline, she found herself elevated above all else and discovered something about herself. She relished it. The fear and horror were reflected in their expressions. If she couldn't earn their respect, she would command their fear. It was preferable to the disdain she had endured for so many years. Yes, this was her opportunity to alter her destiny, and she struggled to contain the mad grin spreading across her face. If this was the offering of the third gate, she mused as her heavenly restriction worked tirelessly to mend the damage inflicted by its power, what wonders might the fourth and fifth gates hold for her? Good, she responded to Emi. Now, where is the next curse? Chapter 35, Chapter 35. Curses were boring things, creatures of brute strength and very rarely, animal cunning. Jiki slipped past an armor-clad blow, spun behind the humanoid figure, and grabbed onto the head with his curse energy-enhanced fists, snapping the neck. They had no finesse and skill, which made them lack an appreciation for the finer arts of murder. He glimpsed another humanoid curse charging towards him but turned his back to it. The moment it got within 10 meters of him, it leaped at his unguarded back and was body-checked in the air by another leaping form, a black hound with multiple rows of fangs that tore into the curse with mad savagery. As he said, they could not think or devise strategies on their own, making it harder to understand when strategies were employed against them. Yet there were a few rare ones, not special grades, just curses that were formed with more than the urge to rip and tear. He ignored the sounds coming from behind him, as the hound ripped into the other curse and instead glanced once more at the four-winged crow with 3 rows of eyes perched on a windowsill and watching him. It would have been an easy to kill it, but he left it out of curiosity and some penchant for crows, curious to see what it would do in the end. What was its goal? Why had it been watching him? Was it a direct agent of Gedo? Those were the questions that tugged at him. He finally turned around to see that the hound had killed its opponent, feeding on the cursed meat to fuel its metabolism and gain a greater metaphysical presence. Even now, he could feel its power increasing. What had started off as a grade 3 curse had grown to grade 2 status from the bounty formed from the corpse of his enemies. He walked past it, allowing his fingers to glide through its black coat for a bit as he observed his surroundings. Everywhere and everything around him was a smoldering ruin, buildings cracked and blackened, cars bashed and burnt, even the road not spared from the fury of combat. His clothes were stained from multiple blood splashes, and he had allowed the kimono to slide off his shoulders and bunch up on his hips, leaving the body-tight top that clung to him and gave him an easier range of motion. Yet destruction was not all that surrounded him. There were bodies more than could be counted in different stages of dismemberment, with limbs and redundant organs littering the scene. The sheer amount of death had formed a miasma in the air, one of condensed fear and other negative cursed energy, slowing the decay of the numerous bodies that littered everywhere. He glanced around once more, searching for something, a comfortable spot where he could rest. He could feel his tiredness mounting, his muscles straining. The night was not over, so he found the most comfortable pile and sat, his hands beneath his chin, waiting for what was to come next. The presence of so much cursed energy in the air drew them to him like moths to flames. Yet they stood indecisive, their varied forms watching him, confused about whether to feast off the plentiful corpses surrounding them or attack the obvious threat in front of them. He made the choice for them by rising to his feet. He had lost count of the curses he had killed so far. He was a white blur of movement and death, a maestro of death with his tools being his eyes, and his audience, the new batch of unwilling curses seeking to rend his skin from his bones. Instead, they tore into each other in an orgy of madness and savagery, turning the stomachs of the weak-willed and sending them scrambling. Massive fur-clad palms sought purchase on slimy, feather-covered flesh of unseemly physiology, and vice versa. There he stood, in the middle of the madness of his own making, staring down at the bedlam he had unleashed, twisted minds against inhuman minds. The few that managed to either escape his genjutsu or proved too resilient drew his attention, demanding a personal touch and suffering all the more for it. Cursed energy-enhanced blows with accurately timed explosions of force rent bones and skin apart, and without the ridiculous healing factor special grades boasted, most curses died just as easily as the fleeting emotions that spawned them. When the bodies proved either too slow to dissolve into the ether of nothingness or the number of resilient curses more than he expected, he did more than apply a personal touch, he resorted to calling on his old ways, jutsu. His great flame annihilation had decimated a couple of blocks, taking the respective curses with it, granting him a moment to breathe and think once more. Beneath the hidden sky of the veil drawn over the city, he wondered. It had been over an hour since the war against the curses began, and he had not seen a single glimpse of Gedo. Why would the person who started the whole thing be missing? Unless this was all a ruse, a bait dance which they had fallen into, pulled off so seamlessly that it took being in the middle of a slaughter for it to click. Gedo did not care about this war, not in the slightest, it was only a cover for him to hide behind. Sitting on the corpse of a 3-meter curse that had been partially burnt by the great fire annihilation, he ignored the now gathering curses as they surrounded him, silent as the grave and without their former screeches or growls. Over the past few minutes, he had taught this new batch something they never had the opportunity to learn, fear, something that would stay ingrained in them even if they managed to survive this night. So, they gathered around him, and he continued to ponder on his putrid corpse throne. A brief explosion in the sky drew his attention, and he sent a lazy glance at it, witnessing Satoru sending a red through a gigantic curse that aimed to surprise him while the black men with the cursed ropes attacked him from behind. The lack of a distorted field around Satoru forced his eyebrows to arch. His cousin had deactivated Infinity, and the only reason he would was if it had proven useless against his enemy. If Satoru was still fighting him, then the men was more of a threat than they had expected, one brought specifically to counter Satoru. However, he was not truly worried for his cousin. This was not the first time someone was countering his technique. Satoru had learned from his near-death experience and was stronger for it. No, forcing Satoru to release his grasp on Infinity just made his cousin a whole lot deadlier. It had taken whatever perpetual humor his cousin found in a fight and forced him to take an opponent seriously. So he drew his eyes from the heavens back to the earth and focused on his situation. His curse energy reserves were still sufficient, at least enough to last him the rest of this fight. If he was forced to unleash any of his Mangekyo abilities, that would change things. Even with his near-perfect control of cursed energy, his Mangekyo was like a greedy beast, lapping up his cursed energy down to his reserves if he would allow it. Yet that was not the main reason he had held back. That was because Yeri was still taking her time getting to the battlefield. She was slow to show up, and that restrained him. He was not certain if it was because she disliked combat in general or her perpetual lackadaisical attitude to life and most things. If he had to guess why she had not made it yet, it was probably because of the latter. Sometimes he wondered how the woman defrauded her way into getting a medical degree, considering her apathy. He had missed his last few healing sessions due to his faults and the war had sprung up before they could reschedule a new one. Now he could not risk the possibility of sudden blindness in a war. It would be a 40% reduction in his combat effectiveness, something he would rather not suffer. The curses in front of him shuffled for a few seconds before they slowly parted, giving space as something walked forward. Something different, greater than the sum of their combined forms. They drifted to the side, instinctively forming a procession of honor guards surrounding and protecting the new variable. The scene drew his attention once more and he wondered, was it Geto? Perhaps his old friend had accomplished what he set out to do, and this was him coming back to gloat. But no, it was not Geto. He could sense the curse energy now and knew it was not the long-haired man. It was a woman. More accurately, a feminine-looking unfamiliar curse that finally stepped into the ring created by their fear of him. Perhaps calling it unfamiliar was a mistake. Another glance at her features sparked his memories. He knew the curse, it had a humanoid stature, and its black, long hair fell smoothly past its face. But that was where its human likeness ended. Its 4 black eyes peered at him from the back of its kimono-clad hand as it lifted it to cover her mouth as she giggled. Its voluminous robe hid the rest of its body, with the only exception being its long insecticide legs peeking out from beneath the kimono as the curse floated. He recognized it easily, having done his research on the actual threats in this new world. There were few curses that he could consider as a threat, and he had identified this particular curse as one. It was one of the few registered special-grade curses they had a record of, Tamamonome Incarnate. This was to be his opponent then, he mused as he acknowledged her with a slow nod before moving to stand up once more, cracking his neck to the side as he stepped down from his impromptu throne with a casual walk. After this curse, he'll find Geto and put an end to this farce. Another thunderous clash above drew his attention up, and he witnessed Satoru sending the men through a building. Well, it seemed like Satoru was well ahead of him in that regard. They had done their best, he admitted as he flung his hands to the side, sending blood splatters off his robes and to the ground in an arc. The duo had proven more capable and strategic than he had expected. The cursed puppet had matched him blow for blow, yet his superior skill and experience won the day, but it was not without a cost. His left hand still trembled for a bit, but hidden under his voluminous robes, the motion was concealed, so instead he was allowed the chance to continue projecting strength to the world. Motion from behind drew his attention once more. The cursed puppet tried to force itself to its feet, once again igniting the urge to kill them for the damage they had inflicted on him. It would have been an easy thing, yet like the last 6 times the urge came up, he ruthlessly crushed it down. They embodied everything he wanted to see from jujitsu sorcerers: strength, guile, and the will to fight and protect one another instead of wasting that skill on the monkeys. Yet he was not above being petty. It was the cursed creature's technique that fractured his arm. The shockwave had slipped through his defense and reinforcement like it wasn't even there and blasted his arm to the side. He took a leisurely stroll forward and towards the still struggling creature, stepping over the cracks and pockmarks in the ground, signs of the battle they had fought, and ignoring the body of the Inamaki. That one had proven cunning, moving like a ghost and striking from unaware angles, forcing him to freeze with a word at the exact moment his partner struck with its defense bypassing technique. Their greatest strength turned out to be their greatest weakness, for the cursed speech of the Inamaki was easy to counter once one was aware of it. From someone of his caliber, it had been easier, and he had dismantled the boy just after rendering his technique useless. That was the beginning of their downfall. Without the Inamaki to run interference, he had trashed the cursed puppet to the ground. Still, the continued ache in his arm was a source of anger, and who better to turn his ire to than the person responsible for it. His legs finally led him to where the cursed puppet was still struggling to its feet, and in one smooth motion without stopping his walk, he lashed out with a kick aimed directly at the white and black head of the puppet. The force of the blow sent it blasting through the aged walls of the courtyard, and the kick proved to be just as therapeutic as he had hoped it would be. "What have you done?" a whisper rang out from behind him. He grinned as he heard the voice. He had timed it perfectly then. The kick had not just served as an outlet for his simmering anger. It had also been done to provoke the boy who had been steadily making his way towards the commotion their fight had caused. The sheer amount of cursed energy that reeked out of him made it impossible for the boy to creep up on anybody, especially not without specific training for it. He finally turned his head to the back after schooling his features and observed the boy up close for the first time. He was young, with black hair falling low, and pale skin highlighting the dark circles under his wide and surprised eyes. The boy was a child, younger even than they were when he and Satoru were forced to confront their mortality at the hands of the sorcerer killer. "Ah, we finally meet Uchiha," he said with a smile, even as his eyes drifted behind the boy. His technique allowed him to feel the presence of the cursed spirit intimately, even while unmanifest. It was a miasma of hate, envy, jealousy, and greed, all bound together by spite and love. Every moment the boy looked at the fallen and broken bodies of his classmates, his cursed energy spiked, and he could see the slow manifestation of the curse forming behind the boy. Satoru had picked his scapegoats well, it seemed, sending people whose loss would trigger something in the boy, the complete manifestation of the special grade Queen of Curses, Rika. Hoping it would lead to his loss, and Geto had fed on that knowledge, inflicting more damage than needed, hoping it would affect the boy's mental state so much that he and the curse bypassed lethality and went straight to raving madness. In the end, he and Satoru were two sides of the same coin, trying to manipulate the boy in their own way. The difference was that Satoru's wish for the manifestation of the special grade curse coincided with his. It was a win-win for him. Why? The boy muttered like a broken record, staring at the collapsed forms, hands cradling his head as if he could change it, like he could twist the hands of time and return his friends to their optimal states. If only. Why not, he replied instead as he finally spun to face the boy. They dash. You killed them. The accusation stalled him for a second before he realized what had occurred. He laughed with a hand on his head as he tilted it back. It worked, the boy was blinded with anger, and that anger fueled the formation of the Queen of Curses, manifesting behind the boy through the cracks of his fingers. He could have disputed the fact, pointed at their still breathing forms, and cleared the boy's illusions, but he didn't. Instead, he let his hands down and grinned cruelly at the boy, needing him blind and filled with anger, needing Rika unleashed because that was the only way he could absorb her. He could not reach into the formless ether she occupied when unmanifest, so he pushed the boy over the edge with a single word. Of course I did, they were weak. Those words triggered the boy, who screamed out in pain, sorrow, and loss, loud enough to shred his vocal cords. Come out, Rika. The curse obliged happily with a screech to match the boy's own, manifesting around the boy and gripping him in a grotesque parody of a hug, its protruding ribs sticking into his back as its fanged head formed just above the boy's head. His cruel grin shifted into a smirk as he watched his desires come to fruition. He almost licked his lips at the volume of cursed energy the curse brought to bear. It was a near-physical thing, the cursed energy of the fully manifested new Queen of Curses. He didn't need the boy anymore, killing him would be a waste, but he had already made his peace about it. It was a sacrifice he was willing to pay. He had learned from his mistake of trying to take a curse already engaged in a servant and master relationship without killing the master. Toji had almost killed him for that lapse, leaving scars on his chest to remind him. I'll kill you, he told the boy, a statement and declaration all in one without genuine feelings or attachment. I'll murder you. The boy replied with hate, fueling the curses and making it screech even louder, the sound blasting back everything. You will try, he noted with a smile, you'll fail, he finished. The boy charged at him in a mad dash, the full manifestation of Rika behind him, and Geto breathed out. Facing the boy and the special grade spirit simultaneously would have been a loss, but he was not just a frontline fighting brute. He did not become a special grade sorcerer due to how hard he could swing his fists. His true power and calling lay elsewhere. Reacting to his thoughts, his shadow rolled and bubbled beneath him, stretching, twisting, and coiling like something alive. And out of that otherworldly bubbling cauldron, something shot out hands first. A gray palm lined with black fingernails slammed into the boy's chest, its owner a short gray-skinned, one-eyed curse with a miniature volcano on top of its head, calling out with a droning grandfatherly voice, curse technique, disaster flames. Geto grinned with malevolence. He had been hoarding this particular curse since he got it. It was one of the few curses with the raw strength to match another, and he had seen it as a gift of luck and chance. His greed had aimed at capturing the first true Queen of Curses, Juragumo, an apex predator from a time when curses ruled as superior beings. If he had captured her, he would have had the power to remake the world however he wished. He did not know how he would do it, but he charged on anyway and got blessed with something else. The boy was blown away by the explosion but survived. Rika had interposed herself between Jogo's hand and his chest a split second before the technique activated. The duo retreated to the top of a building courtesy of Rika, and Geto watched them go unhurriedly before his eyes moved back to the short cursed spirit he had subsumed. Its diminutive form stood unmoving, but its red eyes drifted to him, blazing with hate. It was still rebellious, yet could not counteract his desires and commands, and he would have time to squash its remaining stubborn will later. Instead, he sent his gaze back to the boy and his curse. He had done his investigations. It was not just a curse, but a boy and his lover, love truly the most twisted of curses. Come then, Yuta, come let us curse ourselves to death, he challenged. The boy unsheathed his sword, preparing to face him, two special-grade sorcerers with special-grade curses at their disposal. It would be quality versus quality. Who would come out on top, he wondered with a smile. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. The new Queen of Curses was as violent as her new physical form indicated, but it was no real surprise. Vengeful curses that died brutal deaths always had more anger in them, rage and envy towards the still living. Her vicious yet instinctive fighting style was proof of that. He tilted to the side to dodge a sword slash. The moment the sword passed him, Jogo charged out from behind him, arm outstretched and lips drawn into a wide grin revealing a row of pitch-black teeth. Cursed technique, disaster flames. Once more, the Queen of Curses was forced to curl and intercept the flames meant for her owner, and the screech of pain she let out from the attack brought a gap to the duo's surprisingly synchronized defense. Rika. For a well-seasoned and experienced sorcerer like Geto, a gap was all he needed. His perpetual smile widened as he blitzed forward, slipping past the still reeling curse. It would heal, and soon. Once again face to face with the boy, and before the child could react, he buried his fist into his stomach so hard the boy's eyes googled, and he let out an explosion of air and bile from his lungs. He spun to his side and lashed out with a kick to the side of the boy's head, one that should have broken his skull and pulped his head. Yet it was surprisingly blocked with the flat side of the blade. A twist of the boy's wrist sent out a wide slash, one that Geto dodged easily with a skip back. The boy had recovered fast, he noted, as he observed the way the boy staggered back, eyes wide yet alive with anger and hate. Ah, I see. This is your first time experiencing such violent emotions, isn't it? He asked rhetorically, still smiling. And you can feel the enhanced flow of the cursed energy fueling your body, pushing you to a greater heightened sense of physical prowess and omnipotence. That feeling right there, it is false. He tilted his head as he watched the boy harden his features as he immediately moved to strike Geto once more, uncaring of his words. The first strike was deflected by his reinforced fist, the second one was parried by a palm to the side of the blade, and the third was dodged. But the boy was relentless and talented. More talented than he expected of a child barely a year into his journey as a sorcerer. With a flick of his wrist, the boy reversed the third blow smoothly and scored a gash along his robe, one that barely drew a thin line along his flesh, but one that marred his beautiful robes all the same. He made a TSK before he continued speaking. His goal was to distract the boy from the volcano-headed curse that was flanking him. I got Jogo through a combination of luck and chance, you see, he started as he began circling the boy slowly, forcing him to turn to keep Geto in his view. I had gone hunting for something that would have made my dreams a reality. I was ready to risk my life to gain it. Unfortunately, someone had beaten me to it. The memory of Jiki sealing Joragumo with his Susanoo still brought a chill to his spine. The Gojo Scion had grown so much. He could still remember the first time he had seen that particular ability manifest. Only a single rib cage, shoulder blade, and some muscles. Watching it stop a blow that split his hardest curse open like a fish. Now, it was powerful enough to rip, sunder, and change entire landscapes. He had a feeling that was not the end of it. He could have intervened immediately after Joragumo's sealing. Jiki was hurt and spent. But he could not bring himself to do it. He did not know what it would have taken to release Joragumo once more. Perhaps he would have been forced to kill the boy he had seen as a surrogate younger brother. So he shifted his attention to the other special grade. At the end of the day, who better to replace Joragumo than another of her ilk? He came to a stop out of range of the blade, so I shifted my attention to another. An angry cursed spirit linked to the fear of disasters. And one that was already hurt, weakened from a battle that should have killed him. The boy backtracked and raised his sword into a guard position as he finally decided to listen to him speak. Separating the retreating curse from its erstwhile guardian was hard, but the moment I did, it proved all too easy to subjugate the weakened curse. He spun on the spot and lashed out with a kick at the danger he felt at his back. It was an exchange of strength. Curse energy reinforced muscles against the raw inhuman strength of a special grade curse. He lost. He let out a laugh as the blow sent him through a wall, the force so great he tumbled and fought for balance before slamming into another. He allowed himself to lay in the debris of scattered bricks, wood, and dust before forcing himself to sit up as he stared at the hole he had just come from. The boy was a crafty one, he admitted with a smile, as he cracked his neck to the side and used a hand to massage it. Yuta had been stalling for time just as much as he had. His eyes continued to peer into the dust that had been thrown up as he waited, but nothing came to him and his smile shifted. The sound of an explosion on the other side of the wall let him know the fight was still ongoing. They had thought to isolate him and quickly kill the disaster curse, no doubt. He guessed for a child the boy must have thought that a smart plan. But you do not quickly kill a special grade curse spirit. Still, this was good. He was a match for the boy, even if close combat had never been his specialty. He had trained long and hard to defeat that particular weakness of Shikigami and curse manipulation users. The scars that littered his frame even with Shoko's help were proof of that. Yet he was not facing the boy solely. No amount of curse energy reinforcement would allow him to match the special grade curse physically blow for blow. That was why he had Jogo. Still, that was not enough. There was a reason why weapons were invented. He slipped his hand into his voluminous robes and pulled out a pair of eskrima sticks. They were made from deep brown wood with a tint of red streaks running through it and banded by gold. The cursed tool was a custom one gotten from the mad crafter, Juzo Kamiya. The eerie artificer claimed the eskrima sticks were broken remnants of a more famous staff. Yet considering how the man's madness and insanity moved like the tides, his words would always be as solid as the grains of sand on a beach. The only thing he could trust the man on was his fanatical craftsmanship, and glancing down at the pair of short sticks in his hands, it was one of the better crafted tools he had laid his eyes upon. Eskrima fighting was one of the many skills he had picked up on his travels and exploration around the world. His goal had been a twofold thing, recruiting people who shared his goals and, more importantly, learning. Japan might have the highest concentration of curses due to Master Tengen's barrier trapping a lot of cursed energy, but it was not always like that. Once upon a time, when men still hunted with stone spears, things used to be different, and the various surviving enclosures he visited highlighted that. Flexing his wrist and spinning the pair, he walked past the half-standing wall he had broken through and glimpsed the sight of Jogo fighting. Every special grade curse was a unique thing, with self-aware thoughts, dreams, and goals they wished to achieve. This made absorbing one a tricky thing. They always retained that sense of self, forever remaining autonomous in a way, which was both a strength and a glaring weakness. While he would always command their obedience, he did not command their loyalty, not yet at least. That was something he had to work for. A work that he had accomplished by satisfying Tamamonome's incarnate wishes, slaughtering the lineage of the emperor that wronged her, even if the bloodline was over 18 times removed from the original. What difference did it make that they were farther removed from the original monkey? Luckily for him, Tamamonome was of a mind with him. With any luck, she would hold Jiki down long enough for him to accomplish his goals here. As for killing the Gojo Scion. Jogo dodged under a sword slash and endured a two-handed hammer strike from Rika that cratered the ground and forced his feet to sink into the ground and up to his calves. The curse bared painted black teeth at the duo before two mini-volcanoes erupted from right beneath them. The duo made to disengage, but only one managed that feat, Yuta. Rika was gripped by her long outstretched arms, her momentum halted as the mini-volcano erupted with an explosion of force. Geto's narrow eyes widened as he observed the boy swiftly evade Jogo's attempt to grab his arm. At that moment, an opportunity presented itself, a clear opening to strike at Yuta's unguarded back. With his suppressed cursed energy, the boy remained focused on the battle ahead, ignorant of the more palpable danger behind him, as both he and his twisted lover exerted all their efforts to kill Jogo. His lips twisted into a cruel smile. So they had truly forgotten about his presence. The boy had drunk deep of his anger and hatred, and while it gave him some level of increased combat prowess, the trade-back was that it narrowed the vision to the enemy you could see. Now, what better way to remind them of his presence than to bash those black locks into the skull? Keeping his cursed energy expulsion at a minimum, he sprinted towards the boy, sliding along the ground. His footsteps were more silent than the sound of a leaf falling to the ground. His breath synchronized with the boy's own, his scent masked, for he was upwind. It was all summarized into a technique that roughly translated into the art of the wind. A gift that was forcibly taken from one of the enclosures that had rejected his advances and is pleased to learn their ways. A special grade sorcerer was not easily rejected. Blowing through the thick smoke that had been left in the wake of one of Jogo's attacks, he appeared behind the boy and swung with such force and speed that the boy would have had no option but to die. Yet all that careful planning, the effort he made to be as invincible and imperceptible as the wind was torn and thrown to the side like garbage due to sheer luck. The boy was still retreating and had his blade held in a horizontal stance to parry Jogo's attack and give space. That was what gave him a view of his back. His black eyes drifted to the clear steel blade and he saw Geto's swiftly approaching form. The both of them locked eyes at that exact moment through the clear steel blade, one eye held anger at a plan disrupted, and the other was filled with ample amounts of fear and surprise at being caught on the back foot. Still, he was not going to be denied, Geto decided as he continued the swing. Not by Jiki, not by Satoru, and not by the sheer luck Yuta possessed. If he was a younger man, he would have raged at the unfairness of everything. But age and experience had tempered his feelings and character. It was what allowed him to allow his anger to wash over him because, for a sorcerer, even luck was a skill. Yet not even a deity's possessed luck was going to be enough to stop him from murdering the boy and taking the second step on his journey to completing his goals. The boy pivoted, guard still up, and blocked the blow that should have turned his head into a crater of bones and mush. Yet Geto allowed a smile to form on his face, as the second stick slammed into the boy's side, breaking ribs with the force of the attack. Yuta roughly transitioned from a block to a slash aimed at splitting him from his waist to his neck, but he parried the blow with ease, his right hand lashing out again with the stick and sending the blow wide before his left hand whipped the other stick at the boy's face. His big black eyes widened as the blow caught him at the side of the head, the golden band around the stick catching the head at the right angle to crack his skull and pulp the eyes on that side of the face. Uchiha. He let the faraway scream of rage and the boy's own scream of pain wash over him as he felt his smile grow on his lips. He took no joy from the boy's pain, and killing the boy was simply a necessary objective to fulfill his dreams. No, he smiled because he could see a straight pathway to his goals. To finally rid the world of the useless weak monkeys that banded up against their superiors, dragging down sorcerers and bringing about their ruin by simultaneous hate for the unknown and ignorance. All he had to sacrifice was a single young sorcerer. The thought killed his smile as he lashed out once more, this time with a doubt overhead blow that the body shakily raised his katana to block. Blinded by pain and delirious by the crippling blows Geto had landed throughout their fight, the boy still tried his best to resist his incoming fate, and for that Geto respected him. He would make sure to bury him in a beautiful place. The double hammer blow from the two wooden batons swung down with domineering force. They hit the shaky katana with so much force that the reinforced steel blade shattered, and the pair of sticks continued their downward strike with barely a drop in force. The cursed tools were only a couple of centimeters from cratering the boy's head when a white gaunt and long-bodied figure darted out of the smoke and touched the boy's back. Yuta murmured. Cursed technique, copy. The pair of sticks froze. No, not frozen, halted. Their momentum was ripped away and discarded like. They stopped centimeters away from a single bloodshot, half-lidded black eye. Geto watched as the pupils slowly dilated. His own eyes widened as he forced down even more, refusing to accept. Yet the cursed tools barely managed to budge down an inch closer to the boy's head, and he felt ice flow down his spine as he was forced to accept, with a sobering realization, the technique the boy had manifested, even as flawed and incomplete as it was, infinity. Where was that fucking disaster curse? As the boy's eyes dilated further, Geto recognized the impending shift before the boy himself did. Yuta's lone eye reddened, snapping wide with dilated pupils, while his mouth slowly gaped, a strand of saliva trailing down, fixated on the edge. In an instant, that same murky gaze sharpened, his hand shooting up to seize a lone shard from the shattered blade midair. Black lightning crackled through his frame as he lashed out with the blade towards Geto's neck. The sum of his experience, instinct, and body moving at overdrive and in sync led him to tilt his neck to the side, escaping what would have been a fatal blow to his neck, and instead watching it sink into the point between his neck and his shoulders. At that moment, Geto felt real pain searing through him, a sensation he hadn't felt all day. He forced himself to strangle the scream that almost left his throat. Instead, his right hand instinctively released the baton it held, rushing to grasp at the wound. The ferocity of Yuta's strike, empowered by the black flash, had shattered his defenses, the blade sinking deep into his flesh. He could already feel the way his curse energy was reacting to the disrupting blow from the black flash. He wanted to curl up in pain and scream, but experience forced him to keep his eyes open as he saw the boy sink into the zone as he continued to move, unhindered by his broken body. Geto knew with every fiber of his being, if he stayed there he was going to die. The boy was still in that focused and unfocused state. He remembered seeing the look on Nanami's face when he made the record. Another black flash was coming. He could not survive another, so he barked out, ignoring the way blood left his mouth as he spoke. Ignoring the way the boy wound back his arm for a haymaker. Ignoring the way Rika lounged over the form of her lover and master. He allowed his eyes to drift down to his left hand that held the remaining baton and forced his cursed energy to come under control. Shoot, he ordered, and the baton vibrated momentarily in his grip. In a lightning-fast motion, it extended with tremendous force, slamming into the boy and serving as a fulcrum to propel Geto backward. The impact was so jarring that he tumbled and rolled upon hitting the ground, eventually coming to a rest face down, his hand still firmly pressed against his neck wound. He blinked blurry eyes, forcing them to remain open as he pressed his free hand to the ground before forcing himself to his feet. He glanced up at his opponent to see the cursed tool had done as he wished, giving him distance from the duo and smashing into the boy hard enough to send him to death's door. Rika had been forced to lay hunched over him protectively and he saw a blue-green glow coming from where the boy lay, while the cursed spirit muttered his name incessantly. That was why she had not followed him. A deceptively smart move on her part, or more likely she just decided to prioritize Yuta's recovery over killing him. Which was something he had gambled on when he decided to crater the boy's chest, for if she had aimed to kill him, she would have gotten to him before he even opened his eyes. His feet shook, and he struggled to keep his balance, while his vision tried its best to blur out completely. When his vision finally refocused, he could see Yuta's sternum pop out in a grotesque display from where it had collapsed in his chest. Reverse curse healing was a very intensive technique, yet the boy had the reserves to keep it going for long enough to get him back into full form. He made to laugh and coughed up blood again, his free hand snapped to his mouth. An instinctual move to stop any more blood loss but a wasted one. The boy should be dead. He had almost done it even. Now the tables were reversed and he was the one that was left bleeding out and dying, while the boy was getting healed. He refused to think about how the boy had managed to achieve both infinity and reverse curse healing. Instead, he tugged at a tether only he could feel. He still had a card to play, he decided as his lips spread wide, showing his blood-stained teeth. His eyes drifted up to where the tether led him to, and he saw his rebellious special grade peering down at him with its cycloptic eyes, and its black grin matching his blood-stained own. It sat at the top of one of the few buildings close by that had survived the brawl that was 2 special grade sorcerers and 2 special grade curses exchanging blows. He stared it down as it observed him, waiting for him to die and for it to see the result. Would it be free? Even Geto was not sure. What he was sure of was that he was not dead yet. Do it, he demanded and watched the smile drain out of the cursed spirit's face. It had thought he was oblivious to it, he realized as his own smile grew bigger just as the curse lost its own. He had realized it early. The curse was an old curse. Born and manifested as a special grade, it had never been truly challenged in its life till it met Jiki, and in the aftermath of that fight, it had grown. Do it. Now, he ordered as he forced himself to stand straighter. Yuta was already getting to his feet. He was not fully healed, but something in his voice must have alerted the boy because he struggled desperately to rise. But he was too late. They were all too late. Jogo's hands twisted as he formed it into a 2-handed seal, one that mimicked an enclosed trap, as he called out unwillingly with gritted teeth and an eye that stared death at Geto. Domain Expansion, Coffin of the Iron Mountain. Chapter 37, Chapter 37. The barrier started as a black dot in the sky, one that quickly spread out from its center point above the caster so fast it would have taken speed on another level to dodge it. Yuta was not fast enough, even if he could comprehend what was happening. The moment the barrier was completed, impermeable darkness descended on them all. A second later, he could feel the ground crack and break as something flowed through it, forcing open cracks where there were none. Then, just as suddenly as it disappeared, there was light once more, but there was nothing mundane about this particular light. He felt his skin wrinkle from the heat as his lips dried and cracked with the sudden rise of the background temperature. He looked at the rapidly cracking floor he stood on, as the cracks continued to grow and spread out further, revealing one of the many sources of light to be the magma that flowed through the earth. The molten stone flowing in the pathways formed from the cracks in the ground brought light to the enclosed domain. Their surroundings had changed drastically from the paved and tilled roads that could be found in the school to the depths of an active volcano. It took all Geto had to take a shuddering breath as he looked at the surroundings. A fully manifested domain was a beautiful thing for a sorcerer, even if it was formed by a malevolent cursed spirit. The act was titled as the pinnacle of sorcery for a reason, yet the lack of refinement in this particular domain was clear. Certain areas within the domain were devoid of the superheated, fissured ground that defined the curse's territory. These spaces resembled blank spots on a meticulously crafted painting, akin to gaps left by an inexperienced artist. Despite its rudimentary and unpolished nature, it remained a domain, a fully enclosed one, and the boy found himself ensnared within its confines. For the first time since Yuta had plunged a knife into the flesh between his neck and his shoulder, he let out a relieved breath. A shuddering one that racked his body even as he kept a hand clamped to his injury. He could feel his lifeblood flowing out of him, yet there was a defiant grin plastered on his face as he stared back at the confused duo. The heat was intense. Every breath he took in felt like it was trying to scorch his lungs. He should have been immune to the effects of the domain, but the rebellious special grade saw fit to deny him that. He sent a glance to the side, where the one-eyed curse stood and observed him. It had a small smile on its face, one he matched, forcing its smile to curdle like spoiled milk. He had expected the cursed spirit to pull off something, so this was in line with what he expected from bringing out a barely appeased special grade curse spirit. Instead of glaring at it like it was expecting, he focused on himself. His cursed energy flow was still erratic from the black flash-enhanced blow that buried the blade in his neck. The first step was to gain command over the rampaging and erratic cursed energy. Once done, he proceeded to reinforce his body with cursed energy, fortifying himself and mitigating the scorching effects. While most sorcerers would have perished upon entering the heart of the volcano-like domain the curse had established, he was no ordinary sorcerer. Strengthening his body was just the first step, a stopgap measure against the heat. If he wanted to be free of it completely, he needed something better, a more effective strategy. Taking advantage of the momentary reprieve provided by his reinforcement, he stood upright and carefully concealed the remaining half of the legendary Monkey King's shattered staff within the layers of his cloak. He closed his eyes as he brought up his free hand and forced it into the formation of a seal. As he uttered the incantation, his cursed energy surged forth from within him. It was mutable and erratic, spreading out to surround him and everything close to him. With the first stage done, he gave shape and structure to the formless and a defining boundary to the boundless with a single word, a solitary declaration. Simple domain. His cursed energy spread out in a circle around him, an area of sanity in the madness that was a domain expansion, and for the second time in many seconds, he was able to let out another breath. He opened his eyes slowly before sending a glance at the surprised form of the cursed spirit. He had not ordered it to release its domain expansion without having a counter to its debilitating effects. He sent a smirk at the curse before looking down at his simple domain. The domain of the weak. How he hated that title. Despite his disdain for it, he begrudgingly swallowed his hatred and reluctance. His own domain was an incomplete mess that was as much a danger to him as it would be to an opponent, and its presence here would force a tug-of-war that would serve to weaken Jogo's domain, freeing Yuta from its grasp. No, the simple domain was the best card he had to play here, even though he also knew it was simply a temporary stopgap measure. It gave him enough time to accomplish his goals. Finally, he could breathe without the fire in his lungs, and relax his cursed energy reinforcement without fearing his skin would be forced to melt off his muscles and frame. Geto's eyes drifted ahead to where the boy struggled for balance as he went down to a knee, while his confused black eyes roved to the sides of the enclosure, unable to comprehend where he was and seeking an escape route. A wasted effort, for there was no easy escape from a manifested domain. He had managed to heal his eyes, Geto noted, pumping more cursed energy than some sorcerers would gain from a binding vow. "How did you do it?" he questioned, his voice a raspy whisper, laced with the metallic taste of blood. The boy was too distracted to answer him. Yuta was pumping so much reinforcement into his body with the aid of the cursed spirit pressing its hand to his back, he was surprised the boy's frame held at all. He still marveled at what the boy had done. He copied Limitless, or at least its neutral form, Infinity. Geto was inclined to reject the idea on the spot. Infinity was an extremely complex technique. An innate one that only one other person had proven complete mastery over after multiple centuries, Satoru. But the brat had accomplished that feat, or at least some semblance of it. It would be forever flawed due to his lack of the six eyes, yet it was still a ridiculous act he had never expected from the boy. His eyes drifted to the still growling vengeful curse spirit behind the boy, and that was when he realized how the boy had done it. "You brute-forced it, didn't you?" he acknowledged with a laugh as he saw the boy's eyes finally focus on him with a hate-filled stare. However, he found himself unable to do anything other than glare at Geto, when it took all he had to simply live. This was the reason domain expansion was regarded as the pinnacle of sorcery. Its activation often spelled near certain death for most sorcerers. For a young and budding sorcerer like Yuta, witnessing it was akin to flipping a chessboard, nullifying the efforts of one's opponent. That was why it was so weak. You could not actually hack it without the six eyes, yet that is only a part of the equation. Brute forcing it is not enough. No, that could not be enough. He found himself theorizing like a schoolboy once more and found he didn't miss the sensation. He had no desire to hurry, not when he had already won. Satoru did say he loved the sound of his own voice. He had won. He might not be accomplished enough with RCT to heal his injury, but he knew enough to stem the bleeding and apply pressure. His continued consciousness proved that the strike had missed his arteries and veins. Left with the ability to seize what he desired at his whim, he spoke confidently. This would be the last lecture the boy would learn. A rough effort to draw in heat-scorched air drew his attention to the boy once more, so he continued his contemplation and teachings as he approached the pair. Curse energy is fueled by negative emotions, while techniques are fueled by curse energy. A peculiar system, but one that has been proven to work. Desperation and fear, the two major things that push a child into activating a technique. He got within arm's reach of them before he stopped. Rika's arm's reach, of course, not the boy's. Yuta's sword lay shattered, and it demanded all his strength just to stay upright, a feat made possible only with Rika's assistance. The only real danger to him here was the elongated arms the special grade curse wielded, so that was what he accounted for. The curse was the least affected by the innate state of the domain, shrugging off the immense heat of its black and white spotted back without even a hint of pain. The only thing holding it back from attacking him, however fruitless that act might be, was because it was contributing to the continued survival of its master, a twisted act of love. Certain it wasn't going to spring up on him anytime soon, he allowed himself to crouch, putting himself on the same eye level as the still kneeling boy. Yet not even that is enough to imitate a technique as complex as infinity, however flawed it is. No, the final piece of the puzzle lies in your blood, Yuta Okatsu. Blood calls to blood, you see. The resonance of your blood was what allowed you the feat, however intuitive it might have been. He had done his investigation on the boy, so he knew this for certain. What the hell are you talking about? The boy managed to force the question out of his parched throat, and that was when he realized the boy was as oblivious as the rest of the world, no doubt. The least he could do was enlighten him before he laid him to rest. He tilted his head and smiled as he looked at the boy before he spoke. Perhaps in another life and another time, you might have been born Yuta Gojo. With that parting statement, the boy's eyes widened as he made to speak. But before Yuta could let a word out, a crack rang out. His own eyes widened to match the boy's as the sound of the cracks increased. He forced himself to his feet, pivoting to face the new threat. He knew what had occurred. His rational part understood the near impossibility of the act and froze. But his reflexes were working in overdrive to counter this new variable. Who would be stupid enough to try and break into a domain from the outside? Unfortunately, he was renowned for numerous attributes, his expertise in jujitsu sorcery, his exceptional proficiency in utilizing his technique, cursed spirit manipulation, his remarkable combat abilities that outclassed many frontline jujitsu sorcerers, not to mention Shikigami and similar curse manipulators. However, one aspect he was not recognized for was speed. That was what brought about his downfall, for before he was able to turn fully, something broke through the already formed cracks in the barrier. It was a blur of brown that pierced him so fast that all he could do was freeze in place. Aborting his turn, his head automatically looked down at his chest. This simple lapse aimed to be his undoing, as before he could complete his turn, a blur of brown tore through the existing cracks in the barrier. The attack was so swift that all he could manage was to freeze in place, aborting his turn as his gaze instinctively dropped to his chest. Emerging from his blue monk robe was a spear made of living wood, pulsating and twisting as if it were expanding further, all the while drawing sustenance from his lifeblood. The pain was a distant thing as he stared with uncomprehending eyes. His eyes followed the protruding spear of wood and realized it stopped centimeters away from the boy's wide eyes. Rika had used her other hand to halt its momentum, sparing the boy a quick death. His eyes drifted once more as he forced his head to tilt behind him. My fucking luck, Geto muttered with a laugh as he saw the person that had deemed it fit to rid him of what he could tell was half of his heart and, judging from the difficult breath he just took, one of his lungs. Although describing the nearly 7-foot-tall creature with its black and white tribal stripes, a kabuki mask-like visage, and 2 tree stalks protruding from its head as a person was quite a stretch. Even from a distance, he could make out the creature's bared teeth, and despite the surprise attack, he found it difficult to harbor hatred towards the curse. The monstrous being, born from humanity's deepest fears and adorned in white and black stripes, may not have been human, yet it seemed to exhibit emotions akin to a human. He remembered what he did to earn its ire. He was up in the sky, reaching such heights that he was invisible to any observers below. His cursed energy was masked by the disruptive cursed energy radiating from the 6-winged, 3-eyed, scaled bird that bore him through the skies. It was one of those weirdly abnormal cursed spirits. Not powerful enough to be rated as a special grade, yet either bearing a unique intellect or, in this case, an ability that elevated it from being more than a simple curse. The bird's ability boiled down to the way it used its cursed energy and its more specific properties. A disruptive field of cursed energy that rendered it nearly invisible and impossible to track, yet he knew the only reason he had dared stay this long and avoided Satoru's gaze was because the other man was not looking for him specifically at that moment. If he was, not even the disruptive properties of the bird's cursed energy would have saved him from those eerie blue eyes. Satoru had come to make war, and it showed in the way he appeared without even bothering to keep up the facade of dampening his perception by covering his eyes. Yet the white-haired Gojo was late. No doubt having to answer to the council of old men with nothing but fear and desperation in their bones. Sometimes he wondered why it took him so long to realize, but he was digressing. He had acquired her mere minutes before. His singular objective revolved around retrieving and assimilating Joragumo. Any doubts regarding whether and how he could have achieved those goals were disregarded at that moment. Instead, he had gotten there the moment Jiki summoned his Susanoo. The technique was an aptly named one, the tempestuous god of valor. He remembered the first time the young boy had manifested what had been a collarbone and a rib cage. That was over 5 years ago, and it seemed like the little monster had grown in that time. It had only been active for a mere few seconds, yet those fleeting moments had drastically altered the landscape of the region. The Susanoo had ravaged the forests, decimated mountains, and shattered his roughly cobbled-together plans. Joragumo had been sealed with barely any effort, and that should have been the end. He should have flown off at the realization his plans had failed, but he didn't. He was not exactly certain of what held him back. Curiosity or perhaps a fondness for the boy made him stay back. He stood witness to the ensuing battle between Jiki and the volcano-headed special-grade cursed spirit. Despite the temptation to intervene, he restrained himself. The impulse to unleash the full force of his curses and might upon the cowardly curse had tugged at him, yet he exercised restraint. Jiki was doing well against the curse despite coming out of multiple battles, and he was holding off the curse with ease, so instead, Geto withheld his unnecessary assistance and directed his attention towards the second special-grade curse. He had been waiting and observing the fight, and more importantly, the second curse. It had held back, focusing more on watching the fight out of some twisted belief in chivalry, perhaps. He did not particularly care for its reason. What he did care for was its act, and it had held back. So Geto did as well. Satoru's appearance and Jiki's copying of the curse technique were surprising additions to an already tense battlefield. So when Satoru lashed out with a red, he was not surprised by the result. The battle ended the moment Satoru appeared. What he was surprised by was Jiki and Satoru freezing on the spot. Yet even then, they didn't need his help to recover from whatever the second curse spirit had done. Instead, he turned his focus and attention to the two curses. One alive and one half dead. Jiki had taken his pound of flesh from the volcano head, and even with the ridiculous speed at which they recovered from injuries, it took everything it had to heal itself, and even then, those efforts were slowing down. So Geto saw and recognized the opportunity for what it was. One that had him nearly tear his lips from the smile that blossomed on his face. Ambushing the duo from there had been easy. He simply had to make his cursed bird enter a full dive. A dive that ended with them smashing the over 7-foot curse into the earth. It took little effort to wrest control over the weakened curse as he subsumed it and took off with his prize before the other curse could recover. Seizing the moment, Geto launched an ambush on the duo with deceptive ease. He commanded his mount to plunge into a full dive, sending the full weight and momentum of the bird slamming into the over 7-foot curse with a brutal impact that buried it into the earth. It took little effort to rip the broken and badly wounded volcano head curse out of the buried one's hand and take off with his prize before the other curse could recover. His last memory of it was a piercing screech, a scream that conveyed profound loss and agony, transforming into seething hatred. Amidst the indecipherable sound, a solitary name echoed in his mind, Jogo. And for a second, he was forced to turn back in surprise at the emotion, so very human-like and beyond what he had expected of a curse, even a special grade one. Loyalty and fondness. However, it had merely been a fleeting memory, something he had dismissed as trivial. He had made off with his prize, he did not need to worry. Till now, that is. He had secured his reward and saw no reason for concern. That is, until now. A sudden fit of coughing racked his body, blood staining his lips as his vision began to fade. The once stable domain crumbled around him, the sound of shattering glass reverberating as cracks raced across its surface, signaling its imminent collapse. The spike in his chest retreated with a jerking motion that nearly toppled him, yet he managed to steady himself with a semblance of poise and composure. His phone rang that same moment, and a smile spread along his face. That was the signal. The time Miguel had bought him was up then. He lifted his head to gaze at the perplexed pair of Yuta and Rika, offering them a smile. "It's time for you to run," he remarked calmly, despite the blood seeping from both his mouth and the gaping wound in his chest, paying no heed to the gurgling sound in his voice. He had lost and he was going to die here. The thought of it was as freeing as it was pathetic. All his struggles and the betrayal of his friends and people who had been as close as family, all for nothing due to a spiteful curse, yet he would not be forced to live under the same sky as those accursed monkeys. Satoru should be on his way. Hide and wait for him. He finished and forced his half-dead body to move, pivoting to face the other spirit even as his vision dimmed and black spots encroached. A few meters away, he observed a mysterious figure standing behind the curse. It seemed the curse had enlisted an ally, someone with enough expertise in barriers to circumvent his own without detection. While a formidable foe, he found himself indifferent to this development. His focus remained fixed on the white and black cursed spirit before him, a macabre grin splitting his lips as he caught the fading sound of Yuta's footsteps retreating. Good. The boy was gone, which allowed him to act on his last breath. The cursed spirit was not the only one with a taste for spite. He stretched out his hands to where his still-alive senses pointed at Jogo and willed the curse to him. The manipulation of cursed spirits transcended mere control, it embodied a literal interpretation of the term. It involved the ability to shape and distort the very core of a curse, molding them into grotesque abominations or refining their essence into a more manageable power. He barely had the cursed energy for this, but his impending demise made such risks inconsequential. The agonizing cries of torment from Jogo soothed his soul as he transformed the curse into its purest form. He tore away its will and intellect, leaving behind a stripped-down essence, before finally enclosing it within his hands. An orb of molten gold materialized, a manifestation of the unadulterated essence of a special-grade curse. Forcing the orb down his throat, disregarding the bitter taste of the curse, he clenched his fists together and summoned every ounce of his remaining strength into the technique, even drawing from the dwindling well of his life force. The act forged a binding vow that saw him go past his limits. With unwavering determination, he condensed the power, narrowing the range and size of the impending cataclysmic blast. The boy remained in close proximity, alongside the puppet and Inamaki, adding to the complexity of the situation. He refused to make them collateral damage in his final act of defiance, his last-ditch effort to be spiteful. His deranged smile shifted to a somber expression as he whispered his last words with his dying breath. Supreme Art, Meteor. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a searing wave of intense heat enveloping him from above. Chapter 38. Jiki thought about it for a short moment as he wrapped up his hair before bundling it into a bun. "I'll be fine," he finally replied the man. "But the Zenins?" The older man started. He had almost forgotten about that. Intel said the Zenins were still angry about losing their vessel, and blamed him for it. That he actually killed it, was just a flimsy justification for them to come at him finally. He wouldn't put it above them to sneak in an attack while he was preoccupied with the special grade. Fine, a staggered patrol 300 meters away. That should allow you to catch any of the hay that try to slip through, while also putting you out of range of the fight. The ruffle of clothes behind indicated the man's agreement as he and his squad spread out, allowing Jiki to focus on the threat before him. He sent his eyes roving among the plethora of different shapes and curses that surround him, categorizing their forms and their grades before letting his eyes fall back to the special grade curse. She had been silent, allowing his conversation with a level of curtsy he didn't expect from a cursed spirit. He stood bare meters away from her, and they had a tense stare down with each other. Black Tomo in a sea of red against 4 pitch-black orbs. It was still not common knowledge of how his genjutsu worked. There were some vague allusions to the fact that it needed eye contact, but they were barely spoken of in public. No, knowledge of his genjutsu, even though it was not something he made any real effort at keeping it secret, had not spread far and wide yet, and if he was to guess, it was the clan's hand at work. Regardless, even if it had somehow slipped the tight information net that the clan was weaving around him, he doubted this particular curse would have cared. So like always, it came to him easy, his first true love and the first technique he ever sought to learn. What did it say about him that he sought so hard to create a reality of his own making, for in the end, that was the goal of genjutsu users. Her unguarded stare at him gave him the window to send in his cursed energy through her eyes. Infiltrating her cursed energy was the easy part. Sinking his genjutsu packet into her frame and letting it take root was where he met his first real challenge. There was a simple reason why special grades were so easy to spot: you only needed to be in the presence of one to know what you were facing. To know that if you were anything less than what they were, you were going to die, and there were hardly any exceptions. A special grade curse had an enormous amount of cursed energy, their very beings held a different level of metaphysical weight which showed in the sheer volume they were able to output. This turned them into a font of negative cursed energy that was fueled by whatever fear created them. His genjutsu struggled all the way to find an actual hold in her immense and unstable flow of cursed energy. Not even his experience and prodigious talent made it easy. After all, this was his first time trying to trap something of this power in a genjutsu. But before he was Gojo Jiki, he was Uchiha Itachi, and the blurring of reality and illusion was his domain. Little by little he made progress, and his cursed energy took root, spreading themselves into the curse until the curse did the most shocking thing. She tilted her head to the side, and even with her hands covering her lower face, Jiki could almost feel her smile spread even further along her segmented jaws. As an intense sense of curiosity and amusement emanated from her form, before in a quick flare of cursed energy, she washed the genjutsu packet out of her system, forcing Jiki to blink. I have not seen a technique like that in centuries. The words almost forced him to blink again, but he had enough control of his body to kill its instinctive desire to express shock and surprise. Instead, he stared at her back with the slowly dawning realization that Tamamono Mei was an old curse, not just an old curse but an old imaginary vengeful cursed spirit. A category of cursed spirits that were more fluid than any other. Their abilities were fueled by the stories and legends that crafted their forms before their cursed energy sprang out of that font to puppeteer the body. However, that was not the biggest problem for, in the end, it was just a curse, one that had been chained and shackled by Geto's power. At least that was what he assumed, the rational conclusion he had come to as a result of observing Geto's technique. The rogue special grade was not the first person to be born with an innate technique that allowed its user to control curses. That was what he thought at least. He thought wrong, and the first sign should have been the fact that Geto had been able to take control of a special grade curse, while also leaving it sapient, instead of simply sentient like other curses in his arsenal. No, it had agency, even in its subservience to Geto. It possessed the capacity of a thinking being to act, and that particular detail was what truly made it different from any other arbitrary curse. An imaginary vengeful curse with the knowledge of centuries backing it and a sapient thought process to make use of it. It was almost like facing Joragumo once again, he realized with a smile as he tilted his head to match hers. Her presence had upped his evaluation of Geto's curse technique while also reinforcing his earlier complaints of the simpleness of regular curses. Geto had been given the special grade rating at 18 because of the sheer scale at which he could operate. The extent of his ability to absorb and control lesser grades had shown no upper limit. That had been enough to qualify him for a special grade, due to the sheer quantity and variety he could bring to bear in a fight. They were not aware of the quality he could bring, now Jiki was. He could see Geto taking control of every special grade curse, and he forced himself to halt the tangent he was going on. He had neither the time nor the opportunity to worry about Geto. Instead, he returned focus to the curse, and with the knowledge of her sapience, he asked a question. Why have you not attacked? Even in the quagmire of his thoughts, he had never lost focus or sight of what was happening around him, always on some level primed to respond if the curse attacked, yet she had remained still. Her continued silence might as well have been a statement of guilt because Jiki came to a simple conclusion. You're not here to kill me, are you? He trailed off as the curse tilted his head at him in a bow. Just to tie me down, long enough. Fair enough. It was an obvious tactic, one that he had indulged in multiple times. The only difference was that he was not going to waste time here. He assessed the distance she maintained and the heavy robes worn by the vengeful curse. This immediately ruled out close combat from her repertoire, which instantly made it his chosen approach. With a flex of his muscles, he launched himself at her. Ignoring the niggling feeling at the back of his mind that reminded him that Joragumo didn't seem like a close combat type either. Joragumo was different. Tamamono Mei watched him as he got closer, her 4 pitch black eyes tracking his movements, yet unlike Joragumo, she made no effort to force him to keep his distance, and for a second he felt doubt. Doubts he analyzed, and discarded before the next second. When Tamamonome finally moved, it was to slowly bring out an instrument from her voluminous robes. One that was decidedly too big to fit in there, so it was definitely formed from her cursed energy and she was simply playing up on the theatrics expected from one of her myth. A koto, the courtesan. What weapon does a musical equipment use? It was that realization that determined his next move. It suddenly made sense why she had allowed him to draw close. She held the koto with a gentle, loving grip as 4 other pale hands slipped out of her robes to cradle it. 2 hands supported the instrument while another pressed down on the strings, unleashing an explosive force of combined sound and energy toward him. The explosion radiated outward from her, obliterating the ground in front of him before finally hitting him like an invincible blow, slamming into him, throwing him back. He skidded along the ground, hands pressed to his ears. Reinforcing his ears with cursed energy just in time saved him from ruptured eardrums, which would have destroyed his balance and turned him into a bumbling mess. He knew this well, having inflicted it on enough people to recognize the effect. His lower stance and ability to anchor his cursed energy to the ground were the only reasons he didn't go head over heels, though his body still bore the brunt of the blow. He stared back at her the moment he came to a stop, shaking off the effect of the technique. Unfortunately for him, she refused to mention the name of the technique to give him an idea of what he faced, but he could extrapolate enough. Yamamoto no Mae Incarnate had multiple origins and stories that contributed to her formation. Her history was as varied as the people who told it and spread it wide, which should theoretically morph her very being. The most common and popular tale was of a courtesan who served an emperor, only to be ordered killed when she refused his advances. His eyes moved along her form again, noting that her kimono closely resembled those worn by courtesans he had seen in his past life. It was nearly identical to the attire of an oiran, the highest rank a courtesan could achieve. His gaze drifted down to the koto she held in her hands. The wood appeared aged, yet the strings gleamed with a luster that bespoke newness. The dichotomy only reinforced his belief that it was formed from her cursed energy. He straightened himself to his full height once more and tilted his head to the side, preparing to dodge her sound waves and then eliminate her, a seemingly straightforward task, especially given her passive demeanor. He began to walk and circle her, gradually increasing his pace with each rotation. Despite this, she didn't need to turn around to keep him in her sight. The upper pair of eyes on her face shifted along the sides, holding just above each of her ears in a grotesque display of the malleable flesh curses wielded, ensuring she always had him in her view. She observed and waited patiently, displaying her strength, so he decided to change tactics. With a flex of his cursed energy, the previously docile and subservient curses that had served as both her honor guard and his cage sprung into action. Cracks appeared on the asphalt beneath their cloven feet as they thundered forward, screeches and howls erupting from twisted vocal cords and contorted lips as the curses descended into madness. A cacophony of different shapes and forms charged toward them. Yet, he remained untouched, for he was not their target. Instead, their diverse forms surged past him, and a relentless tide of putrid flesh, tattered furs, and molted scales converged on Tamamonome. For the first time, she lost her seemingly bored and curious look, her 4 eyes widening in disbelief. The obsidian orb scanned over the frenzied creatures, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. The moment her gaze shifted from him, he vanished into the chaos of the raging horde. Genjutsu was his craft, honed to perfection, and he had woven triggers into every surrounding curse the moment he glanced over them. They had proven surprisingly compliant in the presence of the special grade, and succumbed easily, making his task far simpler than anticipated. Now what would she do? She tightened her grip on the koto as she came to a decision. Her third and fourth hands striking the strings viciously. Within a foot of her, everything erupted in a visceral shower of blue-purple blood, torn limbs, and twisted organs, all reduced to nothingness in an instant. This was the power of a special grade, a devastating, omnidirectional attack. A single note of pure hatred that had turned cursed flesh inside out in a detonation that scattered remnants of their putrid forms in all directions, while the attack continued to spread. In a radius of 300 meters, devastation reigned supreme. Everything was torn asunder and obliterated, his former minions and curses reduced to mere fragments of flesh and a mosaic of multicolored blood. The ground around her had dissolved into a crater of utter emptiness, leaving only the solitary structure where she stood, a stark testament to the destructive power she could bring to bear when she was not just trying to stall him. She set her 4 eyes to scour through the debris she had created, searching for the boy with white hair and the most striking scarlet eyes. Yet, when they found nothing, for the first time in centuries, she felt a stirring within her, a sensation she could only define as sadness. Words flowed into her ears, and her eyes widened in surprise. She snapped her head up to where the voice was coming from and saw a figure directly above her, illuminated by the moonlight, his silhouette stark against the night sky. His hands formed a strange sign, cursed energy primed for release. He had jumped. Cursed technique, fire style, great flame annihilation. Then all she felt was pain as the fire consumed her. He landed gently on his sandaled feet, the soft clack of wood against scorched earth echoing in the desolate surroundings. The ground was seared and cracked for meters around, the air heavy with heat and parched dryness. Nothing could have survived such devastation, and it showed from the crater he landed in, a vast chasm that mirrored the first one Tamamonome had created, only deeper by meters. He could see the destroyed pipes deep beneath the earth, cables and pipes that carried water and electricity. The Great Fire Annihilation stood as the pinnacle of fire-style techniques, the supreme technique that laid all to rest. Or so everyone believed until he awakened his Sharingan and let a gaze akin to that of a goddess sweep over the earth. However, Amaterasu remained a unique ability possessed solely by him and later on, his brother, leaving the Great Fire Annihilation as the true pinnacle of fire style for any other individual. Taking a deep breath, he ignored the oppressive heat and dryness of the air, his half-lidded eyes peering beneath as he extended his senses in the same motion. His senses stretched out for miles, honed to a degree that rivaled even the most skilled sensorines from his past life. In this world without any true specialization, he once again found himself standing above most others. Yet, despite his heightened perception, he found nothing. Absolutely nothing had survived the fires, not even the black-furred curse spirit bearing the form of a hound that he had tamed, and most importantly, not Tamamonome. He finally sensed something at the edge of his awareness and raised his eyes to it, his body poised for violence. Yet, to his surprise, it was just a crow, the same one he had seen hours ago. With that realization, he knew his task here was done. He had dealt with the major threats, leaving only the cleanup for the other sorcerers. Expanding his awareness further, he caught sight of Satoru effortlessly dispatching the black-clad men with a display of taijutsu prowess the men likely hadn't anticipated. The sight almost brought a smile to his lips. Yet, Satoru was not done, while Jiki had managed to get rid of his opponent faster, which meant he was free to go after Geto now, and that thought soured his mood. With a flex of his knees, he leaped, sailing gracefully over the edge of the crater before landing softly and resuming his stride. He wasn't particularly keen on walking the entire distance, thankfully he could sense Ajichi's presence, along with the dispatched Gojos, mere meters away. Surely one of them would have a suitable transportation method. Crack. He froze, then turned back slowly to witness a red meaty hovering cocoon that had materialized out of thin air, a presence that had not existed mere seconds ago. Crack. The cocoon pulsed with life, veins, and arteries moving under their own power, its movements resembling the rhythmic pumping of blood and power into whatever lay within. Crack. Allowing himself a slow blink, he observed the pulsating form before a name popped into his mind, accursed womb. The cocoon suddenly froze, mirroring his own motion, then exploded with a burst of force, sending fleshy chunks flying in all directions. Jiki swiftly lashed out with a backhanded slap, deflecting a piece hurtling toward his face and sending it away into a nearby building. Emerging from the blood, viscera, and mist, a woman stepped forward, only identifiable as Tamamonome by the four eyes peering down at him amidst strands of oily black hair. She was clad in another set of robes, a blood-red hakama from her waist down, and a white kosode splattered with blood. The garment of a shrine maiden. The shrine maiden, the second tale of Tamamonome and closely linked to the courtesans. They both shared the tragic fate of dying at the hands of an obsessed emperor who desired them for himself. However, in this rendition, the emperor was said to have been struck down by Amaterasu herself for daring to lust after one of her Mikos. Once again accused of killing the emperor, the shrine maiden was forced to flee, only to be captured and killed days later. He sighed, realization dawning on him as he saw the trap Geto had laid. If there were three tales that shaped her existence, then as an imaginary vengeful curse, she manifested as those three curses, meaning she had truly perished in her first incarnation. There was no mistaking it, this was simply the manifestation of the second tale that brought her into being. Which meant he would have to exorcise her 3 times to rid himself of her permanently. He was almost tempted to end it all at once, seal her with the Tatsuka blade and put an end to this charade in a single stroke. Kiki. Yet, he could almost hear Joragumo's sinister laughter at the edge of his awareness. Despite being confined within the sake bottle, she refused to sink into the oblivion the seal offered and instead remained aware of the going-ons in his vicinity. He couldn't afford to risk even the slightest opening of the cage without first trapping the millennia-old malevolent curse spirit in a binding vow. This meant he would have to go through this ordeal all over again. With another sigh, he released a breath, regretting not accepting his clan members' offer. They would have served as good distractions, at least, and with any luck, might have slain one of her forms. As she took another step out of her grotesque womb, Jiki let out a final, resigned sigh, shrugging the tension out of his shoulders. Well played, Geto. Chapter 39. Reinforcement was a good substitute for when an attack could not be dodged, but a reinforced body was not an invincible one, that ability lay solely in the hands of infinity. The sound of footsteps on blood forced him to shift his attention back to Tamamo. Her new form walked leisurely towards him, and to his shame, he noticed how well-shaped she was. The figure she wore drew closely from her tails as a Miko, and he had never heard of one of the goddesses chosen being unappealing. Her long hair trailed down her face, and set in her porcelain-like skin, sat 4 orbs that gazed at him through the curtain of hair that hung around her face. She continued her walk towards him, the only sound in the vicinity the splatter of her feet against the blood. That was the first sign that this incarnation of the cursed spirit was a different sort from her first. The second sign was when she appeared in front of him a second later, lashing out with a blow he deflected instantaneously. The second strike was an open palm that would have caved in his chest, but he slapped down on her hand, noting the effort it took to send the attack awry. She lashed out with a kick towards his groin, and he checked it with his inner thigh, ignoring the way her skin slipped out of the slit in her red dress. For those few seconds, they stood eye to eye, right before she slammed her head into his in a vicious headbutt. But he was already moving back, having seen it coming and robbing the strike of the majority of its power. So, when he immediately whipped his head back towards her, it must have come as a shock that he was able to counter so quickly, and the sound of cartilage breaking rang out in the otherwise quiet street. She stumbled back, before raising her head up to stare at him once more. Her nose was a broken thing, pulped and disfigured, but even as he looked at it, he could see it popping back into place, bones realigning, and cartilage healing. He could already tell this incarnation was going to be a headache, as he felt warm blood leak from a gash at his eyebrow, idly noting the amount of blood that he bled was too much for the minuscule injury he had taken. First blood went to her, but his counter had been more devastating. If she were human, at least, and he once again found himself missing the fragility of human opponents. This new incarnation had all the viciousness the previous one seemed to lack, the opposite of its past incarnation's passivity. He was forced to remind himself that while this current incarnation was said to have been a Miko, Mikas were not just simply shrine maidens. Their roles lay in more than just cleaning up the shrines of the gods, or the sacred dances that had been passed down from bloodline to bloodline and centuries to buffet them. A long time ago, shrine maidens were more known as fighters of the supernatural, the bane of demons, and the chosen ones of Amaterasu. But most importantly, they were the first exorcists of supposed ghosts and the cursed creatures that birthed the rumors of ghosts. So perhaps he should not have been surprised at her skill in combat. No, what really drew his attention was the cursed spirit bouncing on the toes of her feet once, twice before disappearing in a blur, and he smiled in response, then lashed out with an elbow strike to the right in the same instant she appeared, caving in her jawbone and sending her spiraling. If Tamamonome thought she would beat him in a pure close combat altercation, he disabused her of that notion in seconds. His feet slid across the ground smoothly as the special grade curse fought to recover her balance. The moment she did, he was already in front of her and lashed out with a quick 1-2 combo that hit her sides and the other part of her jaw. He ducked underneath her wild flailing and grabbed hold of her arm. 2 quick strikes to the wrist and elbow turned the appendage into a useless heavyweight, suitable only as a paperweight, before he Dempsey rolled out of her other wide strike, slotting another blow into her mid-side. Whatever Tamamonome was, a centuries-old curse, a shrine maiden of Amaterasu herself, or a folk tale spread far and wide to scare courtesans into demurring, she was not Joragumo. Even as she recovered and entered some ancient martial arts stance, he matched her blow for blow. He would never have tried this with any other century-old special grade, that would have been a death sentence. But Tamamonome seemed to be on the weaker spectrum when it came to raw physicality. Which made him wonder, where did her power lie? His pinpoint blows destroyed her defense and sent her reeling with every strike. The final one, an enhanced blow, obliterated her torso and sent her careening into a storefront, shattering what survived of the glass door and steel frame, before disappearing into the darkness of the store. The brief pause in combat allowed him to assess his state of being once more. He was still running at optimal levels, the only intensive technique he had used was the Great Flame Annihilation, twice. That left him at what he estimated to be 70% of his cursed energy reserves, even with his ability to optimize cursed energy usage. Once more, he cursed his average-sized reserves, which forced him to focus on finesse more than brute force, a failing that had plagued him in both lives. If he was going to face Geto after this, then he would need to be at his best. That was why he had not activated any of the techniques that came with his eyes. The stinging of the multiple lacerations caused by the courtesan drew his attention once more. They had stopped bleeding. Even the thin cut across his forehead had stopped. While he still lacked the ability to heal via reverse curse technique, his body was still far from mundane humanity. These were the thoughts running through his mind as he walked slowly toward the store that Tamamonome had disappeared into. She must have been recouping her losses and spending an extensive amount of cursed energy to heal herself. While cursed spirits, especially special grades, had a ridiculous advantage in regeneration, it was bolstered and fed by cursed energy. Only the immense amount they could bring to bear saved them from blows that would have rendered any other curse to nothing. Yet Jiki was not bothered. Every injury she healed would result in a weaker version of her, and if what she had shown was all she had to offer, then it was only a matter of time until he finished what he had started. Death by 1,000 blows. Meters away from the storefront, his eyes finally pierced the veil of darkness the curse had chosen to hide in, and the darkness stared back at him with 2 red malevolent eyes, a shade of hate to match his own apathy. This time he almost didn't see it. It felt like he blinked, but he knew he hadn't. One moment he was staring at a pair of red eyes nestled in the darkness of the storefront, the next he could feel a slight weight on his shoulders, and his eyes were locked in with that same pair of red She had changed again, he noted without any real fear, even though she lay perched on his shoulder. Her feet were digitigrade, and the claws on them sunk deep into his shoulders. As she tilted her head down at him, he could see the feline-like ears that poked from the top of her head as he raised his to stare up at her. The kitsune. The sight of those ears nearly broke his mask of apathy. He had hoped it would be impossible for her to take this particular form, yet like all things, the world showed him once more that hope was a lie. He could feel his eyes shift instinctively from their three-tomo state, his body sensing the danger far faster than his mind. His nerves snapped, burning and going into overdrive as the three black dots melded and morphed into something else, heedless of the rapid drain in his cursed energy. The words were on his lips before he knew he was saying them, and this time it was the special grade curse that widened its eyes in surprise. Amaterasu. The next moment, she disappeared and was standing meters away from him once more, standing upon the broken and wrecked corpse of a car. This time he blinked. The motion served two purposes, to both automatically deactivate the still-forming technique, quenching the unending flames before they could form, and to express his surprise. She had moved again, faster than he could see or anticipate. And that was the issue. His eyes saw all. Even movements so fast that his body could hardly respond to were movements he still saw, yet she had moved twice and he had not seen her do either. His analytical mind spun as he tried to make sense of it. It was movement, not simple teleportation. Black and scarlet eyes picked up the little divots in the ground that came from her high-speed movements. His brain churned and calculated the trajectory she would have followed if she had jumped, and it proved his assumption correct. So how? Then it came to him. He almost let out a laugh as the realization bloomed. "You figured it out?" she asked, her voice managing to be even silkier than the courtesan's and still holding some measure of feral power as she took him in with slit eyes that raked his form. Her features were more chiseled, eyes slanted and cheekbones pronounced. In this form, she looked more human than curse. Her voice had lost the demure tone that the courtesan held, forgoing the courtesy and submissiveness of the courtesan, discarding even the uncanny and eerie ways of the corrupted shrine maiden. Instead, it had shifted into something more, noble laced with a hiss. Her body was clad in an even greater embroidered robe, a red and gold kimono, the cloth looking as if it were spun of raw gold, and bathed with pure blood glistened in the moonlight. But he recognized it now that he was aware of it. Even as the single red tail swayed rhythmically at her back, her eyes raked his form as she continued, "He always said you were a special little creature. Looking at you now with those carefully guarded features and those eyes that constantly move and scheme, you would have fit so well with the sorcerers of the past, not these atrophied remains of greatness." He ignored the praise, instead flexing his cursed energy and washing away the imperceptible hold she had on him. Genjutsu, or more specifically illusions. That was how she moved so fast. Her mastery of genjutsu was so sublime that it slipped through the cracks of his defense and latched onto him like a parasite. It twisted his sense of time at a minuscule level, but that was enough to steal bare moments, which made every movement she made seem like teleportation. Illusions, he noted, and she smiled in response, losing the empress's bearing she had looked upon him with. Her smile was feral, all teeth. He should have known. He had never faced any real genjutsu since he woke up here 12 years ago. The closest approximation was the white-skinned special grade, and compared to what Tamamonome had shown, he was a sledgehammer to her scalpel. Unlike in his past life, the nine-tailed fox was not simply a being of immense chakra and power. Here, it was a different thing, one of trickery and subtlety. Yet even in both lives, the nine-tailed fox had never been an easy opponent. Another tale spoke of a kitsune that had rebelled against the heavens before finally being made to see the error of her ways. A nine-tailed fox, yet when he looked upon her form, he could see only a single tail. "Where are your other 8? He asked conversationally as she continued to stare at him, her smile growing wider as she moved to respond. "I cut them off." He held off the desire to blink in shock at the response, yet her smile widened once more, somehow knowing he was surprised even if his face remained an apathetic mask of nothing. And from that act came enlightenment. From that weakening came strength, and from that strength. Her eyes and voice trailed off, seemingly looking to the past before continuing, freedom. Her eyes regained their focus as she snapped her right hand wide to the side. From the voluminous kimono, a mirror manifested. Maximum technique, ethereal reflection, nine-tailed mirage. As the mirror materialized, there was a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The air crackled with static energy, as the mirror casted an eerie glow that seemed to draw the attention of the entire world. For a brief moment, the mirror remained motionless, a pristine surface reflecting the surrounding darkness. Then, with a ripple like a stone disturbing a still pond, something pressed against it from the other side. Slowly, almost tantalizingly, a hand emerged, breaking through the barrier between reality and illusion. With a fluid motion, the figure pulled itself through the mirror, revealing its identity as none other than Tamamonome. Each movement seemed to carry a weight of centuries, a presence both ethereal and unsettling as she stepped into the realm of the living. Another incarnation of her emerged, clad in a sleek black kimono, her expression dripping with danger and intent. The mirror's surface undulated once more, as if caught in the throes of a restless dream, and the scene repeated itself, a new Tamamonome stepping forth from the abyss of the mirror, drawing her first breath in this realm. It happened again and again and again, and when it was completed, Jiki was surrounded by 9 different women, including the original Tamamonome. They all bore similar features with little differences. The first one that stepped out of the mirror had a pair of striking blue eyes. The third one that slipped out of the mirror had rounder eyes, something you'd expect from a foreigner, and she held a red paper umbrella. Yet for all their striking differences in looks, postures, dress, and character, they all shared one thing in common, a tail. A red bushy foxtail that slipped out of their kimonos and weaved behind them. Jiki took a step back for the first time as he assessed the new incarnation of Tamamonome and the many figures she had brought to their chessboard. He peered at them once more, focused on the cursed energy that pumped through their forms, and realized something intriguing. They were illusions. The 8 extra women that had appeared from the mirror and surrounded him were not real. So, despite what his instincts screamed at him, he trusted his eyes and ignored the new variables that had been brought to bear. Instead, he focused those same eyes on the original Tamamonome, staring her down and calculating the most optimal way to exorcise the special grade curse. This had to be her last incarnation. There were only 3 stories that birthed the imaginary vengeful spirit, the courtesan, the shrine maiden, and the kitsune. Some said they were all facets of the same story in person. It was that belief the imaginary vengeful curse latched onto. Staring at her once more, he noted something different, and it was only thanks to the increased perception and memory that came with his eyes. Her smile had increased, a little thing, the edges rising slightly, revealing fangs. His eyes narrowed as a kick to the side of his face sent him flying, bouncing on the ground before reorienting himself midair and landing on his feet. His eyes wide, he stared at the illusion that had kicked him, her dainty leg still outstretched as she slowly lowered it and smiled at him. He had seen her coming and ignored it, assuming it was a ploy, a distraction that would have caused him to ignore something the original was doing, yet. His hand trailed to the side of his face, feeling the split on his lips. The sensation of her shin against his face had been unmistakably real. Had she just fooled his Mangekyo Sharingan? Sensing another one running towards him from behind, he waited, then pivoted at the last second, lashing out with a palm strike at her throat. He watched as the illusion's eyes widened in surprise before passing through him, rendering both her blow and his strike void. It had been a fruitless confrontation. Jiki sensed the gears of his mind shifting into motion. His mental faculties churned, processing and analyzing the information gleaned from his senses with meticulous precision. From that second clash, he already had a theory. So when 4 of the illusions charged at him at once, he simply let out a breath and spread his feet apart. 2 came from the front, 1 from his right, and another from his left. The one on the left was closest, so he turned to face her and lashed out with a strike to her head. Once more, his eyes noted as she revealed herself to be nothing but an illusion as she dispersed against his form. He moved with the blow and pirouette to face the one on his right, watching her dissolve into an illusory mist also. His eyes trailed to the 2 that should have been in front of him, but he saw only one. Instead, he felt the other one as she slammed into him with a blow that outright fractured his ribs and sent him skidding back. His legs dragged a furrow through the ground, refusing to be sent flying again. If he was correct about her technique, then taking to the air would be a death sentence. He felt blood dribble out of his mouth but held it back, staring at the original once more. But was she really the original? Considering what she told him, this incarnation of Tamamonome was a 9-tailed fox that had severed off 8 of her tails in a bid to show either remorse for the many sins she had committed as a malevolent monster or to escape something. The 8 women that stepped out of the mirror were each a tail she had cut off, transformed into something else. He felt the realization fall on him, the clarity of the thought blazing in his mind's eye. They were illusions. His eyes were not wrong, but they were not also right. He ignored the way they positioned themselves around him, circling his still, thinking form once more, confident in his obliviousness. His first clue to the technique was the first illusion that dispersed against him the moment he tried to face it. It had committed to the strike. It didn't just run up to him, it had aimed to strike the back of his neck and had been surprised when he pivoted and faced her. She had been real until she wasn't. 8 ethereal clones materialized, each representing a tail she had sacrificed. Her technique, an intricate fusion of illusion and reality, blurred the line between the 2 until it became indistinguishable. It should have defied logic, yet Jiki understood that it was far from impossible. They attacked him in sync, immediately refusing to give him the time to think, lashing out with debilitating blows, and he was forced to bob and weave through them, his movements a sublime dance, his partners 8 fox-tailed women. Yet for all his skill and precision, they overwhelmed him. Illusory strikes became real whenever he wasn't looking, each clone materializing into existence with a seamless grace that defied comprehension. The injuries piled up. A blow above his eye that reopened the cut, another strike to the fractured rib breaking it, a kick that almost dislocated his knee, and a kidney shot that stole his breath. Caught in a maelstrom of relentless attacks, Jiki stood firm, anchored by a simple yet profound reason, enlightenment. This extraordinary bending of perception ignited a storm of activity within his brain, forging new neural pathways previously unexplored. As the idea took shape, he could feel its weight, the sublime fusion of illusion and reality beckoning to him. Entranced, he watched the clones and the original move with eerie synchronicity, their presence both ethereal and palpable. In their mesmerizing dance, Jiki glimpsed a profound truth: the boundary between reality and illusion was as thin as a breath, and within that delicate space lay true power. The urge to unleash this newfound understanding surged within him. He ached to manifest the pinnacle of sorcery. Yet, he suppressed the feeling, knowing it was still an incomplete revelation, merely the first shard of a greater puzzle. He refused to set it free like a desperate child pushed to the edge. He desired perfection, and he still had another card to play. Jiki-san. A voice pierced through the chaos, cutting through the clamor with an urgency that spurred Jiki into action. Despite his battered state, he instinctively triangulated the source of the call, a two-story building, where a waif of a girl stood at the window, her presence a beacon in the darkness. Yeri-sama is around. She said you can let loose now. The world seemed to hold its breath as the weight of those words sank in. The 9 women surrounding him halted, a collective realization dawning upon them that he was still holding back. They must have sensed the change in his cursed energy as they swarmed him once more in a bid to put an end to him. But they were too late, and in their rush, they exposed themselves. He closed his eyes, knowing it would drag them from immaterial to reality. His senses heightened to their peak, allowing him to discern the subtle cues of his assailants' movements: 8 synchronized breaths, the patter of footsteps, the rustle of fabric. A small smile tore across his face, and with a low voice, he called out with his hands outstretched to either side of him and his stance low. This would not be the indiscriminate attack that was the original. Over the past few months, he had been refining it for precision and control, and now, it sprang awake, yet shackled and controlled by his indomitable will. Finally, maximum technique, Enten, Kagutsuchi. He sensed a looming presence behind him, a manifestation of primordial authority descending upon the mortal realm. The weight of the goddess's attention bore down upon him, igniting the air with a palpable intensity. In a moment of profound significance, her glare pierced through the veil of reality, setting the world ablaze once more with its black fire. The very fabric of existence seemed to quiver under the sheer heat of it. The world ground to a halt as everything from white-furred bears in Alaska to malformed fingers trapped in seals within seals were forced to pay attention and take note. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. He felt something stare into him once more. Something better left forgotten. Its metaphysical gaze fell upon him, with an intense scrutiny that seemed to strip away layers of his being. Muscle, bones, ligament, essence, soul. He could almost feel his life flash before his eyes as something watched and read him like an open book, before finally passing its judgment, and finding him acceptable. Then, without warning, the gaze shifted from him to Tamamonome, and he heard the change in her breathing. Even with his eyes closed, he sensed her eyes widening, her body tensing as she felt the presence that had turned its attention upon her. Then the fire came. You said you fought him when he was a child. He noted the incredulous tone in his son's voice with a grin. They had been watching this particular fight for over 10 minutes. Nostalgia and a deep desire to see the brat that almost killed him drew his attention to this battle, despite the many interesting battles happening at the same moment. His ability to actually see what the boy was fighting was borderline useless, but he could feel it. In the displacement of space around the special grade curse, the air that parted, the sound of its feet against the cracked pavement, the scent of distorted blood in the air whenever the boy dealt the special grade curse a serious blow. All this ensured he followed the fight easily. His senses were on a completely different level than anything or anyone else, coupled with the presence of his son explaining the little details he missed, and he had a front row seat to an engrossing fight. Toji Fushiguro stood over 3 blocks away on the top floor of a skyscraper, watching the fight with his full attention, while his son was forced to make do with a pair of binoculars, his mouth gaping. Finally, it seemed like the curse had the brat cornered. With the aid of its technique, it was able to dish out more strikes than the boy could take, even with those eyes of his. Toji's analytical mind began to churn and move as he calculated and predicted how he would react to such a scenario, and the answer came easily. The inverted spear of heaven was a deific grade curse tool. One believed to be left behind by the gods themselves before they ascended to the heavens. Not that Toji cared much about the blade's history. No, all he cared about was what it could do for him. The wicked 3-pronged blade wouldn't care how they turned intangible and illusionary. The moment it pierced them, it would force them back into this reality, and they would return with the blade in their head. Calculating other scenarios and contingencies distracted him until he felt it again. His attention snapped back to the boy like a band pulled taut and released. The manifestation of a god's glare. The single technique he had ever seen, one that not even his heavenly restriction could blind him to. Those hungry and accursed black flames sprung around the white-haired boy. Like liquid fire, they twisted and turned, seeking to destroy and burn everything that dared witness their malevolent light, yet they somehow didn't touch him. Then, with their manifestation, came something unexpected. They twisted and turned around his form, avoiding the soft flesh of their own summoner. Something that had not happened the last time he saw them. They were shaped and controlled. The technique was no longer the sudden combustion of fire on the form. They rolled and moved like something alive before springing out and shooting off in 9 directions like spears, one for each of the curses. Even from this distance, he could feel the air superheat in the presence of the flames. Everything dried in its presence, and even other wayward flames that had caught on cars and buildings around dimmed in the presence of something other. The sight of those flames had his already regenerated arm twitching furiously, forcing him to clamp down on the arm with his other as he ignored the glance his son sent him. It had taken him a few months, and he watched the limb grow back as his heavenly restriction forced his body back to what it used to be. He had honestly not expected its return. He had begun to calculate the cost of a prosthetic limb after its loss. He didn't think of regrowing the limb when he cut it off. It was just the blaring need for survival ringing through his being. The last time he had been pushed that far formed the basis of the scar on his lip, and he was just a boy then. Not even by the then 6-year-old monster. Now, he could see the chance to face him once more. The little monster had grown into a bigger one. Instead of giving thought to his trauma, he shifted his attention back to the fight. The 9 spears of liquid black fire had pierced all but one, turning the remaining 8 into screaming, rapid piles of ashes that were blown away with the wind. The last one, which Toji estimated to be the main body, had proven fast enough to jump back, out of range of the technique. But the young Gojo was undeterred, quickly slapping his hands together as the flames converged around him and twisted into a single massive lance of near-solidified fire that shot forward so fast that he felt the speed barrier break as it penetrated the curse, erupting out of its back and holding it up midair like a fish speared by a god. The curse was silent for a long second, seemingly resigned and with a sense of catharsis to it as it stared down at the lance of blade fire before it began to sob. Her cries rang out even louder than its clone's screams, the sound obliterating everything around it. But the Gojo Scion buried his head and held on to the lance until the special grade curse, Tamamonome, was nothing but drifting ash. That was intense, Megumi noted with an empty voice as he dropped his binoculars, unable to believe what he had seen over the past few minutes. Megumi was made of sterner stuff. He was his son, after all. One he had raised with his own hands. Yet, there was something on his face as his shadow seemed to recoil. Instead of asking, he raised an eyebrow and stared at the boy. He is shaking in his shackles again. His brows scrunched up at that. He didn't need any idea the being his son was talking about. Was he reacting to the technique or something else? His eyes drifted to his son, who seemed unnerved, not just by the sight of the black flames. However, Megumi recovered after a deep breath. Turning away from the scene, he pivoted to face Toji with a cute frown on his face. But it's not important. What's more important is that she's here. The miracle healer you spoke about. Someone shouted she had arrived. Admitting he missed that would have been embarrassing, so he just grunted in response before glancing back at the white-haired boy. The brat was sitting on the floor now, resting his back against a destroyed car. It would have been so easy to ambush and kill him now, but he could feel Megumi's eyes on him. If he did anything other than turn toward their original target, his son would abandon him and go to the healer. The one person who would also be the most protected right now. Megumi was talented, coupled with the fact that he had trained and taught the boy so much, that he would give him equal odds against most sorcerers. But the boy would die without even seeing the healer unless he brought forth that particular monster. So he turned instead and signaled his intent with a sentence, "Are you ready?" The ridiculous pout that formed on the brat's face forced his scarred grin to grow wide. After all, Megumi would be riding him piggyback since he was the fastest and they were conserving his cursed energy for their escape. Come on then, let's go get our little healer. Toji had been running on the rooftops of skyscrapers and leaping over the houses that were too low to the ground. His direction was a haphazard mess that anyone watching would have wondered about. They had been searching for a lead to the famous reverse curse technique user. He was a professional and disliked working with half information, but he had no choice. It had been a battle and a half finding a chink in the armor that was the surveillance of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Jiki. There was almost always someone around her or close enough that any attempt at kidnapping her would have resulted in a fight with one of the two. And a fight with one of the two siblings meant the other wouldn't be far behind. So this opportunity was heaven sent. That it was delivered to him by the boy he had beaten half to death was just the topping on the cake that was this war. He had laughed long and hard about it when the offer came in. Shukong had been the one to pass the job to him, claiming the sender was anonymous. But after reviewing the details and getting in touch with the few sorcerers he had in their world, the anonymous person resolved into Geto Suguru. The job. Distract Gojo Satoru once more. He had scoffed at it, of course. Whatever fascination he had in that particular Gojo had been satisfied after he killed him the first time. No, he had a new curiosity. Instead, he had seized the opportunity for what it was. He had finally seen the chink in the armor they had sought for weeks. If the two Gojos were out fighting a full-blown war, where did that leave their fragile little healer? Down there. Megumi called out from behind him, and his black eyes followed the finger. A single sorcerer stood on shaky legs as he backed away from a four-armed curse that had been munching on the remains of his partner's arm. An acceptable target if he had ever seen any. He landed on the roof of a nearby building, and Megumi slipped off his back, standing to his full height once more, stretching out the non-existent kink like he had been carrying a heavy weight along his back, a juvenile jab at his brat. Judging from the glower that would have killed him 1,000 times over radiating from behind him, it worked. He forced down his smirk as he calculated the distance, before taking off with a running leap that saw him tearing through the air. He landed on the four-armed curse spirit with such force that, even without cursed energy, physics took hold and splattered the curse on the ground as he caved it in. Yet, as he let out a slow breath and rose to his feet, he knew he had dealt no damage. He could feel the various scattered parts moving and squirming on the floor, seeking to join back together with the largest body mass available. Spinning on his feet, he kicked it through a building and watched the remaining parts squirm after it. That should keep it busy. He slowly turned back to the now quiet student, his hand clasped roughly around the student's mouth. Judging from the wide, terrified eyes that flicked from his lips to his regrown right arm, he was recognized. Not that it made much difference. He squatted down in front of the men, feeling a sense of euphoric déjà vu as he peered down at him, but one he shrugged off easily. "I don't suppose you'll be willing to tell me where Shoko Yeri and the medical station are," he questioned with a smile that was all teeth. The men started talking before he even finished his question, and Toji Fushigiro's smile widened. Having a reputation was a nice thing. Shinji had been the first person to notice the men. Black hair, predatory features, with a physique barely hidden beneath the tight black muscle shirt he wore. The men was an impossibility, Shinji realized with rapidly widening eyes. His senses told him there was no one there, not even a void in the world, simply nothing. Yet his eyes told him something else. He felt a tinge of recognition in his brain as he looked at the man's features again. He moved like a beast, with all the swagger and confidence that came from knowing you were at the top of the food chain, a feeling Shinji had never felt in his life or even knew. Yet there was something about the movement. The way people seemed to unconsciously shift out of his way, their eyes suddenly found other things that drew their attention, their figures hunching over. It took Shinji a minute before he realized where he had seen something so similar. Gojo Jiki's appearance, before the white-haired teenager had been dispatched. They both shared an easy menace that radiated off them without any real effort. Shinji turned to his superior, the person he was in charge of protecting, and whispered in her ear while he kept his eyes on the men. He had made his way past the hallway and was about to enter the main room that housed the injured, a repurposed theater with strong foundations and even stronger walls. Principal Yaga had picked the spot perfectly. "Yeri-san, I think you should." "Quiet," she snapped without even turning to face him. If it was any other person, he might have been offended at the curt reply, but considering the brown-haired woman was elbow-deep in a sorcerer's stomach, he strangled whatever response he held and looked back at the men. He had gotten into the main room now, and those dead black eyes slowly raked along their forms, searching for something or someone. By now, others had begun to take note of the men. People who would have shrunk away at his presence and tried their best to avoid his gaze suddenly found themselves brave enough to stare at the strange men with a questioning look in their eyes. The comfort of the crowd emboldened them with bravery. Fools. Shinji quickly slipped his phone out of his pocket and sent a quick message to Principal Yaga. The older men had gone deeper into town to see how the fight was shaping up. Shinji regretted not following him, instead, he had picked the comfort and safety of the building. He clicked send and raised his eyes, freezing as he realized those empty black orbs were staring at him. Shinji was forced to remember when his grandmother had taken him to the zoo and he saw a shark for the first time. Cold black eyes that held nothing but amusement. The man's scarred lips rose at the edges like a shark that had caught the scent of blood in water. It took Shinji a second to realize he was not the target of the man's interest, but the woman who stood beside him, still arms deep in the half-dead sorcerer. "Hey, what squad are you with?" "Not everyone is allowed in here," someone walked up to the stranger. Shinji vaguely remembered him as a grade 1 sorcerer of a specific sect. The strange men ignored the sorcerer and started to walk towards them, but the sorcerer was not having it, and he made a mistake. He reached out to grab the man's shoulder. "I said stop." The scream of pain that followed that aborted sentence silenced the room, and the few people who were not aware of the man's presence suddenly were. All except Yeri-san, of course. The single-minded woman remained elbow-deep in her patient. It had happened so fast. Shinji had not even seen it, and he was certain he didn't blink. The sorcerer had been standing there with an arm outstretched, and a second later, his arm was a gruesome mess of broken bones poking out of torn and twisted meat. Shinji held back the urge to throw up. What the hell had he gotten himself into? He was not a competent sorcerer, only coasting on the magnanimity of his clan. The men left the screaming and broken figure behind him as he continued his predatory walk toward them, and despite himself, Shinji found his legs shuffling to stand in front of Yeri-san. He was not certain why his body moved, it could have been madness, but it was more likely his deeply hidden crush for the healer. The men stopped in front of him, ignoring the dozens of people staring at him, somehow spellbound by the easy menace his presence gave off. Not even the men still screaming his head off was enough to actually get them to act. Move. A single word. One that sent his knees shaking and dried out whatever saliva he had in his mouth. He found himself trying to stutter a reply, but the words refused to form, yet his intent was obvious as he refused to move. The men looked down at his quavering legs, then back at his face with an expression Shinji could not decipher before he shrugged. The next moment, Shinji found his sight blocked. It took him too long to realize the men had gripped his head in his palm. He suddenly remembered what happened to the sorcerer's hand, and whatever remained of his bravery and madness fled him. His legs lost strength, leaving him held up by his head in the man's palm. Shinji was as good as dead, till he wasn't. Suddenly he was released, and he fell on his ass to the sight of two puppets holding onto the man's hands on either side of him. The cracks in the ground from where they stood and the scattered glass showed they had come from above, breaking through the glass skylight. Principal Yaga's puppets. Thank goodness. Then he looked up at the man's face, and whatever joy he had gotten from the presence of the two puppets died. He realized the man's smile had grown an inch, and despite the strain, he could see on the puppets from the force they were applying, they had not forced the man's hand open. Instead, they had proven unable to even make him budge an inch. Some sport then, the man said, nodding to himself, and for the first time in his life, Shinji witnessed the brutality that was true combat. Shinji blinked blurry eyes and wondered where it all went wrong. It had been so fast. Not even a blur, bones were broken, limbs were pulped, and broken figures were scattered everywhere. Looking at the one dangling fluorescent light above him, he continued to wonder where it all went wrong again, even though he knew perfectly when. The moment they didn't start running right after they saw him. His still blurry eyes drifted around the room, which looked like a wrecking ball had passed through the previously pristine hall. Broken walls splattered with blood, cracked floor with impossible furrows through it. He realized his head was resting on something cushy, and he forced his battered body up to see the ripped-up leg of one of Principal Yaga's puppets. Huh, how did it get here? He looked to the side and saw Yeri-san. She was a bastion of sanity in the madness that was the destroyed room. She was still healing the original sorcerer that had been brought in, while the beast wrapped in a veneer of human skin stood behind her like a malevolent guardian. Are you done? That same gravelly voice called out, but Yeri-san ignored him for a few more seconds, wrapping up the suture before activating her technique to seal the wound over. She finally stood up, rubbing one hand on her neck to massage it as her cold, bored eyes drifted over the broken forms and wrecked room. She answered the question with one of her own. Any new dead bodies or critical injuries, she asked the men as her hands slipped into her blood-splattered white overcoat to reveal a cigarette. She slipped it between her lips before her eyes drifted around, seemingly looking for someone in particular. Shinji heard the muttered, I already miss my favorite human lighter. The man spread open his palm, and a baby-faced worm curse that had wrapped itself along his form opened its mouth and spat out a lighter. The man quickly lit it and cupped the flame as Yeri-san put the butt of her cigarette to the open flames. They'll live. The man finally answered her as she took a drag of her cigarette and let out a sigh. With another look at the broken forms of the other sorcerers, she gave out a shrug and lifted the bag she always carried. I assume you have a way out of here then. A quick one too. Otherwise, Jiki or Satoru would be making their way here soon. I'd rather not be in the middle of that particular reunion. The man's feral smile somehow managed to widen even further at the mention of the names that would have sent chills down another person's spine. He pivoted on his feet and started to walk away, back to the entrance, with the bored form of Yuri-san behind him. That was when it all clicked in Shinji's head. This was a kidnapping. Huh. The man's attention was suddenly drawn to his rapidly rising form, and that was when Shinji realized he had said that out loud. But he found he didn't care suddenly. All of the bravery he had been lacking was suddenly unleashed, his innermost potential rising rapidly as he declared as viciously as he could. You shall not take. The slap that shut him up came from the most expected place. Shoko Yuri herself. Her other hand lashed out and caught his face in a vice as she widened his eyes with the hand that slapped him a second ago. You've gone and given my favorite bodyguard a concussion, she stated with some degree of annoyance as she continued to observe him. Concussion. He was fine. This was the most powerful he had felt in years, not even Gojo. The second slap was just as fast as the first and served to shut him up once more as he looked at his forever crush with betrayed eyes, till he realized he must have said those words out once more and the brown-haired woman was only trying to help him. Yes, that is what it was. One day he would free her from the shackles of the Goj, this time he saw the hand rise, and his mouth shut in that same instant. She continued to look at him, but when she realized he was going to keep quiet, she gently lay him on the ground and then put the stick of cigarette she was smoking to his lips, allowing him to take a drag. His lips were touching what Yuri-san's had touched. She gave him a weird look once more before rising. All right, let's get going. Shinji blinked once more and realized he was the only one in the room, at least the only one conscious. The sound of wings beating above him forced him to look up, and through the broken open skylight, he could see the silhouette of a giant all-type curse. What beautiful red feathers it had. Another blink, another drag of smoke, and he began to hear footsteps approaching. How long had it been? Time blurred in the oppressive silence, leaving him disoriented and barely lucid. In the desolation of the ruined hall, with only the echoing chorus of pained moans as his companions, the sound that emanated from the entrance passageway was unnervingly distinct, each step a chilling proclamation of presence and intent. Clack. 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 The hollow echo of wooden slippers on cracked tile sent a shiver down his spine, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. Clack. 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 From the shadows, a figure emerged partially, halting at the boundary where the broken fluorescent light struggled to cast its feeble, flickering glow. His slim, pale sandal-covered feet were revealed, yet his form remained cloaked in darkness. Red eyes swept over the debris-strewn hall, their gaze predatory, devoid of warmth, before fixing on him. Where is Shoko Yuri? The question was deceptively simple, delivered in a voice so soft it carried no trace of menace. Yet Shinji felt the air constrict around him, suffocating, as his entire world seemed to contract to those red eyes with their unsettling, swirling darkness. For the first time, he cursed his exceptionally resilient skull and the unwelcome consciousness it granted him. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. He found himself pondering where everything had taken a wrong turn. What the first pebble had been. Looking back, the signs should have been clear. Yet, he had chosen to overlook them, shutting his eyes to reality. He had become oblivious to the rapid changes that had been happening around him, opting instead to remain passive. His passivity and preference for reaction had been a curse in his past life as well. And just like before, he didn't learn until now the fruits of that decision were laid bare to him. The amount of things that had happened in the past few days had been devastating. The partial destruction of the school by a falling meteor, the war between sorcerers and curses in Shinjuku and Kyoto, Shoko's disappearance, or more accurately, kidnapping. If the sole witness could be believed, the culprit was none other than Toji Fushiguro, the first pebble. Once again, it felt like his past was catching up to him. Yet, instead of a scorned brother, it was an enemy, one who had helped him sharpen his edge in a battle that almost killed him. Movement drew his eyes downward, and he noticed his fingers tapping against his forearm. A nervous tick, perhaps. He remembered the sight of the amphitheater. It looked like a whirlwind had blown through the room, leaving nothing but destruction and broken bodies in its wake, but the most curious thing was the lack of deaths. He doubted the scarred mercenary had suddenly grown a conscience and decided to spare them. No, like any trained shinobi, he had read dossiers on the men after their first encounter, analyzing and breaking down his psych profile as he had been taught in the dark depths of the Umbu Corps. From that exhaustive process, he had reached a simple conclusion: Toji Fushiguro was a mad amalgamation of Hoshigaki Kisame and Kakuzu of the Hidden Waterfall. He harbored a deep love for battle, eagerly matching blows with anyone unfortunate enough to cross his path, but he had a preferred prey, the strong. Toji relished the euphoria that came with crushing the truly powerful, actively seeking contracts or jobs that put him in their sights. A weird quirk that no doubt was a result of something dark that happened in his past. His survival despite engaging in near-suicidal battles was a testament to his unparalleled prowess. Yet, battle lust was only one part of his character. Equally as pronounced was his love of money. With a mindset so profit-oriented, if not for his birth into one of the three sorcerer families, Toji Fushiguro, the sorcerer killer, designated as hyper-lethal, could have easily become a cutthroat businessman. The mental image of the scarred giant in a pinstripe business suit would have been almost amusing, if not for the grim reality that prompted this contemplation: Shoko's kidnapping. Toji had opted against killing the sorcerers for a straightforward reason, one that seemed almost comically simple in hindsight: there was nothing to gain from it. None of them provided the thrill of facing a formidable opponent, nor did any possess a notable bounty. Moreover, he had a particular interest in Shoko for reasons unknown. Killing her former guardians or those she had invested time and effort in healing would have been reckless. Jiki, a stern voice called out, and even in the depth of his contemplation he recognized the owner easily, for all that they had not had the chance to interact much. We found him. Have you now? Yes, the stern voice continued, and its owner approached with another person in tow. Good. Jiki didn't bother inquiring about the identity. After all, he had requested for the search himself, Shukong. With seamless grace, he transitioned from a seated position to standing. And the others? He questioned, finally opening his eyes and directing his gaze up at Principal Yagi and Emi, who had halted before him. The principal's features were stern, unmistakably showing his displeasure. It didn't require a mastery over reading body language to discern his displeasure. Jiki understood. One of the man's students had gone rogue and nearly destroyed Jujutsu High, another had been kidnapped while he was on patrol, and the third was missing. Satoru had vanished after Yuta confirmed Geto's demise at the hands of a special-grade curse and human sorcerer. Despite the urgency of immediately pursuing Geto's missing body upon his arrival, Satoru had prioritized rescuing his severely injured students instead. Now that he had gone missing, it didn't take a genius to tell he was trying to make up for the time he had spent caring for his students in his search for Geto. Still healing, even Maki. She seems to be paying the cost for the technique she used to run riot over Shinjuku, Emi remarked this time. He ignored the pointed stare from the duo. It had come as a surprise to discover that Maki had finally unlocked the gate of life. He had felt the surge of power that accompanied its release during his battle with Tamamonome. However, in a confrontation with a special grade opponent, any distraction, no matter how slight, could prove fatal, so he had quickly pushed that thought aside. Toge and Panda remain in critical condition, they were caught at the edge of the meteor's fall. Yuta, while physically unharmed, has depleted his nearly inexhaustible reserve of cursed energy, Emi reported grimly. A lie. He couldn't tell which of the particular statements was the lie, but in between that speech, a lie was laced. The realization brought a deep frown to his brows, one that he smoothed away seconds later instead of allowing his worry to show. They needed to find Shoko now more than ever. We've called in Arata Nita, a prospective student with a very valuable innate curse technique. While not a gifted healer on the level of Yuri, he should be able to prevent the injuries from worsening, Principal Yagi added in an attempt to soften the blow that was the news. What did Satoru say about Yuri rescue before he disappeared? Jiki asked as he smoothed out the wrinkles that had formed on his cloth while he sat. Principal Yagi gave him a look that was visible even behind his glasses before he replied. He said he trusts you. Those words sparked a memory that came easily. It was his birthday. They sat in the grass, just him and Satoru, and they watched everyone else laugh and celebrate. They had sat apart and watched them, and in that moment Satoru said something. It's lonely at the top, you know. He had seen how much it had weighed on the older white-haired boy. Feeling so apart even when together, forced to always stand apart due to his own immense strength, forced to shoulder the burden of power alone lest it crush people he saw as friends. The title of a prodigy was an immense thing. So Jiki had resolved to not allow Satoru to bear that weight alone despite his original plan of living a carefree life, and he made an oath. A binding vow that had forced the world to hold its breath. You won't be alone for long. So Jiki gave the man a sharp nod in response. Where is he? Toji Fushiguro's handler. Principal Yagi smoothly retrieved a file from under his coat, and Jiki accepted it, swiftly flipping it open. His Sharingan absorbed the words and images like ink on parchment, imprinting them into his mind as he rapidly scanned through the dossier. After what seemed like mere moments, he snapped it shut and handed it back to the older man, whose surprise was evident even through his glasses. Hokkaido Prefecture, then. I'll take care of it, he replied, dismissing the still surprised principal and the more subdued Emi with a curt nod. He spun on his heel and began to stride away. You won't be going alone, Principal Yagi's voice found strength as Jiki paused. Without needing to ask, Jiki turned his head to silently prompt the principal to continue. I need to manage the school and deal with the Zenin clan and others inquiring about Maki. So Emi and Ajichi will accompany you. Both are familiar with the prefecture and should be able to assist you somewhat, Principal Yagi explained. Jiki considered this briefly before nodding in acknowledgement. There was another player in Shoko's kidnapping, the witness had described a giant bird with magnificent feathers. Taking the words of a concussed man seriously was risky, but it was their only lead. Toji had an accomplice, possibly a Shikigami or another adept in curse manipulation. Before Jiki could delve further into his thoughts, Principal Yagi spoke again, causing Jiki to freeze in place once more, waiting for the principal's next words. There's something they want you to know as well, Jiki, Principal Yagi continued. Jiki remained still, waiting for the older man to proceed. He already had a suspicion about who they were. They want him dead, Principal Yagi stated plainly. Jiki didn't respond. Instead, he resumed walking, navigating through the aftermath of Geto's destructive rampage on the school. A quarter of the campus lay in ruins, transformed into a desolate crater. The remaining buildings stood as shattered reminders, awaiting demolition. The blast had been contained to only a quarter of the school, likely due to Geto's calculated attack and timely activation of defensive barriers Biting and Sama. It had saved the institution from the full force of a special-grade curse maximum technique. Soon, the soft patter of Emi's footsteps followed behind him as she joined his stride, stopping where he paused at the remnants of the school gates. A black sedan pulled up, and Ajichi, visibly fatigued, waved at them from the driver's seat. Jiki nodded in acknowledgement before sliding into the vehicle and closing his eyes. Emi did the same, and moments later the engine hummed to life, and the car moved forward with a gentle lurch. A little while after, Jiki opened his eyes to find Emi stealing glances at him. Finally, he broached the question that had been on his mind. Tell me about Shinjuku, and more importantly, about Maki activating the gates. Emi's expression softened, and she began recounting the events with a renewed sense of clarity and detail. Jiki closed his eyes once more, allowing Emi's narrative to paint a vivid picture of the chaos in Shinjuku. They entered the hospital where Tsumaki lay in a peaceful slumber. Their footsteps were calm and deliberate, though Megumi appeared eager to hasten their pace. Despite his apparent urgency, the boy restrained himself with remarkable self-control as they continued their leisurely walk. Once inside, the medical staff and security cast only fleeting glances at them. Even a security guard who had been approaching diverted his attention elsewhere upon spotting the intimidating figure of Toji behind Megumi and Shoko. Yuri, noticing the reactions, removed the lit cigarette from her lips and extinguished it on a nearby table before disposing of it in a bin. "Seems like you've got them whipped," she remarked casually as they ascended the stairs leading to Tsumaki's room. Upon opening the door, Yuri's typically composed demeanor faltered as she exclaimed with more emotion than she usually possessed, "Fuck. What's wrong?" Megumi broke the silence that followed her outburst, while Toji closed the door behind him and leaned against the wall, waiting for a response. Yuri hurriedly approached the comatose girl, running a hand through her hair in apparent distress. "I don't expect much from the boy, considering he was raised by you, but you should have known this isn't just a coma." Toji disregarded Megumi's questioning glance, silently acknowledging the truth in Yuri's words. He had known from the start that this was no ordinary coma. It was the primary reason he had sought Yuri's help. His stepdaughter was cursed, Yuri stated, voicing his thoughts. Stepping back from Tsumaki's bedside, Yuri turned to face them, her expression grave. "We've seen several cases like this over the past few years. People falling into sudden comas. It's likely a curse technique, but that's all we know for now." "What are you trying to say? How do we not know about this?" Megumi's voice held a growl of frustration, though the woman barely acknowledged him, continuing to speak as she took a seat beside Tsumaki's still form. "Because it was actively covered up, and it didn't last long. It was a brief phenomenon that died down as quickly as it started," she explained calmly. "So what now?" Toji interjected, giving his distressed son a moment to regain his composure. Unlike Megumi's growl, his tone carried a weight that she had to take more seriously, even if she remained composed as ever. The woman shrugged, sinking deeper into her chair. "Right now, I need a cigarette, because I don't think there's much I can do." "Then you're not much use to us," Toji noted in a low tone, his expression smoothing into a mask of stoicism. For the second time, her unflappable demeanor cracked slightly. "Well, maybe I spoke too soon," she replied with a tight smile, her attention returning to Tsumaki's prone form. That was good enough for Toji. He closed his eyes, trusting the healer to either find a way to save the child Kahora had brought into this world, or he would simply kill her and find someone else. The car ride proved more interesting than his previous one with Itachi. Emi spun a tale of resilience that was difficult to match. She portrayed Maki as an unstoppable force, slicing through curses like a hot knife through butter. Her exploits had garnered attention, with each curse slain and life saved marked as a testament to her prowess. "People have noticed," Emi continued, her tone thoughtful. "They've begun asking questions about why she remains a grade 4 sorcerer despite her achievements, especially after the Thousand Demons parade." He finally opened his eyes at that, turning to regard Emi. She had a knack for blending into the background, a skill he had observed keenly. He wondered what circumstances had honed such a talent. "I've heard whispers too, Jiki," she continued. "Talks about these gates and what they could achieve in more capable hands than those of a banished and crippled Zenin child." Her words brought a smile to his lips, though it was far from a pleasant one judging by the looks Emi and even Ichichi shot his way through the rearview mirror. "Let them try," he replied evenly, smoothing his features back into their usual impassive mask. With any luck, they'd kill enough of themselves trying to recreate it before discarding their pride and coming to them. There was a reason why, despite how powerful the inner gates were, there had been less than 5 users in its whole history. Not even Itachi had bothered with the fickle technique, for all he knew, and he understood it inside out. "We're here," Ichichi called out, stopping in front of a building ablaze with a cascade of lights pouring from its single guarded door, where 2 hefty bouncers in shaved heads and tight muscle shirts stood watch. A line had formed outside, its participants eager to join the writhing masses within. Jiki opened the door and stepped out, giving Ichichi a glance as Emi emerged from the opposite side. The older man appeared more haggard and tired than usual, the weariness adding years to his countenance. Yet he had insisted on helping them instead of delegating the task to one of his lower-level managers. "Thank you once again, Ichichi-san," Jiki said with a curt bow, Emi quickly mimicking the gesture beside him. Ignoring the wide-eyed look from Ichichi, Jiki turned on his heel and headed towards the club. It was a short walk. He was dressed in casual attire, having abandoned his traditional clothes damaged by Tamamonome. Now clad in black slacks and a high-collared shirt, with black shades concealing his scarlet eyes, his outfit resembled Satoru's usual attire. They reached the entrance without drawing much attention until they did. The bouncer on the right turned towards them, apprehension evident. He stretched out his hand, attempting to halt their advance. "There's a line, you should." The words were cut off as Jiki tilted his glasses just the thinnest bit, allowing eye contact with the men and sending in the genjutsu packet he had primed for release. A sense-warping genjutsu, one that made them invincible to the person. After that, they slipped into the club with none the wiser, not even the second bouncer. The sound that blared out from the inside was an attack on his finely tuned senses, and he was forced to immediately cushion what felt like a physical blow with cursed energy. When he finally recovered, he noted the protective position Emi claimed above him, sending flat stares at anyone who looked their way, while gripping her still-sheathed sword tightly. It took him a second to realize she was trying her best to mimic him. He tapped her hand, and she eased out of the position, turning to him with a worried look in her eyes. "I'm fine," he replied, answering the unasked question. Before his own eyes roved the crowd and mass of dancing and clubbing participants. Coupled with the blaring music and strobing lights that danced and moved everywhere, he was left wondering how anybody could stay here for longer than a minute. It took him longer than expected to spot the men, especially with the distractions that tried their best to confuse him. He finally spotted the black-haired men at the bar, drinking and pressing down on his phone, and with a nod at Emi, he began to walk. Cutting a path through the mass was harder to do with his teenage frame, and it took some level of self-control not to start tossing bodies to the side. They finally got to the men, and even without drawing his attention, the man slowly turned his seat as they got close, his eyes widening the moment he saw Jiki. Recognition. "We would like to speak to you, Shui Kong," Jiki stated firmly. The men jerked up from the bar stool and bolted. Jiki only let out a sigh before triggering the genjutsu packet he had laced into the man's system the moment their eyes locked, forcing the black-suited men to drop like a bag of bricks to the ground, and amid the chaos that was the club, no one could be bothered to pay attention to him. Jiki walked up to the man and lifted him over his shoulder, raising a brow as he could feel the man's physique hidden underneath the baggy suits he wore. The man was a fighter, or used to be one. It didn't take them long to find the restroom, and he threw the men onto the piss-stained tiled floors without any real care. The shock of the man's body slamming into the ground broke the hold the genjutsu had on him, and he bolted to his feet a second later, staring at Emi and Jiki with wide eyes. "Where is Toji Fushiguro?" The man diverted his eyes the moment he realized how stupid he had been to look him in the eyes once more. "I don't know who you're talking about." Jiki allowed an eyebrow to tilt once more as he studied the man. He was an open book to a shinobi of Jiki's caliber. The way his heartbeat sped up, his eyes darted to the floor, his hands slowly reaching for something behind him, a weapon. Shui Kong knew where the sorcerer killer was. He had not expected the handler to be a principled man, a man of conviction and loyalty. Yet it didn't matter all the same, Jiki would have what he came here for anyway. The man jerked his hand out from his coat pocket with startling speed. At least, it would have been startling if Jiki had not seen it coming seconds ago. Yet he stood unmoving as the weapon, a gun, he identified, left its place in its holster and slowly moved to aim at him. Jiki didn't attempt to dodge or move, but Emi did. She dashed out from where she had been half behind him, her body low to the ground as Shui Kong registered the more immediate threat that was the black-haired girl. Unfortunately for the men, Emi was faster. She was in his guard before he could re-aim the gun, and she unsheathed her blade and struck with one smooth motion. The fingers that had held the gun went sailing into the air, just as the girl spun on the spot and held the bloodied blade to his throat. Everywhere was silent for a few seconds before the clattering of fingers and the gun falling on the piss-stained tiles rang out. The suited man's only reaction to the loss of fingers was a grunt, with the blade so close to his throat. Jiki approached the man with calculated intent, gripping his head firmly by the jaw. "I'm not a violent person, Shu-san," he began, his voice steady and measured, "neither do I need physical violence to get what I need. So you will tell me where Toji Fushiguro is, and you'll tell me now." The man refused to speak, his face a mask of stone as he showed his defiance. Jiki let out an uncaring shrug as he tilted the man's face towards his. "Fine then, I will have the location either way." This was a risk, but he didn't have the time to waste on more mundane means of getting the information he desired. He forced the man's eyes open as his own shifted rapidly from 3 slowly moving pinwheels to a 3-bladed shape. Tsukuyumi. It took 30 seconds, but the men broke all the same, and Jiki and Emi left the club and the man's broken form behind with a destination, Osaka. The hunt was on.